"Any wish can be fulfilled" is merely a platitude. A misfortunate youth traverses the Marvel Universe, summoning the dragon to return home, only to be met with rejection. Even the power of a Super Saiyan proves ineffective, inciting an expletive-laden outburst. The dragon calmly responds. That is merely a line, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. It appears that wishing in the Dragon Ball universe comes with hidden stipulations. Witness how the boy navigates the indifference of this useless dragon to survive in the Marvel cosmos. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Summoned the Dragon. Earth 1-99999, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, 2008, New York City, Manhattan, Clinton District. Clinton District is colloquially known as Hell's Kitchen. On a bustling commercial street near Clinton Park, an Asian boy, around 18 or 19, hurriedly darts into an alley, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket to unlock a small shop's rear door. This boy, of unremarkable stature and appearance, bears a golden tattoo on the back of his right-handed design of 5 pentagrams, 1 large and 4 small, reminiscent of the 5-starred red flag of China. After swiftly locking the door behind him, he eagerly turns and makes his way to the shop's basement. Upon securing the door once more, the boy strides to the center of the basement, shedding his backpack. He delicately extracts 6 crystal spheres, each the size of an apple, placing them reverently upon the floor. His careful demeanor suggests these spheres hold the key to his very existence. Upon closer inspection, these 6 transparent spheres, while uniform in size, each contain a varying number of golden pentagrams, ranging from 1 to 7, notably missing the 5-star configuration. Having arranged the crystal spheres, the boy, brimming with excitement, spreads his arms wide and exclaims, "Arise, dragon! Grant my wish." A gentle breeze sweeps through, yet nothing transpires. Do not concern yourself with the absence of wind in the basement. After a moment of bewilderment, the boy slaps his forehead and crouches down, aligning his 5-star tattooed hand with the 6 crystal spheres, shouting once more, "Arise, dragon! Grant my wish." This time, before his words have fully escaped his lips, the overhead light flickers ominously before extinguishing completely, plunging the basement into darkness. In the next moment, amidst the pitch-black void, 7 beams of blinding light suddenly illuminate from the floor. The 6 crystal spheres, along with the 5-star tattoo on the boy's hand, simultaneously radiate brilliance, transforming into 7 dazzling orbs of light. These orbs ascend, merging into one, and coalesce into a glowing serpentine creature. The luminous entity appears vividly alive, resembling a serpent with antlers like a deer, scales akin to fish, talons resembling a phoenix, and paws like a tiger indeed. It is the legendary dragon of China. How small, the boy mutters, his face scrunching in disappointment at the sight of this mythical beast. It's only a few meters long. In the Dragon Ball series, the dragon is supposed to be planet-sized. The dragon pays no heed to the boy's grumbling, coiling its body in midair. Raising its regal head with an almost mechanical tone, it monotonously declares, "State your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one." The boy's spirit lifts, filled with hope as he inquires, "Is it truly possible to grant any wish?" The dragon replies, "Certainly." "Fantastic." The boy clenches his fist tightly, his face alight with excitement as he boldly states, "Dragon, please return me to my original world." The dragon responds, "I'm sorry, that is impossible." The boy, taken aback, struggles to regain composure before exclaiming in frustration, "What the hell? You boast about being able to grant any wish, yet you can't fulfill mine?" The dragon clarifies, "Your body belongs to the Marvel world. I cannot send it away. However, I can return your soul." At this, the boy raises an eyebrow, revitalized, and wishes anew, "Then please send my soul back to my original body." The dragon replies, "I'm sorry, that is impossible." The boy, suppressing his mounting anger, manages to squeeze out 3 words, "Why not?" The dragon explains, "In your original world, you have already perished." The boy retorts defiantly, "So what? Isn't resurrection your specialty? In the Dragon Ball universe, nobody truly dies." The dragon replies, "However, you do not hail from the Dragon Ball universe. Under its cosmic rules, I can only resurrect those who belong to it." After a lengthy silence, the boy, still unwilling to concede, asks, "Then, if you merely send my soul back, can I not occupy a dying body like I did when I arrived in the Marvel world?" The dragon responds, "That is not possible. Your soul has already fused with the 5-star Dragon Ball. To return to your original world, a forced separation would be necessary, which would cause immense harm to your soul. A damaged soul cannot possess any body and will eventually dissipate over time. The boy succumbs to despair, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud, muttering in a defeated tone, "I can't go back, I really can't ever return, Dad. Mom, I am a disobedient son." He weeps bitterly, lamenting his fate. His original name, Gurun, is a testament to his status as an outsider, for neither the Marvel world nor the Dragon Ball universe holds any true connection for him. He never envisioned that one day he would arrive in the Marvel world, soul entwined with the 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Ball universe. Originally from China, Gurun, upon his arrival in the Marvel world, found himself transported across oceans to the heart of capitalist excess. Fortunately, the body he inhabits remains that of a Chinese individual. Although initially disoriented, he soon acclimates to his new identity after absorbing fragments of the original owner's memories. He is now known as Isekai'd, a second-generation Chinese-American, orphaned in a tragic accident, leaving him with a modest Chinese restaurant in New York. Upon realizing he must reside in New York within the Marvel Universe, Isekai'd is beset by thoughts of despair. Yet, he inadvertently discovers the 5-star tattoo on his right hand, leading him to recall the presence of the 7 Dragon Balls that accompanied him to this world, legendary orbs said to grant any wish when gathered. During his transition to the Marvel Universe, Isekai'd's soul merged with the 5-star Dragon Ball, rendering the collection of only 6 necessary. Utilizing the profound connection between the Dragon Balls, he tirelessly sought out the remaining 6 scattered nearby, and at last summoned the dragon. However, reality would soon reveal that Isekai'd had been exceedingly naive in the heart of the basement. Isekai'd fell to his knees, overwhelmed by thoughts of his parents, separated from him by an entire world, and realizing that they would never meet again in this lifetime. Grief surged within him, rendering him speechless. At that moment, the long-forgotten dragon spoke in a monotonous tone. "State your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one. Grant your damn wish." Disheartened, Isekai'd was provoked by the phrase, "any wish can be granted," and his anger erupted. He furiously swung his fist at the dragon, exclaiming, "Die, you boastful piece of garbage." The so-called mini-dragon, although appearing real, was merely an illusory energy form. Isekai'd's fist passed through it as if striking air, causing him to nearly stumble and fall. The dragon remained unfazed, merely reiterating, "State your wish, any wish can be granted." But only one. Hearing this, Isekai'd's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Unable to resort to violence, he resorted to cold indifference, commanding, "Shut up, let me be in peace." The dragon persisted, "State your wish, any wish can be granted." But only one. After a moment of silent contemplation, Isekai'd chose to ignore the dragon's repetitive nature and began to ponder seriously what wish he should make. After all, life must continue. In the Marvel Universe, nothing was more crucial than the ability to survive. Thus, immense power was the priority. After much deliberation, Isekai'd finally uttered, "Dragon, grant me the power of a Super Saiyan." The dragon replied, "I'm sorry, that is not possible." Although he had not held out much hope, Isekai'd could not help but curse, "Useless dragon. What can you actually do?" The dragon responded, "According to the rules of the Dragon Ball world, power can only be cultivated, not obtained out of thin air. As a creation of the Dragon Ball world, I cannot violate this rule. However, I can grant you the physique of a Saiyan without altering your appearance." Isekai'd smirked. At least he would not grow a tail, avoiding the worry of becoming a rampaging giant ape. However, the true strength of the Saiyans lay in their boundless potential and their almost cheating-like rate of growth. Without the means to cultivate, what good was that physique? Nevertheless, the prospect of transforming his physique without changing his appearance intrigued him. His eyes brightened as he addressed the dragon. "Then bestow upon me the physique of Majin Buu." Majin Buu, the ultimate boss of the Dragon Ball universe, possessed abilities that ensured survival as long as a single cell remained. Even the void of space, he could thrive. With such a monstrous physique, life in the Marvel Universe would be a breeze. The destruction of Earth would pose no threat. However, the dragon replied, "I'm sorry, that is not possible." Isekai'd was too weary to retort, too apathetic to inquire for reasons. He simply switched to a lesser version. "What about the physique of Perfect Cell? He comes with minions, can survive in space, and lives as long as his core is intact." The dragon responded, "I'm sorry, that is not possible." Isekai'd, resigned, lowered his expectations further. "What about the physique of King Frieza? 3 transformations, able to survive in space, as long as his head remains intact." The dragon replied, "I'm sorry, that is not possible." Yincent rubbed his aching forehead. The only option left would be the Demon King Piccolo's Namekian physique. Although it possessed noteworthy regenerative abilities, it was undeniably weak in comparison, even less formidable than a Saiyan. He pondered seriously and then shifted his inquiry. If I wish to acquire the knowledge of a person's entire life, can that be done? The dragon replied, that is quite simple. Yincent's lips curled in a sardonic smile. He had grown skeptical of the dragon's claims of capability. Dragon, grant me the entirety of Son Goku's knowledge. He said this while intensely watching the dragon, anticipating the response of I'm sorry. That is not possible. Surprisingly, the dragon nodded. Your wish has been granted. Yincent raised an eyebrow, observing as the dragon, having uttered this phrase, immediately split into 7 streams of light, one of which entered his right hand. The other 6 dispersed, effortlessly passing through the basement walls, vanishing from his sight. Clearly, as per the rules of the Dragon Ball world, after granting a wish, the dragon would reconstitute into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering to various locations until it absorbed enough energy to become a dragon once more. Where's the promised knowledge? Yincent exclaimed, wide-eyed, voicing his doubts. Did it really happen? He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in his mind, and immediately sensed a difference. The most noticeable change was that he could now feel Ki. Ki, the life energy contained within all living beings, is fundamentally what constitutes the Dragon Ball world. From daily training to the destruction of planets, it all relies on the human Buddhist Ki. Evidently, after acquiring the complete knowledge of the main character Son Goku, Yincent immediately learned the most basic form of Ki training. Additionally, he absorbed Goku's vast combat experience. Naturally, what he could utilize at present were merely basic combat techniques. With his meager Ki level, he could not even dream of employing the renowned Kamehameha, instant transmission, or even the most elementary turtle school martial arts without training for at least 10 days or more. After closing his eyes and drooling for a moment, Yincent opened them to find a gray 5-star tattoo adorning his hand. He murmured to himself, that dragon may be useless, yet it still proved reliable. I wonder when I can make another wish. Chapter 3. Iron Fist. Danny ran due to the fusion of his soul with the Dragon Ball. Yincent instinctively understands that in the Marvel Universe, the recovery time of the Dragon Balls is directly proportional to the speed at which they absorb energy, unlike the fixed 1-year recovery rule in the Dragon Ball world. This means that if he obtains high-quality energy supplements, the Dragon Balls will recover swiftly. Without such supplements, they may never recover at all. Fortunately, the 5-star ball is genuinely in his possession, and even if the 6 scattered Dragon Balls are not located in energy-rich areas, Yincent can actively seek energy for the 5-star ball to absorb. Since the 7 Dragon Balls are originally one entity, the energy absorbed will be evenly distributed. Thus, if one recovers, all will recover. However, contemplating these matters is premature. The pressing issue before Yincent is his dwindling finances. In the half-month since Yincent traversed into the Marvel Universe, he has focused solely on finding the Dragon Balls, neglecting all other responsibilities and spending a significant amount of money to trade for Dragon Balls acquired by others. He initially believed he could return to his world, but he had no thought of saving money, and his savings have nearly vanished, leaving him on the brink of starvation. I think I might rob a bank, Yincent muttered, his head hanging low as he trudged out of the basement, expressing his despondency. Although he had gained Goku's lifelong combat experience with his current abilities, he could handle a couple of small-time thugs armed with knives, but against those wielding firearms, he would be on his knees in an instant. After thoroughly rummaging through the first floor of a Chinese restaurant and the second-floor living quarters, Yincent found a total of $135, plus a few bills in his pocket, bringing his total assets to $242. Glancing at the tightly closed restaurant door, he began to ponder whether he should reopen the establishment. The problem is that after being closed for over half a month with scarcely any patrons to begin with, would there still be business waiting for him? Perhaps I should practice for a few days first. I am far too weak at the moment, Yincent said, shaking his head in worry. Even though it was only 2008, and news of the Hulk's rampage had not yet dominated the airwaves, Thor was still living comfortably as a prince in Asgard, and Captain America remained peacefully asleep beneath the Arctic ice. The entire Marvel world seemed deceptively calm. Yet, Yincent knew that he was merely a super playboy, Tony Stark, who was soon to be crowned as the superhero Iron Man in front of the world on a certain day of this year. Though he could not recall the exact date, Yincent was acutely aware that from that day forth, the Marvel world would grow increasingly perilous, with superheroes and supervillains emerging like mushrooms after rain, and a myriad of extraterrestrial beings landing on Earth in various forms. The time left for him to grow stronger and protect himself was but a few months. Fearful of death, Yincent resolved to enter seclusion for training immediately. He glanced towards the restaurant kitchen and spoke to himself. There is still nearly a full bag of rice, and the freezer contains a fair amount of meat. I should be set for food for at least 10 to 20 days. 7 days later, Yincent looked at the nearly empty rice bag and the vacant freezer. Throwing his head back in despair, I am not a Saiyan. Why'd I eat so much? After 7 days of seclusion, an immense amount of food had been consumed, elevating Yincent from a mere novice fighter to a somewhat competent one. Realizing that he could starve if he continued to isolate himself, Yincent decisively took his wallet and stepped outside, using his last $242 to purchase rice, flour, and ingredients, then thoroughly cleaned the restaurant, preparing to reopen Lee's Chinese restaurant. The establishment inherited by Yincent is located at the intersection of 10th Avenue and 54th Street in the Clinton district, known as Hell's Kitchen. A reasonably good location with a crime rate not too high, making it an ideal place for a novice street hero to level up. Now penniless, Yincent had already devised a plan in his mind. If business proved dismal, he would have no choice but to don a mask at night and rob the rich to aid the poor. Well, perhaps I could rob a few street thugs and help myself, Yincent mused, shaking off those chaotic thoughts. Once everything was prepared, he opened the door of the restaurant, which had been closed for nearly a month, just in time for the lunchtime rush, placing a freshly crafted sign that read, "Starting today, our restaurant offers Kung Fu Barbecue." To his astonishment, the enticing sign attracted a customer almost immediately. A handsome young man with curly blonde hair entered, curiosity etched across his face. "Welcome," Yincent exclaimed. Invigorated by the arrival of his first customer, he greeted the young man warmly. "Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? I highly recommend our newest dish, Kung Fu Barbecue." To Yincent's surprise, the young man, clearly of European descent, responded in fluent Mandarin. "Boss, are you referring to Qi? Can you use Qi to cook meat?" Yincent was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before replying in Mandarin. "Your Mandarin is excellent, and you even know about Qi. That truly amazes me." The young man chuckled proudly, extending his right hand. "Hello, I am Danny Rand. I lived in Huagua for 15 years and recently returned to New York. Yincent Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Mr. Rand," Yincent said, shaking Danny's hand, maintaining a calm exterior while his mind raced. If he was not mistaken, the man before him was the heir to the Rand Corporation, not only a billionaire, but also the formidable Iron Fist, cultivated in Kunlun, poised to become one of the key members of the Defenders. Though he felt confident in his assumption, Yincent chose to confirm his suspicion cautiously. He activated his newly learned energy sensing ability and indeed detected a powerful aura within Danny Rand. While the energy was distinctly different from what he had learned in the Dragon Ball world, there were many similarities, as if two streams flowing from the same source had developed their own unique characteristics. It cannot be wrong. This must be the Iron Fist learned from Kunlun and Huagua. No wonder he is so familiar with Qi. It seems he has not been away from his secluded training for long, exuding an innocent naivety. Chapter 4. The Marvelous Came Sin in Martial Arts. "Boss Lee, you still haven't answered my earlier question," Danny said, breaking Yincent's reverie. "My apologies. I was simply taken aback," Yincent replied, regaining his composure and confidently affirming, "Indeed, I can use Qi to cook meat." Danny regarded him with a hint of skepticism and inquired tentatively, if possible, "May I see it for myself?" "Certainly," Yincent nodded gently, gesturing towards a table in the restaurant. "Please have a seat. This dish is prepared right before you. How many pounds would you like?" Danny readily took a seat, picking up the menu and ordering in traditional Chinese fashion, 2 pounds of beef, half a pound of white wine, and a plate of appetizers. "Coming right up," Yincent replied as he entered the kitchen, skillfully slicing half a pound of raw beef into thin strips, seasoning it, and plating it, before returning with the tray. Noticing Yincent had not used charcoal, Danny could not help but ask, "Boss Lee, how can you cook meat without fire?" Yincent chuckled, placing the plate of raw meat on the table. With a knowing smile, he replied, "Mr. Rand, you should understand the power of Qi quite well. It surpasses flames in potency." Danny Land was taken aback, just about to inquire further when Yincent extended his right hand, hovering it above the plate of raw meat. As he moved, the air beneath his palm suddenly warped. Accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, the pieces of raw beef on the plate swiftly transformed into a golden, curled state, filling the air with a rich aroma. Withdrawing his hand, Yincent had miraculously turned the raw meat into a cooked dish in just a few blinks of an eye. This astonishing ability stemmed from the foundational technique of the Turtle Hermit School's martial arts, which involved releasing energy from within to generate intense heat. "Wow!" exclaimed Danny Land. Feeling a wave of heat wash over him, unable to contain his awe, he exclaimed, "This is simply incredible. Please enjoy." Yincent, with a sense of satisfaction. Had mastered the technique of energy release in just a week, feeling quite proud, despite the fact that his energy was rather weak, allowing him to project it only within a few centimeters. Wait, Danny Land called out to Isekai'd, who was about to turn and leave. Rising from his chair, he performed a formal fist salute, showing evident respect for Isekai'd's impressive skill. I beg your pardon, allow me to introduce myself, I am Danny Land, the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun. Kunlun. Isekai'd, having already guessed his identity, feigned surprise and returned the fist salute. Fabricating a backstory for himself, I have long admired your fame. I am Isekai'd, a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School, pleased to meet the contemporary Iron Fist. Danny Land could not have possibly heard of the Turtle Hermit School from another world, and his face turned somewhat awkward. Brotherly, forgive my ignorance. Not at all. Just call me Isekai'd. He waved his hand dismissively, spinning a tale. In fact, our Turtle Hermit School, much like Kunlun, has long secluded itself from the world. And perhaps it is only natural that you have not heard of us. I see. Please just call me Danny. He nodded in understanding, respectfully inquiring, Isekai'd. You are so young yet have mastered the use of energy to such an extent. Are all those from the Turtle Hermit School this powerful? No. Isekai'd quickly shook his head, speaking candidly. Danny, you misunderstand. My energy is quite weak. If you summoned the indomitable Iron Fist, I would not stand a chance against you. The implication being that should Danny Land refrain from summoning the Iron Fist, Isekai'd could indeed hold his own. As the disparity in their energies was primarily due to Danny Land possessing the Iron Fist bestowed upon him by Kunlun. Without that factor, their strengths would be relatively matched. Although Isekai'd was currently weaker, the Dragon Ball world was significantly advanced in the development and application of energy compared to Kunlun. It is no exaggeration to say that with the knowledge gained from Sun Wukong, Isekai'd stood upon the shoulders of giants, making it entirely reasonable for him to triumph over the strong with his weaker abilities. However, Danny Land was oblivious to the underlying implications. He glanced at the plate of grilled meat and skeptically remarked, Isekai'd, you are too modest. I feel that even after 10 more years of practice, I could not replicate what you just did. Had it not been for the knowledge of Sun Wukong, I could not have done it even after 10 more years. Isekai'd muttered internally, but he replied, it is not modesty. In terms of technique, I may surpass you slightly, but from my perception of energy, including the Iron Fist, your energy is over 10 times that of mine. Such a vast difference cannot be bridged solely by technique. Perception of energy? Danny Land's eyes lit up, eager to continue the conversation, but at that moment, a bell chimed, signaling the arrival of a customer. Isekai'd made an apologetic gesture and turned to greet the guest. Welcome. What would you like to order? A hefty white man was about to place his order when Danny Land stepped forward, handing him a $100 bill, saying, I'm sorry, but this establishment is closed for today. The man glanced at the bill in his hand, noticing the amount was enough for 10 meals, and promptly turned around without a word. After closing the shop and hanging up the sign for cessation of business, Danny Land turned to the displeased Isekai'd and handed him a black bank card. I apologize for any offense. I have matters to discuss and would like to take up some of your time. For this, I am willing to compensate you with a month's worth of income. Well, so money makes one impressive, huh? Isekai'd squinted his eyes in displeasure, rolled up his sleeves, and took the bank card, unceremoniously swiping a full $10,000 before returning it. He then stated, in addition, you must help promote my grilled meat. Absolutely. Danny Land agreed readily. Continuing the previous topic, may I inquire about the perception of energy you mentioned? Chapter 5, The Dragon's Daughter, Corinne. What is known as energy perception? Isekai'd pondered for a moment, choosing his words carefully, and simply explained, every living being possesses its own energy. Energy perception is a technique that involves concentrating one's mind to sense energy, much like a biological radar. This is a unique skill of our Turtle Hermit School, and I can only share so much. Upon hearing this, Danny Land nodded thoughtfully, then, after a brief silence, candidly confessed, in truth, I left Kunlun without completing the necessary training for the immortal Iron Fist, and I lack a clear understanding of many aspects concerning energy. If possible, could you share some non-confidential insights? Isekai'd contemplated, considering the $10,000, and non-committally asked, well, what would you like to know? Although Danny Land was somewhat naive, he was aware of the saying that knowledge should not be shared with the unworthy. Seeing that Isekai'd had not outright rejected his request, he was filled with hope and shamelessly inquired, I noticed how fluidly you control the energy while grilling the meat. However, it often takes me a long time to communicate with my internal energy, and I sometimes fail. Is there a way to enhance my control? There is, Isekai'd, equipped with the comprehensive knowledge of Sun Wukong, found theoretical questions easy to address. With anticipation in Danny Land's gaze, he calmly uttered 2 words. Get hit. Get hit? In response to Danny Land's skepticism, Yinsent shrugged and explained, the more you get hit, the faster your reflexes and defenses will develop. Eventually, it will become instinctual. Controlling energy with instinct will naturally be more fluid. I see. Danny Land appeared contemplative, murmuring to himself, no wonder Master Thunder always hit me during my training in Kunlun. Cough cough. Yinsent cleared his throat to bring Danny Land back to the present, gesturing toward the table with the grilled meat. Danny, let us sit and talk. Do you have any other questions? Sure. Danny Land resumed his seat, directly grabbing a piece of grilled meat and chewing it while giving Yinsent a thumbs up. Delicious. Thank you. Yinsent also sat down, looking seriously at Danny Land, reminding him, don't forget to help me with advertising. Definitely. Danny Land wiped his mouth and continued. About the recovery of energy. The two engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, eating and chatting until darkness fell. Only when Danny Land felt satisfied did he rise to take his leave. After Yinsent saw him off, he glanced at the additional $10,000 in his account. Chuckling to himself, indeed, knowledge is wealth. $10,000 may not seem like a great sum, yet it is certainly sufficient for immediate needs. With this money in hand, Yinsent no longer has to resort to wearing a mask and robbing petty thugs on the streets. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he has crossed paths with Kunlun's indomitable Iron Fist. Yinsent is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. His current abilities are still quite modest, and he wishes to avoid drawing the attention of various factions. For an extended period, he had planned to remain inconspicuous, at least until he could gather the Dragon Balls a second time and make his wish, allowing him a modicum of freedom. Now, with Danny Land's involvement, what was merely a gimmick, the Kung Fu barbecue, might be perceived as legitimate martial arts by those with ulterior motives, potentially attracting unwelcome attention from all sorts of nefarious characters. The mere thought of his arch-nemesis from Kunlun conjures images of an endless army of ninjas in Yinsent's mind. Driven by a sense of urgency, he mutters to himself, it seems I must devote myself to rigorous training. Although it is mealtime, Yinsent has lost all interest in conducting business. Without hesitation, he shuts the shop door and ascends to the second-floor living room to continue his secluded training. The following day, Yinsent rises early but does not rush to open his shop. Instead, he practices until noon, timing his opening just before the lunch rush, perhaps due to Danny Land's advertising. The business at Lee's Chinese restaurant is exceptionally brisk today. Within 10 minutes of opening, 3 tables of new customers arrive, none of whom are regulars. One table orders the Kung Fu barbecue, and after witnessing Yinsent's extraordinary skill, the other 2 tables promptly request additional dishes. To be honest, while Yinsent's Kung Fu barbecue is tasty, it is not extraordinary. Yet, his performance-oriented cooking method captivates every patron who walks through the door. Soon, the restaurant is filled to capacity, and a queue forms outside. Caught off guard, Yinsent juggles the roles of chef, server, and cashier, busily managing the influx of customers. After successfully navigating the lunch rush, he hopes to take a moment to catch his breath when, to his surprise, another customer enters the restaurant. He grits his teeth in frustration, thinking he must hire help. Just as he is about to inform the newcomer that the restaurant is closed and that he hasn't even washed the dishes, he pauses in astonishment. The customer is a young Asian woman in her 20s, petite with an alluring figure and long, silky black hair framing her delicate, fair face. By any standard of beauty, especially within the Chinese aesthetic, she is truly a rare gem. Yinsent is momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognizes her. It is Corinne One, a longtime regular at Lee's restaurant. A mixed heritage of Chinese and Japanese descent, she lived in China and Japan before settling in New York as a teenager. Despite her unassuming stature, she is an accomplished practitioner of Aikido and Kenjutsu, and serves as an instructor at a nearby Japanese martial arts dojo. Wait a moment. Yinsent suddenly realizes that Corinne's persona feels familiar. Yes, Corinne One. She is known as the Dragon Girl, the future partner of Iron Fist, a street hero. Moreover, her master, Bodo, is one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, though she has been unaware of this connection for a long time. Yinsent, why are you staring at me? Corinne furrows her brow, looking at him quizzically. Do you not recognize me? But Yinsent snaps back to reality and lets out a nervous chuckle. Of course I recognize you. Corinne, you look absolutely stunning today. I was momentarily mesmerized. Corinne raises an eyebrow in surprise. Yinsent's parents were still alive when she frequently visited the restaurant. Although they did not interact much, they became familiar over the years. This young man, a year her junior, usually exudes a shy demeanor and has never been so bold as to compliment her appearance outright. Intrigued, she asks, Yinsent, why has your shop been closed for so long? Has something happened? Yinsent steps closer and replies, half truthfully, nothing much. I was reaching a critical point in my training and spent the last few days in seclusion. Training? Corinne's curiosity peaks and she questions, is your family involved in martial arts? I wasn't aware. Isekai'd shakes his head and offers the same explanation he used to appease Danny Land the previous day. Not exactly. I trained under the Turtle Sage from a young age. But previously my skills were not sufficient to boast about. The Turtle Sage? Corinne regards him with interest. What a peculiar name. Is it a school from Chinatown? Not quite. Isekai'd shakes his head again, countering her question. Are you familiar with Kunlun? Upon hearing the name Kunlun, Corinne squints her eyes, recalling the peculiar Danny Land. After a moment of contemplation, she nods. I've heard of it. Having already deceived Danny Land once, Isekai'd embellishes his story further. Our turtle school is a reclusive sect. Much like Kunlun, by chance, I met a worldly turtle sage during my childhood, who took me on as his disciple and taught me the art of chi cultivation. A sage? Corinne, possessing half-Chinese heritage, though her command of the language has faded over the years, still feels the weight of the word. That is quite a claim. Isekai'd shrugs nonchalantly, boasting without a hint of modesty, he can fly. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a sage. Fly? Corinne gasps in disbelief. Are you saying that through chi cultivation one can achieve flight? Indeed, Isekai'd affirms, it is a rather advanced technique known as sky dance. But my chi is still too weak for me to practice it in the near future. Upon hearing this, Corinne's skepticism is evident as she questions. At what age did you meet this so-called sage? I suspect you have been duped. Isekai'd smiles dismissively. Refusing to argue, whether it is true or not will soon be revealed to you. One day, I too shall soar through the skies. Come visit my dojo. Corinne raises an eyebrow, challenging him. I want to see if you've truly mastered any real skills. Eager to test his abilities, Isekai'd responds enthusiastically, I am free right now. Excellent. Corinne decisively pivots, abandoning her meal. Let's go. Isekai'd changes out of his work attire, locks the shop door, and follows Corinne as they traverse half a block to her small dojo. Upon arrival, Corinne retrieves 2 wooden swords from the corner of the dojo and asks Isekai'd, do you require a weapon? No need. Isekai'd waves his hand dismissively. I only practice hand-to-hand combat, but feel free to use a sword. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you. Huh? Corinne, taken aback, chuckles in disbelief. She had never anticipated being underestimated by Isekai'd and is resolved to teach him a lesson. With wooden sword in hand, she approaches Isekai'd, her gaze sharp and challenging. This is entirely your own doing. Though Isekai'd is understandably anxious about his inaugural combat experience, he quickly calms himself with the battle wisdom of Sun Wukong, adopting a ready stance. Let's go. With a fierce shout, Corinne lunges forward, her wooden sword slicing through the air. Isekai'd swiftly sidesteps her strike, stepping decisively to her side where her sword cannot reach, and delivers a fierce elbow strike right in front of her. Such formidable martial arts. Colin Wynn's eyes suddenly narrowed as she quickly raised her left hand, forcefully pushing against the side of Isekai'd's elbow. Utilizing this momentum, she stepped back. However, before she could regain her footing, Isekai'd's swift sidekick followed closely behind. How could it be so fast? Colin Wynn was taken aback, and with no way to evade, she braced herself with the wooden sword, attempting to block Isekai'd's kick. A sharp crack echoed as splinters flew, and the wooden sword snapped in two. After breaking the sword, Isekai'd abruptly withdrew. Taking a step back and bowing in a gesture of concession, Colin Wynn's brows furrowed deeply as she silently walked to a corner of the dojo, retrieving a sheathed katana from a box against the wall. With a swift motion, she drew the blade, skillfully twirling it in her hands, clearly acknowledging Isekai'd's prowess and realizing that she needed to give her all in this encounter. Isekai'd, witnessing the gleaming blade, felt a chill run down his spine. With his current energy, he could not withstand the sharp steel. A single strike would surely draw blood. At that moment, Isekai'd regretted provoking this fierce woman. But it was too late. Colin Wynn, with the blade in hand, immediately launched an attack. Isekai'd dared not underestimate her, cautiously stepping as if on thin ice, evading the glimmers of the blade while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss. After dodging several strikes, Isekai'd's footing faltered, his body momentarily pausing. Seizing the opportunity, Colin Wynn's eyes sparkled with determination as she let out a fierce cry and swung down the blade. Under the edge of the sword, Isekai'd felt his hair stand on end, desperately suppressing the instinct to dodge. Instead of retreating, he advanced, extending his right arm. Fingers splayed wide, aiming for Colin Wynn's prominent chest, shouting, rock, paper, scissors, paper. In the sealed dojo, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. Colin Wynn clearly saw that Isekai'd's palm was still several centimeters away from her chest, yet it felt as if an invisible hand was thrusting towards her. A powerful pressure first lifted her hair, blinding her momentarily, and then, as the force pressed against her two rounded breasts, she found herself involuntarily lifted off the ground. Soaring backward. Chapter 7. Rock, paper, scissors. Paper suspended in midair, Colin Wynn quickly overcame her initial panic, adjusting her limbs to regain balance. She landed steadily, taking 3 quick steps back to dissipate the force. Clutching her chest, she was astonished to find that despite receiving a heavy blow that sent her flying, she sustained no real injury. Aside from a slight soreness in her chest, she merely felt a tingling sensation where it had impacted. After propelling Colin Wynn into the air with a palm strike, Isekai'd felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. He pressed his hands on his knees, bending over to catch his breath. Seeing Colin Wynn, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger, raise her katana once more, he quickly lifted his arm and exclaimed, "Stop. I'm out of energy. I concede." Reluctantly, Colin Wynn lowered her sword, snorting in frustration but unable to suppress her curiosity. "Was that the technique you learned from the Turtle Sage's style?" Isekai'd wiped the sweat from his brow and, with great effort, straightened up, nodding. "Yes. That move is called paper, derived from rock, paper, scissors. It is an introductory technique of our Turtle Sage style. Rock is for striking, scissors for energy manipulation, and paper for palm techniques. The paper technique releases energy from the palm, transforming it into a force. Initially, it can only be used to push away an opponent, but with mastery, it can be manipulated to pull or even restrain an enemy, though it is merely an introductory technique. The energy conversion process makes it far more taxing than simpler basic techniques. The reason Isekai'd was nearly exhausted was due to his excessive exertion, nearly depleting his internal energy. Just an introductory technique? Colin Wynn mused, subconsciously rubbing her sore chest, completely unaware that her innocent gesture captivated Isekai'd's attention, leaving him parched with longing. Isekai'd summoned all his willpower to avert his gaze, clearing his throat. "Cough, cough. Do you now believe that I have learned true martial arts?" Colin Wynn pursed her lips, thinking that if this wasn't true martial arts, then what had she learned? However, she maintained her composure and inquired, "Is the Turtle Sage's energy manipulation something anyone can learn?" Isekai'd pondered for a moment before providing a vague answer. "Theoretically, yes, but it is quite difficult. One must fully develop their own energy. I have only recently grasped a fraction of it." Having been trained in energy manipulation since her departure from the Kunlun Rebellion, Colin Wynn's eyes brightened at his words. Driven by her competitive spirit, she was intrigued by the powerful technique. "Do you think I could learn it?" "Absolutely," Isekai'd replied, glancing at her. "Your energy is actually stronger than mine. You just don't know how to utilize it yet, which is why your strength and speed lag behind." Colin Wynn's smile widened as she beamed at him. "Will you teach me? Or do I need to formally become your disciple?" "There is no need for such formalities." Isekai'd waved dismissively. Yet, as Colin Wynn looked at him with hopeful eyes, he suddenly changed his tone. "You just need to be my girlfriend." Colin Wynn's smile froze, and she shot Isekai'd a fierce glare, pointing her sword at the door. "Get lost." Isekai'd chuckled nonchalantly, obediently walking towards the exit. Before leaving, he turned back, waving at Colin Wynn. "See you next time, Colin." Humph. Colin Wynn watched Isekai'd's retreating figure disappear beyond the door, rolling her eyes before bursting into laughter. This kid has become much more amusing than before. His way of refusing is quite unique. "Well, I wasn't really going there to eat with him anyway." "Ah, forget it. It's already late. I'll just eat later tonight." Meanwhile, after exiting Colin Wynn's dojo, Isekai'd headed straight back to his restaurant. Entering the kitchen, he donned rubber gloves and began washing the dishes. "I need to hire someone." By the time Isekai'd finished scrubbing the mountain of dirty plates, he was utterly exhausted. He hastily dried his hands and crafted a help wanted sign, posting it on the door. "Now hiring a general worker and a server. Meals and accommodation provided. Salary negotiable." As the evening dinner rush approached, Isekai'd couldn't afford to rest and immediately began preparing. Just as he finished prepping the ingredients, he heard the bell chime, signaling a customer's arrival. "Welcome." Isekai'd stepped out from the kitchen, but before he could finish his greeting, he was taken aback. "Why are you here again? Can't you speak? Is it wrong for me to come here to eat?" Colin Wynn, having gone hungry since noon, stormed through the door, only to suddenly pivot and point at the help wanted sign on the door. "Did you find someone yet?" "Not yet. I just put it up," Isekai'd responded, stepping closer and jokingly asking, "What, are you planning to close your dojo and come work for me?" "Bah," Colin Wynn muttered, as if. Then she composed herself, stating, "I have a student at the dojo, a homeless orphan. Although she has a history of theft, she is actually a good kid. She just has had bad luck. Can you let her work here as a server?" "Sure. When can she start?" Isekai'd quickly agreed, thinking, what a joke. He would accept anyone who could help him wash dishes, even a criminal. "Tonight is fine. She has experience as a waitress and can start immediately. I will call her now." Corinne noticed the urgency in Isekai'd's demeanor and, understanding, took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. She soon returned, raising her phone triumphantly. "It's settled. She'll be here shortly." "That's wonderful. You've been a tremendous help." Isekai'd approached with enthusiasm. Come, sit down." I will treat you to a meal. Corinne waved her hand. You helped me, so I should treat you. I can eat, but I still want to pay. It has been easy for you since Uncle Lee and the others left. No need. Vincent waved his hand dismissively. My financial situation is quite good. You won't believe this, but I met an incredibly wealthy benefactor yesterday who, having offended me, insisted on compensating me for a month's salary. Chapter 8, Polaris. Lona Lancel. Incredibly wealthy for a month. Corinne pondered these two keywords, feeling a sense of DJVU. After a moment, her eyes widened. You're not talking about Daniel Land. Are you? Upon hearing this, Isen was taken aback. Huh? How did you know? He offended me a few days ago and compensated me for 3 months' rent at the martial arts school. Isen fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and muttered. 3 months? That scoundrel who prioritizes romantic interests over friendships. He only compensated me for 1 month. Corinne looked at Isen in silence, astonished by his peculiar focus, and decided not to mention the payment issue. She took a seat at a dining table and asked, So, are you still going to treat me to dinner? Of course. Isen snapped back to reality and inquired, Do you want the usual, or shall we try my new creation? Chi-powered barbecue? Sure, let us give it a go. Great. I'll be right back. Isen quickly presented a large platter of raw meat and, in front of Corinne, used Chi to cook it. Although she had previously witnessed the basic technique of rock, paper, scissors, the distinctly different aura emanating from this technique left Corinne in awe. Impressive. What is this move called? How exactly do you accomplish it? This is merely a fundamental skill, nothing extraordinary. It's called Chi emission. The principle is simple. Chi is a form of life energy. Releasing it generates high temperatures. Cooking meat this way can also be considered a form of training, allowing me to refine my control over Chi. Isen briefly explained. Handing her a knife and fork, Give it a try. Well, I shall dig in then. Please, I must attend to the guests, so I can't stay long. Go ahead. Don't mind me. As mealtime approached, the restaurant gradually filled with patrons. Isen became busily occupied again, but thanks to the preparations made during the lunch rush, he had alleviated much of his workload. After finishing the barbecue, Corinne generously offered to lend him a hand. Shortly thereafter, a short-haired girl of about 17 or 18 joined in to help. Isen recognized her as the disciple Corinne had mentioned. Clearly, this role as a waitress was not unfamiliar to her. With 2 helpers, Isen found himself considerably relieved. Before he knew it, the dinner rush had passed. After bidding farewell to all the customers, Isen hung the closed sign and called out to Corinne and the short-haired girl. Everyone can stop working now. Let us sit down and chat. The 3 of them sat across from one another, and Isen, glancing at the short-haired girl, spoke first. Hello, I am Isen Lee, an old friend of Corinne's. The short-haired girl was a typical European with delicate features resembling those of German descent. Her face was thin, her figure slender, and her complexion pale, giving her a fragile appearance. Nevertheless, her eyes radiated a resolute strength, creating a paradoxical beauty. Strangely, her shoulder-length hair was a deep black, incongruous with her ethnicity. She cautiously regarded Isen with her large green eyes and introduced herself succinctly. Lona Lancel. May I call you Lona? Isen inquired tentatively. Upon receiving a nod from Lona, he continued, Lona, I can offer you a monthly salary of 1,500, with working hours of 3 hours each for lunch and dinner. I can provide free accommodation and meals. Additionally, since we are currently in need of a general worker, if you are willing to temporarily fill that role, I will also add a supplementary hourly wage of 8. Please consider this and let me know if you have any concerns. Having grown up as an orphan and having navigated the streets from a young age, Lona was aware that Isen's offer was quite generous for a waitress position. Moreover, due to her criminal record for theft, no one was willing to hire her. Thus, she readily agreed. No problem. I accept the job and am willing to take on additional tasks for extra income. Great. Isen nodded and turned to Corinne. What do you think, Corinne? I have no objections, Corinne replied with a smile, teasingly adding, I trust you wouldn't dare mistreat my student. Aha, then it's settled. Isen chuckled awkwardly, then stood up, extending his right hand to Lona with a serious demeanor. Lona, welcome to Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lona hesitated for a moment before standing up to shake hands with Isen using her fingertips. So, should I start calling you boss? Whatever works for me, Isen shrugged nonchalantly. We're just a small family business, so there are no strict rules. You may call me boss, Lee, or even address me directly as Isen. Lona pondered for a moment, tilting her head. I think I'll stick with boss for now. Isen nodded in agreement but hesitated before asking, Lona, do you live on your own? Or, before Lona could respond, Corinne interjected, Isen, she doesn't have a place to stay. You must arrange accommodation for her. Lona turned away awkwardly, addressing Corinne. I can manage living outside. I know how to take care of myself. No way, Corinne exclaimed, her eyes wide. Is it fun living in abandoned buildings and being chased around by the police? Do you want to add illegal trespassing to your record? With her words exposing the truth, Lona felt utterly embarrassed and defiantly turned her head away. Where I live is my choice. You can't make decisions for me. You still remember to call me. Cough, cough. Corinne, please don't be too hasty. Isekai'd, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly cleared his throat and attempted to mediate. Lona, how about this? I will arrange a room for you on the second floor of the restaurant, and you can use it as a temporary lounge. As for whether it will become your permanent accommodation, you can decide later. Lona silently nodded, stealing a glance at Corinne, whose expression was somewhat displeased. She evasively retreated a couple of steps. Boss, there are still a few tables that need cleaning. I will get back to work. Go ahead. After you finish cleaning, wash the dishes, and then you can clock out. All right. Chapter 9. The Powerful Polaris Sister. Once Lona had distanced herself, Isekai'd looked at Corinne with curiosity and whispered, "What is going on? Corinne, is your reaction a bit excessive? This hardly seems like you." "You have no idea," Corinne said, pouting slightly, as if concealing something. "That girl is a bit special. Living alone outside is incredibly dangerous. One careless move could put her in jeopardy." "That is true." Isekai'd reflected on Lona's exquisite features, recognizing how stunning she was, and agreed. A girl as beautiful as her could indeed attract trouble. "That is not what I meant." Corinne shook her head in frustration, hesitating momentarily before leaning closer to Isekai'd and whispering, "She is a mutant." The mutant Lorna Dane experienced a sudden buzz in her mind, prompting her to mutter to herself in disbelief, "No way." Observing his reaction, Corinne furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "My impression of you is that you have always been sympathetic to the plight of mutants, which is why I chose to inform you." No, you misunderstand. I harbor no discrimination against her," Instinct replied, waving his hands dismissively, then continued thoughtfully, "I just suddenly recalled another mutant with the same surname, Lorna Dane's father. The infamous Magneto. Wherever there is metal, he is like a god. However, this could not be possible. When Instinct first arrived in the Marvel Universe, he had conducted thorough research. Although mutants existed here, they were far from forming any significant presence. There were neither the X-Men nor the Brotherhood of Mutants. In fact, under the omnipresent surveillance of SHIELD and the relentless suppression by the Sentinel Task Force, mutants could not possibly establish a formidable force. Thus, it would stand to reason that the Brotherhood's leader, Magneto, should not exist either. Given his rebellious nature, how could he possibly refrain from causing trouble? In such a context, how did Magneto's youngest daughter, the polarizing Lorna Dane, who inherited his powers, come into existence? Was it merely a coincidence? Instinct himself found this explanation hard to believe, and out of curiosity, he activated his aura-sensing ability to probe Lorna Dane. In the next moment, much to Corinne's astonishment, the seemingly dazed Instinct suddenly trembled, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "What is wrong with you?" Corinne exclaimed, "My goodness, such powerful energy." Instinct struggled to conceal his shock, even neglecting Corinne's concerned inquiry. In his sensing, the delicate Lorna Dane possessed an energy entirely distinct from that of ordinary people, with an intensity 50 times greater than his own. If an ordinary person's energy is 1, and Instinct's is 2, then Lorna Dane's energy is 100. Such overwhelming power, truly worthy of being called Miss Polaris. "What are you talking about?" Corinne furrowed her brow, pushing Instinct away. "What powerful energy?" Instinct swallowed hard, casting a bewildered glance at Corinne, mentally chiding her. "Oh, Navi immortal, you know nothing of true power. To worry about Lorna being in danger? She could take on dozens of you." "Corinne, you are overthinking it. Lorna is strong, extraordinarily strong. An ordinary person could never be her match." Upon hearing this, Corinne wore an expression that suggested, "Are you an idiot? Of course, she is a mutant. My concern is not about her being hurt, but rather about her harming others." Once a mutant awakens, they immediately gain formidable powers and, due to the abrupt changes in their bodies, will struggle to adapt. Nearly all mutants experience varying degrees of power loss when emotionally charged. Instinct quickly grasped her concern. "Oh, you are worried that her abilities might spiral out of control, potentially causing casualties, leading to a manhunt by SHIELD and the Sentinel Task Force?" SHIELD. Corinne frowned. "I know the Sentinel Task Force, but what is SHIELD? Damn. Spoilers." Instinct realized that unlike the overtly known Sentinel Task Force, SHIELD operated in secrecy, unknown to ordinary people. He struggled to find a response and then casually mentioned its lengthy name: Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "What division?" Corinne was clearly confused, blinking skeptically. "Did you just make that up?" "Haha. Instinct chuckled playfully. It's true. I can only say that whoever named it truly wanted its abbreviation to sound mystical and peculiar. Corinne rolled her eyes, redirecting the conversation back to the important matter at hand. You need to let Lorna stay here quickly. I really can't bear the thought of her wandering the streets alone. Are you not afraid that if she loses control, she might demolish my little shop? Instinct rolled his eyes but did not dismiss her concern outright. I'll do my best. But I suspect she shares your stubborn temperament, so I cannot guarantee anything. What do you mean by shares my temperament? That was unnecessary. Corinne shot back. I'm heading back to the dojo. Handle this as you see fit. Instinct nodded and watched Corinne leave before retrieving a spare set of keys and tossing them to Lorna Dane. Here are the keys to the shop. The larger one is for the front door, and the smaller one is for the back. Remember to lock up after your shift. Oh, and you start at 11:30 tomorrow. Don't be late. With that, he ascended the stairs to the living quarters on the second floor of the restaurant, neglecting to mention anything about her accommodation. If Corinne found out, she would surely be furious. What an odd person, Lorna Dane muttered, watching Instinct's figure disappear at the staircase. Doesn't he worry I might steal something? Having a criminal record for theft, Lorna had often encountered people who treated her like a thief. While some may have refrained from verbalizing their suspicions, none were as oblivious as Instinct. She clearly saw that the cash register contained hundreds of dollars. Yet Instinct not only trusted her, but also handed her the keys to the shop. Chapter 10, The Dragon Ball That Recovers Too Quickly. Is this a test? Lorna glanced at the pile of bills in the cash register and instinctively took a few steps back, her mind racing with suspicion, still unable to comprehend the situation. Little did she know that Instinct was merely startled by the overwhelming energy she emitted and was currently in a state of shock. In truth, Instinct had frightened himself. The shock from his aura sensing was so profound that he momentarily failed to realize Lorna's energy being 50 times stronger than his did not equate to her possessing 50 times his strength. She was still a young girl, likely having only recently awakened her powers, and her mastery over them was still quite immature. Far from the level of strength he would later come to know. Once he regained his composure, Instinct couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of being frightened by an 18-year-old girl. He rose and exited the master bedroom, beginning to tidy the 2 spare rooms on the opposite side of the living area, intending to convert them into employee quarters by clearing out any personal items. After completing the organization, he called Lorna upstairs and invited her to choose one of the 2 rooms to temporarily serve as a resting space. He then handed her a blank sheet of paper and a black marker. Here, write your name on this and stick it on the door. Lorna accepted the paper in a daze, and after a moment, she gazed at the door displaying her name, suddenly realizing that this marked the first time she had labeled anything with her name. My own room. Lorna bit her lip gently, forcefully suppressing the yearning within her, silently reminding herself, you are a mutant. There is no place in this world where you can find lasting refuge. Boss, is there anything else? I still haven't finished washing the dishes. Nothing else. You may go. Watching Lorna hurriedly descend the stairs, Instinct furrowed his brow. Just a moment ago, he had distinctly felt her energy fluctuate violently. It was well known that a mutant's abilities could easily spiral out of control when their emotions surged. And Instinct couldn't help but start doubting whether he could genuinely coexist with Miss Polaris. In her prime, she was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling even Magneto. Should her abilities fully manifest, she could dismantle his establishment in mere moments. Why ponder such thoughts? It was time to hone her skills. Inshingta vigorously shook his head, dismissing the anxious musings, and turned towards the tranquil room that had been converted from the study, resuming his training for the day. He believed that with sufficient strength, any challenge could be surmounted. 3 hours later, Inshingta emerged from the tranquil room, deeply dissatisfied with his progress. He resolved that the next time he gathered the Dragon Balls, he would wish for the physique of a Saiyan. He did not expect to accelerate his power to the extent of soaring like Sun Wukong, but if he could double his current abilities, he would be immensely content. As he contemplated this, he glanced at the tattoo on the back of his right hand and was astonished to see that a third of the design had transformed from gray to gold. Remarkably, it had only been 10 days since his last wish. Did this imply that in another 20 days, the Dragon Balls would be fully charged, allowing him to summon the dragon? Overwhelmed with excitement, he realized that until the energy was fully restored, he could not use the 5-star bead on his hand to sense the locations of the other 6 Dragon Balls. He could only speculate, could it truly be so swift? It shouldn't be. Perhaps one of the Dragon Balls fortuitously landed near an extraordinary source of energy? For instance, the 6 Infinity Stones, renowned treasures in the Marvel Universe, are said to contain boundless energy. As far as Inshingta knew, 2 of these stones currently existed on Earth. The Time Stone, known as the Eye of Agamotto, was in the possession of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, located within the mystical sanctuary of Kamartash. The Space Stone, which existed in the form of the Tesseract, lay somewhere beneath the icy depths of the Arctic alongside Captain America. Could it really be that coincidental? Xingta's lips twitched. If that were the case, he had no means to venture to the Arctic and excavate the Dragon Balls from ice layers measured in meters. As for Kamartosh, theoretically, the magical barrier should prevent the Dragon Balls from landing there. It shouldn't. It couldn't. He fervently hoped. At this point, further speculation was futile. He would wait until the energy was replenished. Shaking off the ominous premonition, Xingta descended the stairs, conducted a brief inspection of the shop, and noted that all the tables had been tidily arranged. The stack of dirty dishes in the kitchen had been washed and neatly stored in the sterilizer. After checking that both the front and back doors were securely locked, he realized that Lorna Landshell, the one responsible for all this, had already vanished. Presumably returned to her residence, which, according to Corinne 1, was located in some abandoned building. Xingta stifled a yawn, feeling the weight of fatigue, and returned upstairs. After a long day's labor, it was time to rest. The next morning, he awoke promptly, ventured out to procure a new batch of ingredients, and, after stocking the kitchen freezer, returned to the tranquil room on the second floor to persist in his training. He continued until the alarm rang precisely at 11, prompting him to exit the tranquil room and open the shop. It was just past 11, still a while away from the general lunch hour. However, as soon as he opened the door and turned around, he heard the chime of the bell signaling someone had entered. Xingta had a multitude of tasks yet to complete and turned to say, "I'm sorry, we're not open yet." I'm not here to eat." A slender youth of about 15 or 16 stepped inside, hesitating slightly as he addressed Xingta, who appeared just a couple of years older. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this establishment?" Xingta, somewhat perplexed, nodded. "I am. What can I do for you?" "Hello, my name is Peter Parker, and I would like to apply for the position of a general worker." Xingta, taken aback, paused in silence before earnestly asking, "Did you say your name is Peter Parker?" "Yes, sir." Chapter 11, Spider-Man Peter Parker. I can hardly believe it. Without hesitation, Xingta activated his aura sensing and, after a moment, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was merely an ordinary person sharing a name. After all, setting aside his acquaintance Corinne, he had only been running the shop for 3 days. On the first day, he encountered Iron Fist. On the second, Miss Polaris. Would it really be that on the third day, Spider-Man would appear? Wait, it's possible he hasn't been bitten by the spider yet. After a lengthy bout of speculation, Xingta finally returned to the moment and introduced himself before inquiring, "Mr. Parker, are you of age?" "I do not employ minors." "Of course." Peter Parker nodded vigorously, retrieving an identification card from his backpack. "Mr. Lee, you can call me Peter. See, I'm already 16. Xingta glanced at the identification and then at Peter's backpack. "Peter, you're a high school student, aren't you?" "I'm not looking to hire part-time help." No. Peter hastily waved his hands, his words tumbling out in a rush as he explained, What I meant is, I am indeed in high school. But I'm not looking for a part-time job. You see, aside from weekends, I can surely make it here every day after school before noon and return to school before 3. I can be here by 6 at the latest after afternoon classes. It fits perfectly with your working hours, doesn't it?" Xingta felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he discreetly probed, "Peter, I close at 8 or 9. Do your parents approve of you being out so late?" "My parents are deceased. It was a plane crash." Peter's expression turned somber, and his speech became succinct. "My guardian is Aunt May. I can have her sign a consent form for you." With that revelation, Xingta sighed internally, casting a complex glance at Peter. "I'm truly sorry. In fact, my parents also perished in a plane crash just months ago." "I understand your situation." "Oh, I see," Peter exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "I thought so. You seem too young to be the owner of a restaurant." Upon noticing Xingta's disapproving gaze, Peter quickly averted his eyes, murmuring, "Oh, that is truly unfortunate. I'm very sorry." Xingta couldn't help but chuckle softly, patting Peter on the shoulder. "Peter, you are still young. You should spend more time in school. The hours for this job are quite long and not suitable for you." "Oh no," Peter Parker lamented dramatically, his face a mask of urgency as he implored, "Mr. Lee, please listen to me. I do very well in school. Academics are not a problem for me at all. I'm begging you, Mr. Lee. Aunt May is my only relative, and she's raising me alone. It's incredibly hard for her. I need to find a job to ease her burden. Please give me a chance. I will work hard." Xingta, despite not being heartless, found it difficult to refuse Peter's heartfelt plea. He could only nod and say, "All right, I cannot stand in the way of your filial piety. As long as your guardian agrees, I will accept you." "Wonderful," Peter exclaimed in exuberance, showering Xingta with gratitude. Thank you, boss. You know, I've applied to 3 Western restaurants, 5 pizza places, and 6 CAFS, and they all turned me down. I was almost at my wit's end. Stop. With a slight headache, Yinsent raised his hand and pulled out his phone, saying, "Please provide me with your contact information. By the way, do you live nearby? My phone number is." He continued, "I reside in Queens, which isn't too far from here. It's just 7 subway stops away, and it's quite convenient. I pass by this place every day on my way to school, which is only a 5-minute walk from here." "Oh, I just realized that your shop is perfectly situated between the subway station and the school." As Yinsent felt an increasing throbbing in his head, he suppressed the urge to retract his words and said, "This area can be quite unsafe at night. Since you don't live nearby, are you sure Aunt May will allow you to work here?" "Huh?" Peter looked a bit taken aback, scratching the back of his head. After pondering, he replied, "I will convince Aunt May. I'm of age now and can take care of myself." This sentiment sounded familiar to Yinsent, who smirked slightly and said, "Call her now. As I mentioned earlier, only with her consent will I accept you." "Sure, boss, wait a moment." Moments later, Peter, having assured Aunt May somehow, finally received her verbal consent through the phone. After hanging up, he nodded at Yinsent, who welcomed him to Lee's Chinese restaurant, saying, "Once you're ready, you can start working here." Peter, filled with excitement, pumped his fist, dropped his backpack with a thud, rolled up his sleeves, and exclaimed, "Boss, I'm ready. What should I do?" Faced with a complete novice lacking any work experience, Yinsent could hardly bear to look and covered his face with his hand. Pointing towards the back of the shop, "Pick up your backpack and put it in the storage room. The work uniforms are hanging on that wall. Go find one that fits and change into it. I have something to attend to now, and when Lorna arrives, feel free to ask her anything you don't understand." "Boss, who is Lorna?" "Like you. She is an employee here. You'll know when you see her." After leaving that remark, Yinsent turned and hurried into the kitchen, swiftly beginning to cut meat and prepare ingredients. Peter had already delayed for several minutes, and with lunchtime fast approaching, time for preparation was running short. 10 minutes later, Lorna Lanchester arrived punctually at Lee's Chinese restaurant. As she pushed the door open, she spotted a seemingly underage, slender boy speaking to a tall brunette woman. "Hi, I'm Peter. Are you Lorna?" The brunette woman glanced at Peter with a sidelong look and waved her hand impatiently. "You've got the wrong person. Welcome. Please have a seat." Lorna stepped forward, greeted the brunette woman, then nudged Peter aside. "I am Lorna. Are you the new guy? Go wait over there." Chapter 12. Those damn wealthy people. "Oh." Peter, somewhat bewildered, nodded and took 2 steps back, silently watching Lorna take a menu and gently place it on the table. Asking the brunette woman, "What would you like to eat?" The brunette woman, clearly prepared, didn't even glance at the menu and directly ordered, "Kung Fu roast meat. This dish is priced by weight. How many pounds would you like?" "Let us start with 1 pound. "Okay, please hold on." Lorna collected the menu and walked into the kitchen, reporting to Yinsent, "Boss, we have a customer ordering 1 pound of Kung Fu roast meat." "You're here?" Yinsent, who had been focused on cutting vegetables, replied without looking up, "I understand. Have you met Peter?" He asked the new errand boy with no work experience. "Be sure to teach him well." "Sure." Lorna agreed, changed into a work uniform, and then approached Peter, instructing him on what to do and what not to do. A moment later, Yinsent emerged from the kitchen with a plate of prepared raw meat, scanning the room before heading straight to the brunette woman. He placed the plate on the table and, in front of her, used his energy to cook the slices of raw meat. Faced with this inexplicable scene, the brunette woman was utterly astonished. Her striking blue eyes widened like pearls, and she gently covered her red lips with her right hand to stifle a gasp. Maintaining an air of decorum, "Enjoy your meal." As Yinsent finished preparing the roast meat and was about to return to the kitchen, the brunette woman stood up and called out to him, "Please wait a moment. I'm Joy Mitchum." She introduced herself, extending a delicate right hand toward Yinsent. "I'm an old friend of Danny Land." Yinsent paused for a moment, then realized that this was Danny Land's childhood friend, hailing from a similarly wealthy background, and one of the permanent board members of the Land Group. Her presence in his little shop was indeed intriguing. She was not as deeply entrenched in the martial arts narrative as Danny Land from Kunlun. Instantly, he gently grasped Joy Mitchum's fingertips. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Mitchum. Could we sit down and talk?" "Of course." With no other customers around, Yinsent nodded and readily took a seat. "It's my honor." Joy Mitchum glanced at the roast meat in front of her, remarking with a hint of nostalgia, "Mr. Lee, just 3 minutes ago, I believed you to be a shameless fraud." Yinsent raised an eyebrow, surprised by her candor, and waved his hand dismissively. "That is nothing. Doubt is human nature when faced with the unknown. In fact, even now, I still cannot fully believe." Joy Mitchum fixed her piercing gaze on Yinsent and said, "Perhaps you are indeed a master magician." "Haha." Yinsent chuckled nonchalantly, "Ms. Mitchum, I owe you nothing and have no need to prove myself. Whether you believe in the existence of energy or not is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Joy Mitchum narrowed her eyes, lightly biting her lip, and spoke with a veiled sharpness. Misterly, it seems you are unaware of my identity. I am, I know, the renowned Mitchum family. A director at the Land Group, with a fortune in the billions and immense power. Yinsent interrupted Joy's words, retorting, so what? Joy Mitchum took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rising anger within her, and managed a symbolic smile. I apologize for my rudeness. The reason I came today is that Danny told me that if I came here for a meal of roast meat, I would know he was telling the truth. After a pause, Joy Mitchum continued earnestly, so, Mr. Lee, please understand that believing in the existence of energy is very important to me and to Danny. Yinsent then understood. Danny Land must have shared a plethora of tales about Kunlun and the Energy Society with Joy, yet could not provide proof. In the original storyline, he had been committed to a mental institution by Joy for the same reason. With this thought in mind, Yinsent couldn't help but curiously ask, did he not summon the Iron Fist for you to see? I believe a fist glowing from within could only be explained by energy. Not at all. Joy Mitchum looked at Yinsent with uncertainty. However, you did mention the term Iron Fist, but I couldn't grasp its meaning. I see. Yinsent nodded gently, knowing that despite having received his guidance, Danny Land still could not summon the Iron Fist at will. After contemplating, he extended his right hand to Joy Mitchum. All right. I will assist him once more. Ms. Mitchum, through a technique called Chi transmission, I can transfer my energy to others. Please place your hand in mine, and I will let you experience the energy firsthand. Joy Mitchum hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her arm, cautiously placing her 5 slender fingers upon Yinsent's palm. Is this all right? Saint nodded slightly. Close your eyes, try to shut out the surrounding noise, concentrate, and when you are ready, let me know. Moments later, with his eyes firmly shut, Joy Mitchum spoke calmly. I am ready. In the next instant, Joy abruptly opened his eyes, his body trembling violently as if electrocuted. Swiftly retracting his right hand, his gaze fixated on his fingertips. This is Chi. Saint rose to his full height and, before Joy could react, strode away, leaving behind a remark. Tell Danny Land he owes me a favor. How effortlessly he departed, such a graceful retreat. Saint basked in his own satisfaction, however. As soon as he returned to the kitchen, Lorna entered with an unusual expression, handing him a black bank card. Boss. The guest outside has locked her door and hung up a closed sign. When I tried to stop her, she gave me this card, saying you could use it as you wish. Faced with this eerily familiar scenario, Saint's lips twitched, and he muttered with envy, those damned wealthy people. It's merely 5 bushels of rice. I might as well relent. Chapter 13. The sudden attack. Saint reluctantly dropped the kitchen knife, accepted the bank card from Lorna, and approached the cash register. Just like with Danny, he swiped it for $10,000, then turned to Joy Mitchum, returning the card. Ms. Mitchum, I require an explanation. Joy extended her right hand, elegantly pinching the card between 2 fingers, before casually responding, Mr. Lee, I would like to request your assistance. Given the sum of $10,000. Saint smirked noncommittally. Go ahead. If what Danny told me is true, then the Rand Group is in grave peril. Relying solely on Danny's and my words may not suffice. We must include my brother Ward. We need collective effort, but without evidence, Ward will never believe us. Please help me persuade him. Ms. Mitchum, I am not one to prove myself. My willingness to let you experience Chi is solely out of regard for Danny and Kunlun. Saint's words were interrupted as his pupils suddenly constricted, and he swiftly pushed Joy Mitchum aside. Get back. Unprepared, Joy fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a pained gasp. Before she could recover, she glanced in terror as the glass door behind her shattered into countless fragments, and amidst the swirling shards, a dark axe spun rapidly towards her previous position, while Saint, who had just pushed her, was now in the line of fire. Watch out. Joy screamed at the top of her lungs. In an astonishing display, Saint reached out towards the incoming axe, his hand finding the handle with almost impossible precision, gripping it firmly. Who have I wronged? Saint shot a glance at the shattered door, his anger rising as he spotted 5 or 6 young men with buzz cuts, clad in black suits, each wielding an axe, storming towards the shop. They were all Asian, and the tattoos visible on their necks suggested they were likely members of a Chinese gang. The Axe Gang? Is this a Marvel concept? Saint had no time for further thoughts. He shouted to Joy, stay down and call the police. He then turned to Lorna and Peter, commanding, Lorna, take Peter to the back. With that, Saint threw the axe he had caught and charged out of the shop, seizing the opportunity as the gang members dodged the flying weapon, landing a powerful punch on the chest of the foremost thug. Outnumbered, Saint dared not hold back. His punch was infused with energy, resembling the rock and rock paper scissors. Those observant enough would notice faint blue lines flowing along his fist. This was the chi surrounding his hand. The gang member struck by the rock immediately coughed up blood, propelled backwards with greater speed than he had approached, crashing to the ground as he continued to bleed profusely. Clearly suffering severe internal injuries, with ribs likely shattered beyond count. He would not be getting up anytime soon. 5 more remained. Saint mentally assessed the enemy count. Intensifying the chi flowing within him, the blue glow enveloping his fist grew more pronounced. In rock, paper, scissors, the paper and scissors techniques consumed too much energy. While the rock style was a reinforcing technique, allowing him to continuously enhance his strikes as long as he had chi. With negligible energy expenditure until he made contact with an opponent, time was evidently on Saint's side, if he could hold out until the New York police arrived. The situation would surely improve. Thus, after incapacitating one foe, he did not rush to attack again but instead retreated slightly, positioning himself before the shattered door. Adopting a stance that signaled, "This path is blocked." At this juncture, Saint realized that these gang members, who had appeared out of nowhere, were not targeting him but were after Joy Mitchum. He could not allow them to enter the shop, otherwise. The threat to Joy was minor compared to what could happen if Lorna lost control as a result. The remaining 5 gang members, witnessing their comrade bleeding profusely on the ground from the single punch, felt a twinge of fear. All were of Chinese descent, some even first-generation immigrants. And the notion of martial arts experts flashed through their minds, causing hesitation as they awaited someone else to take the lead. Altogether, after a tense standoff lasting several seconds, a mustachioed thug, his face twisted in rage, brandished his axe and charged at Saint, shouting in Mandarin, "Chop him. You're the one." Saint's eyes sparkled with determination as he shifted from defense to offense, meeting the oncoming thug with lightning speed. He sidestepped the swinging axe and unleashed a powerful upward punch. The chi entwined around his fist exploding forth. The thug involuntarily lifted off the ground, his body propelled backwards, nearly a meter in the air, before he began to descend. Feeling as if his insides had detonated, pain racked his body as he convulsed, and when he crashed to the ground, his eyes rolled back, blood, tears, and mucus gushing from his orifices, rendering his visage more terrifying than that of a demon. Having successfully struck, Saint showed no inclination to linger. He stepped out of the remaining 4 gang members' encirclement, cautiously searching for his next opportunity to strike. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, the remaining 4 gang members were paralyzed with fear, their resolve crumbling as they failed to regroup and form a cohesive strategy against Saint. Recognizing their disarray, Saint's eyes gleamed with determination as he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Chapter 14. The ruthless Insant. The gang enforcer targeted by Insant bore a scar on his face resembling a centipede. He swung his axe wildly, attempting to fend off Insant while loudly calling for help. However, the positioning on the battlefield left Insant sandwiched between him and 3 other gang members, rendering the scarred man's companions unable to provide immediate assistance. They could only watch helplessly as Insant executed a sweeping kick, sending the scarred man crashing to the ground, before leaping onto him to deliver a punch, no, rather, a fist. In contrast, the scarred man was somewhat fortunate. Insant struck him on the head with a punch that left him relatively unscathed, swiftly rendering him unconscious. As for whether he would suffer a concussion, that was a concern for another day. The remaining 3 gang members, witnessing Insant rise, bloodied fist in hand, from the fallen scarred man, instinctively took a step back, exchanging wary glances laden with fear. Who is this person? Why is he so brutal? After knocking someone down, he even delivered an extra blow? Truly vicious. Who among them is the real gangster? Their courage deflated, the 3 gang members contemplated retreat. If not for their fallen comrades, they would have fled at once. One young enforcer with earrings suddenly rushed toward the open doorway of the Lee's Chinese restaurant, shouting, "Hold him off. I'll go get help." While the idea was commendable, the earring-wearing man overlooked a stark reality. Under the influence of adrenaline, Insant's strength and speed transcended that of an ordinary person. When they huddled together, they barely stood a chance against him. Once separated, they would be doomed. The 2 remaining gang members, unable to keep pace with Insant, watched in horror as he swiftly closed the distance to the earring-wearing man, raised his fist, and struck him down with a single blow. The young enforcer collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, unable even to reach the doorframe before falling. The next moment, the wail of police sirens echoed in the distance. Upon hearing this, the 2 still standing gang members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of relief. Without a word, they synchronized their movements, exclaiming in unison, "We better scram. The winds are turning." Watching the 2 retreat, Insant let out a silent sigh of relief, harboring no desire to pursue them. After taking down 4 men, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, and he could hardly even muster the strength for a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Continuing the fight would not lead to defeat, but it would undoubtedly be an arduous battle. After the 2 gang members had fled, Insant disregarded the 4 on the ground, some unconscious, others moaning, and returned to the restaurant, calling out, "Everyone, you can come out now. It's safe." At the sound of his voice, Joy Mitchell cautiously emerged from beneath a table. She, being quite earnest, had remained hidden as Insan instructed her to stay down. Insan approached and offered her a hand. Ms. Mitchell, don't you carry bodyguards when you go out? I prefer not to have anyone following me, she replied, grasping Insan's arm to stand up, brushing off the dust. Just call me Joy, you're my savior. And I can't bear the title of Ms. very well, Joy. Insan nodded casually, gesturing to the 4 gang members sprawled at the entrance. Who are they? Why did they attack you? They seem to be from the Axe gang. I suspect it's due to business conflicts. Recently, our RAND group acquired a dock they wanted. Acquired a dock? Insan's lips twitched, as though she were discussing a mere article of clothing. The world of the wealthy was indeed beyond his comprehension. At that moment, Lorna and Peter emerged from the back of the store. Peter, still shaken, exclaimed, Oh, boss, you weren't joking about this neighborhood being dangerous. Wait, where are the police? Did you really take down 1, 2, 3, 4 gangsters all by yourself? Oh my, that one bled so much. How did you do that? Was it really Chinese martial arts? So you weren't kidding, Peter. Silence. Insan interrupted his incessant chatter and turned to Lorna, asking, Lorna, are you all right? It was important to note that Insan had steadfastly guarded the store entrance not solely for Joy's sake. He also feared that Lorna, a formidable mutant, might become agitated and lose control of her powers, potentially demolishing his shop. I'm fine, just a little startled, Lorna reassured him. Despite her words, Insan remained cautious and activated his aura perception. Only after confirming that her energy was relatively stable did he relax. He resolved that it was time to have an open conversation with her. Treating her like a ticking time bomb was not sustainable. Good to hear. Peter, please clean up the broken glass on the floor. Upon hearing this, Joy, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stepped forward. Mr. Lee, this entire incident stemmed from me. I will take responsibility for the door. Thank you, Joy. By the way, since I'm calling you by your first name, feel free to call me Insan. Insan offered a courteous response, then pointed to a police car that had just arrived, sirens blaring as it came to a halt outside the restaurant. Joy, let us help each other. I'd rather not have a cup of tea at the police station. Of course, she replied confidently, striding toward the door. Don't worry. I'll handle everything with the police. The surname Mitchell clearly held weight with the New York police. After a few brief exchanges with the 2 officers who exited the car, the entire incident was classified as self-defense. There were no questions raised about excessive force, and Insan was not even requested to provide a statement in the police report. The individual who subdued the 4 gang members was simply referred to as Joy Mitchell's bodyguard. Moments later, 2 ambulances arrived with sirens blaring, taking away the 4 severely injured gang members on stretchers. The 2 police officers then returned to their vehicles, accompanying the ambulances to the hospital, bringing the matter to a close. Chapter 15. Infiltrating the gang's lair. Only when the situation had settled did Insan step outside, expressing his gratitude to Joy. Thank you, Joy. It was the least I could do, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. I'm sorry, Insan. It was all because of me that you attracted the Axe gang's attention. It's not your fault. Insan shrugged indifferently. Don't take it to heart. They hardly pose a significant threat to me. Be cautious, Insan. Joy's expression grew serious as she warned him. I know you're highly skilled, but what if they use firearms? Please be extremely careful during this time. At her words, Insan paused, his inflated confidence suddenly deflated. He nodded humbly, acknowledging, You're right. I shouldn't be so arrogant. Thank you for the reminder. Joy smiled faintly and said her farewells. I must return to Rand Group. We need to respond promptly to the Axe gang's attack. Understood. Insan nodded again, exchanging contact information with Joy before she departed. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to call me. All right, I'll take my leave now. I'll see you to your car. After bidding farewell to Joy Mitchum, Yinsent returned to the shop, only to be taken aback by the presence of an additional individual. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Corinne, what brings you here? What do you think? Corinne retorted with a hint of irritation, gesturing towards Lona Lancel. Yinsent, what trouble have you stirred up? I am beginning to doubt whether recommending Lona for this job was a mistake. Don't blame me, Yinsent shrugged. You must have seen Joy, right? The Axe gang was after her. I was merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. The Axe gang? Corinne furrowed her brows, questioning, who is Joy? You don't know? Yinsent raised an eyebrow, offering a brief explanation. Joy Mitchum, a director at Rand Group, and Danny Rand's childhood friend. I assumed you were acquainted with her. Do I know Danny Rand well? How would I know his childhood friend? Corinne rolled her eyes, expressing her frustration. Yinsent, you've really grown bold. Are you now entangled in the affairs of these wealthy individuals? Corinne, Lona is your student, and I can fully understand your concern for her safety. Yinsent narrowed his eyes slightly, but his tone shifted abruptly. However, you are not my mentor. It is not your place to instruct me on how to conduct myself. Corinne was momentarily taken aback by his assertive response. She stared at Yinsent, feeling a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. He was nothing like the old acquaintance she had known for years. Ignoring Corinne's bewilderment, Yinsent continued, Lona is part of Lee's Chinese restaurant, and I will do everything in my power to protect her. If you trust me, you should feel comfortable leaving her in my care. He's only 19, isn't he? Could it be that he has matured so rapidly due to the sudden loss of his parents? Corinne regarded Yinsent with a complex expression before reluctantly nodding. I trust you. Excellent. Yinsent then turned to Lona Lancel, instructing her without preamble. Lona, I have matters to attend to. Someone will come by shortly to fix the door. Please supervise in my absence. Understood, boss. Lona nodded earnestly, her expression solemn. In her mind, she echoed Yinsent's words. Lona is part of Lee's Chinese restaurant, and I will do everything in my power to protect her. Noticing a hint of unease in Lona, Yinsent dismissed it and called out to Peter Parker, Peter, go to the kitchen and fetch some buckets of water to clean up the blood at the entrance. Oh. Peter replied begrudgingly as he headed toward the back of the restaurant, muttering, my first job is to clean a crime scene? That's not a good omen. After giving instructions to his 2 employees, Yinsent took his phone and stepped outside, using Google Maps to locate a familiar address. He then hailed a taxi and headed straight for Brooklyn. When Joy Mitchum mentioned the dock, Yinsent recalled that the Axe Gang had indeed been featured in the Iron Fist storyline, with their headquarters situated at Yang's Limited in Brooklyn. His recollection was aided by Corinne, who had mentioned this address in the original plot. The 6 Chinese characters forming Yang's Limited were the only standard Mandarin pronunciation amidst the numerous dialogues in Iron Fist. Returning to the matter at hand, upon locating the building housing Yang's Limited, Yinsent barged in, showcasing his martial prowess before stating, I wish to speak with your boss. After a brief moment, a square-faced middle-aged man appeared before Yinsent, flanked by 2 familiar faces, those of the 2 who had fled after attacking Joy Mitchum. Boss, it's him. The square-faced man confirmed, raising his hand to silence his subordinates, his expression cold as he addressed Yinsent in Mandarin. My surname is Yang. May I ask for your name? Your courtesy is unwarranted, Yinsent replied, introducing himself. I am Yinsent Lee. Mr. Lee, Yang nodded, returning the courtesy. A second-generation Chinese? Born in America. Yet your Mandarin is quite proficient. It appears you have not forgotten your roots. Commendable. Let's skip the formalities, Yinsent interjected, getting straight to the point. Mr. Yang, I am here to resolve an issue. Oh, Yang smirked, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Are you about to suggest that this is all a misunderstanding? And rather than escalating matters, we should simply laugh it off? Yinsent chuckled in response, exuding confidence. Trust me, Mr. Yang, once I finish speaking, you will be thanking me for what has transpired today. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Yang's demeanor abruptly shifted as he raised his arm to signal a threat. In my domain, no matter your prowess, you will submit. Think carefully before you speak. If your words do not please me, you shall not leave this place. Yinsent scanned the room and noted several men in black suits, armed with submachine guns, emerging from the shadows, all aimed at him. The sense of danger loomed. And in his blind spot, he felt the presence of more weapons directed at him. Faced with this palpable threat to his life, Yinsent's muscles tensed instinctively. He took a deep breath to dispel his anxiety and spoke steadily. What is show of force, Mr. Yang? Could you have them lower their weapons? After hearing what I have to say, if you are still dissatisfied, you may order them to shoot. Humph. Yang scoffed, casually waving his hand to signal his men to lower their guns. With a slight movement of his lips, he commanded, Speak. As Yinsent began. His first words caused Yang's expression to change dramatically. The docu-desire was acquired by the Rand Group at the behest of the Hand. Everyone leave. Yang, now visibly apprehensive, waved away his armed subordinates and bowed respectfully to Yinsent. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identity and did not intend to offend. Now that is truly a misunderstanding. Yinsent replied with a smile, shaking his head. Mr. Yang, you need not be so anxious. I do not serve the Hand. However, the current head of the Rand Group, Lord Mitchum, is a trusted subordinate of Madame Gao. What? Yang's eyes widened in fear. Are you suggesting that the dock is desired by Madame Gao, one of the 5 fingers? If it had been one of the other 4 fingers of the Hand, Yang would not have been so intimidated, but facing Madame Gao, who also had roots in China, he felt utterly powerless. While he might not be a match for the other 4, he could at least flee back to China. However, if he offended Madame Gao, there would be no escape, only a path leading to death. Indeed, nodding with confidence, remarked, to provoke Joy Mitchum is essentially to challenge Lady Gao. Is this life-threatening news sufficient to elicit a smile from Brother Yang, allowing bygones to be bygones? Indeed, Brother Yang revealed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. clasping his fists in gratitude towards Inshingta. I owe you my thanks. You are correct. I should express my appreciation for preventing my subordinates from making a grave mistake. If anything were to happen to Joy Mitchum, it would be irreparable. Had you known the weight of my hand, would you still say the same? Inshingta, donning a peculiar expression, waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, just do not harbor resentment. As long as your words ring true, today's events shall be forgotten. Brother Yang, already convinced to a considerable degree, understood that most individuals wouldn't even know of the hand association, let alone mention Lady Gao's name. His current words were mere formalities. I must verify this information, so I will take my leave. Someone please show our guest out. Shortly thereafter, Inshingta was escorted out of Yang's corporation with utmost courtesy. Only then did he exhale a long sigh, wiping the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead. The gang's lair was indeed a den of peril. Inshingta, filled with trepidation, mused that he had anticipated facing firearms upon entering. Yet the sight of a dozen submachine guns simultaneously aimed at him felt exaggerated. In that moment, he truly sensed a life-threatening peril. One wrong word could have cost him his life. With a forceful exhale, Inshingta attempted to relax his mind as he embarked on his journey home. At last, it was over. However, unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning. As Inshingta entered a taxi in the office of the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy stared at 4 alarming injury reports on his desk, lightly tapping his fingers as he contemplated. After a moment of serious thought, he addressed a detective before him. Compile all the information regarding this case and submit it to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The detective repeated the abbreviation for the FBI, hesitating as he spoke. This case involves board members of the Rand Group. If we delve deeper, the commissioner may not be pleased. Upon hearing this, George Stacy furrowed his brow and replied with righteous indignation. Whether the Rand Group reduces its donations is a concern for the commissioner. Our duty is to ensure public safety. Focus on your responsibilities, detective. Yes, sir. After watching the detective exit his office, George Stacy sighed, muttering to himself in exasperation, what on earth is happening in New York? Extraordinary individuals seem to be emerging one after another, as if there is a sale on superpowers. He then picked up the 4 injury reports and, with pointed intent, remarked, if only you could exhibit self-restraint like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, it would be one thing. But should you dare to act recklessly like Daredevil and the Punisher, I will ensure you are brought to justice. Meanwhile, completely unaware that he had drawn the attention of the police, Inshingta stepped out of the taxi. Upon seeing the revitalized entrance of his shop, his spirits lifted considerably. As he pushed the door open, Lona Lancel greeted him warmly. Boss, you're back. Indeed. Inshingta replied casually, examining the newly replaced glass door. Noticing that the floor-to-ceiling windows had also been replaced, he inquired, Lona, why were the windows changed as well? Lona displayed a look of astonishment. Just like the door, they were replaced with bulletproof glass. Was that your instruction? Bulletproof glass? This left Inshingta taken aback. After checking the price on his phone and calculating the total area of the glass used, he couldn't help but marvel internally. This must have cost over $10,000. Is there a problem, boss? Lona approached, somewhat apprehensive. She recalled that he had asked her to supervise while he was gone and nervously asked, is this glass very expensive? Quite expensive. Even the cheapest costs several $100s per square meter. Inshingta instinctively replied, observing Lona's shocked expression. He added with a smile, don't worry. It was arranged by Joy, and she surely covered the costs. I'm just surprised at her generosity. He then glanced inside, asking, where are Corinne and Peter? Lona sighed in relief and responded, the master returned to the dojo, and Peter went to school. He said he would come by after classes. Boss, are we opening tonight? Of course, Inshingta nodded matter-of-factly. Rest assured, I have resolved everything. No one will cause trouble again. Please inform Corinne to spare me the lectures. All right. I will call the master shortly, Lona promised, hesitating before continuing. Boss, please don't be upset with the master. Her concerns stem not only from worry about me, but also for your safety. Why would I be angry with her? Inshingta scoffed lightly, teasing Lona. It seems you have a great deal of respect for Corinne. The master is the kindest person I have ever met, Lona said earnestly. She has never charged us orphans for lessons. Instead, she provides for us. More importantly, she has given us the ability to protect ourselves. To us, she is akin to an angel. An angel? Inshingta's expression grew complex. Not only Lona Lancel, but even Corinne herself remained oblivious to the fact that most of the orphans she trained would ultimately become members of the nefarious Hand Association. It was precisely because of her benevolent heart, which allowed others to lower their guards, that she had been chosen by the gambler to become an unwitting recruiter. Once individuals let down their defenses, they become susceptible to brainwashing. Ironically, the Hand Association, steeped in sinister undertones, was perceived by Corinne as a charitable institution managed by her mentor, the gambler. The notion of a hand association charity was a cruel joke indeed. Boss? Lona Lancel's voice snapped Inshinta from his reverie. She perceptively asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Not merely wrong, but profoundly mistaken. Inshinta chastised himself internally. Yet he could not voice this truth. If Corinne were to discover the reality, her lifelong beliefs would shatter. Though it was inevitable, the time was not right. Inshinta's current strength was too feeble. He could not afford to provoke the hand association and merely displayed a resigned expression, shifting the topic. Lona, if you have no other matters, please stay in the shop a while longer. I have something to discuss with you. Sure, Lona readily agreed. Inshinta locked the shop door and gestured towards a table at the back. Let us sit over there and talk. The two sat across from each other at the table, with Inshinta initiating the conversation. Your hair has been black for quite some time, hasn't it? The green roots are becoming faintly visible, just like the color of your eyes. Lorna was taken aback, on the verge of explaining herself, but faltered. Boss. Inshinta waved his hand, directly piercing through the veil of ambiguity. I know you are a mutant. Colleen informed me the very day you were hired. Lorna's eyes widened in astonishment as her deepest secret was laid bare. A surge of intense emotions coursed through her, and as her anxiety escalated, a cacophony of metallic clattering suddenly erupted within the restaurant. Inshinta turned his head, observing that various metal objects surrounding Lorna were vibrating violently, as if they might take flight like a flock of birds drawn to her presence. Lorna, Inshinta called her name softly, adopting a calm demeanor. You'd best remain composed. If you create chaos in this establishment, I shan't assist you in tidying up. Influenced by his tone, Lorna gradually regained her composure. The trembling cutlery on the table ceased its quaking, and tranquility returned to the shop. That's more like it, Inshinta smiled slightly, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere with a teasing remark. In fact, I refrained from saying one last thing earlier. If anything gets broken, I will deduct it from your wages. At this, Lorna chuckled, half in jest, half in inquiry. Boss, you must be a mutant too, right? All those martial arts skills must be a ruse. Regrettably, I am but an ordinary person, Inshinta replied, a hint of melancholy apparent in his expression. I wish I could awaken and become strong instantly. How wonderful that would be, but it seems that fortune does not favor me. Surprised, Lorna raised an eyebrow, sensing that Inshinta was genuinely sincere in his sentiments. What is so surprising? He shrugged. Do you think Colleen would reveal the truth if I held any prejudice against mutants? That's true, Lorna affirmed, then expressed her admiration. But, boss, you truly have a big heart, showing no concern that I might lose control of my abilities. Who says I'm not worried? I live in constant fear that you might demolish my establishment, which is precisely why I sought this heart-to-heart. Internally, Inshinta's mind was in turmoil. Yet he maintained an outward calm. That's because I possess absolute confidence in my ability to resolve your issues. You're boasting. Lorna felt a flicker of hope, but quickly quelled it, retorting, I don't believe that. It's utterly impossible. Chapter 18. The subtle art of breath concealment. Inshinta refrained from arguing with Lorna, gently leading the conversation with a question. Let me ask you. Why do nearly all mutants experience loss of control over their abilities? Because of genetic mutation, Lorna replied, evidently having done her homework and not entirely ignorant of mutants. When our genes awaken, our bodies undergo a radical transformation, akin to a newborn learning to walk. That's quite accurate and vividly articulated. Inshinta nodded in agreement. Then added, however, I believe it's not as complex as it seems. You lose control because the energy within you surges uncontrollably after awakening, exceeding what you can manage. Take you as an example. Your energy level is 100 times that of an ordinary person, yet your control remains at the level of an average individual. How could you possibly harness that power? Having studied under Colleen, Lorna was somewhat familiar with energy, though not entirely adept. She asked, Boss, are you suggesting you can teach me how to control my own energy? I cannot teach you. Inshinta shook his head. The energy of mutants is unique and highly individualistic. Only you can master it. Just as Lorna was about to express her disappointment, Inshinta's tone shifted. However, I can teach you a technique called breath concealment, allowing you to mask your own energy. Mask my own energy? Lorna's eyes lit up with realization. Are you saying that if I learn this breath concealment, I can hide my mutant abilities and appear as an ordinary person? That is its fundamental purpose, Inshinta affirmed. Elaborating, initially, you will be able to completely conceal your energy. Once concealed, as you mentioned, you will resemble an ordinary person, entirely devoid of mutant abilities. However, once you fully master breath concealment, you can adjust the level of concealment at will. Why would I need to adjust the level of concealment? Lorna inquired, tilting her head in confusion. I believe the safest approach is to maintain complete concealment at all times, only revealing it in dire situations, right? While what you say is not incorrect, it merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Ancient patiently explained. In truth, breath concealment allows you to gradually enhance your control. For instance, if your energy is at 100 times that of a normal person, you can conceal 99% of it, leaving you with only 1% of your energy. Although this would weaken your abilities, the advantage of being weak is that it becomes exceedingly manageable. By progressively lowering the concealment level, you will ultimately gain complete mastery over your energy and no longer need to rely on breath concealment, eliminating the risk of losing control over your abilities. Lorna listened intently to Ancient's explanation, her eyes brightening with each word. As soon as he finished, she eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, please teach me." "Hold on." Ancient raised his hand, signaling her to be patient. "I assure you I will teach you, but there are a few things I must clarify first. Listen carefully." Lorna nodded earnestly, signaling her attentiveness. "Boss, I'm all ears." Ancient nodded, adopting a serious demeanor as if entering a performance. Breath concealment is a unique technique of our Turtle Sage school. While I am willing to make an exception and impart it to you, you must not teach it to anyone without my permission. Otherwise, I will personally intervene, pursuing you to the ends of the earth if necessary to eradicate those who attempt to learn it illicitly. By the time he concluded, Ancient had become so immersed in his role that a fierce determination glinted in his eyes. Lorna, sitting opposite him, appeared quite intimidated and solemnly promised, "Boss, I swear I will never teach it to anyone." "Good." Ancient relaxed his expression and stood up, saying, "Follow me." They ascended to the second floor of the restaurant and entered the quiet room where Ancient usually practiced. Lorna looked around in astonishment, noting that the room was stark and bare, devoid of windows, with only walls and flooring. Truly a place of simplicity. Ancient sat cross-legged on the floor and pointed to a spot half a meter in front of him. "Sit down cross-legged." Once they were both seated, Ancient began. "To learn breath concealment, you must first be able to sense your own energy. Can you do that?" Lorna pondered for a moment, responding uncertainly. "Whenever I exert my mutant abilities to the fullest, there are vibrant, colorful lights emanating from my hands, resembling the aurora borealis. I can distinctly feel that this light is the source of my power. I suppose that's my energy?" Ancient displayed a somewhat stunned expression. Taking a moment before responding, "I can't say you're entirely wrong, but it is somewhat misplaced. That is merely the external manifestation of your energy, not its essence. You must understand, it is your energy that creates that aurora, not the other way around. Do you comprehend this distinction?" "Uncertain." Saint looked at the bewildered Lorna and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was indeed a tall order to expect a foreigner to grasp the essence of Chinese martial arts deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan and extended his right hand to Lorna, saying, "Let me take your hand. I will help you experience my chi firsthand." Moments later, much like Joy Mitchum before her, Lorna stared blankly at her fingers, utterly speechless in astonishment. Is this chi?" Interrupting the flow of chi, Saint advised her, "Remember this sensation. Rely on it to sense your own chi. It transcends the five senses, functioning as a sixth sense. Thus, do not be misled by your sight, hearing, smell, touch, or taste. Focus on your spirit." After a considerable time had passed, Lorna, with her eyes tightly shut, finally opened them, her face a portrait of frustration. "Boss, I can't do it." "That's all right," Saint replied, not expecting her to succeed on her first attempt. He extended his hand once more. "Let's try again." An hour later, having faced numerous failures, Lorna began to lose confidence in herself. Seeking reassurance, she asked, "Boss, how long did it take you to sense your own chi?" "Perhaps just a second," Saint recalled, as he had sensed his chi immediately upon wishing for the knowledge of Sun Wukong. He never anticipated that this seemingly simple step would prove insurmountable for Lorna. However, he refrained from voicing such discouraging thoughts and instead offered a kind lie to comfort her. "It took me quite a while as well. Lorna, it's normal for you, not being Chinese, to find it challenging to comprehend chi. Do not feel disheartened." Time passed, and after more than half an hour, Lorna exclaimed, "Boss, I feel it. I finally feel it." She leapt up from the floor, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "This is my chi. It's so immense." Saint discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Though each transfer of chi had been minimal, the cumulative effect of over 20 attempts had nearly drained him. Until that moment, he had almost doubted whether this foreigner, utterly oblivious to Chinese culture, would ever be able to sense her own chi. "Excellent. Familiarize yourself with this sensation. Tomorrow, once you have a deeper understanding of your chi, we shall begin learning about chi shielding." Saint rose, leaving the tranquil room to Lorna. "I must prepare for the restaurant. Feel free to stay a while longer and solidify this newfound sensation. When it's time for dinner, come downstairs to work." "Okay, thank you, boss." "You're welcome." After exiting the tranquil room and descending to the restaurant on the first floor, Saint spent some time preparing in the kitchen before opening the doors at mealtime. Soon after, Lorna also descended the stairs, wearing a somewhat peculiar expression. She approached Saint and inquired, "Boss, you mentioned my chi is 100 times that of an ordinary person. By that standard, how much is yours?" Saint remained silent for a long while before reluctantly responding, 3 times that of an ordinary person. In reality, it was just a little over 2 times. He had severely rounded up. Only 3 times? Lorna displayed an expression of realization. I was beginning to suspect I misjudged. Feeling that compared to mine, your chi seems rather weak. Saint, somewhat displeased, scoffed. I'm not a mutant. That is to be expected. Lorna chuckled, regaining her confidence. You appear to be an otherworldly master. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're no match for me. Haha. Saint sneered, delivering a rather unrefined threat. I see you don't wish to learn chi shielding? Boss, you're rather stingy. You can't take a joke at all. Enough chatter. Get to work. We have no customers yet. Their banter concluded with Saint's silent retreat. Before long, Peter rushed in after school, and as time passed, the number of patrons in the restaurant steadily increased, leading the 3 into a flurry of activity that lasted until around 8 or 9 o'clock when Saint finally hung the closed sign, marking the end of the day. What followed was a peaceful week. During these 7 days, thanks to the extraordinary signature dish of Kung Fu barbecue, Lee's Chinese restaurant maintained a remarkably booming business, with Saint's net income exceeding $500 daily. Throughout this period, neither the Axe Gang, the Hand Association, nor the New York police troubled him. Just when he believed the storm brought by Joy Mitchum had completely passed, on the morning of the 8th day, an individual Saint least wanted to encounter appeared at his restaurant's entrance. Unbelievable. Saint stared at the middle-aged man entering, deeply furrowing his brow, muttering to himself. It doesn't make sense. I've been very low-key these days. This middle-aged man, with a receding hairline and neatly combed sparse black hair, donned a well-fitted black suit and wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. However, if Saint's instincts were correct, this was likely to be the greatest trouble he had encountered since arriving in the Marvel Universe. Saint discreetly activated his chi sensing ability, discovering that although this middle-aged man's chi still fell within the ordinary range, it was at least 50% stronger than average, placing him among the elite of ordinary individuals, precisely aligning with his suspicions. Hello. The middle-aged man approached Saint directly, maintaining his smile, and gently asked, Are you Saint Lee? That's me. Saint stepped forward, discreetly probing. And you are? The middle-aged man retrieved a black notebook from his suit pocket and opened it before Saint, revealing his credentials. Phil Coulson, Federal Bureau of Investigation agent. I am here to investigate a case. May I have a word with you? Of course, it's you. Saint chuckled sarcastically. If you go abroad, do you transform into a different person? You agents from SHIELD love to play mysterious. Suppressing his urge to scoff, Saint gestured toward a table in the restaurant. Certainly, please have a seat. Coulson sat down amicably, gazing at Saint across the table, and straightforwardly inquired, Mr. Lee. 7 days ago, Joy Mitchum, a director from Rand Corporation, was attacked in your establishment. The assailants numbered 6, 4 of whom were subdued on the spot. I would like to know who defeated them. If I say I don't know, you would likely accuse me of obstructing justice, right? Saint sighed, resignedly admitting. It was I who did it. Coulson showed no surprise, evidently having investigated Saint beforehand. His smile remained warm as he produced 4 injury reports from his briefcase, placing them on the table. These are the injury reports for the 4 assailants. The one with the least severe injuries suffered 3 broken ribs. The forensic physician concluded that he was struck in the chest by a vehicle traveling over 60 miles per hour. However, we both know that this is far from the truth. May I ask what means you employed to subdue them? Saint merely shrugged, responding tersely to Coulson's lengthy exposition. Fists. Or rather, Kung Fu. Kung Fu? Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Lee, I must remind you that if you lie during the evidence collection process, it constitutes a violation of federal law. Believe it or not. Saint retorted irritably. Agent Coulson, please speak plainly. I am quite busy and have no time for your roundabout approach. Phil Coulson, maintaining his composure, smiled amiably and inquired, Mr. Lee, are you familiar with Inhumans and mutants? I am acquainted with mutants, Ancient replied, concealing the truth with a steady demeanor, but I have not heard of Inhumans. I see, Coulson nodded. To elaborate would be rather cumbersome. In essence, both Inhumans and mutants are humans who have awakened supernatural abilities through genetic mutations, according to our agency's regulations. Upon the discovery of an Inhuman or mutant, a risk assessment must be conducted. Based on the results, they may either be apprehended and imprisoned if deemed a significant threat, or monitored if less so, in order to ensure societal stability and public safety. I understand, Ancient remarked with a sardonic smile. You suspect me of being a mutant or an Inhuman. Coulson, driven by his compulsive nature, added, Mr. Lee, if you could, please demonstrate the skills you mentioned. Otherwise, I will have to request that you accompany us. Us? Inshint instinctively turned to glance outside. You didn't come alone? I apologize, Coulson replied politely, yet ominously. Across the street stands a fully armed tactical team. However, as long as you cooperate, Mr. Lee, they will not intervene. After a moment of silence, Inshint relented. As long as you receive proof, you will not trouble me further? Certainly, Coulson agreed readily. Your act of protecting Joy Mitchell falls under justifiable defense. Up until now, you have not violated any federal laws. Provided we can confirm that you are neither an inhuman nor a mutant, we have no reason to complicate matters for you. Very well, Inshint reluctantly extended his arm. Come, let us shake hands. At this, Coulson furrowed his brow, hesitating as he regarded the outstretched hand. Mr. Lee, what do you mean by this? Inshint explained impatiently. What I refer to as skill pertains to Qi. As you are neither of Chinese descent nor familiar with her culture, it is difficult for me to elucidate verbally. Instead, I propose to employ a technique called breath transfer, allowing me to convey my Qi to you through physical contact, granting you a direct experience on a spiritual level. After a brief moment of hesitation, Coulson extended his arm and grasped Inshint's hovering hand, accompanied by an exclamation. Coulson jerked back as if struck by electricity, staring in astonishment at his fingers. What is this? Why is your hand so sweaty? Inshint disdainfully wiped his hands and replied, No need to be alarmed. Your sensations are quite normal. This represents a sixth sense that transcends the five senses. Referred to in Chinese as Qi perception. After a considerable pause, Coulson regained his composure and stated, Mr. Lee, if you do not mind, I would like to call in a colleague. And what if I do mind? Inshint challenged. Ignoring the remark, Coulson raised his right arm and pressed his finger to his earpiece. May, please come in. Shortly thereafter, a stern-faced Asian woman clad in a black tactical uniform entered. Though no longer young, she retained an air of elegance, her physique a testament to rigorous training, exuding a unique beauty that balanced grace with strength. Her thighs were holstered with sleek black pistols, and the cold gleam of steel accentuated the sharpness of her gaze, emanating an intimidating aura. Recognizing her, Inshint surmised without hesitation that this was Melinda May, a seasoned agent of SHIELD, nicknamed the Cavalry. A soldier, spy, fighter, and driver of considerable experience, and Coulson's longtime partner. Inshint smirked at Coulson, gesturing towards Melinda May. Agent Coulson, if I am not mistaken. This must be your entire tactical team, fully armed? Coulson disregarded the remark and introduced, Mr. Lee, this is Agent May, also Chinese, and she has practiced martial arts. Please explain Qi to her. Inshint glanced at Melinda May and asked in Chinese, what do you practice? Bajikwan or Wing Chun? Melinda May, taken aback, realized that despite having taken only a few steps since meeting Inshint, he could discern the style of her martial arts. If it were mere guesswork, it was strikingly accurate. Nodding in response, she replied in Chinese, Indeed, good eye. Inshint, possessing no extraordinary perception but rather knowledge of the characters in the narrative, waved his hand dismissively. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Qi is a form of life energy inherent in all living beings, plants, animals, and humans alike, varying in strength and personality. The essence of our turtle sage martial arts lies in harnessing and utilizing this life energy, transcending the limits of the human body. Do you understand? You speak of internal energy, Melinda May countered without hesitation. Internal energy is merely a myth. It does not exist. That is simply due to your ignorance. Inshint extended his arm once more. Give me your hand. Moments later, Melinda May's reaction mirrored that of Coulson's, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon her fingers, rendered speechless. Before she could collect her thoughts, Coulson, unable to comprehend their conversation, interjected, May, what have you two been discussing? Coulson, Melinda May, recovering from her shock, replied with a hint of skepticism, I cannot be entirely certain, but what he says may indeed hold truth. This sensation is strikingly similar to the legendary internal energy. I find no other explanation. I see, Coulson nodded, turning to Inshint. Mr. Lee, for the time being, we will place our trust in your description of Qi. However, we must request a blood sample from you, as we cannot proceed without evidence. After all this, you still want to draw blood? Chapter 21. The overly theatrical Inshint glared in displeasure. If you intend to draw blood anyway, why all this fuss? Isn't that akin to dropping trousers to fart? Entirely unnecessary? Why not just ask me from the start? Coulson chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. We did not wish to act impulsively without fully understanding your situation. Based on past experiences, whether in humans or mutants, upon hearing the words blood draw, they tend to become quite agitated. All right, I understand. Inshint rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm. If you must draw blood, then do so quickly. It's almost meal time. Let us finish this swiftly so I can return to my business. Not hesitating, Coulson promptly retrieved a metal case device from his briefcase, clearly having prepared in advance. Inside was a blood collection device resembling a handgun. He positioned the device against In Shin's forearm vein, pressing the trigger, and a small vial of crimson blood was easily collected. Apologies for the interruption. Coulson meticulously stored the blood sample and stood to take his leave. We shall send this sample for testing immediately. Once we have results, we will reach out to you. In the meantime, please do not leave New York. So, I'm still a suspect? In Shin grumbled, then rose to escort them out. Please, go. No need to see you off. Farewell. Coulson and Melinda May exchanged glances as they exited the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Once away from the entrance, Coulson asked, May, what are your thoughts on this anciently? In response, Melinda May offered a cold smirk. This man has something to hide. Oh? Coulson replied with a curious smile. What brings you to that conclusion? Do you not believe that what he said about Chi is true? This point is undoubtedly true. Otherwise, he would not have so readily provided a blood sample. However, his demeanor was excessively atrocious. Melinda May astutely analyzed. He wishes to portray himself as a justified innocent, yet his overzealousness reveals his deep-seated insecurity. I firmly believe he is concealing something of great significance from us. Is it that apparent? Phil Coulson chuckled, a twinkle in his eye. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Melinda shot him a sidelong glance, her expression devoid of mirth. Coulson, be serious. You do not comprehend. According to the legends of Huagua, the cultivation of the energy he speaks of can lead to formidable enhancements. At just 19, his strength has already surpassed human limitations. What heights might he reach in a few years? Moreover, he claims to practice the martial arts of the turtle sage. Do you grasp what that implies? Individuals of his caliber may very well belong to an entire sect. Phil Coulson shrugged, maintaining his smile. That is not our concern. Document your thoughts in the report and let the higher-ups decide. Humph. Melinda huffed, glancing back at the sign of the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Squinting, she remarked, I have an aversion to that young man. Whether feigned or not, his gaze is quite irksome. What sort of look is that? It's as if he silently proclaims, I could take 10 of you. Phil Coulson adopted a peculiar expression. Should I remind you that you are indeed no match for him? While we are uncertain about many things, the injury report indicates that his punching power is at least on par with the captain. That is precisely what vexes me. I wish to see if his physical defenses are on the same level as Captain America. Regardless, let us send his blood sample to the laboratory. Once the test results are available, we can conduct a further assessment. When we next visit him, we should request a team of special agents to accompany us. That young man's arrogance is intolerable. If he does not temper his attitude, I may struggle to resist the impulse to draw my weapon. Meanwhile, within Lee's Chinese restaurant, the ever-resentment of In-sung-tae, who had forgotten that women hold grudges, paced restlessly, muttering to himself, how did I attract the attention of SHIELD? These rascals revel in surveillance. Are they tracking my every move? I must ensure they do not discover the secret of the Dragon Balls. Damn it. Of all times for this to happen. At that moment, In-sung-tae's previous composure had evaporated. He lowered his head, troubled, and glanced at the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand. At this rate, in just 2 weeks, the Dragon Balls will fully restore their energy. Should I seek them out or not? Boss? Just then, Lona Langshell entered, observing In-sung's anxious demeanor. Curiously, she asked, what is the matter? Nothing. In-sung replied dismissively and halted his pacing. Noticing the time, he asked, why are you here so early? Well, at his inquiry, Lona beamed with pride, spreading her arms wide. Boss, look. Have you lost your mind? In-sung frowned, scanning her from head to toe. What exactly do you want me to see? Have you finally started to develop? I didn't notice. Lona's smile instantly vanished, and she instinctively glanced down at her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger as she clenched her small fists. You jerk. What are you talking about? I'm at my energy. Is energy something to be viewed? An uncultured foreigner. In-sung muttered as he activated his energy sensing, only to find himself unable to detect Lona's energy, as if she were merely an illusion before him. Congratulations, you have finally mastered energy concealment. He spoke dryly, his expression unchanged, before adding, such a simple technique, and it took you an entire week to grasp the basics. I truly do not understand what you find so praiseworthy. Boss, enough already, Lona exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she stepped forward. Did I not merely say you are weak? Is it necessary to hold a grudge for so long? Who is holding a grudge? In-sung rolled his eyes. I merely stated a fact. Do you know how long it took me to master this? Less than half an hour. You're boasting. Lona retorted, turning away in disbelief, her tone sharp as she mocked. I don't believe it. I heard from the master that you trained for a full decade to achieve your current strength. A decade? You hardly seem like the gifted type. Chapter 22. The Lee family dinner. In-sung's inner voice screamed in protest. I have only trained for a mere few days. Yet this undeniable truth could not be spoken aloud. Otherwise, his carefully crafted narrative would unravel entirely. Did I strike a nerve? Lona teased with a grin. Boss, are you upset again? You must change your tactics. If you threaten me with withholding my training once more, I shall lose all respect for you. Enough. You have just learned to crawl, and now wish to run. In-sung scoffed, speaking candidly. You are far from ready. Only when you can effortlessly maintain energy concealment like breathing will I teach you how to control its extent. After spending several days together, Lona had come to understand In-sung's character well. She knew he would never speak frivolously when it came to serious matters. Nodding earnestly, she replied, Understood, boss. I will strive diligently in my training. Very well. In-sung nodded, beckoning Lona over. Although it is still early, since you are here, come assist me in preparing the ingredients. Boss, I believe you are growing increasingly lazy, expecting others to do everything for you. Enough prattle. Employees exist to be utilized. Heartless boss. Half an hour later, In-sung emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of marinated raw meat and a big bowl of vegetable salad. He placed the food on the dining table and turned to Lona, saying, Call Peter and tell him if he doesn't come to the shop soon. He will miss the family dinner again and be left with leftovers. Lona acknowledged with an O, setting down a bowl of rice. She took out her phone and was about to dial when a bell chimed at the entrance. Turning, she saw Peter Parker, laden with his backpack, rushing into the shop. Breathlessly exclaiming, Boss, I'm here. I'm here. Good. In-sung casually responded, taking a seat at the table first. He used his energy to cook the platter of raw meat. Although Peter had witnessed this spectacle countless times, he still found it difficult to acclimate, muttering under his breath, This is unscientific. Even if what the boss claims is a form of biological energy, releasing a large amount of energy rapidly should cause an explosion, why is it merely generating heat? Peter. Lona's sharp voice jolted him from his stupor. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and wash your hands and change your clothes. We want to wait for you. Oh. Peter jumped, startled, and nodded obediently, dashing toward the storage room. I'm on it. Lona. This poor child, so utterly at the mercy of Lona, would likely never escape her clutches, even if bitten by a spider. In-sung regarded Peter Parker with deep sympathy, picked up the only pair of chopsticks from the utensils, and casually called out to Lona, Let us eat. Lona sat across from In-sung, picked up a fork and spoon, and as she speared a piece of roasted meat, she suddenly inquired, Boss, why do you refer to our work meals as family dinners? Is this a tradition of Huagua? Not at all. In-sung shook his head, answering with a whimsical defiance, I am the boss. I can call it whatever pleases me. Lorna opened her mouth in disbelief and took a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, Yin-sent continued, We are both orphans. Isn't it nice to have a family gathering? The piece of meat Lorna had in her mouth fell onto the table with a thud. Flustered, she hastily picked it up again and softly muttered, It's quite good. At that moment, Peter, now donned in work attire and with wet hands, appeared at the dining table. He pulled out a chair from beneath the table and, as soon as he sat down, began to complain, Boss, can't we have our family dinner a bit later? I've already received 2 warnings for rushing around at school. Hearing this, Yin-sent was about to refuse, but Lorna shot him a glare and reprimanded Peter. Peter, don't be unreasonable. If we wait any longer, the guests will start arriving. When would we even have time to eat? How can you side with the boss, Lorna? We are both exploited employees. We should stand united. Be quiet. Eat. Oh, cough cough. Peter, do you think you're being exploited? Well, what about those plates you broke? Please don't. Boss, I was wrong. After the 3 of them bickered and finished their family dinner, Lorna promptly began to clear the table while Peter reluctantly washed the dishes. And Yin-sent languidly slouched in his chair, digesting his meal. Yin-sent, in a rather self-satisfied manner, declared, I cook, you clean. Isn't this how it should be? Before long. As the first guest walked into the restaurant, Yin-sent, adopting a proper boss demeanor, quickly entered the kitchen, donned a clean apron, and returned to his role as chef, remaining busy until after 2 o'clock, when he finally removed his now soiled apron and turned to Lorna, inquiring, Lorna, have you been attending classes at the martial arts school lately? I haven't seen Corinne for several days, and it feels rather off. Boss, don't you know? Lorna teased with a mischievous expression. The martial arts school has been closed. The master has met a wealthy heir and is vacationing in Huagua on a private jet, no less. A wealthy heir? Dannyland? Yin-sent furrowed his brow and asked, When did this happen? Lorna clicked her tongue and, with a sly grin, replied, Boss, there's no need to be so anxious. They're just on vacation together. It doesn't mean anything. You still have a chance. It's not what you think. Yin-sent raised a serious hand. Lorna, stop joking. Dannyland is no ordinary wealthy heir. He is the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun, a fierce rival of the Hand Alliance. If Corinne is with him in Huagua, it cannot possibly be a vacation. It's likely to be dangerous. Now, tell me, when did this happen? 4 days ago, Lorna answered, startled. and then bombarded him with a string of questions. Boss, don't scare me. Could the master be in danger? What kind of danger? What is Kunlun? What is the Handalites? Chapter 23. Corinne's fate. It has already been 4 days. Yinsent pondered briefly before decisively waving his hand. We will address your questions later. I need to call Corinne and see if she is safe. All right. Lorna nodded, watching as Yinsent pulled out his phone and dialed Corinne's number, but no one answered. The call did not connect internationally. Yinsent turned to Lorna and reasoned. Corinne should have returned by now. I'll go check the martial arts school. I'm going too. Lorna had no intention of staying behind and followed closely in Yinsent's footsteps as they headed towards Corinne's martial arts school. A moment later, Boss? Lorna? Peter Parker, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, emerged from the storeroom. After calling out twice without receiving a response, he gazed around the empty restaurant, bewildered, and murmured to himself. What happened? What should I do? I need to go to school. Meanwhile, Yinsent stood at the entrance of Corinne's martial arts school, knocking on the closed door. Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the door opened slightly from the inside, revealing a striking figure. Upon seeing who had opened the door, Yinsent's expression shifted to one of surprise. Joy? What are you doing here? That's a question I should be asking, Joy Mitchum replied, equally astonished. She glanced at Lorna behind Yinsent and retorted, Yinsent, how did you end up here? I'm an old friend of Corinne's. I've known her for several years. Yinsent explained, gesturing toward Lorna. This is Lorna, whom you've met. She is not only my employee but also Corinne's disciple. Now I understand. Please, come in. Joy said, stepping aside to let Yinsent and Lorna enter. Yinsent, you arrived just in time. Please help me persuade Corinne. Her health is very poor. Yet she refuses to go to the hospital. What happened to the master? Lorna anxiously interjected before Yinsent could speak. Where is she? In the bedroom at the back. Joy indicated the direction and briefly explained to Yinsent, Danny, Corinne, and I went to Huagua to investigate the Hand Alliance's conspiracy. During the process, Corinne sustained a minor injury on her arm, which we initially thought was not serious. Unfortunately, the enemies who attacked her had poisoned their weapons, and it appears to be a potentially lethal chronic toxin. Yinsent nodded, realizing that his concerns had come to fruition. He couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Because of his interference, Danny Land had not been committed to a mental institution by Joy Mitchum, nor had he sought Corinne as assistance. However, for reasons unknown, they had both inadvertently crossed paths with the Hand Alliance and tracked them to Huagua. Although this time there was Joy Mitchum in the absence of Midnight Nurse Claire, the outcome was still the same as in the original storyline. Corinne was now poisoned and gravely ill. As for Corinne's refusal to go to the hospital, Yinsent understood well enough. It was because she had sought help from her master, Bo2, believing he would have a remedy for her poisoning, which is why she insisted on waiting for him at the martial arts school. In truth, modern Western medicine had little recourse against the poisoning techniques from Huagua. When Yinsent followed Joy into the bedroom at the back of the martial arts school, he saw Corinne, pale and with bluish lips, lying on the bed, drenched in sweat. She said to Lorna, who had arrived first, "Don't worry, I can still hold on. When my master arrives, he will help me detoxify." "Oh, Corinne, you look dreadful. Absolutely terrible." Yinsent approached the bedside, wearing an expression devoid of concern, and cracked a joke that fell flat. "Have you been away from Huagua for too long and are now unaccustomed to the environment? You're the one who is terrible." If she weren't so weak, Corinne would have jumped up to hit him. After a sarcastic retort, she rolled her eyes and said, "Yinsent, if you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. Huh, you truly have no sense of humor." Yinsent chuckled, shrugging his shoulders before turning to Joy Mitchum. "Joy, why are only you two here? Where is Danny Land?" "Danny went to the pharmacy to buy antibiotics," Joy replied anxiously, glancing at her watch. "He should be back soon." Yinsent acknowledged her and moved to Lorna's side, gently patting her shoulder and assuring her in a light-hearted tone, all right, stop looking so gloomy. With me around. Corinne, won't he die?" Upon hearing this, Lorna's eyes brightened, and she turned to Yinsent with a sudden fervor. "Boss, can you cure the master?" "Of course. It's a trivial matter," Yinsent boasted before abruptly changing the tone in the presence of their astonished gazes. "However, we must wait for Danny Land to return. I need the iron fist bestowed upon him by SHOWDOWN." The three individuals fell into silence. Following Corinne's words, Lorna turned to Yinsent and remarked, "Boss, could you possibly be more reliable? Your demeanor is quite disheartening." "How am I not reliable?" Yinsent was about to argue when Corinne interjected. "Yinsent, who exactly is SHOWDOWN? He's not just anyone." Yinsent turned his gaze away, retracting his playful demeanor, and earnestly stated, "SHOWDOWN is a dragon, the immortal dragon of Kunlun, who has lived for thousands of years." "A dragon?" Corinne's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Is that true? If you doubt it, let Danny Land tell you himself." Yinsent turned his head, as if his gaze could penetrate through walls, confidently asserting he is almost at the door. Just then, as if to provide evidence, a knock echoed, followed by Danny Land's voice calling out from afar, "Joy, I'm back. Open the door." Corinne and Joy Mitchum exchanged startled glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as they fixed their eyes on Yinsent, while Lorna alone pondered thoughtfully, "Is it a sense of breath?" Yinsent silently nodded, affirming Lorna's suspicion, then reminded Joy, "Aren't you going to open the door for him?" "Oh." Moments later, Joy Mitchum hurriedly returned with Danny Land, who carried a paper bag emblazoned with a pharmacy label, presumably containing the antibiotics he had purchased. "Yinsent, what brings you here?" Danny Land looked at Yinsent in surprise before glancing at Corinne on the bed. It's an emergency. This is a long story. Ask later." Yinsent waved his hand, getting straight to the point. "Danny, I can cure Corinne, but I need your help. You know how to detoxify?" "That's wonderful," Danny exclaimed with joy, agreeing without hesitation. "Just tell me what to do." However, Yinsent's first words immediately made Danny hesitate. "I need to borrow your iron fist." Upon seeing Danny's conflicted expression, Yinsent smiled and clarified, "Don't be alarmed. The iron fist bestowed upon you by SHOWDOWN cannot truly be taken away. What I need to borrow is merely the energy within you. To put it simply, you are like a generator, and I am only borrowing electricity." "You know SHOWDOWN?" Danny was taken aback again, and, considering the gravity of the situation, cautiously inquired, "May I ask why you need to borrow the iron fist?" "SHOWDOWN is the immortal dragon of Kunlun. The iron fist you possess is not merely indestructible. One must understand that the legendary dragon essence can even bring the dead back to life. The iron fist originates from SHOWDOWN's dragon heart. While it cannot compare to the true dragon essence, it is still a uniquely special entity, possessing remarkable healing abilities that you simply have yet to learn to harness." After explaining, Yinsent paused briefly and looked earnestly at Danny. "Trust me, if you are willing to lend me your energy, I can completely heal Corinne." "I understand. I believe in you," Danny nodded, his doubts vanishing. "What should I do?" "You don't need to do anything." Yinsent raised both arms, palms facing upwards, striking an unusual pose reminiscent of a weightlifter. "When you feel me drawing your energy, just don't resist." I can already feel it." Danny furrowed his brow tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh, this feeling is quite unpleasant. Do not resist. If you harbor even a hint of reluctance, I will be unable to borrow your energy." Yinsent himself was not at ease either. It was far more challenging than he had anticipated to merely borrow Danny's energy, nearly exhausting all his strength. It was well known that Sun Wukong, when gathering his energy blasts, borrowed from countless life forms. In contrast, he could hardly fathom how that was achieved. Could it be due to the disparity in strength? Yinsent began to grasp that Sun Wukong was immensely powerful, and every energy recipient was significantly weaker than him, whereas Danny's energy was several times greater than Yinsent's own. Fortunately, despite the arduous process, Yinsent ultimately succeeded. Visible golden strands emerged from Danny's body, swirling into the air, converging above Yinsent's head into a golden orb the size of an egg. As the orb fully formed, the completely drained Danny lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor with a thud. "Danny, boss, he landed." 3 exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Yinsent cautiously cradled the orb with one hand, gently lowering his arm while sending a wave of reassurance to the 3 women. "He is fine. He is just exhausted and will fully recover after a couple of days of rest." With that, Yinsent, holding the orb, approached Corinne's bedside and said, "Corinne, unwrap the bandage from your arm and expose your wound." Corinne stared blankly at the orb in Yinsent's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Lorna, standing guard at her bedside, snapped back to reality and knelt to help Corinne unbind the bandage. Beneath the wrapping, a wound oozed black blood, starkly contrasting against her pale skin, a truly alarming sight. Lorna's pupils dilated in shock as she instinctively gasped. She could clearly see that not only the wound was bleeding, but also countless veins beneath Corinne's skin showed ominous black hues, resembling a dark web, indicating that the poison had deeply permeated her body, likely spreading throughout. "Lorna, step aside." Yinsent called to the dazed Lorna, flipping his hand to grip the golden orb beneath. Once Lorna hurriedly moved aside, he slowly advanced the orb towards Corinne's arm, pushing it directly into the darkened wound. In the next moment, as the orb vanished, Corinne's arm suddenly brightened from within, the golden light illuminating every vein beneath her skin. The once black veins began to revert to a vibrant red, indicating that the symptoms of poisoning were swiftly improving. Corinne bit down hard on her teeth, struggling to contain the unusual sensations coursing through her body. A moan escaped her lips, a sound that was a mixture of pain and relief. She grimaced for several seconds before finally opening her mouth wide, releasing a hoarse scream from deep within. Following this, Corinne sat upright, gasping for breath. The light emanating from her body having silently dissipated, leaving her drenched in sweat, an undeniable confirmation that the previous ordeal was not a mere illusion. What? A slight tingling sensation prompted Corinne to reach for her arm's wound. The smooth texture felt astonishingly surprising, and as she looked down, she was met with perfectly intact. Fair skin, devoid of any trace of injury. My heavens! A startled exclamation escaped her lips, followed by a resounding thud. With a sudden sound, Joy Mitchum helped Danny land up, but inadvertently loosened his grip, causing him to fall back to the floor. On the other side, Lorna Lanchel widened her verdant eyes in disbelief, reaching out to touch Corinne Wen's arm. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 25. The New Discovery of SHIELD. Upon witnessing this, Yinsent could not help but twitch his mouth, turning to the unconscious Danny Land and assisting him onto the sofa. He then turned back to the still-dazed Corinne Wen and remarked, "No need for thanks, I merely saved your life." At this, Corinne snapped back to reality, and feeling teased by Yinsent, found herself unable to express her gratitude. Instead, she stubbornly pouted, "Humph. Who asked you to save me? Mind your own business." "Huh. As long as you're happy," Yinsent chuckled nonchalantly. "I'm leaving now. The grievances between Kunlun and the Hand are not something we of the Turtle Hermit School wish to meddle in." "Boss." Before Corinne could respond, Lorna jumped in. "How can you just leave like this? What about the master? Isn't she already up and about?" Yinsent replied, turning around with arms spread. "She has no scars left. My service was thorough enough, right? What more do you want from me?" But Lorna wanted to say more, but Corinne interrupted. "Lorna, stop talking. You should leave with Yinsent." "No." Lorna shook her head vigorously. "Master, I want to stay and help you. I'm not as ungrateful as the boss." Silence. Corinne stepped down from the bed, speaking with undeniable authority. "Lorna, Yinsent is right. This is my grievance with the Hand, not his, nor yours. Leave now, and do not return to the dojo until I notify you." "Master," Lorna bit her lip, about to protest when Yinsent suddenly pulled her aside. "Let us go. Don't worry, next time your master is on the brink of death, we'll come to save her." "Yuck." Corinne raised her beautifully arched brows, thinking that had she a knife in hand, she would have drawn it. "Yinsent, are you cursing me? Get out of my dojo at once." All right, Yinsent said, briskly turning to leave, pulling the still-dazed Lorna with him. "We're leaving now." Once outside the dojo, Lorna, still bewildered, forcefully shook off Yinsent's hand. "Boss, let go of me. You'd better not look back." Though Yinsent released his grip, he opened his arms to block her path, earnestly advising, "I know Corinne's character well. If you were to be implicated because of her, she would never forgive herself. If you truly respect Corinne, you should honor her decision." Upon hearing this, Lorna paused, her attitude softening. "But boss, the Hand is so ruthless, and master is in danger now." "Don't worry, Corinne is no weakling." Yinsent placed a hand on Lorna's shoulder, firmly turning her around and pushing her in the direction of his restaurant. "The ones you should be worrying about are the Hand." "Is that so?" Lorna twisted her neck to glance back at Yinsent, suspiciously stating, "Boss, before we came to the dojo, you didn't say this." Yinsent was at a loss for words for a moment before finally finding a suitable excuse. "The situation has changed." "Didn't you hear Corinne say her master is coming soon? Since family is involved, what could possibly happen?" That did sound somewhat reasonable. Lorna gazed up at Yinsent's face, keenly questioning, "But I can't shake the feeling that you're being disingenuous. Because Corinne's master, Bo-Tu, is actually one of the 5 fingers of the Hand. I just wanted to avoid encountering him, which is why I'm in such a hurry to leave." Yinsent silently cursed in his heart, while outwardly he responded rather dismissively, "You're mistaken. Boss, the more you say that, the more suspicious you seem." 6 hours later, at a building in the suburbs of New York that was decidedly not a secret military base, Phil Coulson held a blood test report as he approached Melinda May's desk. "May, it has been confirmed that, genetically speaking, Yinsent Lee's blood is entirely normal, with no suspicious elements. He is neither a mutant nor an inhuman. It's time to pay him another visit." "Wait." Melinda May lifted her head, pointing at the monitor. "New intelligence has just arrived. I think you need to watch this video first before making a decision." Phil Coulson raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer. "Are you implying that this video has something to do with him? What is that strange phenomenon? A golden ball of lightning? This occurred 6 hours ago at a Japanese dojo near Lee's restaurant. Do you still think my request for a team of agents to accompany us is an overreaction?" Phil Coulson silently watched the video and gestured to rewind it in front of Melinda May. "If I'm not mistaken, Yinsent extracted a glowing orb from that man, instantly healing the Bedridden woman. After that flash of light, there wasn't even a wound left? What happened to that man? Did he die?" "He is not dead. He has just been in a coma. His name is Danny Land. heir to Rand Corporation. Also present was Joy Mitchum, a board member of Rand Corporation. As Melinda May continued, she opened another video. Interestingly, just half an hour ago, an armed convoy comprised of 5 black SUVs appeared outside the dojo, taking these 2 Rand executives away. The individuals disembarking from the vehicles were all professional combatants, and they have since eluded our surveillance, their whereabouts unknown. Phil Coulson furrowed his brow tightly, and the woman who was bedridden? She left with them. Melinda May enlarged the video. Her name is Corinne One. She operates the dojo and is proficient in both the way of the samurai and Aikido. Moreover, the person she was speaking with is clearly the leader of these armed individuals, and they were likely summoned by her. Phil Coulson leaned closer to examine, nodding in agreement before asking, "And the woman who left with consent?" Melinda May handed Phil a paper dossier. Lorna Lanchel, an employee at Lee's restaurant and a student at Corinne One's dojo. So, your theory is that everyone appearing in these 2 videos, including Rand Corporation and the unidentified armed forces, is connected to the school that Yinsent mentioned? Chapter 26, Solar Fist. Human-like moving flash bomb in response. Melinda May shrugged. "I haven't said a word. This is all your conjecture." TSK. Phil Coulson clicked his tongue in frustration. What was the name of his school again? Turtle something? Turtle Hermit School. What a peculiar name. Phil Coulson sighed, waving his hand. "Let us go have a proper discussion with him. Request not 1, but 2 teams of agents to accompany us, with 1 team as backup." "Sure. May, could you not look so pleased?" Haha. Half an hour later, at the now-closed Lee's restaurant, Lorna, Yinsent, feeling exasperated, rolled his eyes. "Are you done yet?" The answer is the same as 5 minutes ago. Corinne has not returned. There is not a soul in her dojo. "Boss, did you really use your aura sensing?" Lorna stared at Yinsent with skepticism. "I feel like you're just brushing me off. Furthermore, the distance from Master S dojo exceeds 500 meters. Given such a considerable space, are you truly capable of sensing clearly? Did I not mention that within a kilometer, I shall never err?" Yinshenk's eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation. "If you genuinely wish to know her whereabouts, why not simply call her? Moreover, Lorna, Colin is the master, not you. Why are you so concerned as a mere apprentice?" "Humph." Lorna, with a playful wrinkling of her nose, retorted, "Heartless boss. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you?" Upon hearing this, Yinshenk's forehead pulsed with veins, and he unceremoniously ordered her, "You know I'm the boss? Quickly get out." "I won't." Lorna defiantly raised her chin and pouted, "I will stay here tonight. You did say that I could use the lounge upstairs as my dormitory at any time. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Staying here is fine, but you are not to disturb me." Yinshenk shot her a glare, warning her fiercely, "I will be meditating in the quiet room until midnight. If you dare intrude, Mid-sentence, Yinshenk abruptly turned to look towards the shop's entrance, then turned back to Lorna with an austere expression. "We are in trouble. Remember, no matter what occurs, you must not deactivate the aura concealment." "Boss, what do you sense?" Lorna's inquiry was just beginning when 6 fully armed special agents appeared at the shop's entrance in tactical formation. Yinshenk gestured for Lorna to hide behind him. And soon after, Phil Coulson, clad in black combat gear and wearing a tactical bulletproof vest, stepped inside, followed closely by Melinda May. Seeing such a display, Yinshenk felt a pang of anxiety, secretly speculating, "What is happening? Could it be that I possess latent genes yet to awaken? Or am I part alien?" "Agent Coulson, what does this mean?" Yinshenk stood protectively in front of Lorna, his voice laced with cold sarcasm. "I have always cooperated with your operations, and this is the outcome? Mr. Lee, it is a pleasure to see you again." Phil Coulson replied politely, gesturing to the incoming special agents. "I apologize. This is a necessary precaution. Not aimed at you." Yinshenk scoffed derisively, clearly unconvinced, and attempted to negotiate. "If that is the case, could you allow my employee to leave first? She is merely an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" Phil Coulson stepped closer with a smile, asserting, "I do not share that sentiment." As soon as he finished speaking, Yinshenk felt Lorna tremble behind him. He quickly reached back, grasping her hand gently, signaling her to remain composed. "What do you want from us?" Yinshenk waved his other arm, feigning indignation. "How is Lorna not an ordinary person? You suspect I am a mutant? Very well, draw my blood if you must. And now, to doubt my employee? I am beginning to suspect this is a personal attack against me. Mr. Lee, please remain calm." Phil Coulson appeared wary of Yinshenk, retreating a step as he raised his arm, his right hand hovering near his holster. "We mean no harm. We merely wish to speak with you." "No harm?" Yinshenk glared, gently pushing Lorna away, silently urging her to retreat to the back of the restaurant while pointing at the encircling special agents, then let them lower their weapons. "Certainly," Phil Coulson agreed, then produced a pair of specialized high-tech handcuffs. "If you wear these, no one will point a gun at you." Hearing this, Yinshenk narrowed his eyes, surveying the 6 special agents surrounding him, their assault rifles at the ready. After more than a week since his brazen infiltration of the Axe Gang's headquarters, he now faced a similar threat, yet this time, he was far from powerless. You wish for me to surrender? Very well. Inshank raised his arms, feigning a stance of surrender, yet curiously, his hands were positioned alarmingly close to his head, fingers aimed at his forehead. Just as Phil Coulson sensed something amiss. Inshank smirked. You have forced my hand. Solar Fist. In the next moment, before the word Solar Fist had fully escaped his lips, a blinding and fierce brilliance erupted from his head, dazzling as the midday sun. The 6 special agents, caught off guard, screamed as they shielded their eyes. Succumbing to temporary blindness, chaos ensuing all around. Humph. A human-shaped self-propelled flashbang. Do you dare to fear? Inshank beamed with pride. As the Solar Fist transformed his energy into potent light, causing indiscriminate visual assault. Among those blinded was Melinda May, who had aimed her gun at him, and even Lorna, positioned behind him, was inadvertently caught in the crossfire. The sole individual who resisted the blinding effect was Phil Coulson, inexplicably wearing sunglasses at night, a mystery to behold. Chapter 27. Strike first, then talk. The 6 special agents and Melinda May, all seasoned professionals, understood that firing recklessly in blindness could harm their comrades. Hence, they all lowered their weapons, fingers retreating from triggers. By the time Phil Coulson, the only remaining fighter, drew his gun from his holster, Inshank had already pounced upon the heavily armed agents like a tiger among sheep. Phil Coulson, wary of his comrades, hesitated to fire, helplessly watching as Inshank delivered swift punches, each aimed at the heads of the agents. In mere seconds, the entire squad lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Next, when Inshank approached Melinda May, she had regained some of her vision, but regrettably, it was too late. In close combat, even she could not contend with him. In a matter of moments, he disarmed her and subdued her effortlessly. Inshank casually discarded the automatic pistol he had seized, turning to Phil Coulson, who bore an expression of trepidation, and commanded, place your weapon on the ground. Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda May and Inshank's grasp, and with no alternative, he bent down to set his handgun on the floor. Inshank took a step forward, kicking the weapon aside, then released Melinda May, pushing her towards Phil Coulson. Now, we can converse. Inshank boldly seated himself at a table, gesturing to the chair opposite him. Please, take a seat. He then turned to Lorna, who had regained her sight, and instructed, Lorna, please go upstairs. If I haven't called for you, do not come down. Lorna rubbed her reddened eyes, casting a reproachful glance at Inshank, but obediently ascended the stairs to the lounge on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, after exchanging glances, Phil Coulson and Melinda May sat down across from Inshank, with Phil Coulson initiating the conversation. Mr. Lee, are you aware that assaulting FBI agents is a serious crime that carries hefty imprisonment? Enough already. As Saint turned up his nose disdainfully, feigning ignorance, he initiated the accusation. Stop pretending. I have seen through your facade. You are not agents at all. Now, tell me, who are you really? Why are you targeting me? Misunderstanding. Phil Coulson quickly waved his hand, earnestly clarifying. Indeed, we are not from where you think. But we belong to a government department and are here to investigate the case, not to single you out. With that, Phil produced his official credentials and presented them before Saint. We are agents from the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics, specializing in cases related to supernatural forces. It is purely for confidentiality's sake that we have adopted this guise. Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Saint glanced at the credentials with a bemused smile. All right. I am beginning to believe this might be genuine. Agent Coulson, you seem like an intelligent person. If you were planning to deceive me, you would not concoct such an absurd name. Phil was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly awkward as he continued. In fact, we have conducted genetic testing and confirmed that you are neither a mutant nor an inhuman. Our visit pertains to another matter. May, hand me the tactical tablet. After receiving a sleek black tablet from Melinda May, Phil activated a video to show Saint. Could you please explain what transpired this afternoon at the martial arts dojo in Cornwall? Saint shot a glance at the video, immediately furrowing his brow and retorting, you had someone tailing me. Allow me to clarify. At that point, we had yet to confirm your identity. Monitoring your movements is standard protocol. Saint scoffed disdainfully, pondering for a moment before stating, this situation is quite complicated, tracing back to grievances centuries old. Are you sure you wish to delve into this? I must warn you, it is a monumental hassle, if I were you. I would not want to poke this hornet's nest. Centuries old? Rather than retreating, Phil inquired with keen interest, please elaborate. Where to begin? Saint pondered briefly before elaborating. Let us start with Danny Rand. He is at the heart of a series of events. You must know that 15 years ago, the plane carrying his family tragically crashed within the borders of Huagua. His parents perished on the spot, and the crew met the same fate. Only he survived. rescued by the monks of Kunlun. Kunlun. Phil echoed the name. Is that a location in Huagua? Kunlun is a hidden sanctuary of martial arts, akin to our turtle school, that has preserved the art of chi cultivation for thousands of years. Saint offered a brief explanation before waving his hand dismissively. I am not from Kunlun, and the deeper secrets are not for me to disclose. You may inquire with Danny Rand later. Continuing on, after Danny was saved, he remained in Kunlun to hone his skills, eventually becoming the legendary Iron Fist of this generation. Then why are you raising your hand? I am not giving a lecture. Phil awkwardly lowered his arm, clearing his throat to ask, ahem, what exactly is the Iron Fist? Just know that the Iron Fist is Kunlun's greatest warrior. As I said, I am not from Kunlun, and their secrets are not mine to share. Saint reiterated his stance against overstepping boundaries before continuing. After becoming the Iron Fist, Danny left Kunlun against their wishes, returning to his hometown of New York, where he unexpectedly discovered the Hand. I know you were about to ask, he continued. The Hand is an underground organization formed by 5 traders from Kunlun, with a history spanning hundreds of years, operating globally with countless minions and immense power. No further explanation is needed. You should understand that the Hand is Kunlun's arch-nemesis, and Danny, as the strongest Iron Fist, is destined to eliminate them. For reasons unknown, he sought Cornwin's assistance against the Hand, which nearly cost her life. Chapter 28. Killing Move. Scissors. With that, Saint pointed at the tablet on the table, concluding, the footage in this video shows me utilizing Danny Rand's Iron Fist to save the poisoned and dying Cornwin. As for how I accomplished it and why the Iron Fist can heal poison, I am afraid those details remain a secret. Circumstances forced Phil to refrain from pressing further, and he nodded reluctantly, taking the tablet to open another video. Mr. Lee, I have one more question. What is Cornwin's identity? The individuals who took Danny away were summoned by her, correct? Saint hesitated, wanting to avoid the question, but realizing that he could not escape forever. After a moment of silence, he finally admitted, they are the Hand. The person speaking with Cornwin is her master, Bakuto, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand. That seems somewhat contradictory. Phil furrowed his brow, directly questioning, you previously stated that Cornwin was injured while fighting against the Hand. There is no contradiction. Saint gently shook his head, explaining with a complex expression, Cornwin is unaware of her allegiance to the Hand. She believes Bakuto runs a charitable organization. Phil nodded with skepticism, hesitating before ultimately asking, Mr. Lee, if you don't mind my inquiry, what role does your turtle school play in all of this? It has nothing to do with us. Saint responded with earnestness. The turtle school is fundamentally a hidden sect, with no external associates in the secular world. To my knowledge, I am the only disciple of the turtle school who has engaged with society. Were it not for my long-standing friendship with Cornwin, I would not have intervened in the conflict between Kunlun and the Hand. Are you implying that Kunlun has external affiliates? How extensive is their network? Classified information. You may ask Danny Rand. Phil turned away in exasperation, exchanging glances with Melinda May, who subtly indicated affirmation. Quietly, he reached into his tactical vest to retrieve another concealed firearm. Agent Coulson, hold on before you draw your weapon. Saint halted Phil's movement, and as his expression changed dramatically, he gestured toward the door. I am aware that your backup has arrived outside, likely under your orders, equipped with sunglasses to block strong light. Before you signal for them to storm in, I have one question for you. Are you prepared for the possibility of their sacrifice? As Saint uttered these words with an air of menace, he raised his right index and middle fingers, pointing them toward the table. With a gentle slicing motion, a faint blue arc of energy formed in the air, swiftly and silently cleaving through the table, bisecting the solid wood effortlessly. In the game of rock, paper, scissors, the scissors technique channels energy to the fingertips, capable of producing both horizontal energy blades and vertical energy swords. The speed, sharpness, and range of the energy blade and sword are directly proportional to the strength of the emitted energy, making it the most lethal move in the game. The formidable and terrifying technique, clearly unsuitable for use except in life and death situations, was employed by Yin Sheng to demonstrate resolve and serve as an additional deterrent. The effect was nothing short of remarkable. Phil Coulson, his face a mask of shock, urgently shouted into his earpiece, cease all operations. I repeat, everyone halt. A wise choice. Yin Sheng scoffed, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the team of special agents who had previously collapsed on the ground. I have not taken their lives. Not out of mercy or inability, but because New York is my home. I merely wish to live here in peace without inviting trouble. You would do well not to disturb this tranquility, or else consider whether you can bear the consequences. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, calming himself before retorting, Mr. Lee. Your abilities are indeed formidable, but precisely because of that, we cannot afford to overlook you. Should your powers spiral out of control, the resulting devastation would be incalculable. claiming countless innocent lives. Isekai'd interrupted Coulson with a dismissive snort. Agent Coulson, have you misunderstood? Out of control? Do you think my strength is akin to that of mutants, conjured from thin air? Spare me the nonsense. That energy blade you witnessed is merely an introductory technique of our turtle immortal school. Do you know how long it took me to master it? 10 years. Isekai'd raised a hand, forming a gesture indicative of 10. I spent a full decade honing my skills to attain my current level of power. Every ounce of energy within me has been cultivated through relentless training, completely under my control. I ask you, as a seasoned combatant, would you ever accidentally discharge your weapon? Of course not, Coulson replied, beginning to grasp the point. I understand now, he said, a look of realization crossing his face. You mean? Just as I can fully master my firearm through training, you can completely control your abilities through your practice, never losing control. Precisely, Isekai'd nodded, handing the decision back to Coulson. So, Agent Coulson, do tell me, do you still insist on placing handcuffs on me? Coulson fell silent in contemplation before lifting his gaze to respond. I cannot give you an answer right now. The developments have surpassed my authority. I will report your situation accurately to my superiors, and they will determine how to proceed. Very well, Isekai'd acknowledged with a nod, gesturing for Coulson to proceed. Feel free, but before this day concludes, I would appreciate a clear response. Understood. Coulson stood tall, indicating the unconscious special agents on the ground. May I summon someone to take them away? Of course, Isekai'd replied, also rising. I have no intention of taking hostages. However, you must keep your team in check. Let me be clear, should they exhibit any excessive behavior, I will not hold back. Rest assured, they are all trained professionals. Even if they disagree internally, they will not disobey orders, Coulson assured, then pressed his earpiece, issuing a series of commands. Another special operations team arrived, disarming and entering the establishment to carry away their unconscious comrades and the scattered firearms. Subsequently, Coulson called Melinda and May to accompany him as they bid farewell to Isekai'd. We shall take our leave for now and will contact you later. Wait, Isekai'd interjected, gesturing towards the table that had been sliced in half. First, you must compensate me for my table. Coulson looked at the wreckage with incredulity. You destroyed it yourself. Don't make excuses. Isekai'd interrupted Coulson's protest, glaring defiantly. Do you understand the concept of seeing beyond the surface? Had it not been for you, my table would not be in ruins. Hurry up. Pay for it. With a resigned expression, Coulson retrieved his wallet, fishing out a single bill. Is this enough? $100? Are you jesting? Isekai'd snatched Coulson's wallet and peered inside, his lips twitching. Agent Coulson, you are rather stingy, aren't you? You only carry $100? 100 is plenty, Coulson retorted, snatching back his wallet and grimacing. At least it can buy a table. A plastic one, perhaps. Isekai'd rolled his eyes. Now leave. Remember, you owe me a fine hardwood table. Your table is not even hardwood. Get going. Do you expect me to keep you for tea? After dismissing Coulson and Melinda May, Isekai'd locked up the shop and drew the curtains, shielding himself from prying eyes. Just as he completed these tasks, he suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the floor. Boss, Lorna Lanchel, coming down the stairs, gasped and rushed over, helping Isekai'd up. Are you all right? Shoo. Isekai'd made a gesture for silence before patting Lorna's shoulder, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, I merely overexerted myself from continuous use of chi. I just need to rest for a while. Lorna pursed her lips in response. Boss, you are really something. You clearly pushed yourself to the limit yet still had the presence of mind to demand payment for the table. Do you understand nothing? Isekai'd shot her a disdainful look. It's called bravado. I was already sweating profusely. They suspected I was exhausted, but they couldn't be sure. If I showed any urgency to have them leave, Coulson would have turned hostile immediately. But Lorna's expression was one of disbelief. Haven't you reached an understanding? Huh. Isekai'd chuckled coldly. That was because Coulson believed me. If he had felt compelled to confront me, lives would certainly have been lost. Otherwise, I would have been handcuffed and taken away long ago. Boss, I think your perspective is a bit dark. That Agent Coulson seems quite amiable. I believe he is a good person, not nearly as sinister as you assert. Haha, naive girl, do not amuse me. Hey, you are only a year older than me. Speak to me in that tone again, and I might just get angry. All right, no further discussion. Please help me upstairs to rest. I truly lack the strength. Humph. Boss, you are so heavy. I, a mere naive girl, cannot manage you. An hour later. In a location on the map of the United States that absolutely does not exist, at the SHIELD Trident headquarters. Kunlun, the Hand Association. A bald black man, wearing a half-black eye patch that concealed his entire left eye socket and draped in a long black trench coat, sat behind a massive desk. His solitary right eye fixed on 2 investigation reports in his hand, murmuring the names within. They are becoming restless again. Director, do you know them? Standing in front of the desk in a black suit was Phil Coulson, gazing at the one-eyed bald man with astonishment. Why have I never heard of them? This is classified information at level 8, beyond your clearance, the one-eyed bald man replied, casting a glance at Coulson. However, since you are aware now, I can confirm that the intelligence you received is accurate. Coulson subtly smirked, interjecting, according to Isekai'd, there exists another peripheral force associated with Kunlun. Is the agency aware of this? He did not lie. The one-eyed bald man nodded, succinctly summarizing, the True Purity Society, while not as powerful as the Hand Associations, is not to be underestimated. After finishing his words, the one-eyed black bald man let out a cold chuckle, cautioning against being deceived by the name. The members of the True Purity Association are all professional killers, perhaps even better described as death warriors, for their sole purpose of existence is to annihilate the Hand Association. Thus, although their numbers are significantly fewer than those of the Hand Association, their level of danger is by no means diminished. As for the Turtle Immortal School, although Saint did not explicitly state it, every time he mentioned Kunlun and the Hand Association, he inadvertently revealed a sense of superiority. This indicates that the influence of the Turtle Immortal School is at least on par with them. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed black bald man displayed an intrigued expression. This is where it gets interesting. We were already aware of the existence of Kunlun and the Hand Association since last century. Yet I only learned of the Turtle Immortal School today through you. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Director, are you suggesting that Saint is lying? That there is no such thing as the Turtle Immortal School? No. The one-eyed black bald man shook his head. Given that he knows so many secrets about Kunlun and the Hand Association, he must originate from this circle. He cannot be an outsider. I believe he is telling the truth. The Turtle Immortal School is a completely reclusive martial arts sect, with only one disciple in the secular world. Their excessive low profile explains why we have never obtained intelligence about them. Coulson's expression turned astonished. Oh, how peculiar. Director, are you capable of believing someone? The one-eyed black bald man snorted, picking up the tactical tablet on the table to glance again at the scene where Saint unleashed his energy blade. It is not that I believe him. Rather, there is no other explanation. Chapter 30. The Invisible Deterrence of the Turtle Immortal School. Having said that, the one-eyed black bald man set down the tactical tablet and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Coulson, reassure Saint Lee. Before we gather more intelligence about the Turtle Immortal School, let us adopt a gentle approach towards him. Coulson raised one eyebrow, appearing increasingly incredulous. Director, do we really need to be so apprehensive about that enigmatic Turtle Immortal School? Absolutely necessary. The one-eyed black bald man leaned forward, fixing his lone eye intently on Coulson. I ask you, according to what Saint Lee has said, all his supernatural abilities are acquired through learning and cultivation. Do you have any doubts about this? None. Coulson shook his head without hesitation. Although it is hard to believe, we have eliminated all other possibilities. The only remaining answer, no matter how outrageous, must be the truth. The one-eyed black bald man nodded slightly, straightening his posture, and sternly countered. Then, for an organization capable of consistently cultivating supernatural combatants, why should we not accord them the utmost seriousness? I understand, Director. Coulson nodded in acknowledgement. I will endeavor to extract intelligence regarding the Turtle Immortal School from Saint Lee. The one-eyed black bald man grunted affirmatively, reclining in his chair, propping his feet on the desk. Go ahead. This task will be classified as top secret, level 8. Any information regarding the Turtle Immortal School should be reported directly to me. Furthermore, I shall temporarily elevate your clearance to level 8 until you complete this task. Oh. If I successfully complete the mission, can the word temporary be removed? Indeed, along with the designation of level 8. Phil Coulson silently turned and exited the office of the one-eyed black bald man, where he found Melinda May waiting at the door. Before she could inquire, Coulson raised an arm and stated, Melinda, you know the rules. Level 8 secrets are beyond your clearance. You are not qualified either. Melinda May furrowed her brow indignantly. You and I are both level 7 agents. Now I am level 8. Phil Coulson shrugged. Though only temporarily. Humph. Melinda May snorted, redirecting her frustration. When are we going to capture that kid? Surely, you can disclose that? We will not capture him. Coulson shook his head, then added, or rather, we will not resort to force unless absolutely necessary. Why? Melinda May glared, seething. That kid may have some peculiar tricks, but under prepared circumstances, we could easily subdue him. I can only tell you that the director has other plans for him. Calm down. That kid hasn't harmed you, has he? Coulson shrugged again. Compared to those 6 unfortunate souls who suffered mild concussions, you didn't even sustain a scratch. What is there to brood over? Hey, Melinda May sneered. Coulson, I am just eager to hit someone. As for who, I am not particularly concerned. Upon hearing this, Coulson instantly stiffened, clearing his throat. Ahem, in any case, I plan to speak with him alone. You need not accompany me for an all-nighter. You should return home to rest. Is this an order from above? Level 8 Agent Coulson? It is not. If you insist on following, I will not stop you, but you can only serve as backup and must not accompany me directly. Huh, what does that mean? Hey, don't leave yet. Seriously, what does it mean? An hour and a half later, Phil Coulson drove alone to the vicinity of Lee's Chinese restaurant. As he pushed the door open and exited the car, a man in a black suit approached promptly. Reporting succinctly, the target remains in place. However, since he has drawn all the curtains, we can only determine his location through infrared imagery. The specifics remain unclear. I understand. Coulson nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Hello, Mr. Lee, this is Phil Coulson. On the second floor of Lee's Chinese restaurant. Saint stirred in bed, frowning as he spoke on the phone. How did you find out? Forget it, no need to ask. What do you want from me? I am nearby. Could you open the door for me? I would like to speak in person. Rest assured, I am alone. Saint, speechless, opened the door and descended the stairs while saying, Agent Coulson, I know you are an agent, but couldn't you knock like a normal person? I merely wish to be polite. Coulson arrived at the front door of Lee's Chinese restaurant. Is it not standard etiquette to call before visiting? That requires the other party to have given you their number. Saint hung up, opened the store door, and faced Coulson, saying, 3 visits in one day. I am truly honored. Coulson detected the evident sarcasm but played the fool, smiling amiably. Indeed, we do hold you in high regard. Please, come in. In accordance with the adage of not striking a person who offers a smile, Saint stepped aside, welcoming Phil Coulson into the establishment. Make yourself comfortable. The two sat across from each other at a dining table, and Coulson spoke first. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for your candor, Mr. Lee. Through our agency's verification, we have confirmed that the intelligence you provided is entirely accurate. Well said. Saint nodded nonchalantly. What benefit would it serve me to deceive you? As long as you leave me be to live my life peacefully, I will share any information I can. Thank you once again for your support of our work. We will strive to meet your requests. Coulson offered a polite remark before the tone shifted. However, Mr. Lee, please understand that individuals with such formidable supernatural abilities as yourself cannot be completely overlooked. We will inevitably engage in some necessary monitoring. I understand. Saint nodded, then similarly shifted his tone. As long as it is distant observation, you may proceed as you wish. I neither wish to interfere, nor can I. But, if you dare to intrude upon my establishment to install listening devices or cameras, you had better pray that your agents do not fall into my hands. Chapter 31. A genuine support. Having said that, Yin Shang pointed toward the shop in trance and continued, to prevent any misconceptions. Let me make it abundantly clear, within our Turtle Sage School of Martial Arts, there exists a technique known as breath perception, which allows me to scan my surroundings like a biological radar by probing the life force of the human body. For instance, I can already tell that 2 of your agents are hiding in that building across the street, on the 3rd floor, somewhere on the western side. Having witnessed Yinxing's peculiar methods so many times, Coulson had grown somewhat numb to them. Although surprised, he was not shocked. After a moment of silence, he replied, I understand. While I cannot provide you with a definite assurance, I will certainly recommend to the Bureau that they adopt an approach you find acceptable. Excellent, Yinxing said, rising contentedly and extending his arm to shake Coulson's hand. Agent Coulson, if everyone in your bureau possessed your courtesy, I believe we could coexist quite harmoniously. Faced with Yinxing's unmistakable hint to leave, Coulson forced a dry chuckle. Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I actually have a few questions to ask. Huh? Yinxing scoffed sarcastically. I knew it. If you had no ulterior motives, you would not suddenly be so agreeable. Coulson shrugged nonchalantly. Mr. Lee, as you yourself said, as long as we do not disturb you, you are willing to share everything. Is that not so? Yinxing, unable to refute his own words, sat back down, pursing his lips. All right. Well, would you like to know? Coulson took a seat as well and subtly inquired, Mr. Lee, as we understand it, compared to Kunlun and the Hand, your Turtle Sage School's martial arts are quite unique, almost on a different level. Could you enlighten me on why this is the case? A flicker of delight surged within Yinxing, knowing that the elaborate fabrication of the Turtle Sage School had finally become a credible support. He smirked and donned a proud expression. The reason is simple. We are strong, while they are weak. Coulson regarded Yinxing with a silent, incredulous gaze. Mr. Lee, please take this seriously. All right, Yinxing said, dismissively spreading his hands. To put it simply, that's how it is. As for the complexities, long ago, Kunlun suffered a calamity. I am not privy to the specifics, but I know they lost the majority of their teachings. In contrast to our Turtle Sage School, which has maintained an unbroken lineage, they are certainly at a disadvantage. As for the Hand, they are simply defectors from the fallen Kunlun, and we are incomparable. I see. Coulson nodded in understanding before pressing on. If you don't mind, may I ask where your Turtle Sage School's dojo is located? That is permissible. Yinxing maintained his proud demeanor and added with gravity, our dojo is situated in the South China Sea. However, our entrance is quite unique. Should we not wish to be found, you would never locate us. Upon hearing this, Coulson did not display any surprise. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully and asked, so, in essence, like Kunlun, you do not exist in this world but are hidden in another dimension? Indeed, Yinxing replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Agent Coulson, it seems you have come well prepared and have done your homework. Naturally, Coulson nodded, smiling as he said, I cannot continuously raise my hand to ask questions. Mr. Li, I find it somewhat perplexing. Although you are of Chinese descent, you have never been to China. How then did you become a disciple of the Turtle Sage School? Well, Yinxing pondered for a moment, understanding that too much elaboration could lead to complications, and replied succinctly. My master once visited New York and accepted me as his disciple when I was quite young. Your master? Who is he? In response to Coulson's inquiry, Yinxing's fabricated narrative traversed time and space, implicating an innocent elder from another realm. As a disciple, it is inappropriate for me to disclose my master's name. You may refer to him as the Turtle Sage. The Turtle Sage? Coulson furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. The Turtle Sage School. This title seems quite extraordinary. Does it not? Indeed, Yinxing replied, maintaining his composure while spinning a web of deception. The Turtle Sage is an honorific, representing the spiritual leader of our Turtle Sage School. He is not necessarily the strongest among us, but he is certainly the most revered. Coulson silently weighed the credibility of this statement, elevating his assessment of Yinxing's potential danger. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, so, all your skills were imparted by this Turtle Sage? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, Yinxing frowned, countering with a question of his own. Agent Coulson, while a general overview is not a taboo, I must first ask, why do you wish to know? With a sincere expression, Coulson candidly replied, in truth, due to the profound mystery surrounding your Turtle Sage School, our Bureau's understanding is exceedingly limited. I have been mandated by my superiors to gather as much information as possible about you. I see. You wish to comprehend our methods so that you may find ways to counteract them. Hastily, Coulson clarified, No. We merely seek to gain a clearer understanding of your Turtle Sage School's martial arts. Yinxing dismissed Coulson's explanation with a wave of his hand. Agent Coulson, there is no need for you to rush to explain. Even if that were the case, I have no intention of concealing anything from you. Our Turtle Sage martial arts have been passed down for a millennium. They are not so easily subdued. With that, Yinxing cast a glance at Coulson. Are you ready to take notes, my dear student? Cough, cough. Coulson awkwardly cleared his throat and gestured to his collar. In fact, since I entered, this device has been recording audio and video, and it has been uploading in real time to our Bureau's server. Upon hearing this, Yinxing silently cursed under his breath, his lips forming unflattering words. Then, clearing his throat, he began. Let us start with the fundamentals. Chapter 32, Maintaining Peace Through Deterrence. Our Turtle Sage School's martial arts consist of 5 fundamental skills: breath cultivation, breath perception, breath concealment, breath projection, and breath bestowal. Breath cultivation is the foundational technique for honing one's life force. It is the very essence of the basics. With persistent practice, one can continuously amplify their life force while also enhancing their physical constitution. Most advanced techniques require a robust physique and a profound life force to support them. Breath perception, which I previously mentioned, allows for the exploration of the life force of the human body and various living beings. To further clarify, the stronger one's own life force, the greater the range of breath perception. Breath concealment is a technique specifically designed to counteract breath perception, enabling one to fully retract their life force so that others cannot sense it. It also allows for the modulation of one's life force's intensity, thereby confounding opponents. Breath projection involves simply releasing the life force from within to generate high temperatures as a form of energy. I typically use it for grilling. But you can imagine that if meat can be cooked, then so can a person, cough cough. Moreover, this is the foundational skill for all projection techniques. One must first master this skill before advancing to various higher-level techniques. Breath is a gift, a gentle means to share one's energy with others. Its most common application serves as an enlightenment tool for novice martial artists. However, its paramount purpose lies in aiding injured companions. Qi, a form of life energy, when abundantly channeled, can significantly enhance the physical constitution and resilience of the wounded. Certain unique forms of Qi possess the extraordinary ability to directly heal injuries. After this, Yinxing paused, rose to pour himself a glass of water to soothe his throat, and continued. Next, we delve into the foundational techniques of our Turtle Hermit School, known as rock, paper, scissors, comprising 3 fundamental moves. The rock symbolizes the fist technique, where chi envelopes the fist, and upon striking the opponent, it erupts instantaneously. The greater the intensity of the enveloping chi, the more formidable the impact. You once inquired how I subdued those 4 gangsters. This was my method. The scissors represent the finger technique, wherein chi concentrates at the fingertips, unleashing a blade of chi that can slice horizontally or thrust vertically like a sword. The sharpness, velocity, and range of the chi blade or sword are directly proportional to the strength of the chi, as you have witnessed. Its lethality is remarkable and should not be wielded lightly. The paper symbolizes the palm technique, which releases chi from the palm and transforms it into force, capable of pushing, pulling, or restraining the target. Again, the greater the chi's strength, the broader the range of influence and the greater the force generated. These are the skills I have thus far mastered. Yincent lifted his cup, took a sip, and indicated that this was the extent of his explanation. As for the more advanced chi techniques, I possess only a rudimentary understanding and shall refrain from elaborating further. Wait a moment, Coulson interjected, furrowing his brow to remind Yincent. You also possess a technique akin to a flashbang, which you have yet to mention. Oh, you refer to the sun fist, Yincent replied, tapping his forehead, to be precise. It is not a traditional turtle hermit technique, but rather a peculiar move created by a senior named Tenshinhan, which releases chi from the forehead, transforming it into intense light energy. The higher the output of chi, the more dazzling the flash. Coulson committed the name Tenshinhan to memory and continued to press. And what about the golden light sphere that healed Colleen Wing? That, too, is not a turtle hermit technique. Yincent shook his head. Regrettably, that move is a forbidden technique, one I should not have employed, and I prefer not to discuss it further. Very well, Coulson relented, shifting his inquiry. Aside from those last 2 techniques, do all practitioners of the Turtle Hermit School possess the skills you previously mentioned? Certainly. Yincent nodded as if it were self-evident. It is said to be foundational and introductory martial arts. Only after mastering all fundamental skills and at least one of the 3 rock-paper-scissors techniques can one rightfully call themselves a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School. Coulson gasped in disbelief. You mean to say that with your abilities, you rank among the least skilled in the Turtle Hermit School? Indeed. Yincent regarded Coulson with a look that suggested incredulity. I am merely 19 years old, clearly among the newest practitioners. This is hardly a revelation. Coulson stared at Yincent in silence for a considerable time, ultimately unable to discern whether he was being deceived, and opted to let the matter rest, instead probing for further details. Since the day Yincent encountered Danny Rand, he had begun to weave tales about the Turtle Hermit School. After spinning so many lies, he had even convinced himself, if deceiving himself posed no issue, deceiving others was effortless. Poor Phil Coulson found himself ensnared in Yincent's web of fabrications. After gathering sufficient information, the concerned Coulson departed the Lee's Chinese restaurant, hastily instructing the agents left to surveil. It was late at night, and one could only wonder where his urgent destination lay. At this hour, just past 1 in the morning, Yincent, after bidding farewell to Coulson, intended to retire to his room for rest. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered a pair of emerald green eyes, momentarily caught off guard before recovering. Why are you still awake? Lorna, spending her first night there, rolled her eyes in response, with S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents knocking at the door. How could I possibly sleep? Rest easy, this time they know better. So a genuine truce is in place, Yincent yawned, sidestepping Lorna on his way to his bedroom. Go to bed. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Wait, Lorna, unwilling to let him off that easily, tugged at his clothing. Are you certain they harbor no doubts about my identity? Absolutely certain, Yincent turned to her. Somewhat impatient. Did I not already explain? Coulson's remark about you not being an ordinary person stemmed from the events at the dojo this afternoon. As for now, their attention has shifted. No one is concerned about you. A mere nobody. Lorna huffed, glaring at Yincent. What do you mean by mere nobody? Yincent gazed at her incredulously. Do you desire attention or not? To be a significant figure, constantly under surveillance. Would that satisfy you? Boss, are you being watched by S-H-I-E-L-D? Of course, I am a significant figure. Chapter 33, S-H-I-E-L-D, Desiring Martial Arts. A week later. At 2:30 in the afternoon, at Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lorna. Yincent untied his grimy apron, striding toward the entrance while addressing Lorna. I'm stepping out for a bit. The shop is in your capable hands. Upon hearing this, Lorna scoffed. Boss, are you going to tease S-H-I-E-L-D agents again? What do you know? Yincent shot her a disdainful glance. I am honing my counter-surveillance skills. Given your peculiar sense of humor, that statement is utterly unbelievable. Enough chatter. Just mind the shop. With that, Yincent exited the restaurant, activating his chi sensing to scan for suspicious energies nearby. Any combat personnel possess physical attributes superior to the average person, and correspondingly, their chi intensity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In a crowd, they might not stand out like a sore thumb, but they are certainly more conspicuous. Before long, Yinsent identified two suspicious individuals congregating, muttering to himself, "Have they switched agents again? They truly are relentless. Ah, they've followed me. It is indeed them." Yinsent adeptly slipped into an alley, and upon sensing that the two SHIELD agents were closing in, he leaped upward, utilizing the fire escape behind a building to swiftly ascend to the rooftop. From this elevated vantage point, he circled around to the agents' rear, observing them as they floundered about like headless chickens, a peculiar sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. Well, Lorna's words held some truth. Initially, I was indeed practicing. But now it has morphed into something else. Yinsent scratched the back of his head, his expression conflicted. Perhaps I should cease this starting tomorrow. 8 hours later, at SHIELD Trident headquarters, Phil Coulson sat at a desk, reporting to the one-eyed bald director seated behind it. "Director, Yinsent has once again toyed with our newly assigned agents. No matter how we rotate them, he consistently discerns their identities. I believe this is a manifestation of the Turtle Hermit School's chi sensing." After finishing his statement, Coulson added, "Moreover, not only does he possess extraordinary reconnaissance abilities, but he can also conceal his presence to mislead our various detection instruments. Once he slips out of our sight, it becomes nearly impossible to locate him again, unless we manage to affix a tracker on him. Otherwise, we cannot accurately ascertain his whereabouts." The one-eyed bald man furrowed his brow slightly and summarized, in other words, "During this entire week, we have not developed any effective tactical responses against the Turtle School martial arts." "Indeed not," Coulson replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. "We must acknowledge that Saint's audacious demeanor is not mere blind confidence. The Turtle School's teachings are indeed comprehensive, even through the lens of modern tactics. Their techniques appear remarkably efficient. Unless they are foolish enough to confront us directly, our conventional methods of assault may very well prove ineffective, not to mention that, given Saint's age, he is likely among the weakest of their ranks." After a moment of silence, the one-eyed bald man stroked his chin and inquired, "How is our think tank progressing with the study of breath cultivation? Based on all the chi refining data from Kunlun, the experts well-versed in Chinese culture have unanimously concluded that if beginners cannot experience the sensation of chi through methods related to breath, then it is unlikely anyone can independently sense their own chi, let alone cultivate it." The one-eyed bald man nodded slightly. "So, in essence, no one can achieve mastery without a mentor to guide them?" "Precisely. This indirectly confirms that Saint's master, the Turtle Hermit, indeed spent some time in New York. However, that was a decade ago, making it quite challenging for us to trace his whereabouts." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed bald man tapped the table with a blank expression. "Has it been verified that Saint claims to have spent 10 years achieving his current strength?" "There is no concrete evidence," Coulson admitted. "But based on the Bureau's records regarding Kunlun and various legends within China, we have reason to believe he is not lying." With a flicker of interest in his gaze, Coulson continued, "Are you suggesting that you have insights regarding the Turtle School's teachings?" "Indeed, I have thoughts. If we can acquire this legacy, we could steadily enhance our supernatural combat capabilities. Even if the training period is prolonged, it would be entirely worthwhile." Before the one-eyed bald man could finish his sentence, he suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. "However, the potential threat posed by the Turtle School is immense, and we cannot afford to be careless. Until we understand their connections, you may probe Saint's intentions, but exercise caution, do not raise his suspicions, and refrain from any rash actions." "Understood, Director," Coulson agreed, nodding emphatically. Just observing the Kunlun and the Hand, who have been at odds for centuries, one could comprehend the lengths to which the Turtle School would go to protect its unique legacy. They would stop at nothing to safeguard their own. A mere thought of having over 100 Saints launching relentless attacks against SHIELD sent a shiver down Coulson's spine. He snapped back to reality and reported, "Additionally, Danny Rand, who was taken by the Hand, caused quite a disturbance at their stronghold on the outskirts of New York last night, clearly having uncovered their true nature." "That was inevitable," the one-eyed bald man scoffed. "He is the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun, indoctrinated from a young age with the belief of an unending conflict with the Hand. Though I must say, he is the most foolish among the Iron Fists to emerge from Kunlun. The Hand's attempts to brainwash him for their own purposes are utterly delusional. Should we not intervene?" Coulson voiced his concern. The outer organization of Kunlun, the true pure society, has also been quite restless lately, seeking information regarding the Iron Fist. They are clearly aware that their leader has appeared in New York. I fear that if this continues, a major conflict is imminent. Wait. The one-eyed bald man squinted his soul eye, monitor both parties closely. When they concentrate their forces for a clash, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 34. Colleen's betrayal. However, Coulson hesitated. By that time, New York, the battlefield, will likely suffer tremendous losses, with countless innocent casualties. Coulson. The one-eyed bald man raised his head. Why do you think we have not acted against an evil organization like the Hand? After contemplating, Coulson replied. Drawing from his recent crash course in information, their 5 fingers are hidden too deeply for us to execute a decapitation operation. Their numerous and diverse underlings make it impractical to tackle them from the ground up. I believe those are the 2 main reasons. You have overlooked the most critical point. Their 5 fingers are always dispersed across the globe. Even if we sever one finger, the Hand will continue to exist. The one-eyed bald man added, raising his right arm and forming a fist with his darkened fingers. For years, I have been waiting for an opportunity to capture them all at once. And Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, is my best bait. At his words, a flicker of reluctance crossed Coulson's eyes, but ultimately he said nothing and only nodded silently. That night at 11 o'clock, in the now-closed Lee's Chinese restaurant, the seated Saint suddenly opened his eyes wide. What a powerful chi. Is that Danny Rand? He has returned. Leaping from the floor, Saint sensed the situation keenly. Murmuring to himself, indeed, Colleen is with him. But something feels off. Why are they fighting? With widened eyes, Saint dashed out of the quiet room. Ignoring the stairs to the first floor, leaping over the balcony railing and dropping from the second floor. Adjusting his balance in midair, he landed firmly on the ground. Using a deep squat to absorb the impact before propelling himself towards Colleen's dojo. It was only then that Lorna, hearing the commotion from the second floor, pushed open her door and curiously peered out. Boss? What happened? Already 100 meters away from the restaurant, Saint could not hear her question. In less than half a minute, he covered hundreds of meters and arrived at the base of Colleen's dojo. From there, he leapt from the ground, springing onto the ledges of windows, using their leverage to swiftly ascend to the 3rd floor. Curling his body, he crashed through a window, shattering the glass with a loud crash, and jumped into the dojo, shouting, "Stop this at once." Colleen, wielding a katana, and Danny, with his glowing fist, were both taken aback, momentarily stunned before simultaneously exclaiming, "Saint, it's me." Saint unhesitatingly positioned himself between the two, confronting Danny Rand. What on earth is going on? Why are you two fighting? At his inquiry, Danny's expression shifted from surprise to sheer anger. You should ask your dear friend. Did you know she is actually with the Hand? She has been deceiving us all along. Having been aware of this fact for some time, was not at all surprised. What puzzled him was that, in the original narrative, after Corinne helped Daniel escape from the hands of the organization, he had forgiven her. How had matters escalated to such a confrontational state? Danny, calm down. Is there a misunderstanding? Before Daniel could respond, Corinne stepped forward, pushing against Insant's arm, exclaiming, Insant, you needn't say any more. He hasn't wronged me. I am indeed a member of the organization. I am his sworn enemy. Step aside. Had the girl, with her ideals completely shattered, succumbed to despair? As Insant contemplated this, he gathered his strength, grounding himself, attempting to push Corinne away, only to find himself pushing against an immovable wall. Just as he was about to speak again, he was abruptly shoved back by Insant. Silence. Stand behind me. Under normal circumstances, Corinne would have retorted fiercely, yet at this moment, gazing at Insant's not-so-broad figure, she found herself unable to utter a word, feeling a profound warmth and an overwhelming sense of safety. Initially, amidst the chaos, Corinne had succumbed to the illusion that the entire world had forsaken her. However, Insant's brave stand was an undeniable declaration that she was mistaken. There was at least one person willing to unconditionally shield her. Meanwhile, Daniel gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Insant. Insant, you heard her words. If you intend to protect her, you are my enemy. Danny, think carefully. Corinne is not that kind of person. Insant stepped forward, attempting to persuade Daniel. Have you ever considered that Corinne might have been deceived by the organization? Huh. Daniel scoffed, dismissing the notion entirely. He raised his glowing fist, delivering an ultimatum. Insant, you yourself said that if I summoned the Iron Fist, you would stand no chance against me. Step aside. I do not wish to harm you. While those words held truth more than half a month ago, the situation had changed. Insant, smirking dismissively, realized that avoiding a confrontation was no longer feasible. Without further ado, he raised his arms, fingers pressed to his forehead. Solar Fist. As his words echoed, a blinding radiance enveloped every corner of the dojo. Unprepared, both Daniel and Corinne shrieked in unison, blinded by the light. Insant lowered his arms and stealthily approached Daniel from behind, targeting the carotid artery with a precise strike. He understood Daniel's current capabilities. If he could knock him unconscious now, by the time he regained consciousness, even if he could not calm down. Summoning the Iron Fist would be out of the question for a while. Chapter 35, Shadow Fist. Beyond the limits of the naked eye, with his eyes tightly shut, Daniel suddenly lifted his left arm, accurately blocking Insant's knife hand strike, and swiftly turned to unleash his glowing fist. Rock! Insant was taken aback, shouting as he propelled Daniel away with a palm strike. The phrase indestructible Iron Fist was not mere bravado. If he were to take a punch from Daniel, he would be bedridden for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Although he lacked broad-range sensory perception, his own emitted aura was sufficient to detect movements within several meters. A skill I personally taught him. On the verge of a blunder, Insant felt a sense of self-inflicted regret. What was initially a simple task had escalated into a battle. In a situation where a sneak attack was impossible, how was he to contend with a fist that could not even be touched? If he could employ the scissors maneuver, it would alleviate his concerns, but setting aside the fact that Daniel was half a friend, he did not wish for the future Iron Fist hero to become a one-armed figure akin to Yang Guo or a one-legged Li Taiguai. While Insant was still mulling over his options, Daniel, now in possession of the Iron Fist, regained most of his vision within mere seconds. With reddened eyes, he glared at Insant. Insant, you dared to ambush me? Despicable. Believe me, my trickery is for your own good. Insant retorted confidently. Danny, retract your Iron Fist. I do not wish to harm you. Do not force my hand. Daniel, incensed by Insant's words being thrown back at him, erupted in fury. Not a chance. Insant, you have ignited my wrath. I shall show no mercy. Then let it be so. Insant extended his left hand outward while retracting his right, assuming a starting stance, deliberately provoking Daniel. I shall strive to ensure you are not gravely harmed. At his words, Daniel's anger surged even higher. With a roar, he charged forward. Trained meticulously by Kunlun, he was the strongest fighter, and even in a rage, his techniques remained disciplined. With his indomitable Iron Fist and a torrential onslaught, Daniel quickly gained the upper hand, leaving Insant scrambling to defend himself, overwhelmed. After a series of close exchanges, Insant found himself in a perilous situation. Were it not for the rock technique at his disposal, allowing him to push Daniel away, he would have already been struck by the Iron Fist. However, after several encounters, his energy was waning, and realizing this could not continue, he gritted his teeth, contemplating whether he truly needed to resort to the scissors technique. Perhaps he could try a newly learned move, albeit one he was not yet proficient in. At this moment, Corinne, still recovering her sight from Insant's solar fist, witnessed the chaotic struggle between the two, her emotions tangled and conflicted, uncertain whether to intervene or remain a bystander. Just as Corinne found herself at an impasse, Insant, who had been moving with agility, suddenly stood foolishly still, allowing Daniel's glowing fist to swing toward his chest. Stop! Corinne screamed, discarding the sword she had clutched tightly, and dashed towards Insant, intending to throw herself at him. Yet, she abruptly halted, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld two incensed before her. One Insant stood expressionless, facing Daniel's Iron Fist, while the other had inexplicably appeared behind Daniel, raising a finger like a blade, aiming for his neck. As Daniel swung his glowing fist, it struck Insant's chest, yet it felt as though he had hit nothing but air, passing through effortlessly. Just as a look of shock and confusion crossed his face, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck, followed by darkness enveloping him as he collapsed forward with a thud, his eyes closing in unconsciousness, the radiant glow of his fist gradually dimming. After knocking Daniel out with a knife hand strike, Insant stumbled, nearly collapsing onto the ground alongside him, groaning in agony as he clutched his right thigh, cursing through the waves of intense pain. Damn. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Colin watched in disbelief as the figure of Insant, struck by Danny Land, dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the air. After a moment of shock, she approached the fallen Insant and squatted beside him, inquiring, "What's wrong?" A muscle strain, Insant hissed as he took a few sharp breaths, adding, "I hope it's just a strain. It feels more like a tear." Colin shot him a look of exasperation, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. "Did you injure yourself? Honestly, if you weren't certain, you shouldn't have overexerted yourself. And you still have the gall to blame me?" Insant rolled his eyes in response, meeting Colin's gaze. "Isn't it because you suddenly rushed in? Although my phantom fist isn't fully mastered yet, if I hadn't been distracted, it wouldn't have turned out this way." "I'll find something for you to ice it," Colin said, unusually refraining from a retort. She headed into the kitchen behind the dojo, retrieved some ice from the refrigerator, and returned, wrapping it in a towel and placing it on Insant's swollen thigh. "Thank you." "Insant," she murmured softly. Insant sighed with relief as the cold sensation enveloped his leg. Instinctively, he extended his arms, pressing down on the ice pack, unintentionally clasping Colin's soft hands in the process. He hesitated for a moment but then brazenly maintained the hold, showing no intention of letting go. Colin bit her lip. Clearly feeling a bit shy, yet for reasons unknown, she also kept her hands where they were, their palms resting together on Yinsen's thigh. Chapter 36, A Girlfriend? I don't have one yet in this somewhat romantic atmosphere. Yinsen felt a stirring in his heart and playfully traced his finger across the back of Colin's hand. He immediately received a reproachful glance from her, after which her delicate hands slipped from his grasp. Ahem, Yinsen cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and awkwardly asked, Colin, where have you been these past few days? Colin's expression darkened abruptly at his question. Can we not discuss this? After a brief silence, Yinsen, undeterred, casually stated, Actually, I've known for quite some time that your master, Botu, is one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association. What? Colin's bright, dark eyes widened in shock as she questioned, You knew all along? How early? When? On the day I was treating your injury, Yinsen replied with a vague fabrication. When you mentioned his name, I had my suspicions. Later, SHIELD got involved, and the details are lengthy, so I won't delve into that. Suffice it to say, just a few hours after you left, I confirmed he was indeed the Botu of the Hand Association. Colin remained silent for a long moment, her face etched with bitterness as she slowly said, So you know that the orphans I taught martial arts ended up joining the ranks of the Hand Association? Colin. Yinsen called her name loudly, gazing earnestly into her eyes. This is not your fault. You were deceived by Botu. Colin stared at him, taken aback, and asked, Do you really believe in me that much? Haven't you ever doubted that I might actually be associated with the Hand Association? Of course not, Yinsen shrugged, speaking lightly. If you were, it would mean I was blind, and someone as narcissistic as I am would never admit that. Ugh. Colin couldn't maintain her serious demeanor, stifling a laugh. Yinsen, you are indeed quite narcissistic to bring this back to yourself. Yinsen chuckled and shrugged again. Colin, you are not a member of the Hand Association. Stop punishing yourself for their mistakes. At his words, Colin's smile faded, replaced by a resigned expression. It's not as simple as you say. Over the years, I thought I was helping many people, but in reality, I pushed them into the fire. How can I not be at fault? It's quite simple. Yinsen retorted coldly. Whoever deceived you and caused you to do harm with your good intentions, I will not let them off easily. If you need help, I'm here for you. You'll help me? Colin's focus shifted oddly at his fierce declaration. Isn't the Turtle School supposed to stay out of the conflicts between Kunlun and the Hand Association? That's different. Yinsen pointed at Colin, then at himself. This is your personal vendetta, so of course, I will assist you. Otherwise, how could my exceptional assistant surpass me? Are you referring to Lorna? Colin's expression suddenly changed, and she turned her head away. Yinsen, you said this is my personal matter. Please do not involve yourself. And do not tell Lorna. Realizing he had misspoken, Yinsen felt a wave of regret wash over him. However, he didn't try to amend it, simply nodding gently. All right. I respect your choice. Colin nodded in return, offering a soft without saying anything further. After a moment's thought, Yinsen attempted to adopt a casual tone as he asked Colin, since Botu is your master, do you feel confident about defeating him? Colin paused, biting her lip before firmly stating, Yinsen, my mind is made up. No matter what you say, I will not change my decision. You seem to have misunderstood. Yinsen shrugged for the first time. What I meant is, haven't you always wanted to learn the martial arts of our turtle school? What do you think of my phantom fist from earlier? Colin raised an eyebrow, casting him a peculiar glance. Yinsen, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? Only then did Yinsen remember making a jest about needing a girlfriend to learn Turtle School's martial arts. He hadn't expected Colin to take it seriously. Sporting a similarly strange expression, he replied, I have no demands, but, well, I'm open to possibilities. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Dream on. Colin playfully glared at him. Tell me about this phantom fist. Is that the technique that creates 2 of you? How did it become my fantasy? Yinsen muttered under his breath before responding to Colin's disapproving gaze. Yes. The so-called phantom fist releases one's energy to create an illusion of oneself in place while converting energy into kinetic force, propelling oneself with a sudden burst of speed that surpasses the limits of the human eye's dynamic perception. However, this comes with a significant strain on the body, especially the legs. As he spoke, Yinsen pointed at his swollen thigh. If one isn't careful, it can lead to this. So, think carefully before deciding if you want to learn. I want to learn. Colin nodded vigorously without hesitation. The potential danger to herself was clearly insufficient to quench her desire to grow stronger. After affirmatively expressing her determination, she added in a respectful tone, Rest assured. I understand the taboo against privately teaching martial arts, and I am aware of the risks you are taking. I will never disclose what you teach me to anyone. Nor will I recklessly use the phantom fist. I have complete faith in you. Due to Shin's casual acknowledgement, The existence of the Turtle Immortal School was merely a figment of his imagination in this world. There were no so-called taboos, nor did any real risks arise. He continued effortlessly, stating, "Before teaching you the residual Shadow Fist, I must first instruct you in breath cultivation. Otherwise, if you apply the Kunlun's Chi refining methods to our Turtle Immortal martial arts, complications may arise." Chapter 37. Reckless Interruption. Kunlun? Corinwen furrowed her brow, perplexed. "But I did not learn from Kunlun. My master is a gambler who taught me. He defected from Kunlun." Shen smirked. "Are you not aware? The teachings of the Hand Assembly actually derive from Kunlun's martial arts. Naturally, they would never admit it. With a slight modification, they claim it as their own creation." At this revelation, Corinwen's frown deepened, a furrow appearing on her forehead. "So that's how it is. In any case." Shen removed the ice pack from his leg and sat cross-legged, straightening his posture. "Today, I will teach you breath cultivation. You have already established a foundation, so you should grasp it quickly. By tomorrow at the latest, you can learn the residual Shadow Fist." "All right." Corinwen also sat cross-legged, glancing at the unconscious Dannyland. Her concern evident as she pointed at him. "Shall we start now? Shouldn't we wait for him to wake up?" "No need." Shen waved his hand dismissively. "I know how I handled him. It will be at least another half hour before he regains consciousness." Sure enough, after more than 40 minutes, Dannyland finally stirred, groaning as he clutched his neck. By this time, Shen had already completed the instruction on breath cultivation, and Corinwen, who was learning from him, had even begun practicing on her own. "You're awake?" Shen stood up and limped towards Dannyland, bending slightly to extend an arm toward him. "Are you calm now?" "Humph." Dannyland scoffed, swatting Shen's arm away defiantly. "You needn't feign concern. We are no longer friends. In truth, I never regarded you as a friend. To put it nicely, you barely qualify as a friend. To be blunt, you're merely a wealthy acquaintance." Shen silently cursed under his breath, taking a step back. "Whether friends or not, I must say this. Corinne was deceived by the Hand Assembly. Otherwise, she would not have helped you escape." "Heh," Dannyland sneered, casting a glance at Corinwen sitting at the far end of the dojo. "Is that what she told you?" "Shit, you've been fooled. It was Joy who helped me escape." Corinne didn't actually say that. "I was just guessing." Shen thought to himself, "So that's it. It seems that my arrival, like a meddlesome intruder, may alter many events that were destined to unfold in the Marvel Universe. From now on, I must not take things for granted." Dannyland wore a mocking smile, clearly skeptical. He even attempted to incite Shen against Corinwen. "Shen, I have told you from the beginning. She is a member of the Hand Assembly. The Corinwen you know is merely a SHOWDOWN she created. Wake up." Shen gazed at Dannyland, speechless. "Danny, you've known Corinwen for only a short while. I can understand your reluctance to trust her, but I have known her for a long time. Can you not trust my judgment?" "Humph." Dannyland coldly huffed again, his eyes filled with hostility as he glared at Shen. "If you insist on being obstinate, then I have nothing more to say. Let us part ways." "Shen, don't say I didn't warn you. The Hand Assembly is my sworn enemy. Since you choose to stand with Corinwen, you too shall be my enemy next time we meet." "Stop," Shen exclaimed, blocking Dannyland's path resolutely. He was not one to tolerate insults lightly, and after repeatedly yielding to Dannyland, he had only received the label of enemy in return. Given the current situation, he could no longer endure in silence. "Danny, some words should not be spoken lightly. I have no habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain when it comes to sworn enemies. Don't think I don't know. You can no longer summon the Iron Fist, can you?" "Humph. Without that indomitable fist, it will take only one move to defeat you." "You." Dannyland was evidently taken aback by Shen's sudden shift in demeanor. Despite his apprehension, he refused to yield. "Shen, you are too arrogant. Let us see who will defeat whom. Let him go." At that moment, Corinwen, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up and addressed Shen. "Shen, let him go. I am not weak and do not require your protection. That one do." Shen was unwilling to indulge Corinwen, still standing in front of Dannyland. "Corinne, don't interfere. You cannot control this matter. Since he has made the choice to consider me his enemy, he must bear the consequences. Who says I can't control it?" Corinwen softened her tone, slowly stepping behind Shen, her chest pressing against his back. She wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, standing on tiptoe to whisper into his ear, "I know you are doing this for me, but you must listen to me. I won't allow you to act recklessly. Do you hear?" Shen felt his entire body stiffen. The once sharp gaze softened into a daze, and for a moment, he could not move further. Captivated by the warmth and fragrance that Corinwen brought, especially the softness pressing against his back. Witnessing this, Dannyland's expression contorted in an indescribable manner, his gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions. If one were to delve deeper into his eyes, they would discern jealousy, regret, sorrow, pain, and even remorse. In that moment, Dannyland realized with painful clarity that he had irrevocably lost something profoundly significant in his life. The emptiness within him drove him to the brink of madness. Only at that moment did Dannyland awaken to the truth. His desire to kill Corinne stemmed from how deeply he cared for her. Because he cared too much, he found it hard to let go. Yet now, realizing this was evidently too late. In truth, even if he had come to this realization sooner, it would have made no difference. From the moment Shint emerged in the Marvel Universe, certain fates had already been destined for alteration. Chapter 38. Gentlemanly Demeanor? You Saboteur. In the next moment, Dannyland lowered his head, circumventing the embraced pair and silently exiting the dojo, leaving behind a sorrowful silhouette without uttering a single harsh word. As for Shint, who had been blocking his path, he paid no heed to Dannyland's departure, consumed instead with greedily inhaling the air, eager to discern the exquisite fragrance emanating from behind him. Soon after, Shint, feeling a sense of loss, realized that the owner of the fragrance had released her hold around his waist, slipping away like a slippery eel. Instinctively, he turned to grasp at her but ended up grasping nothing but air. With a delicate blush adorning her cheeks, Corinne deftly took a step back, narrowly evading the grasp of Saint. Her large, watery eyes widened in silent warning, and she bit her lip, pondering what she would do if he dismissed her gaze and lunged at her. Should she truly resist? Or should she not resist at all? Fortunately, the usually frivolous Saint displayed an astonishing gentlemanly demeanor at that moment. He immediately bowed slightly, concealing the indecorousness between his legs after receiving Corinne's warning look, and bid her farewell, saying, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Corinne." Corinne watched as Saint nearly fled the dojo, limping away. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she burst into a soft laugh. What a timid soul. A thief's heart, but a coward's courage. Meanwhile, as Saint walked down the street, he suddenly slapped himself hard across the face, exclaiming, "You absolute fool." Moments later, while Corinne was tidying up the shards of glass on the dojo floor, she suddenly had a thought. She dropped the broom and seized her phone from the table, sending a message to Saint. "Hey, you still owe me a piece of glass." Within mere seconds, Saint's reply appeared on the screen. "How about I deliver it to you right now?" Corinne was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. She certainly did not want him to come over at that moment. It could lead to trouble. Just then, a notification chimed. Corinne looked down at her vibrating phone, her frustration making her stamp her foot in exasperation. Another message read, "Hey, if you lack the courage, don't provoke me." Corinne felt like smashing her phone in anger and retorted, "You jerk. Why don't you just go die?" In response, Saint sent back a grinning emoji. Corinne exclaimed in a frenzy, slamming her phone down on the table, gritting her teeth as she picked up the broom again to continue battling the scattered glass. Half an hour later, after sealing the window that had lost its glass with black tape, Corinne heard her phone ring again. She intended to ignore it, but eventually picked it up to check the screen. "I'm asleep. Good night." Upon seeing those 5 simple words, warmth spread through Corinne's heart, and she found herself no longer feeling angry. She held her phone and smiled foolishly for a moment before replying with 2 words, "Good night." The next morning, while enjoying an unusual lie-in, Saint was abruptly awakened by a rhythmic knocking at the door, followed by Lorna's voice calling, "Boss, are you in there?" "I'm here." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Saint sat up in bed and called out through the door, "What's the matter?" Lorna entered without waiting for a response. "Where did you go last night? When did you come back?" "Shit," Saint yelped, hastily grabbing the blanket to cover his bare upper body. "I didn't tell you to come in." Lorna, stepping into the room, couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Are you serious? Who was the man here, you or me?" After a moment of silence, Saint weakly defended himself. "I'm just used to sleeping in the nude, all right? It's a normal reflex." Lorna glanced at a pair of shorts by the bed, then at the peculiar bulge under the blanket, and silently scoffed, averting her gaze. "Should I step out for a moment?" Saint rolled his eyes. "Forget it." "What were you asking? What happened last night? Did those SHIELD folks come bothering you again?" "Oh, not at all," Corinne returned. "I went to the dojo." Corinne asked back, "Why didn't you tell me?" Before Saint could finish his sentence, Lorna interrupted, her eyes wide. "Boss, you promised me that if you sensed Master S presence, you would notify me immediately." Saint, realizing he had broken his promise, felt a twinge of guilt and explained gently, "The situation was urgent at that moment. I didn't have time to think about you. By the time I returned, you were already asleep, so I didn't wake you." "Is she still at the dojo?" "She should be." Saint watched helplessly as Lorna spun on her heel and left the room without a backward glance. He could hear her footsteps thumping down the stairs. "At least close the door." Saint grimaced in annoyance, collapsing back onto the bed. What a mess. With the situation being what it was, sleep was no longer an option for him. After lying in bed for half a minute, he abruptly threw off the covers and began dressing quickly. 10 minutes later, after washing up, Saint descended to the first floor. After checking the restaurant's supplies and deeming that replenishment was unnecessary for the moment, he prepared a simple meal in the kitchen before heading back upstairs to meditate in the quiet room. Though he had only acquired Sun Wukong's knowledge without his memories, over time, Saint's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of the legendary figure, on the brink of becoming a typical martial arts enthusiast and battle fanatic. 2 hours later, the 11 o'clock alarm rang, signaling the end of his meditation. He moved to the restaurant's back kitchen and began preparing ingredients before the lunch rush. A quarter of an hour later, Saint set down the knife, wiped his hands with a towel, and pulled out his phone to text Lorna. "Are you coming back for lunch?" After sending the message, he pondered the casual phrase "coming back," reflecting on how, since Lorna moved in, it felt as though he had gained a family member. Although this brought moments of annoyance and worry, since he had traversed into the Marvel Universe, he had always felt a lingering loneliness. That was, until Lorna Langseal had entered his life. A notification chimed, snapping Saint from his reverie. He glanced at the illuminated screen to see Lorna's reply. "I'll be back soon, boss. I invited Master for a family meal, so prepare plenty of food. Corinne is coming?" Saint's heart skipped a beat, and he found himself momentarily stunned before responding with a thumbs-up emoji. After tucking his phone back into his pocket, Saint continued to prepare additional ingredients. Then, he picked up a frying pan and began cooking. Notably, although the pan was devoid of flames beneath it, the hot oil inside sizzled vigorously. 10 minutes later, Lorna returned to the restaurant punctually, poking her head through the back kitchen door. "Boss, what are we having today?" "Kung Pao chicken, mushu pork, stir-fried 3 shreds, mapo tofu, boiled beef, and tomato egg soup." After listing the dishes, Saint pointed to the counter behind him. "Just in time, serve the dishes." "Wow, such a feast? Amazing. After eating barbecue every day, I'm about to throw up." Lorna stepped forward, drooling, and looked at Saint in surprise. "Boss, have you suddenly changed your ways? You usually can't be bothered to make more than one dish. Isn't that obvious?" Saint glanced at Corinne, who had appeared at the kitchen door, and bluntly said to Lorna, "Because your master is here today, you owe it all to her." "I knew it. That's why you're suddenly so generous." Lorna, somewhat begrudgingly, picked up 2 plates and walked toward the dining table. Casting a sidelong glance, "As expected, you have ulterior motives. Your intentions are hardly pure. Master, you must be cautious of this lecherous man." Upon hearing her words, as she brushed past, Colin entered the kitchen, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. She couldn't help but cast an indignant glare at Isekai'd. As she passed by him, she discreetly extended a small hand and pinched him sharply at his waist. "Ouch." Isekai'd gasped in surprise, instantly retaliating without hesitation. Under the guise of revenge, he wrapped his arm around Colin's slender waist, playfully squeezing her through the thin fabric of her clothing. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by the softness of her skin, causing a stir in his heart. Colin's eyes widened in shock. She turned her head furtively to glance at Lorna's back before pushing Isekai'd away with both hands, twisting her waist to escape his grasp. Immediately after, she shook her small fist in warning. Isekai'd, unfazed, chuckled mischievously. He lifted the hand that had just squeezed her waist. Deliberately placing his fingers under his nose and making a mocking sniffing gesture, his expression decidedly lewd. Colin was both furious and embarrassed, ready to deliver an irate punch to Isekai'd when she noticed Lorna returning. Swiftly, she turned away, picking up a basin of boiled beef and feigning nonchalance as she walked toward the dining table. Isekai'd admired Colin's retreating figure from behind, and after she exited the kitchen, he removed his relatively clean apron and picked up some cutlery, following her. As Isekai'd arranged 2 pairs of chopsticks and forks on the table, a bell chimed at the door, announcing the arrival of Peter Parker, who rushed in as usual, breathless. "Boss, Sister Colin, Sister Lorna." Peter greeted them politely before hurriedly entering the storage room to drop off his backpack and change into his work uniform. After washing his hands, he returned to the dining table. Today, due to Colin's insistence, Isekai'd waited until Peter was seated before picking up his chopsticks and announcing, "Let's dig in, everyone." This left Peter pleasantly surprised. Upon seeing the abundant spread before him, he exclaimed, "Wow, so much delicious food. Boss, you've worked hard." "Thank you, Peter." "You've thanked the wrong person," Lorna interjected, pointing her fork at Colin with a sarcastic tone. "If it weren't for the chef's arrival, the Black Boss wouldn't be so generous. You should thank her instead." "Indeed," Isekai'd nodded nonchalantly. "Both you and Lorna are merely benefiting from Colin's generosity. You should thank her." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp pain shot through his calf, evidently from someone kicking him hard beneath the table. He stifled a gasp of pain. Glancing at Lorna's impassive face and Colin's composed demeanor, unable to discern who had delivered the covert kick, the only certainty was that Peter Parker was innocent. As Isekai'd pondered this dilemma, another chime sounded at the door. He raised an eyebrow, not bothering to turn around, and called out, "Agent Coulson, your timing is impeccable." Phil Coulson entered, slightly taken aback, and remarked to the back of Yinsen's head, "Mr. Lee, am I interrupting?" "To be honest, your presence is always an interruption." "No matter when," Yinsen replied curtly, turning around to ask, "Have you eaten?" Coulson was about to shake his head to say no when Yinsen continued, "Oh, you have? Then please sit over there while I finish my meal, and we can talk later." While Coulson was momentarily speechless, Yinsen laughed heartily, "Oh, Agent Coulson. You should see your expression. Don't take it personally. I'm just joking. If you don't mind, please join us." "Thank you," Coulson said dryly as he pulled up a chair, clearly unamused. Moments ago, even with his usually placid demeanor, he would have been tempted to draw his weapon and shoot Yinsen. "Agent Coulson, you've met Lorna, and this is Colin, and Peter." "Colin, Peter, this is Agent Coulson." Yinsen introduced them succinctly before asking Coulson, "Can you use chopsticks?" "Sorry, I can't," Coulson replied, shaking his head. Upon receiving this negative response, Yinsen raised his open right hand and waved it in the air, mimicking a gripping and pulling motion. Suddenly, a set of forks and spoons levitated from a table several meters away, soaring toward Yinsen, who caught them deftly in his hand, with astonished gazes fixed on him. Yinsen employed the same technique to summon a plate and a bowl, stacking them together and offering them to Coulson. "Rice is in the pot over there. Help yourself and eat plenty." Coulson accepted the entire set of utensils, momentarily stunned, though he was already aware of the turtle hermit style's prowess. Witnessing such a magical display firsthand left him utterly astonished. After a moment, he managed to utter another thank you, with the presence of a government agent. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Colin and Lorna adhered to the principle that silence is golden, quietly eating their meals. However, Peter, ever the bold newcomer, unabashedly asked, "Agent Coulson, which agency do you work for?" "That's classified," Coulson replied with a shrug, making a typical spy joke. "If I told you, I'd have to kill you." Peter blinked, unimpressed. "That sounds like a line from a movie." Coulson smiled and nodded. "I've always wanted to say that, but the secret is real. So perhaps you should refrain from asking." Peter acknowledged this with an "oh," but swiftly changed the subject. "Agent Coulson, you seem quite familiar with our boss. Is it because he knows martial arts?" "Classified." "I bet it is. Does that mean he is actually your secret instructor?" "It must be. Am I right?" "Classified." "Well, when you put on that serious face, you finally look like a movie agent. By the way, I've always wondered, why do agents always wear sunglasses? It's fine during the day, but isn't it silly to wear them at night?" Coulson, feeling like an uninvited guest, could only glance at Yinsen, silently indicating that he should intervene. Seeing this, Yinsen, who had been watching with amusement, mercilessly revealed Coulson's background. Peter Coulson is an agent of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. They specifically handle cases involving supernatural forces, which is why he knows me. If you ever develop superpowers, you can call him. "Cool." Yinsen's words only piled onto the fire as Peter excitedly exclaimed, "Agent Coulson, you must know about the recently rumored daredevil in Hell's Kitchen, right? I made a $10 bet with my classmates. Can you give me a hint? If he is, blink once. If not, blink twice." "Hey, why are you turning your head?" "I can't see." Coulson had completely missed what Peter was saying, looking at Yinsen's mischievous grin. He suddenly understood why Melinda, a seasoned professional agent, would be tempted to take down this kid. "Enough noise." Lorna suddenly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Peter. "Peter, be quiet. Don't disturb others while they are eating." Peter instinctively recoiled, hastily uttering an "oh" and bowing his head to eat, aptly demonstrating the adage that one object counters another. As the boss, Isekai'd wielded his words with remarkable efficacy, moving Agent Coulson to the brink of tears, who immediately cast a grateful glance at Lorna, almost letting a thank you slip out. With Peter's antics quelled, the dining table fell into a serene quietude, the only sound being the clinking of forks against plates. Once that symphony of clink ceased, only Isekai'd and Colleen remained, engaged in a valiant struggle with their bowls of food. The fact that Isekai'd was a voracious eater was well known to Lorna and Peter, so it did not strike them as odd. However, it was truly surprising to see the petite Colleen consume such a hearty meal. As the two sat in astonishment, Phil Coulson, seated across from them, wore a contemplative expression. After the meal, Lorna and Peter instinctively began to clear the table. Isekai'd stood up, gestured towards another table near the entrance, and said to Coulson, "Agent Coulson, let us sit over there." In fact, Coulson rose to follow, pointing to Colleen beside Isekai'd and remarked, "The reason for my visit today is also related to Ms. Wen." Upon hearing this, Isekai'd smirked, appearing unsurprised. "I suspected as much. Your agents are quite dedicated, even working late into the night." Coulson cleared his throat and pointed to the attentive Peter and Lorna. Mr. Lee, it would be best not to involve your employees in certain matters, don't you think? That was my oversight, Isekai'd acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Then beckoned to Colleen one. Let us allow them to tidy up while we change tables. You both take a seat. Upon reaching the entrance, Isekai'd locked the door and hung up a closed sign, before brewing a pot of tea and setting 3 black ceramic cups on the table. After completing these tasks, he sat down beside Colleen Wynn and addressed Coulson. Please, speak your mind, Agent Coulson. What insights does SHIELD have for us today? Coulson paused, glancing at Isekai'd suspiciously. Mr. Lee, how do you know the designations? HIELD. So far, it has only been used informally by our internal personnel and has never been officially announced. Having inadvertently let slip a secret, Isekai'd shrugged. Come now. This is hardly a complex riddle. If you disregard the conjunction, the initials of your agency's full name spell it out perfectly. Should I not read it as HIELD, letter by letter? All right, Coulson replied, also shrugging. In fact, you are the only outsider who remembers our full name. Others barely manage to recall more than 3 words. Isekai'd chuckled awkwardly, slightly flustered, and shifted the topic. Agent Coulson, let us cease the small talk. It is time to address the matter at hand. Very well, Coulson nodded, retrieving a tactical tablet from his briefcase. He opened a video and asked affirmatively, Mr. Lee. This is you, correct? Leaning in to observe the screen, Isekai'd recognized himself leaping from the ground and scaling the window to the 3rd floor. However, due to the distance from the camera, only a hazy silhouette was discernible. Why ask what you already know? Isekai'd retorted, not bothering to conceal his irritation at being surveilled. Your agents were remarkably quick, from the moment I appeared outside the restaurant to the filming. It barely took half a minute for them to capture it. Coulson wisely chose not to engage with that remark and proceeded to open another video on the tablet. Can you tell me why you had a confrontation with Danny Rand? Colleen Wynn interjected before Isekai'd could respond. Agent Coulson, Danny Rand was after me. Mr. Lee was merely intervening. What do you mean by intervening? Isekai'd bristled at her phrasing, grumbling. Do you really think the immortal Iron Fist is so easily dealt with? If INT arrived in time, you'd likely be in dire straits. How dare you speak to me like that? Colleen Wynn retorted angrily, immediately kicking him in the calf with a practiced motion. Ouch. Isekai'd could not suppress a yelp, clutching his leg and accusingly pointing at Colleen Wynn. You just kicked me. And what of it? Just wait. You'll learn what it means when a gentleman uses his hands and not his feet. How dare you? I'll chop off your sticky hands. At that moment, Coulson, feeling ignored, cleared his throat loudly to assert his presence. With a somewhat bemused expression, he asked, Mr. Lee, Ms. Wynn, are you two a couple? Colleen Wynn and Isekai'd exchanged glances and simultaneously denied. No, not at all. Coulson, unimpressed, rolled his eyes and resumed the serious discussion. Let us return to business, Ms. 1. According to our investigation, while you are not a member of the Hand, your master is one of its 5 fingers, the Gambler. Your conflict with Danny Rand stems from him, does it not? You know the Gambler? Colleen Wynn's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning frosty as she straightened her posture and remarked coldly, Agent Coulson, please do not refer to him as my master. He is unworthy. I apologize for my careless wording, Coulson responded politely, tactfully steering the conversation away from that topic. What I meant to convey is that regarding the misunderstanding between you and Danny Rand, SHIELD would be more than willing to act as intermediaries. Clarifying your position, we have gathered sufficient evidence to prove that you were deceived by the Gambler and the Hand. At his words, Colleen instinctively glanced at Isekai'd, who gestured for her to make her own decision. After a moment, she nodded. If this could clear up the misunderstanding, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Agent Coulson. Not at all. You are innocent, and we must restore your name, Coulson replied, relieved that everything was proceeding smoothly. Resolving the conflict between Isekai'd and Danny Rand was paramount, as Danny held significant importance in SHIELD's future plans. While Isekai'd's mastery of the Turtle School martial arts was invaluable in the eyes of the agency's director, from his vantage point, Isekai'd began to discern the underlying currents. He stood, poured 2 cups of tea, placing one before Colleen Wynn and Coulson, and then poured one for himself. After taking a gentle sip of the warm tea, he teasingly remarked, Agent Coulson, are you here today as a mediator? Is SHIELD this idle? One cannot say that, Coulson replied. One of our primary duties is to prevent conflicts between individuals with extraordinary abilities. As Coulson uttered a cliché remark, he lifted the black ceramic teacup before him, gazing into the clear tea within. He found it somewhat unpalatable and inwardly grumbled. It's one thing to forego coffee and cocoa, but to omit even milk, can this truly be called tea? Observing Coulson's contorted expression, Yinstead surmised that he was unaccustomed to authentic Chinese tea. However, knowing this did not compel him to acknowledge it. Ultimately, Coulson set the teacup down untouched, swallowing hard as if to moisten his throat. He then picked up his tablet once more, opening a new video and presenting it to Yinstead. There's another matter, Mr. Lee. If I'm not mistaken, you're instructing Ms. Wen in martial arts, aren't you? Yinstead cast a glance at the tablet and replied ambiguously, what of it? Coulson did not expect a straightforward admission. Retrieving the tablet, he continued. As we understand, you have even provided guidance to Danny Rand, correct? What are you getting at? Yinstead asked, his impatience evident as he tilted his head slightly. In the realm of martial arts in China, there is a saying, the way is not passed to the unworthy, nor the law to the six-eared. Coulson, speaking in a peculiar accent, ventured to inquire, does your turtle immortal school not have such taboos? Chapter 42, infuriatingly reassuring my heavens. Please refrain from speaking Chinese. Yinstead grimaced, mocking him with a retort, can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? You, an outsider who cannot even speak colloquial Chinese well, dare to use classical language? Why not just fly to the heavens? Your accent makes me want to bang my head against the wall. Coulson silently compared his and Yinstead's martial prowess, suppressing the impulse to punch him. Mr. Lee, please take this seriously. You truly lack humor. Yinstead shrugged, adjusting his expression. How could there not be taboos? However, there are few of us in the Turtle Immortal School, so we have fewer rules. If it's merely personal insight and not a unique technique, there is little to adhere to. Teaching is entirely at one's discretion. Very well, Coulson nodded. Let us assume we were to hire you as an instructor. Would you be willing to train our agents? Yinstead pondered for a moment, donning a greedy expression. What is the salary? If it's low, I want you to do it. Coulson, bemused by Yinstead's inability to maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds, replied, I mentioned it was merely a hypothetical scenario. Can we not discuss this for now? Fine, let us assume you could afford me. I would be willing to teach you. Yinstead smirked. But can your agents comprehend my instruction? Colleen and Danny have spent at least a decade building their foundation. I doubt SHIELD has agents of such caliber. Or are you planning to wait a decade before hiring me? Coulson awkwardly scratched his face. In fact, we wish to learn the foundational skills. That won't do. Yinstead flatly refused. It's impossible to guide a novice without giving everything away. Our unique techniques in the Turtle Immortal School cannot be shared. It could be lethal. Lethal? Coulson squinted. Mr. Lee, surely this is an exaggeration? I wish it were. Yinstead shook his head. Agent Coulson, since you've been studying Chinese recently, have you not heard the term clearing the door? I see. Coulson had only meant to probe, so he felt no real disappointment. Aware he could glean no further information, he rose to take his leave. Mr. Lee, Ms. Wen, I must make a trip to Rand Enterprises. I won't disturb you further. We shall meet again. After bidding farewell to Phil Coulson, Colleen approached Yinstead with a furrowed brow and whispered, Yinstead, since learning breath control, I feel significantly stronger. Perhaps you should refrain from teaching me the Phantom Fist. It's simply too conspicuous. In response, Yinstead chuckled playfully, leaning in to whisper in Colleen's ear. Don't worry, the whole clearing the door thing was just a ruse. Deceiver. Colleen playfully swatted Yinstead, though her worry persisted. Regardless, it's still a taboo. And if SHIELD discovers I can perform the Phantom Fist, they LL realize you've deceived them. Don't overthink it. Yinstead waved dismissively. Even if they find out, I'll just tell them I created the Phantom Fist myself. Will they believe you? Whether they believe it or not is of no concern to me. It's merely an excuse. After a moment of silence, Colleen earnestly warned Yinstead. You must change your manner of speaking. One day, someone will beat you to death. Relax, relax. I have breath perception. No one has sharper instincts than I do. If I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I will certainly be polite. As for those I can defeat, well, let us see who comes out on top. You're insufferable. Thank you, but I'm quite self-absorbed. No need to flatter me. Due to Coulson's visit, Yinstead had already hung the closed sign and decided to take a day off. He let Lorna and Peter have a day off and, carrying a piece of glass, went with Colleen to her dojo to personally repair the window he had broken. Afterward, Yinstead began instructing Colleen in the Phantom Fist. After much deliberation through the afternoon, Colleen ultimately resolved to learn it. While the formidable nature of the martial art was one reason, the more significant factor was her unwavering trust in the mischievous Yinstead. The saying goes that trouble lasts for 1,000 years. Colleen spent the entire afternoon grasping the nuances of the Phantom Fist, but she still had a long path ahead to master it. Yinstead, fully aware of her progress, explicitly instructed her not to attempt practicing the Phantom Fist until she had completely mastered breath control. She could only simulate it in her mind. After dinner, Yinstead, unusually, did not retreat to the quiet room for training, but stayed at Colleen's dojo, sparring with her for an entire evening. This was not solely for Colleen. It was also for himself. Training should combine both movement and stillness. Previously, Yinstead had been confined to solitary practice, but after making significant progress in his relationship with Colleen, he would not miss the opportunity for such a perfect sparring partner, especially since there were benefits involved. In contrast, Colleen, who now lagged behind Yinstead in various aspects, naturally reaped greater benefits during their sparring sessions. Under Yinstead's direct guidance, her newly learned breath control advanced rapidly, even when Yinstead's playful antics were somewhat inappropriate. She merely shot him a few playful glares. Of course, only Yinstead could enjoy such treatment. Had it been anyone else, they would have been met with her wrath. Following the events of the previous night, while the relationship between Colleen and Yinstead had not officially changed, their closeness had undoubtedly advanced significantly. In relationships between men and women, once a certain threshold is crossed, it is rare to regress. Once hands have been held, it becomes easy to hold them again. Once a waist has been embraced, it feels natural to embrace it again. By midnight, theoretically marking the end of another day, Yinstead, reluctant to leave, was forcibly ushered out of the dojo by Colleen. He returned to his own restaurant, exchanged greetings with Lorna through the door, and then prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 43. The striking shade of emerald green as Shint brushed his teeth, he inadvertently caught sight of the tattoo on the back of his hand. The area filled with bright gold was silently reminding him that only 2 or 3 days remained until the Dragon Balls were fully charged. The second wish. Shint murmured to himself, I am truly looking forward to it. I just hope that the 6 Dragon Balls Haven T landed in a particularly troublesome location. He hadn't forgotten that the rapid charging of the Dragon Balls was due to their proximity to an extraordinary energy source, and the chief suspect, as far as he was concerned, was undoubtedly the Space Stone, known as the Cosmic Cube. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Shint lay down on his bed. His mind a tumult of mixed emotions. Burdened by his worries, he remained in a state of restless half-sleep throughout the night, unable to achieve true slumber until dawn broke. The following morning, Shint, having hardly slept, yawned as he emerged from his bedroom, groggily making his way to the bathroom. He turned the handle and pushed the door open. But just as one foot crossed the threshold, his bleary eyes snapped wide open. With a resounding bang, he instinctively recoiled, slamming the bathroom door shut with such force that dust danced from the walls. After calming his racing heart, he shouted indignantly, "Why didn't you lock the door?" Inside the bathroom, Lorna, sitting on the toilet with bare thighs, stared blankly for a moment before unleashing a furious scream through the door. "You perverted bastard. How dare you spy on me?" Even at that moment, Shint's mind was still reeling from the vivid image of Lorna's alabaster thighs and the delicate black fabric nestled between her calves, not to mention the small tuft of hair that mirrored the color of her own. The stark contrast of that little patch of emerald green against her fair skin was utterly impossible to ignore. Having seen something he ought not to have, Shint, feeling somewhat cornered by Lorna's outrage, retorted, "I didn't mean to. I didn't see anything. You scum. Do you think I'll believe that?" Lorna, blushing with embarrassment and fury, screamed from behind the door, "Get lost. I truly didn't mean it," Shint reiterated, slowly retreating. "You go ahead. I'll come back later." Listening intently, Lorna recognized the sound of his footsteps fading away. In truth, she didn't genuinely suspect that Shint had deliberately spied on her. Since the day she learned to mask her presence, she had rarely let her guard down, making her the only person Shint couldn't perceive through his senses. Moreover, Lorna was fully aware that this incident was entirely Shint's fault. Both she for not locking the door and he for not knocking bore equal responsibility. Yet, regardless of this logic, Lorna would never, in her conscious or subconscious mind, admit to any wrongdoing. It was solely Shint's fault. Gritting her teeth, Lorna glanced down at her nightgown, which had slid to her waist, and the panties that had slipped up her ankles, turning her head to the bathroom door. She imagined Shint's gaze and suddenly covered her face with her hands, murmuring in a voice akin to a mosquito, "He saw everything." In that fleeting moment, Lorna's mind raced with murderous thoughts. She seriously contemplated how many sharp objects she could control to stab Shint multiple times, and where those metal pieces should be inserted into his body. Fortunately, after that brief moment passed, Lorna, who had envisioned torturing Shint countless times in her mind, decided against taking action. Her reasoning was that such an act would reveal her mutant identity, leading to her being hunted down by SHIELD and the Sentinel Special Operations, ultimately resulting in her demise. That scoundrel Shint wasn't worth her life. Thus, for Shint, who had narrowly escaped the dire consequence, it was indeed a morning filled with hope. Throughout the entire day that followed, Shint did not utter a single word to Lorna. After regaining his composure, He realized he ought to apologize. However, every time he glanced at Lorna's icy demeanor, he hesitated to speak, relying on an almost mystical intuition. Shen sensed that if he wished to avoid disaster, it was best never to mention the morning's incident in Lorna's presence for the rest of his life. Only when evening came and work was finished did Shen seize an opportunity to speak to Lorna. Lorna, I've arranged to practice with Corinne at the dojo. You can handle the shop. With a glare sharp as a knife, Lorna shot him a look that conveyed her utter disinterest in conversing with him. Merely waving her hand as if swatting a fly, signaling him to leave, Shen longed to defend his dignity as the boss. Yet considering the potential fallout of angering his employee, he ultimately chose to swallow his pride and silently depart. After leaving the Chinese restaurant with his tail between his legs, Shen made his way directly to Corinne's dojo. Just as he intended to dive into practice with her, Corinne, wearing a peculiar expression, handed him a black leather folder. This morning, a lawyer from Rand Group brought this for me. Shen raised an eyebrow in surprise as he accepted the folder. Opening it, he discovered a thick stack of legal documents. A brief glance revealed it to be a property transfer agreement concerning the very dojo beneath his feet. To his astonishment, the current legal owner was identified as Danny Rand, and the intended recipient of the transfer was none other than Corinne. Danny Rand is your landlord? Shen turned to Corinne, bewildered. What a coincidence. This is no coincidence, Corinne scoffed, her expression disdainful. About half a month ago, when he asked for my help dealing with the hand, I initially refused. So, he approached my former landlord, purchased the dojo at an inflated price, and promised me he would never charge rent. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have gone to China with him, and I nearly ended up dead from poisoning. Chapter 44, 20 seconds of reckless courage. Just as Shen was left speechless, Corinne handed him a small note. Here, this came along with the transfer agreement. Once again taking the note, Shen unfolded it to find 3 simple English words. I am truly sorry. Danny Rand is apologizing to you. It seems Carlson handled things quite well, Shen remarked, returning the note to Corinne with a smile. Congratulations. Not only have you cleared your name, but you've gained much more than that. This apology is incredibly sincere, worth millions. I dare say, I don't want it. Corinne shot him a glare. How could I possibly accept such a valuable property? Tomorrow, when the Rand Group's lawyer returns, I'll have them take a message back to Danny Rand, saying I forgive him, but I certainly want to sign the agreement. Why should you accept it? Shen countered dismissively, shoving the folder containing the transfer agreement into Corinne's arms. You must accept it. There is no way you should suffer unjustly. You can forgive him, but don't let him off easy. Sign it quickly. Colin glanced at Isekai'd, who appeared to be as greedy as a money-hungry scion, and shot him another exasperated look. Isekai'd, the reason I am telling you this is that it concerns you as well. This is not a consultation. Whether or not I sign is my decision, and your opinion does not matter. How can it not matter? Isekai'd, a quintessential pauper, could not bear to watch $1 million slip through his fingers. Naturally, he resorted to all manner of tactics, whining and pleading. You said it concerns me. If you receive compensation, I will forgive Danny Rand. But if you refuse to sign, I won't be as magnanimous. I will definitely confront him again. Colin found his words both amusing and infuriating. Although she thought his reasoning absurd, she dared not dismiss it, knowing full well that regardless of its absurdity, Isekai'd was capable of such shamelessness. With a playful yet reproachful glare, she retorted, Danny Rand intends to transfer the martial arts school to me, not to you. Why do you care so much? Of course I care. Isekai'd replied without hesitation. If this martial arts school belongs to you, then you would never leave. At his words, Colin's dark, lustrous pupils widened in shock. She was momentarily speechless, her mind racing with the implication of his use of the word never. Never. She understood the underlying message. If she were not to move away, it meant she would remain by his side forever. As she completed this thought in her mind, a warm rush surged through her heart. In a moment of impulsiveness, she nodded vigorously. All right. I will sign. Isekai'd, overjoyed at her response, eagerly spread open the folder, supporting it with one hand while propping the top with his arm, eagerly awaiting her signature. However, as Colin picked up the pen, her initial enthusiasm began to wane, and a twinge of regret surfaced before she signed. But upon lifting her gaze to meet the expectant eyes of Isekai'd, the words of withdrawal failed to form on her lips. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head again and inscribed her name on each agreement requiring her signature. Congratulations. You are about to become a millionaire, Isekai'd exclaimed. Colin puffed out her cheeks, unsure of her own feelings, retorting, if that's the case, then you should already be a millionaire. Your family restaurant has 2 floors and is worth more than this martial arts school. That's different, Isekai'd replied, shaking his head vigorously. That was left to me by my parents. I could never sell it. Though Isekai'd was no longer the same person he once was, He retained fragments of the original owner's memories, which inevitably influenced him. Even without this factor, he held a deep respect for the family he was reborn into. Meanwhile, Colin could hardly bear to hear the word never, especially when it came from Inshinta. Each time she heard it, her heart trembled, biting her lip in hesitation. She ultimately shyly lowered her head and whispered, "I feel the same. I will never sell this martial arts school either." Inshinta abruptly turned to her, gazing deeply into her eyes, clearly sensing the affection hidden in her words. Just as his heart began to race, a movie line suddenly popped into his mind. 20 seconds. You just need to muster a kind of audacious courage for 20 seconds, and wonderful things will happen. Encouraged by this line, Inshinta boldly opened his arms, forcefully pulling Colin into an embrace. After a moment of symbolic resistance from her, he leaned in close and whispered into her ear, "Then you will never be able to leave me." Colin's heart raced, and her body quivered in response. She bit her lip, adjusting her posture as she placed one hand on Inshinta's chest and the other on his shoulder. Summoning an unexpected courage, she tilted her head back defiantly. "No. It's you who will never be able to leave me." At her words, Inshinta cast aside the folder in his hand, using his free arms to wrap around her slender waist and gently cradle her delicate face, determinedly leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. Accompanied by a soft, alluring sound, the black folder soared through the air, crashing to the ground on the other side of the martial arts school, spilling the legal documents that finalized the $1 million transaction in disarray. Meanwhile, Inshinta's hands traveled downward, past her curves and slender waist, reaching her rounded form. With a gentle lift, he hoisted Colin off the ground, suspending her against him. As her feet left the floor, Colin instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, her hands gliding across his chest and shoulders, clinging to his neck. Throughout this exchange, both Inshinta and Colin had their eyes tightly closed, their lips entwined in an unbreakable embrace. The next moment, Inshinta secured Colin's thighs, firmly holding her in place as he took long strides forward, stepping over the scattered legal documents and heading towards the bedroom at the back of the martial arts school. In the midst of his urgency, he managed to free one hand and slam the door shut behind them. What transpired behind that door need not be elaborated upon. One can only imagine. The following day, having scarcely slept a wink, Inshinta naturally awoke late, embodying the saying, "Spring nights are fleeting, the day rises too quickly." It was not until the sun was high in the sky that he struggled to open his eyes. Colin, still nestled in his embrace, slumbered peacefully, unable to resist. He leaned in closer and stole a kiss from her tranquil sleeping face. No more," Colin murmured lazily, half awake, instinctively turning away from Inshinta, attempting to escape the entanglement of his limbs. Inshinta chuckled softly, carefully lifting the covers and getting out of bed. He then pulled the blanket back over Colin's delicate shoulders before heading to the bathroom for his morning routine. After a hot shower, Inshinta returned to the bedroom, picking up his clothes from the floor and reluctantly putting them back on. Once dressed, he glanced longingly at the still sleeping Colin before exiting the bedroom and making his way to the kitchen on the other side of the martial arts school. Moments later, Colin stirred, her nose twitching at the enticing scent of food. She shot up in bed, her eyes barely open, and wrapped in her blanket. She hopped out of bed, padding barefoot across the martial arts school towards the kitchen. Peeking in, she called out, "Why are you still here? I thought you left." Hearing her voice, Inshinta turned and replied with a double entendre, "I can't leave until I've fed you." Colin, oblivious to the double meaning, flashed him a radiant smile. "At least you have a conscience." Inshinta flipped a large pancake in the skillet, shrugging, "If you don't get dressed soon, my conscience might not hold up much longer." Bah! Colin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she spat out an exclamation, evidently recalling an embarrassing incident. Instinctively tightening the blanket around her, she shouted the freshly minted nickname bestowed by Saint last night. "Little scamp. I knew you were thinking about that. I warn you. Do not entertain any improper thoughts." In response, Saint cast an aggressively penetrating glance at Colleen. "If you don't leave now, I may just pounce on you." Upon hearing this, Colleen instantly withdrew her head, vanishing from the kitchen doorway. Moments later, with his acute hearing, Saint could detect the tantalizing sound of water flowing from the bathroom across the hallway. He swallowed hard, summoning every ounce of willpower to resist the temptation of rushing into the bathroom. Instead, he focused all his attention on the frying pan in his hand, crafting 2 exquisite scallion omelets that could be deemed the pinnacle of his culinary endeavors. Time passed, and just as Saint was plating the pancakes on the dining table, a damp-haired Colleen, wrapped in a towel, appeared at the kitchen entrance, resembling a delicate lotus emerging from water. "Dare to tease me? You're courting disaster." Unable to contain himself, Saint shouted hoarsely, abandoning the plate and rushing towards her. He swiftly encircled her slender waist, lifting her amidst her startled cries and hoisting her onto his shoulder, striding purposefully towards the bedroom. Colleen was a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, embarrassment, joy, and irritation as she weakly pounded on Saint's back. "Put me down. I'm hungry. No, I can't hold back any longer. Feed me first. Little scamp. When you said feed me, was that what you meant? Whatever you think it means, that's what it is." With a sharp scream, the bedroom door was slammed shut with a resounding thud. Afterward, Saint and Colleen lay side by side under the same blanket, each indulging in a scallion omelette, devouring them with fervor. It was tea until she had consumed half of hers that Colleen, cheeks puffed out, mumbled through her mouthful, "It's been so long. How are the pancakes still warm?" Saint, too busy with his own meal to elaborate, reached out with one hand, placing it on Colleen's abdomen. He demonstrated with his palm emitting warmth, just like this. "Ouch, that's hot." Colleen instinctively twisted her waist, slapping Saint's arm with a force akin to that of an ordinary weak girl. "You scoundrel, are you trying to roast me alive? Would I do that?" Saint retorted smoothly, having mastered the art of temperature control during his daily grilling since reopening his shop. "I know what I'm doing. It's just a few degrees above your body temperature, not nearly enough to burn you, let alone cook you. This technique is brilliant, more convenient than a microwave." Colleen, a girl who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, immediately thought of using Saint's culinary technique to heat up takeout pizzas. "I want to learn. Teach me." "Sure," Saint nodded without hesitation. "I'll teach you after we finish the pancakes." "No?" Colleen raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What time do you think it is?" "It's already afternoon. Lunch has long passed." Saint looked disdainfully at Colleen's grasp of time and continued, "Besides, I informed Lorna and Peter this morning that they have a half-month vacation, and yes, their salaries will still be paid. Half a month." Colleen's voice shot up an octave, instinctively pulling the blanket around her as if to shield herself. "Little scamp, what are you planning?" "I think half a month might not be enough," Saint teased, choosing not to clarify the misunderstanding. "We'll see, if it's not enough. I'll just extend the vacation." "Not enough," Colleen shrieked back, blushing and timidly glaring at Saint. "Including last night, how many times has it been already? Aren't you satisfied? You're such a dog." Saint laughed heartily, slapping the blanket in amusement. "You're killing me. I can't keep this up. Did you really think I intended to stay in bed with you for half a month? I have to go on a trip soon. I was going to give them time off anyway, it's just a matter of a day or two." Colleen felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, wishing she could sink into the ground. After venting her frustration with 3 shouts, she recklessly lunged at Saint. "You scoundrel. I'll take you on." This reckless behavior was clearly leading her into a trap, just as Saint was about to subdue Colleen and feast upon her delicacies. A rhythmic knock interrupted his actions. Colleen screamed again, shoving Saint away and hurriedly putting on her clothes. "I completely forgot. The lawyer from Rand Group is supposed to come this afternoon." Saint displayed a resigned expression, dramatically flopping onto the bed, muttering, "Damn that lawyer. Can't they pick a better time?" Glancing at the conspicuous bulge under the blanket, Colleen giggled as she donned a shirt and jeans, inspecting herself before slipping barefoot out of the bedroom, leaving Saint with a captivating silhouette. "Coming," she called in response to the renewed knocking, sprinting to the door. Upon opening it, she found the same middle-aged woman from yesterday, one of Rand Group's dedicated lawyers. "Please come in. I apologize for the inconvenience earlier." "It's no problem," the woman replied with a poker face, stepping inside. She promptly asked, "Ms. One, have you signed the agreement I delivered yesterday?" "Yes, it should be right here," Colleen nodded. Turning to see the black folder quietly lying on the dojo floor, the legal documents within scattered haphazardly around it, she hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It accidentally fell. Let me tidy it up." The middle-aged woman followed her gaze, her lips twitching at the sight of someone receiving a property worth millions of dollars with such nonchalance, an experience she had never encountered before. Moments later, Colleen handed the organized folder to the woman. "Please tell Danny Rand that I forgive him. If he needs help, he can feel free to call me." "All right. I will convey your message." The woman nodded seriously, but inwardly she couldn't help but scoff. What could a billionaire like Danny Rand possibly need from you? Meanwhile, Colleen thought about the dojo, which symbolized her bond with Saint, and she knew she couldn't refuse it. If necessary, she would help Danny Rand a few more times to repay this monumental favor. If Danny Rand were to discover that he had squandered a fortune for Colleen Wing only to end up sewing wedding garments for someone else, he would surely be consumed by regret. That very night, under the cloak of darkness, Danny stealthily infiltrated his own restaurant. In his bedroom, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a change of undergarments. Just as he was about to tiptoe into the bathroom, he opened the door only to find Lorna leaning against the opposite wall, her arms crossed, wearing a smirk of derision. Caught off guard, Danny felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation, and he awkwardly uttered a meaningless remark. "Aren't you asleep yet?" In response, Lorna adopted the same dismissive demeanor as the previous day. Observing this, Danny couldn't help but inwardly question her sanity. Was she there solely to inflict a death stare upon him? Indeed, Lorna's piercing gaze was not to be underestimated. Under her cold scrutiny, Danny's discomfort grew. Just as he contemplated retreating to the bathroom, Lorna unexpectedly inquired, "Did you stay at the dojo until now after leaving last night?" Taken aback by her sudden question, Danny stammered for a moment before confirming, "Yes, that is correct." Upon receiving his affirmation, Lorna merely scoffed, turned on her heel, and retreated to her own room, shutting the door with precision. Was she jealous? Danny was quite certain of it. The real question was whose jealousy it was. Was it of a male rival or a female one? From what he observed, Lorna had shown a peculiar concern for Colleen. And as he knew, the future Miss Polaris was not devoid of her own inclinations. With a mind swirling with these thoughts, Danny took an unusually lengthy shower. And by the time he dried his hair and returned to his bedroom, it was already past midnight. He collapsed onto this familiar bed and fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Throughout the previous 24 hours, Danny had been entwined with Colleen, both indulging in their mutual affection without a hint of restraint. Thus, his fatigue was palpable. However, he had scarcely slept for 4 hours when a stirring from the depths of his very soul jolted him awake. He felt a summons resonating from 6 distinct directions, penetrating the core of his being. It dawned upon him that the Dragon Balls had regained their energy and transformed from stone back into crystal spheres, ready to summon the eternal dragon once more. Danny sprang from his bed, his previous weariness seemingly evaporating in an instant. With renewed vigor, he turned toward the northwest and murmured, "One of them is very close. The straight-line distance should not exceed 100 kilometers. Right here in New York." With that thought, he hastily donned his clothes, dashed out of his bedroom, and descended the stairs. Through the back door of the restaurant, he entered the narrow alley behind it, where he unlocked the dusty garage door with an old key, revealing a black 2-door coupe. Chapter 47. Tony Stark's arc reactor. This was a Chevrolet Camaro, the very same model as Bumblebee from the Transformers. However, this was the first-generation Camaro that debuted in 1967, stripped of its racing stripes, and painted a faded black instead of the original bright yellow. Intriguingly, this car had once been purchased by Danny's predecessor, Little Lee, from a second-hand dealership after he got his driver's license. When Danny first traversed into this realm, he even entertained the notion that this vehicle might be a Transformer. Following the tragic demise of Old Lee in an aviation accident, Little Lee had not driven the Camaro again, keeping it locked away in the garage until it finally saw the light of day in Danny's possession. He entered the garage, opened the door, and took a seat in the driver's seat. To his delight, the engine roared to life when he inserted the key and turned it, contrary to his expectation that the vehicle, having sat idle for months, might refuse to start. As he drove the black Camaro northwest, Danny adjusted his direction, guided by the interconnectedness of the Dragon Balls, eager to arrive at the vicinity of the Dragon Ball before dawn. Lo and behold, as he gently applied the brakes and peered through the windshield, he spotted a conspicuous massive logo not far away, mumbling to himself, "I know precisely where this Dragon Ball has landed." The minimalist logo featuring a letter with a silver hook unmistakably represented the illustrious Stark Industries, the leading arms manufacturer in the Marvel Universe. If Danny's conjecture was correct, the Dragon Ball lay specifically within the confines of Stark Industries' unique facility, the colossal arc cold fusion reactor. Danny felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having deduced that it was indeed the arc reactor supplying energy to the Dragon Ball, he no longer had to fret about the cosmic cube. Nonetheless, concern creased his brow, not only because Stark Industries was a heavily fortified military zone prohibiting unauthorized access, but also due to the reactor's owner, Tony Stark. And once he ascended to the status of Iron Man, the arc reactor would become his Achilles heel, if he wished to avoid conflict. It was best to steer clear of such matters. Although Tony Stark was still merely a flamboyant playboy, and had yet to assume the mantle of a superhero, Danny could not dismiss the fact that even at this stage, he was not someone to be trifled with. Stark was a man with limitless resources, capable of dispatching foes with ease, regardless of whether he wore his armored suit. The more Danny contemplated, the more furrowed his brow became. Ultimately, he decisively turned the car around and retraced his route, evidently opting not to pursue the Dragon Ball at this time. As dawn broke, Danny returned to Hell's Kitchen, leaving the black Camaro at a nearby repair shop, recognizing that it required maintenance after being idle for so long. On his walk back to the restaurant, he purchased a map of the United States and a world map, spreading them across the living room floor. He then began to extrapolate the probable locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls based on the one at Stark Industries. The distance from my location to Stark Industries is 69 kilometers. This Dragon Ball is the second closest, positioned approximately southeast at a 17-degree angle. Around 6.5 times the distance from Stark's Dragon Ball, roughly 450 kilometers. Thankfully, it lies in the sea, but still on the continental shelf. So it theoretically should not exceed 200 meters in depth. While challenging, it is certainly retrievable. The third nearest is located southwest at a 35-degree angle. Approximately 3.3 times the distance of the previous one, roughly 1,500 kilometers, likely in the central southern plains of the country, this should pose no significant challenge. Fourth, northwest at 11 degrees, about 2.3 times the distance of the last one, approximately 3,500 kilometers, likely in Canada. This should also be manageable. Fifth, northeast at 3 degrees. Oh no, that direction leads to the Atlantic Ocean. This one is about 1.7 times the distance of the last one, less than 6,000 kilometers. It's across the sea, perhaps within the UK? That is feasible. The furthest one is southwest at 22 degrees. Approximately 1.3 times the distance of the previous one, 7,800 kilometers, Brazil. There exists a certain level of inconvenience, as not only is there an expansive tropical rainforest, but the area is also riddled with cliffs, rendering the terrain quite troublesome. After discerning the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls, Yincent retrieved his mobile phone and began searching for flight tickets and travel visas. The United Kingdom and Canada grant visa exemptions, while Brazil requires processing within 7 working days. Thus, he planned to first fly to London, then to Toronto, before returning home to locate the 2 Dragon Balls within the country and subsequently armed with a visa. Head to Rio de Janeiro, leaving Stark's location for last. Once Yincent had formulated his plans, he stepped out without hesitation, making his way directly to Corrinwen's martial arts dojo. He knocked firmly on the door. Moments later, a disheveled Corrinwen appeared behind the opened door, and upon seeing Yincent, she irritably exclaimed his full name. Yincent Li. Do you have any idea what time it is? It's 7:15. Yincent replied casually, striding through the door unceremoniously. He stated directly, Corrin, I am about to embark on a long journey. Would you care to join me? At his words, Corrinwen became more alert, tilting her head in contemplation. She stamped her foot playfully. How can you do this to me so suddenly? How am I supposed to respond? I haven't even brushed my teeth. Then go wash your face and brush your teeth first. Yincent suggested, understandingly nodding before turning towards the kitchen. I'll prepare something for us to eat. All right. In Corrinwen's kitchen. The ingredients were rather sparse, leaving Yincent with limited options. He decided to make noodles, kneading, rolling, and cutting the dough, then combining it with eggs and scallions to create 2 bowls of scallion oil and egg noodles. Moments later, the two sat across from each other at the kitchen table. Corrinwen, with her hair tied back, asked while eating, when you say you're going far away, where exactly do you mean? The United Kingdom, Canada, Brazil. Yincent succinctly listed the 3 countries, adding, I will also have to travel to 2 places domestically in between. This answer evidently took Corrinwen by surprise. Her eyes widening as she pressed for more details, running around the world. What exactly are you planning to do? How long will this take? Yincent pondered for a moment, choosing not to fabricate a story, yet not entirely revealing the truth either. He replied somewhat vaguely, I need to find a few items, some of which might still be in remote areas or even beneath the sea, so I cannot accurately estimate the time required. With a conflicted expression, Corrinwen took a few bites of her noodles and resolutely declared, I'm not going. The gambler might be coming to New York, and I have some business to settle with him. The gambler? Yincent frowned at her words. Where did you hear that? From a former student. Corrinwen replied, her expression complex. It is said that the gambler intends to confront Danny Rand personally. Be careful. This could be a trap. Yincent tightened his brows, suppressing his instinct to protect her, reminding her, your former student is now a member of the Hand. You must remain vigilant. Don't worry. Corrinwen smiled brightly, assuring Yincent, I promise I will take care of myself. Yincent scoffed 3 times, casting a disapproving glare at Corrinwen. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what it means to be grounded? Focus on your training and master the Shadow Fist as soon as possible. And remember, whether in practice or in battle, you can only use the Shadow Fist once. You must not attempt it a second time before your body has fully rested. All right. Corrinwen, far from finding Yincent's admonitions tedious, instead gave him a sweet smile. I've got it. You can rest easy. Resting easy is out of the question. Yincent rolled his eyes, suddenly shifting his tone. But even so, no matter how much I worry, I willingly accept it. Corrinwen silently bit her lip, suddenly rising from her chair. Leaning over the table, she responded to Yincent's sweet words with a kiss. In the ensuing moment, accompanied by 2 sharp sounds, The two bowls of noodles that had been resting on the table crashed to the floor, scattering broth, noodles, scallions, and eggs everywhere. 5 hours later, Vincent found himself aboard a flight to London. Upon landing in the UK, he immediately called Cornwyn to assure her of his safety and also sent a text to Lorna. After resting for a night in London, he promptly left the hotel the next morning, driving a rented car towards the outskirts of the city, following the sense direction of the Dragon Ball. At this point, the SHIELD had already detected Vincent's departure from the country, and a large black SUV had been trailing him since the moment he exited the airport. Being attuned to the energy around him, Vincent was well aware of being followed. Yet he paid it little mind. As long as he utilized transportation, his movements would not remain concealed. He intended to shake off the tail, but not at that moment. After a lengthy search, Vincent pinpointed the precise location of the Dragon Ball in the UK. He parked the rented car in front of a countryside villa, quickly disembarking and, using the structure for cover, slipped into a dense forest, disappearing from SHIELD's sight. When to SHIELD, agents finally discerned his whereabouts based on the traces he left behind. Vincent had already located a 3-star Dragon Ball amidst the underbrush and concealed it in his backpack. By the time he returned to the car, the agents were still wandering aimlessly in the woods. Utterly baffled by Vincent's motives for being in the UK and what he had accomplished, they remained undeterred, persistently monitoring him, ensuring that every time he arrived at an airport, 2 agents would be waiting for him. Over the next 20 days, Vincent, accompanied by the SHIELD agents, traveled from the UK to Canada, locating a 1-star Dragon Ball, then returning to the United States to recover the 7-star and 4-star Dragon Balls. After obtaining the necessary visas, he then flew to Brazil, where he discovered the 2-star Dragon Ball. After traversing countless kilometers, he finally returned to New York, satisfied with the 5 Dragon Balls he had successfully gathered. At this juncture, only the 6-star Dragon Ball, located within Stark Industries, remained elusive. Despite its modest size, Vincent possessed 1,000 methods to conceal it. Not a single one of the 5 Dragon Balls had come to SHIELD's attention, as he had skillfully evaded detection during airport security checks. To the untrained eye, the Dragon Balls appeared to be mere crystal orbs, yet Vincent was unwilling to take any risks. This was a secret he needed to safeguard at all costs. Thus, by the time Vincent exited Kennedy International Airport and hailed a taxi heading home, SHIELD had yet to decipher the purpose behind his global escapades, let alone form any substantial conjectures. While seated in the taxi, idly fiddling with his phone, an outdated news article caught his attention. Chairman of Stark Industries, genius scientist Tony Stark, reported missing in the Afghanistan region. Vincent could not help but chuckle in delight. After a chuckle, he glanced at the timestamp on the news, realizing the event had transpired 5 days prior. This meant that on the very next day after his flight to Rio, Tony Stark had encountered a missile from his own arsenal in Afghanistan. Though he was fortunate to have survived, he had been captured by the 10 Rings and imprisoned in a dark, desolate cave. His laughter was not born from any animosity towards Stark, but rather from the relief that he could boldly pursue the last Dragon Ball without fear of this future Iron Man seeking retribution for at least 3 months. Originally, he had planned to provoke Stark only if he could immediately wish upon Shenron afterward, but he was pleasantly surprised upon returning to New York. Chapter 49. The night infiltration of Stark Industries. Despite his eagerness to rush to Stark Industries, he prudently decided to wait until nightfall. After all, it was a heavily fortified military site, and the security would certainly not be lax. Attempting to infiltrate during the day would be exceedingly perilous. Upon arriving in Hell's Kitchen, he bypassed his home and headed straight to Colleen Wing's dojo. Although they communicated almost daily, some matters necessitated face-to-face discussion. Intending to surprise Colleen, he instead received a shock. When he knocked on the dojo's door, it was Lorna who answered. If that had been the extent of his surprise, it would have been manageable. However, Lorna had undergone a remarkable transformation since he last saw her. She had washed out her black dye, revealing her natural emerald green hair, and altered her wardrobe to a darker, more austere style. In an instant, he felt as though he had traversed time. Witnessing the 18-year-old girl he once knew metamorphose into a future version of Polaris, which was somewhat unsettling. "Boss, you're back?" Lorna exclaimed, equally astonished. 20 days had passed, and their relationship had ostensibly returned to normal, at least on the surface. "Just arrived," he replied casually, gesturing toward Lorna's head. "When did you stop dyeing your hair?" Lorna instinctively flicked a strand of hair into view and retorted, "Is it not attractive?" "It is, just a bit unaccustomed for me," he shrugged as he stepped inside. "Where's Colleen?" Lorna fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory, and expressionlessly uttered a single word, bathroom. He too grew quiet, turning his gaze away from Lorna's striking green hair, which invariably reminded him of that fateful morning. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Colleen emerged, alleviating the awkwardness. After Lorna signaled her intent to step aside, she discreetly retreated into the changing room, leaving the dojo to him and Colleen. Colleen acknowledged Lorna with a nod before striding toward him. However, her reaction was far from the joyous reunion he had anticipated. She merely stated, "You're back? You really should have informed me beforehand. I'm quite busy." "I was hoping to surprise you," he replied, his tone laced with frustration as he noted Colleen's white training uniform. "So, are you teaching Lorna Aikido?" "Yes," she nodded, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "No. She is my only student. Who else would I teach? You made the right choice in closing the dojo. Protecting your students is paramount. It was the only way." He comforted her, pulling her into an embrace. "Don't be disheartened. Once the hand is eradicated, you can call them back. It's not as easy as you suggest." Colleen leaned against him, pouting. "The students I once taught are now part of the hand. Would I simply eliminate them as well? That's not what I meant." He waved dismissively. "As long as we dismantle the leadership, the hand will cease to exist." "That's futile," Colleen replied with a bittersweet smile. "In truth, to spare you worry, I withheld some information. 7 days ago, the gambler was killed, yet when I visited his hideout yesterday, it appeared unaffected and continued its operations." Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow, choosing his words carefully. "Was it you?" "Yes," she nodded slightly, deliberately omitting details, her expression growing more complex. "I used the Phantom Fist. It was a fatal strike." He hesitated before asking an oddly specific question. "Did you stab him or sever his head?" "I stabbed him," she replied awkwardly, tilting her head back to scrutinize him. "Do you know something?" "I'm curious." That night, the hand fought desperately to retrieve the gambler's body, as if he could resurrect. He completed her thought, nodding in agreement. "That is indeed the case. The hand's members have undergone dragon's blood modifications, granting them extraordinary vitality. They do not perish easily, otherwise they wouldn't have survived for centuries." "He truly hasn't died," Colleen gritted her teeth, her gaze sharpening. "No wonder the hideout remains intact." "So, if you severed his head, he would be truly finished?" "Yes, sever the head and then incinerate it. That should suffice," he replied. "Do you think he is a vampire from Twilight?" "Close enough. They are all just ancient, undying monsters." "Seriously, when will you be more serious?" "I'm not jesting. This method will assuredly eliminate him. I guarantee it. Leave. I need to teach Lorna." "Fine. I shouldn't keep her waiting in the changing room. By the way, I have something to attend to tonight, so I may not return." "Who cares? Hurry up and go." "Not at all sincere," he muttered as he departed. "Don't brandish that knife. I'm leaving." That night at 11 o'clock, he drove a borrowed blue sedan down from the elevated highway, arriving at a factory area belonging to Stark Industries, positioned alongside the freeway. After parking in an inconspicuous spot, he promptly turned off the engine and retrieved a bundle of black nylon rope and a grinning monkey mask from the trunk. Wearing the monkey mask and slinging the nylon rope over his shoulder, he approached the rear of a multi-story building adjacent to the freeway. Utilizing an extraordinary method, he climbed up a drain pipe, slightly thicker than his arm, reaching the rooftop with agility. Crouching low, he scanned the area and found no security cameras on the roof of the towering structure, which housed the colossal arc reactor. With determination, he strode confidently across the rooftop, his eyes drawn to the imposing fusion reactor several stories high. Chapter 50. The second summoning of Shenron, estimating the distance between the reactor's building and his current position. He concluded that merely sprinting and leaping would be a reckless endeavor. However, employing the Phantom Fist, he could harness the explosive force generated from his feet in conjunction with his muscular leap, which should suffice to propel him across. It should be feasible. Physics merely scratches the surface. Even the parabolic formula relies heavily on conjecture. In a moment of trepidation, Yinsent inhaled deeply, adopting a subtle half-squat posture, and then remained utterly still, his expression frozen in that instant. The next moment, a figure abruptly emerged in the air between two multi-story buildings, tracing a graceful arc before landing on the rooftop of the arc reactor's facility. Only then did the lingering image of Yinsent gradually dissipate into the atmosphere, as if it had never existed at all. With his skin taut, Yinsent suppressed the urge to howl in panic, standing still for quite some time until his racing heart began to settle. He exhaled slowly, twisting his neck as he moved toward the immense glass skylight directly above the arc reactor. The instant his foot made contact with the glass, brilliant red lights began to flash around the arc reactor below, accompanied by a piercing alarm that blared suddenly. "Damn it!" Yinsent cursed under his breath, pondering aloud. Pressure sensor? Or motion detector? It was evidently futile to contemplate such matters at this juncture. In a flurry, he unfastened the nylon rope slung across his body, and with a decisive gesture, shattered one of the large glass panes with a rock, securing one end of the rope to the steel frame supporting the skylight. Without hesitation, he grasped the rope and leaped down, descending directly onto the arc reactor's roof. Upon reaching a sunken area on the reactor's surface, Yinsent discovered the rounded six-star Dragon Ball. Hastily stowing it in his pocket, he paid no heed to the nylon rope that dangled from the rooftop. The building he had initially occupied was taller than the one housing the arc reactor, and he decided against jumping back. After descending from the arc reactor, Yinsent, utilizing his senses to navigate, darted toward a direction with minimal security personnel, disregarding the omnipresent surveillance cameras. Bursting through the factory area, he disposed of the monkey-faced mask and hurried to the borrowed vehicle. Upon returning to Manhattan, he returned the car to its original spot and completed the last few kilometers on foot, arriving at his family's Chinese restaurant. It was already past 1 a.m. Yinsent quietly opened the back door of the restaurant, careful not to awaken the sleeping Lorna. He then silently slipped into the basement, locking the iron door that led to the surface. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." As Yinsent retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls from his backpack and placed them alongside his right hand, uttering this phrase that hardly qualified as a secret incantation, the basement was once again engulfed in darkness. In this confined underground space, any source of light, save for the Dragon Balls themselves, was subdued by a mysterious force. The 6 Dragon Balls, combined with the tattoo on Yinsent's hand, transformed into 7 luminous orbs, coalescing into the radiant Shenron. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. But only one. After nearly 2 months, hearing the phrase that any wish could be granted again, Yinsent couldn't help but curl his lip, muttering with a hint of resentment, "What a boastful dragon." Though he was resolute in his desire to attain the physique of a Saiyan, Yinsent refrained from hastily voicing his wish. Instead, embodying the spirit of greed, he cautiously inquired, "Shenron, if I wish to obtain 99 billion senzu beans, is that possible?" Shenron, seemingly taken aback, remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "Senzu beans can be provided, but only one." With an expressionless face, Yinsent scoffed again and asked, "Then, if I wish to acquire the seeds of the senzu beans and the methods to cultivate them, can that be arranged?" "That constitutes 2 wishes. I can fulfill only one at a time." "Stubborn dragon." Yinsent cursed under his breath, momentarily setting aside the senzu beans to pose another question. "Shenron, if I wish to gain Bulma's knowledge to create storage capsules in the Marvel Universe, is that feasible?" Shenron once more fell into a lengthy silence, seemingly calculating, before finally responding, "No, while there is no conflict with cosmic rules, Bulma is a scientific genius with an intellect beyond the ordinary. Given your brain's developmental capacity, attempting to acquire her knowledge would likely result in a mind overwhelmed by an avalanche of information, rendering you a rambling lunatic." Feeling insulted regarding his intelligence, Yinsent adopted a different approach. "Then, if I directly wish to acquire a storage capsule, can that be granted?" Without hesitation, Shenron shook his head. "I'm afraid that is not possible." "Why?" "The Marvel Universe lacks the resources required for its creation. If you possess the zero matter from the Dragon Ball world, it could be done." "Damn it, where am I supposed to get that?" Yinsent exclaimed in frustration, only to quickly regain composure. "Then, if I wish to obtain zero matter, can that be arranged?" "That is quite simple." Yinsent chuckled derisively, feeling a twinge of paranoia as he inquired further, "Is the amount of zero matter gained from a single wish sufficient for me to wish again for a storage capsule?" "That depends on the specifications of the storage capsule. If the internal space is less than 343 cubic units and the weight limit does not exceed 169 tons, it can be done. Exceeding either of those limits renders it impossible." Yinsent found his expectations lower than this threshold, so he felt no disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, he hypothesized another question. "Shenron, if I desire to acquire a gravity device to aid in training, can that be arranged?" "I'm sorry, but that is not possible." Yinsent rolled his eyes, exasperated. "What is the requirement this time?" "Zero matter." Chapter 51. The unique Marvel Scion. Yinsent twitched at the corners of his mouth, finally grasping the concept that the so-called zero matter was akin to the vibranium of the Marvel Universe, and that the advanced technology of the Dragon Ball world likely stemmed from this substance. The thought that he would require more than 2 wishes to obtain any advanced technology from the Dragon Ball world made him feel a pang of frustration. "If only I could produce it myself. Why is my intelligence insufficient? I've never been cut out for academia," he lamented internally, tears welling in his eyes. Feeling he had exhausted his inquiries for now, he shifted to the main topic. "Shenron, if I wish to gain the physique of a Saiyan, will I be considered a pure Saiyan like Goku, or a hybrid like Gohan and Goten?" "Neither. Your body belongs to the Marvel Universe. While it resembles that of Earthlings from the Dragon Ball world, it is not identical. After integrating Saiyan genes, you will be a unique entity. If one must assign a name to this physique, you shall be known as a Marvel Saiyan. The term unique was music to Yin-sen's ears. With a broad smile, he replied, Shenron, please grant me the physique of a Saiyan. Your wish is granted. As with his previous wish, upon uttering this phrase, Shenron immediately transformed into 7 streams of light, one soaring toward Yin-sen's hand, while the remaining 6 radiated outward in 6 distinct directions. Due to his prior preparations, Yin-sen managed to intercept the nearest stream of light before it penetrated the walls of the basement. Utilizing the explosive speed granted by the Phantom Fist, he firmly grasped the flowing light, which was transformed from a Dragon Ball, within his hands, containing it as a quivering orb of light. As time elapsed, the orb gradually ceased its tremors and dimmed, eventually morphing into a dull, gray spherical stone. Having successfully intercepted a Dragon Ball, Yin-sen finally exhaled in relief. Now he only needed to locate 5 more. Furthermore, this acquired Dragon Ball could be used to recharge itself by placing it near a source of energy. Although the 5-star ball on his right hand could serve a similar purpose, he could not afford to sever his own hand if the energy source was immobile. After stowing the Dragon Ball away, Yin-sen began to mutter incoherently, when suddenly a look of astonishment crossed his face, his eyes widening in realization. Something was amiss. His recent speed was not solely a result of enhanced physical capabilities. His energy had also experienced a drastic amplification, by several magnitudes. While an increase in physical prowess made sense, how could his energy surge as well? Hadn't he, that useless dragon, claimed that power could only be cultivated through training, not conjured from thin air? With gritted teeth, Yin-sen activated his energy sensing ability and, upon probing his own energy, was engulfed by an overwhelming joy that bordered on disbelief. Was it true? 37 times that of an ordinary person's energy. He could hardly believe it. Abruptly, he raised an arm and slowly clenched his fingers, exerting all his strength to execute a fist. Stone. A dazzling blue light instantly enveloped his entire fist, even wrapping around his wrist, completely shrouded in energy. It truly was 37 times. Yin-sen felt a strong urge to punch the wall to ascertain whether he was dreaming, but at the last moment, he remembered that this was his basement and hastily dissipated the blue light, stroking his chin in contemplation. What on earth was happening? After a brief moment, a look of epiphany illuminated Yin-sen's face. He had acquired the lifelong knowledge of Sun Wukong, yet had long been in a state of having lofty ideals but limited ability, causing him to overlook a fundamental truth of the Dragon Ball universe. Strength of body correlates with strength of energy. In the later stages of Dragon Ball, the principle emphasized that a strong energy leads to a strong body, and this held true even more so in its final phase. Thus, Yin-sen had always focused on cultivating his energy to drive his physical growth, never considering that during the initial phase, a significant enhancement in physical capabilities would also lead to a corresponding surge in energy. This was the so-called blind spot beneath the lamp. As for why his physical capabilities had dramatically increased, Yin-sen was entirely aware. The planet inhabited by the Saiyans had 10 times the gravity of Earth. Without robust genetic heritage, survival was nearly impossible. Previously, his energy had barely exceeded that of an ordinary person by 6-fold, meaning that after merging with the Saiyan genes, he had gained an additional energy boost amounting to slightly over 30 times that of an ordinary person. Calculating the numbers, Yin-sen could not help but gasp in awe. The formidable Saiyans, even without training for a single day, possessed strength exceeding 30 times that of Earthlings by the time they reached adulthood. If they transformed into great apes, their strength would amount to 300 times that of Earthlings. Upon this realization, Yin-sen instinctively reached behind him to touch his tailbone. Thankfully, that useless dragon had not lied. Since it would not alter his appearance, he certainly would not sprout a tail. He had no desire to transform into a monkey-like green giant under the full moon, wielding uncontrollable power that would only backfire against himself. Yin-sen also grasped that the saying, power can only be cultivated, not conjured, was not mere nonsense. While physical capabilities could increase rapidly and energy could surge swiftly, mastering the techniques to control both required relentless practice. Had he acquired the Saiyan physiology without first training, it would be akin to an awakened mutant unable to control the sudden influx of power and energy, thus failing to truly attain strength. 37 times that of an ordinary person, Yin-sen pondered aloud. If I regard an ordinary person as having a battle power of 5, then my battle power would be 185? In the initial stages of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I could contest for the championship. This realization sparked a brilliant light in Yin-sen's eyes. I can fly. Chapter 52. Yin-sen conquering the skies. With this thought, Yin-sen could hardly contain himself. Bursting forth from the basement like a gust of wind, he dashed through the back door of the dojo. scaling the fire escape of the adjacent residential building until he reached the rooftop terrace. Before long, positioned centrally on the rooftop, Isekai'd slowly ascended into the air. Floating like a balloon, he was executing the flight technique. To be precise, this was merely the initiation of the flight technique, consuming energy from within to generate lift, countering the gravitational pull of the planet and placing himself in a state of relative weightlessness. In fact, Isekai'd had learned the initiation of the flight technique long ago, driven by an insatiable yearning to fly. However, with his previous meager energy, he could hardly maintain the state of weightlessness, let alone achieve true flight. Upon completing the initiation, the next step required him to expel energy from within to propel himself into the air. Isekai'd gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat anxious. This next phase was one he had never attempted, and the knowledge inherited from Sun Wukong was rather unreliable, perhaps due to Sun Wukong's later years. When flying had become instinctual, his ultimate understanding of the flight technique lacked theoretical depth. So much so that it could be summarized with a rather frustrating phrase: just float up with the initiation, and then fly however you please. As for Sun Wukong's flying experience, it was indeed vast. The trouble was, without prior experience of his own, Isekai'd could not comprehend it at all. Never mind. If it leads to my demise, so be it. Isekai'd silently steeled himself, bringing his legs together in midair, aligning his feet and lower legs in a straight line. Adhering to a cautious approach, he exerted only 10% of his strength, while simultaneously expelling energy from the tips of his toes. In the next instant, accompanied by a cacophony of wailing cries, Isekai'd shot upward like a deflated balloon, zigzagging through the air in a chaotic trajectory. He soared to an altitude of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, continuing his erratic flight, twisting left and right. As time progressed, Isekai'd, now capable of flying in a straighter line, began to grasp Sun Wukong's flying expertise. He learned how to utilize the movements of his arms to adjust his balance. When he could carve elegant arcs across the night sky at will, he gradually increased the expulsion of energy, accelerating his speed. Eventually, he had to envelop himself in energy to withstand the tremendous wind pressure rushing toward him. In this state, Isekai'd appeared like a luminous blue bulb, not only dazzling against the night sky, but also consuming an alarming amount of energy. Consequently, he abandoned his plan to test his limits, opting instead to expel energy in the opposite direction, drastically reducing his flight speed. He dissipated the energy enveloping his body, coming to a sudden halt and suspending himself a kilometer above the ground, gazing down at the radiant cityscape below. He could only hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. After catching his breath, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I can fly." After indulging in a moment of self-congratulation, Isekai'd roughly estimated that without the protective energy, he could only withstand speeds of around 100 miles per hour, similar to that of a car on the highway. Conversely, with energy, he could potentially double that limit, although the upper boundary remained unknown. Notably, the higher his total energy reserve, the greater the rate of recovery within a given time frame. Previously, Isekai'd struggled to maintain the basic stance of the flight technique for long, but now, if he merely floated, his rate of energy recovery exceeded its expenditure. After resting and replenishing his energy to its peak, Isekai'd soared once more above the city before he inverted and began his descent to the ground. Prior to landing, he used his energy sense to confirm that the two SHIELD agents who had been watching him were still unconscious. Long before his nocturnal foray into Stark Industries, he had incapacitated those two innocent agents. Although this would inevitably link him to the intrusion of the arc reactor, it was preferable to encountering unexpected complications while seeking the Dragon Balls. With no other concerns in mind, Isekai'd landed at his original takeoff point, and upon checking the time, discovered it was already past 2 in the morning. Having just conquered the skies, he remained in a state of exhilarating euphoria. Completely devoid of any sleepiness, he decided to remain on the rooftop, continuously practicing his punches and kicks to adapt to his surging strength, periodically launching himself into the air to refine his still awkward flying technique. As dawn approached, not wanting to attract attention, Isekai'd returned to the serene room of his restaurant. He sat cross-legged on the floor, intending to test how much faster his training speed had become after merging with Saiyan genes. Strangely, after a brief period, he opened his eyes with a frown. Not only had his speed not increased, but it had actually diminished. Is it because I've suddenly become several times stronger, leading to a decrease in my control over energy? He pondered aloud. It seems that rapid advancement is out of the question until I fully adapt to the Saiyan physique. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, he had recently jumped several levels and thus had little reason to complain. After a brief trial, he exited the room, planning to catch up on sleep, as he had to return to work after 21 days of closure. As a unique Marvel Scion, he needed to earn a living. Isekai'd was acutely aware of the legendary appetite of Scions, and he began to doubt whether his remaining $4,000 would suffice for half a month's worth of sustenance. Moreover, prior to his worldwide search for the Dragon Balls, his savings had totaled $29,000. After distributing just over $3,000 in wages to Lorna and Peter, he had more than $25,000 left. This meant that his upcoming quest for the Dragon Balls would cost him over $20,000. Although he was now down to one less Dragon Ball to search for, he felt it necessary to save at least a similar amount to what he had previously before the Dragon Balls were recharged. Chapter 53. A Date in the Night Sky. I should have bought more discounted tickets. Red-eye flights aren't that bad after all. 3 days later, after purchasing a large quantity of ingredients, Isekai'd felt his savings dwindling again and regretted his previous extravagance. He shouldn't have rented such a nice car or stayed in such a luxurious hotel. Fortunately, after reopening, Lee's Chinese restaurant was thriving, even more bustling than before its closure. Surprised and delighted, Isekai'd realized he had inadvertently engaged in a form of hunger marketing. To his surprise, not only was the restaurant's business booming, but he also expected some repercussions from SHIELD for incapacitating their agents. He thought that even if they were reluctant to confront him over a minor incident, they should at least express some form of reproach. Yet, 3 days had passed without a single word from them. It's impossible they don't know it was me. After finishing a day's work and before closing the restaurant, he routinely activated his energy sense to check on the two SHIELD agents who had been monitoring him, feeling an urge to confront them about their lack of action. Despite the impulse to act, Isekai'd had more pressing matters to attend to. After changing out of his work attire, he took a shower, styled his hair, and donned a fresh outfit. Theoretically, today marked his first date. Well, his first date in the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, Colleen climbed the rusty fire escape to the rooftop of a brown building. As she stepped onto the terrace, she brushed off the rust stains from her clothes, mentally cursing Isekai'd for summoning her to such a dismal location after mysteriously disappearing for 3 consecutive nights. She vowed to make him pay for it when he arrived. You came so early? I was 5 minutes early, yet I'm still late. At that moment, Isekai'd's voice suddenly echoed behind her, startling her enough to nearly make her jump. She glanced at the fire escape behind her, wearing an expression of surprise, then turned to face him. How do you walk so quietly? Where did you come from? Over there, Isekai'd indicated the direction behind him, performing a slight flourish as he produced a red rose from behind his back and presented it to Colleen. This is for you. Consider it forgiven, Colleen replied, accepting the rose graciously. She naturally linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. So, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Isekai'd smiled mysteriously, responding with a question of his own. Do you remember the first time I told you that I practiced turtle school martial arts? Why didn't you believe me? Of course. I remember. Colleen tilted her head back, rolling her eyes at him. It's only been a month. How could I forget? Because you said you could fly. No. Isekai'd shook his head, correcting her with precision. I said that one day, I would be able to fly. Even Colleen, usually slower to catch on, realized the implication. She released her hold on his arm and turned to face him directly, staring at him intently. You can't be telling me that today is that day. Clap. Isekai'd lightly applauded. You're quite close. In fact, I flew 3 days ago. Want to take another guess as to why I kept it a secret for so long? Guess? Forget that. Colleen playfully punched him. Can you just speak plainly? With a silent pout, Isekai'd ceased to be enigmatic, gradually extending his arms to embrace Cornwin's slender waist. Holding her tightly in his embrace before speaking, wrap your arms around my neck. What do you intend to do? Cornwin's inquiry was only half formed when she suddenly felt the ground give way beneath her. With a startled cry, she clutched Isekai'd's neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her legs expertly entwined around his, pressing herself against him without leaving an inch of space between them. Fear not. I have practiced for 3 days, Isekai'd remarked, as he initiated the dance of the sky, lifting both of them upwards, whispering in Cornwin's ear, trust me. I'm not afraid. It's just that, Accompanied by Cornwin's deafening scream, Isekai'd soared away from the rooftop where they had been standing, propelled upward through the howling winds, ascending towards the starry night sky. As Isekai'd reached an altitude of 100 meters, Cornwin ceased her screams, biting down hard on his shoulder before shouting into his ear, You rascal. Couldn't you have prepared me a bit first? That would take the thrill away. Isekai'd replied, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Cornwin felt an urge to counter. Yet she had to admit that the exhilarating rush of hurtling towards the pitch-black night sky without warning was indeed electrifying. Isekai'd continued to ascend to a height of 1,000 meters before slowing down, holding Cornwin aloft as they hovered midair, executing a graceful turn reminiscent of ballet. This is where we shall have our first date. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Humph. Cornwin replied noncommittally, her legs crossing tightly around Isekai'd's waist. Hold me more securely. I'm about to let go. Slightly baffled, Isekai'd tightened his grip, only to see Corrin release her hands and perform a daring motion, tossing her head back before beginning to tie her hair with a rubber band. You truly are someone who would rather risk injury than compromise on hairstyle. After securing her hair into a tidy ponytail, Corrin placed her hands on Yinsent's shoulders, her first words emerging with excitement. This technique is called the dance of the sky. Right? When will you teach me? Yinsent shrugged. I can teach you at any time, but do not harbor too much hope. The energy consumption of this technique is quite formidable. With your current energy level, you won't be able to float for long, let alone fly. Chapter 54. Full power of the Scion. Is your energy significantly stronger than mine? Corrin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't your energy weaker than mine during our first spar? It's several times stronger than yours, Yinsent replied evasively. To quantify in terms of battle power, an ordinary person's energy is around 5 points. I currently stand at 187, while you are at 28. Corrin fell silent. Her earlier belief that her mastery of energy control and the afterimage fist had brought her closer to Yinsent's strength now shattered. Though she thought she was no longer a burden, the reality of the vast gap between them was disheartening. In truth, before Yinsent made his second wish to the dragon, his situation had indeed been as such. The integration of Scion genes had granted him a significant boost in battle power. While his earlier advantage stemmed mainly from diverse martial arts skills and extensive combat experience, with his own battle power only slightly above 30. Noticing Corrin's diminishing spirits, Yinsent offered her words of comfort. Corrin, you have made remarkable progress. During our first spar, your battle power was only in the teens. Though your rapid advancement is due to the potential unlocked through energy training, you have a solid 10-year foundation and plenty of potential left to explore. However, Corrin did not feel reassured by his words. She tightened her grip around Yinsent's neck and insisted, fly at full speed. I want to see what your full power looks like. All right. Despite the inherent risks, Yinsent did not refuse. He released energy to protect both himself and Corrin, then unleashed his maximum strength, propelling his energy from his toes. A radiant blue humanoid energy sphere streaked across the night sky, leaving a trail akin to a shooting star, soaring above the city before vanishing in an instant. As countless spectators caught sight of the meteor, Yinsent had already dissipated his glow, quietly descending to the ground with Corrin, avoiding the crowd's gaze. The remainder of the night was spent in Corrin's martial arts dojo, where Yinsent, having suppressed his excitement for 3 days, finally felt the limits of his patience be tested. Some things are worth the wait. The next morning, Yinsent awoke promptly. Despite having had very little sleep the previous night, he was now a Scion, a naturally formidable warrior in all respects. Considering that one meal might deplete Corrin's already limited food supply, he prepared only a single breakfast, leaving it on the bedside table before kissing the still sleeping Corrin goodbye and heading back to his restaurant with a rumbling stomach. From the cold storage of the kitchen, he retrieved dozens of pounds of raw meat, roasted it with his hands, shredded it, added a pinch of seasoning, and devoured it hungrily. After finishing breakfast, Yinsent calculated that he had consumed approximately $60 worth of food, this being the cheapest pork and chicken, calculated at wholesale prices. If he had chosen beef or lamb, that figure would have at least doubled. As for grains like rice, Yinsent felt such easily digestible fare was acceptable as a change of pace. But it could hardly suffice as a staple. Out of habit, Yinsent continued to eat 3 meals a day, meaning that since becoming a Scion, he would need to consume at least $180 worth of food daily. If he indulged himself even slightly, it would easily surpass $200. He had yet to determine the upper limits of his consumption, with a deep concern that he might bankrupt himself through his voracious appetite. Yinsent entered the quiet room on the second floor of the restaurant, sitting cross-legged on the floor, pondering a significant dilemma that had occupied his mind for 3 consecutive days. If one were to ask Yinsent why he chose to acquire Goku's knowledge with his first wish, he would answer without hesitation, because Goku is the protagonist. And he is the only one who knows the Kaioken. In the world of Dragon Ball, aside from the Kaioken, is there another skill capable of exponentially enhancing one's power? Indeed, there is the Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? The transformation into a Super Saiyan state is tantamount to a self-enhancing version of the Kaioken, multiplied by 50. The crux of Yinsent's dilemma lay in the fact that years after Goku became a Super Saiyan, he improved the original Kaioken, adding special effects to it. If one were to refer to this improved technique as the Kaioken, few would grasp its significance. However, if it were dubbed Saiyan Full Power, it would be more recognizable. Saiyan Full Power is a unique transformation state taught by Goku to his son Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, blending the traits of both Saiyan and Super Saiyan while mitigating the negative effects of the Super Saiyan state. It is widely acknowledged that the Kaioken technique can enhance one's strength up to tenfold. However, the greater the multiplier employed during its duration, the more substantial the strain on the body and the greater the depletion of energy. Similarly, the unique transformation of the Saiyan, known as full power, can also elevate one's strength to 10 times its original capacity, yet it imposes no burden or energy loss regardless of the multiplier used, as long as the individual refrains from engaging in combat. This sounds incredibly appealing, does it not? Indeed, it surpasses the Kaioken in its efficacy. The caveat, however, is that both Goku and Gohan mastered this technique only after they had attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. In the absence of any precedent, who can ascertain the consequences of attempting to learn full power without first transforming into a Super Saiyan? If it were merely a matter of hesitation, it would not trouble Sentei too much. He could simply choose to delay his training in this regard. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that Goku has forgotten the original Kaioken technique. If he wishes to relearn it, he must resort to the modified version of Saiyan full power. Surely, it could be worth a mere attempt? Sentei gnawed his nails, anxiety coursing through him. At worst, I will fail, right? I shouldn't die from this. Words like explosion, self-combustion, cellular rupture, and genetic collapse flashed repeatedly in his mind. Just as he contemplated giving up out of fear, enticing thoughts of transformation, strength, and enhanced appearance surged forth, beckoning him. Chapter 55, Transformation? Transformation. Why am I so worried? I do not even seek a tenfold increase. Sentei clenched his teeth, his expression fierce. I am a Saiyan. How could I possibly falter under a mere increment? The very next moment, a harrowing scream echoed through the quiet chamber, a sound that would lead any unsuspecting listener to believe that a soul was on the brink of death. Shortly thereafter, Lona Lancel appeared outside the chamber door, dressed in a flowing black nightgown. By this time, Sentei's cries had subsided, and Lona, wearing an uncertain expression, knocked gently on the door. Boss? Was that scream just now yours? After waiting a few seconds without receiving a response, she extended her arm, turned the handle, and entered. Upon seeing the scene before her, she gasped in astonishment. Boss? In the center of the room stood a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and azure eyes. His bright golden locks stood erect, and his deep green pupils were vibrant and profound. From the contours of his face, he bore a slight resemblance to Sentei, yet overall, he was entirely unlike him. For one, Sentei's face was not nearly as attractive. Secondly, Sentei's racial features were distinctly Asian, with black hair and dark eyes. Thirdly, while Sentei typically exuded a roguish air, the figure before her radiated an elegant and refined aristocratic aura. Thus, even Lona, who was well acquainted with Sentei, hesitated to recognize him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Boss? Is that you? At her inquiry, the transformed Sentei seemed oblivious to her words, standing there with a vacant expression, as if he were a flawless statue. Boss. Lona frowned and stepped forward, gently nudging him. This finally roused him from his stupor, and he turned to her, asking, Lona? When did you come in? Boss. Have you awakened? As a mutant, Lona immediately thought of genetic awakening. After Sentei's screams, his transformation had rendered him unrecognizable, and the notion of a genetic mutation seemed to be a fitting explanation. Sentei instinctively raised his hand to touch his standing golden hair and shook his head. No, Lona. Could you please step outside for a moment? I need to sort out a few things on my own, and I'll explain later. Oh, Lona nodded, reluctantly pouting. Fine then. Before her words had fully dissipated, Sentei once again fell into a daze, striving to regain the ethereal state of enlightenment he had just experienced. He instinctively understood that this was crucial for the breakthrough to Super Saiyan he wished to achieve. Unfortunately, after being interrupted by Lona, he could no longer recapture that feeling, and even attempts to recall it proved futile. What a pity, Sentei mused, frowning slightly, yet he bore no ill will towards Lona. Her concern was well-intentioned and should not warrant reproach. After a brief moment of regret for the distant future, Sentei gradually clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power concealed beneath his calm exterior, and could not help but exclaim, This is Saiyan full power. Goku is truly a genius. Oh, wait. Saiyan full power refers to a tenfold increase, and I am still far from deserving that title. Sentei chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Then should I call it twofold Saiyan full power? No, that would imply 20-fold. It should be termed 2/10 Saiyan full power. Tenfold 2/10 results in twofold. Before transformation, Sentei had a battle power of 187. Now, it stands at 374. This enhancement is comprehensive. Strength, speed, and reflexes have all been exponentially increased without any drawbacks. And moreover, it imposes no strain on stamina or energy when not in combat. This is essentially the modified Kaioken, refined by Goku, devoid of any adverse effects. As for higher multipliers, such as 3/10 Saiyan full power equivalent to a threefold Kaioken, or 4/10 Saiyan full power equivalent to a 4-fold Kaioken, Sensei believed it prudent to refrain from further reckless endeavors until he acquired the gravity chamber. After all, without the gravity chamber, he could not ascertain the limits of pressure he could endure. Previously, Sensei had assumed he could withstand the transformation process. This was merely a naive presumption. Since Saiyans are accustomed to 10-fold gravity, he thought that having merged with Saiyan genes, even the minimal 2-fold Kaioken enhancement should pose no challenge. Now that he had succeeded, he considered himself fortunate. But if he sought more, would that not be courting death? After thoroughly experiencing the 2/10 Saiyan full power transformation, Sensei exited the chamber, intending to glance in the mirror. Upon stepping outside, he found Lona waiting expectantly, clearly still seeking the explanation he had promised. "I am not a mutant," Sensei firmly stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Lona, I do not wish to deceive you. In some respects, I am special like you, but the specifics are best left unspoken. Knowing them would only burden you." Upon hearing this, Lona rolled her eyes. "Aren't you just a Saiyan? Is it too late to keep that a secret now?" Sensei stared at her in disbelief. "How did you know?" Lona shrugged, sporting a mischievous grin. "I didn't eavesdrop. You were just talking to yourself quite loudly in there." Sensei silently scoffed. Was the term quiet room merely a suggestion? He had personally renovated it, adding soundproofing. He knew full well how effective it was. If Lona had not pressed her ear to the door, it would have been impossible for her to hear his soliloquy. "So, what exactly are Saiyans?" In response to Lona's question, Sensei offered a rather perfunctory reply. "They are the original inhabitants of planet Vegeta." "What?" Lona's eyes widened, having missed the word originally. "Boss, are you an alien?" Chapter 56. The Naive Mortal. "You are certainly not." "Of course not. I am a native Earthling." As Saint quietly added a remark about another, far more normal Earth, he shook his head and said, "I merely integrated the Saiyan genes, much like how you possess more genes than the average person." In light of this, Lorna furrowed her brow in confusion. "Then why did SHIELD take your blood sample and deem you a normal human? Did you employ some sort of breath-masking technique?" "Not at all. It was simply because I had not yet merged with the Saiyan genes at that time." Due to the secrets involved with Dragon Ball, Saint didn't elaborate further, instead changing the subject. "Lorna, why do you suddenly ask this? Is someone questioning your identity?" "Not at all." Lorna sighed with a hint of melancholy. "I merely wish to be cautious. From what I know, those of my kind, once their identities as mutants are exposed, either vanish without a trace or are forced to live in hiding, fleeing from danger. I certainly do not wish to meet a similar fate." "Lorna, I believe you are misunderstanding something," Saint replied, knitting his brows with a sense of righteousness. "I taught you breath-masking not to conceal yourself, but to empower you in controlling your mutant abilities. I have long told you that your power is formidable. If you could reliably harness your full strength, neither SHIELD nor the Sentinel Special Operations would dare to provoke you." "That sounds simple enough." Lorna shot him a glare, her annoyance palpable. "It's not that easy. I have been practicing breath-masking for nearly a month. Yet I still struggle to control even 10% of my mutant ability. At this rate, who knows when I might achieve my full potential." Upon hearing this, Saint stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, "How have you been training your mutant abilities?" "Like this," Lorna demonstrated, extending her arm. As her slender, delicate fingers radiated a spectrum of colors, a metallic thermos lifted silently from the coffee table in the living room, floating towards her palm before orbiting around her. "Is that all?" Saint scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lorna. "Could you not be a tad more imaginative? Never mind. Allow me to propose a different method. Purchase several pounds of iron sand, ensuring you acquire 2 different colors. Then, simultaneously manipulate the 2 types of iron sand to create art on the floor. Once completed, separate the 2 again and repeat this process. Eventually, if you find yourself capable, you can increase to 3, 4, or even 5 types, and so on." Initially resistant, Lorna's eyes brightened at the suggestion, clearly finding merit in it. However, she still shot a disdainful look at Saint. "That idea doesn't sound particularly impressive." "Fine. I'll give it a try. If it's not impressive, why even bother?" Saint thought to himself, but he refrained from calling Lorna out on her stubbornness. Patting her shoulder, he reassured her, "You need not rush. Remember, you are now part of Lee's Chinese restaurant. You are no longer alone. Anyone wishing to cause you trouble must first contend with me." At his words, Lorna paused, her expression oddly contemplative, before she remarked, "Boss, while I appreciate what you said, I am still touched. However, you mentioned that my power is several dozen times greater than yours, even if I can only exert less than 10% of my strength. You seem to be weaker than that. From where does your confidence stem?" "Huh." Saint chuckled coldly, lightly pushing off the ground, floating about a meter high, before unleashing his battle aura, which surged to a staggering power level of 374. O naive mortal, you remain blissfully unaware of my true strength. A vast expanse of golden light erupted from Saint, enveloping him like a vibrant flame, creating an invisible pressure that distorted the air around him and stirred a fierce wind. Lorna's emerald eyes widened to their fullest, instinctively retreating a considerable distance, her expression tinged with fear. Although she knew without a doubt that Saint would not harm her, she could not quell the primal fear rising from the depths of her being. Yet, this fear was fleeting. The next moment, Lorna watched in astonishment as Saint, bathed in golden light, glided through the living room and into the bathroom. Hey, boss? Where are you going? To check the mirror. I simply cannot fathom it. How can a grown man be so vain? Come now. Can you honestly claim that I do not look handsome in this state? After inspecting himself in the mirror, Saint confirmed that by utilizing 2% of his Saiyan power and deliberately enveloping himself in aura, he could convincingly mimic a Super Saiyan. Aside from the stark disparity in strength, the only difference lay in one possessing an inherent aura effect while the other was artificially added. After indulging in self-admiration for a while, Saint dissipated his aura and reverted to his normal form, with his black hair and eyes restored, as he exited the bathroom. Hey? How did you revert to your original appearance? You can do that? In response to Lorna's inquiry, Saint shrugged innocently. Did I ever say I couldn't revert? You liar. You deliberately withheld that information. Lorna pouted. So, when you were in that form, that was your strongest state? Indeed, Saint nodded. However, even in that form, my total energy is still somewhat lower than yours, only over 70 times that of an ordinary person. Just imagine, if you could unleash your full power. Where are you going? Lorna, bounding down the stairs, called back without looking. To buy iron sand. Saint watched in silence as Lorna's figure disappeared at the staircase. Muttering to himself, it's fine. As a mutant, Lorna understands the importance of secrecy without me needing to emphasize it. 3 hours later, standing at the stairway, Saint called up to the second floor, Lorna, come down for dinner. Just a moment. I'm separating the two types of iron sand. Half an hour later, Lorna was still nowhere to be seen. Saint shouted once more, Lorna, come down to work. Don't rush me, you jerk. They got mixed up again. Saint suddenly felt that his earlier suggestion might have awakened some remarkable hidden trait within Lorna. Would the future Miss Polaris turn into a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder? After dawdling for several minutes, Lorna finally descended from the restaurant's second floor. By this time, the establishment was bustling with patrons. Saint, overwhelmed with work, had not yet chastised Lorna when she preemptively complained, Black Boss, this is all your fault. If you hadn't startled me, I wouldn't have been late for work. It's your fault. Don't you dare dock my wages. Saint was left utterly perplexed, questioning, what did I say? Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Who is the boss? Throughout the day, until the restaurant closed, SHIELD did not come to trouble him. Using his aura sensing, he scanned the two agents monitoring him and suddenly raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of astonishment. Trouble has not found the troublemakers. Yet those who should not be seeking trouble have indeed come to him. Through the resonance of their auras, Saint sensed the sudden approach of 4 powerful presences, moving towards him with extraordinary speed. One of them was familiar to him, Danny Rand. The other 3 were not entirely unknown, although he had not formally met them. This was not the first time he had used aura sensing to detect these street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. What was amiss? How could they gather at this hour? Saint furrowed his brow and hastened towards the entrance of his establishment. He called out to Lorna, who was obsessively rearranging the dining tables, Lorna, lock the door. Don't let anyone out for now. Without waiting for Lorna's response, he stepped outside and turned to see a quartet, a man and a woman, sprinting towards him under the dim yellow streetlight. The leader was a curly-haired blonde, Danny Rand. Following closely was a masked Caucasian, bizarrely wrapped in a scarf that concealed the upper half of his face, revealing only the tip of his nose downward. Saint instantly recognized him as Matt Murdock, the blind vigilante known as Daredevil, who relied primarily on his acute hearing to navigate the world. The only woman in the group had long, raven black hair and a porcelain complexion. Her slender and tall figure exuded a dark and dismal aura. Saint knew well that despite her slim appearance, she possessed strength exceeding that of an average person by tenfold. She was none other than the seemingly least heroic hero, Jessica Jones. Bringing up the rear was a tall and robust African-American, clad in a tattered shirt that revealed his metallic-hued skin beneath. This was Luke Cage, impervious to harm, even to the point where his very eyes were unscathed, just as Saint intended to approach them. He raised an eyebrow in surprise as the 4 suddenly veered right and dashed into a familiar brown building, the 3rd floor of which housed Colleen Wing's dojo. So, they were headed to Colleen's. Saint felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. He resumed his steps, knowing that while trouble had not sought him, it was now intertwined with Colleen, compelling him to confront it. Upon reaching the dojo on the 3rd floor, he heard a heated argument spilling through the door. Frowning, he approached and knocked firmly. "Colleen, it's me." At the sound, the dojo fell silent until Colleen opened the door to welcome him inside. An unwelcoming voice broke the quiet. "Who is this?" Saint glanced at Jessica Jones, her expression hostile, and chose to ignore her as he greeted Danny Rand. "Long time no see, Danny." Their last encounter had ended on a very unpleasant note. And although misunderstandings had since been cleared, Danny still wore an awkward smile as he nodded. "Good to see you, Saint." After acknowledging the only familiar face, Saint turned to Colleen and took her hand, asking, "What is going on? Why didn't you tell me?" Colleen wore a look of resignation. "They showed up uninvited, and I don't even know what to tell you." Danny's expression grew more uncomfortable, and he interjected, "I'm sorry, but it's urgent. I couldn't think of anywhere else to go. No time for idle chatter." At that moment, Matt Murdock stepped forward, addressing Danny. "We must devise a plan immediately. The hand won't let us off so easily. Their delay only indicates they are gathering reinforcements." "We?" Jessica stepped forward. "This isn't our fight. Whatever you're dealing with, it's up to you. Don't drag me into this. I want my scarf back. I'm leaving." "Jessica," Luke Cage chimed in. "You can't go. Whether you like it or not, we're all in this together now. Going solo will only lead to greater danger." Seeing the escalating tension, Danny added, "Trust me, if we don't eliminate the hand, they won't rest. It's not just us. Our families and friends will be in jeopardy." His words sparked chaos among them. The previously calm Matt's voice became frantic. "What are you waiting for? Let us join the main force of the chase. Leave those two here. Who is staying here? Give me my scarf. I'm leaving now." "Jessica, calm down." Chapter 58. The decline of the chaste saint observed the four of them devolve into chaos, and couldn't help but smirk. Is this the future defenders? Their identities, statuses, and personalities were entirely disparate, and the road to forming a cohesive team would indeed be arduous. At that moment, Colleen quietly tugged at Saint's arm, leading him aside. "These people seem strange. They don't appear ordinary, and apart from the masked one, they don't seem to have martial backgrounds. Do you know them?" Saint nodded, adopting a tone of one observing a reality show, and began to introduce them to Colleen. "You're not mistaken. Aside from Danny's iron fists, the other three possess unique abilities. That woman is Jessica Jones. Don't let her slender form deceive you. Her strength is remarkable, far surpassing that of an average person. She can toss cars as if they were toys. However, she lacks proper training, so although she theoretically has greater power than you, she likely wouldn't stand a chance against you in a fight." The large black man is her ex-boyfriend, Luke Cage. Not only is he incredibly strong, but his resilience to damage is extraordinary. Even your most powerful strike wouldn't leave a scratch on him. However, this is also his weakness, accustomed to being unscathed. His instinct when attacked is to withstand the blow. If you had a sharp enough blade that could pierce his skin, you would surely have the upper hand. The masked man is connected to Jessica. He is her attorney, named Matt Murdock. You might not have recognized him, but he is actually blind, despite his lack of sight. His other senses are heightened to extraordinary levels. He is truly a biological radar. Moreover, like Danny, he is a highly trained disciple from Kunlun, with his master being the leader of the chaste. However, his philosophies differ from his master's, so he cannot be considered a true member of the chaste. Oh. And Matt Murdock might not ring a bell, but you surely know his alternate identity. He is the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Colleen's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed towards Matt. "He is the devil of Hell's Kitchen?" Saint nodded again, intending to elaborate further, but suddenly halted, patting Colleen's hand and releasing his grip. "Let us discuss this later. It seems something has gone awry." Cough, cough. Having spoken, Vincent turned towards the still arguing Danny Rand and the others, covering his mouth as he coughed forcefully, the sound startlingly loud, immediately capturing their attention. He then approached the window and pointed towards a distant direction, stating, "Danny, there is a substantial amount of life energy dissipating approximately 10 kilometers from here, which implies that countless lives have been lost. Is this related to you? This is bad. We've been deceived." Danny Rand's complexion shifted dramatically as he followed Vincent's arm, clearly recognizing the direction indicated. The target of the hand is not us, it is the chaste. At that moment, Matthew Murdock had removed his scarf, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Frowning deeply, he gazed at Vincent with his unfocused, chaotic eyes and questioned, "How could you possibly know what transpires 10 kilometers away?" Vincent possessed the ability to sense life energy, enabling him to perceive human auras from afar. Danny Rand, substituting for Vincent, grimly explained to Matthew, "You need not doubt him. If he says something has occurred, it certainly has." "Erica," Matthew shouted urgently, snatching back the scarf he had just given to Jessica and wrapping it around his head before rushing out of the dojo. Danny, without time to stop him, Danny Rand could only follow in reluctant pursuit, leaving two of their group unannounced. Vincent wore a contemplative expression, piecing together the information he had just received. He surmised why SHIELD had overlooked him. It must be due to a large-scale conflict erupting in New York between the Hand and the Chaste. With today marking the day of their decisive battle, lost in thought, Jessica Jones approached abruptly, asking, "So, you're a freak too? What is your power? A medium?" Yinsen shot her a glance of incredulity, internally sighing, "Sister, I understand you've endured hardships and carry deep wounds, but there is no need to lash out at everyone. Is there? What have I done to deserve being called a freak? Moreover, medium carries a connotation of deceit. It's hardly a flattering term." After a brief hesitation, Yinsen chose to ignore Jessica. He was not a psychologist and had no intention of exacerbating anyone's inner turmoil. Determined not to engage with Jessica further, he turned his attention to Colleen Wing. "Would you care to join the fray?" Given the uproar caused by the Hand, it's likely that the gambler will be present as well, although I cannot discern the characteristics of his energy. There are 3 powerful auras over there that might belong to him. One of them should be Stick, even if the Hand is down to just 2 fingers. The odds are still quite favorable. Colleen hesitated momentarily before resolutely nodding. "Let us go. If he is there, he won't escape this time. If he is present, you must exercise caution. He is your master and possesses greater strength than you. He has already suffered from your shadow fist once and is unlikely to be unprepared." Yinsen cautioned, then added, "Although I promise not to interfere in your grievances with him, I cannot stand idly by and watch you get hurt. I will prevail," Colleen declared with fierce determination, retrieving a white katana from her bag, donning a white hoodie, and putting on a white ninja mask. Yinsen, observing her outfit that revealed only her eyes, couldn't help but internally critique, "Dear, I know you favor white, but it's nighttime. Could you be any more conspicuous?" Chapter 59, The Shield of SHIELD. After changing into her gear, Colleen tossed a spare mask to Yinsen. "Try this on. If it doesn't fit, just wrap the scarf around your face." "No need." Yinsen casually returned the mask to Colleen. "I don't require it." Before Colleen could speak again, Yinsen unleashed 2/10 of his Scion power, accompanied by a pained exclamation. His golden hair stood erect, and his striking features were once again illuminated. 2 exclamations, one from Luke Cage and the other from Jessica Jones, erupted simultaneously, showcasing their past rapport as they instinctively stepped back, staring at Yinsen in astonishment. "Hey, you two aren't exactly normal either. Could you refrain from being so dramatic?" Yinsen hissed, inhaling sharply. Although this transformation was significantly less painful than the first, he still experienced considerable discomfort, particularly from the piercing sensation in his eyes, which had yet to subside even after his quips at Jessica and Luke. After furrowing his brow and blinking forcefully, he beckoned to Colleen. "Climb onto my back. We'll fly directly there." With gritted teeth, Colleen suppressed her surprise, maintaining a stoic demeanor as she approached, leaping onto Yinsen's back. One arm secured around his neck, the other pinched his waist. She fiercely demanded in his ear, "Tell me, how many other strange abilities are you hiding?" "Ouch. That's it. I just learned this today. Ask Lorna if you don't believe me. Lorna knows before I do. She lives with me. Where did you sleep last night? Obviously here. Then think carefully about who you're really living with." Jessica and Luke could only watch in bemusement as Yinsen carried Colleen, bickering as they approached the window before leaping out. "Jessica, I've suddenly begun to believe that the oddity isn't us, but rather this world. Luke, let us go see for ourselves." "All right. I'm curious to see what other peculiarities will emerge today, apart from the blind man who can hear neon lights, the boy whose fist can injure me, and the one who can fly after transforming. Let us go. You can borrow the car, and I'll drive." "No way. Whoever borrows it drives." "Ugh." Meanwhile, as Yinsen soared through the sky with Colleen, he noticed Danny Rand and Matthew Murdoch sprinting below, prompting a smirk. Are they both daft? Walking 10 kilometers? "They're clearly running," Colleen remarked, peeking from Yinsen's shoulder. "They should borrow a car." "From whom?" "There are cars everywhere. That is called theft. Not returning, it is stealing. Returning, it is borrowing. Why are you so agitated? Have you stolen before?" "I said it was borrowing." Yinsen had no retort, flying forward in silence until he suddenly heard a barrage of gunfire in the distance. "Gunfire?" Yinsen furrowed his brow. The Hand and the Chaste both practiced martial arts inherited from Kunlun, with members skilled in assassination techniques, primarily utilizing various cold weapons. Even in situations requiring ranged weaponry, they typically resorted to silent projectiles akin to Hawkeye, so the emergence of gunfire could only indicate one possibility. SHIELD had finally taken action. "Colleen." Yinsen adjusted his flight stance, calling out, "The situation has changed. Hold on tight. Tuck your head behind me and press your face against me. I'm about to accelerate." In the transformed state of a Saiyan at full power, due to the doubling of his combat strength, Yincent was able to withstand the maximum air resistance with his body, resulting in a significant increase in his upper speed limit. Even without using energy to shield himself, he could achieve speeds comparable to that of a sports car. However, without his presence to shield her, Corinne would struggle against such intense wind pressure. Although his recent flight speed appeared remarkably swift, it was, in fact, only half of his maximum velocity. Moments later, Yincent soared through the sky, reaching the battlefield at over 200 miles per hour. Below him lay a construction site, commonly referred to as an abandoned building, where he immediately noticed the ground soaked in blood and countless lifeless bodies. To be precise, this was no longer a battleground. The entire site was devoid of any survivors. Rather than inciting a negative reaction within him, these harrowing images ignited a thrill akin to blood burning through his veins, evidently a consequence of his Saiyan genes. Upon gently descending to the ground and releasing Corinne, he remarked, with the emergence of SHIELD, those three formidable energies have now dispersed, fleeing in three different directions. After pointing out the three paths, Yincent furrowed his brow and added, I apologize, Corinne, but I cannot take you with me to pursue them. Corinne, hearing the distant gunfire, cries, and screams, displayed an understanding expression. You wish to aid the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire? Indeed, under SHIELD, sudden assault, the forces of the hand had already disbanded, demonstrating their cleverness, or perhaps their professionalism. In any case, they were all fleeing towards residential areas. Yet, SHIELD appeared resolute in their intent to capture them, regardless of the potential collateral damage that might ensue. Yincent nodded. Although he generally preferred to act independently and did not seek to rescue anyone, he held a profound respect for life and would choose to protect the innocent when circumstances allowed. At this moment, he possessed the capability to do so. Go ahead, he urged. Corinne, with a sense of shared purpose, gently nudged Yincent and smiled. I will follow shortly. Like you, my first inclination is to help them. Chapter 60, Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff very well. Yincent nodded again. Given the imminent threat of battle, flying with Corinne was not an optimal choice. He propelled himself into the air, and before departing, he cautioned her, be careful and don't overexert yourself. You too, following the traces of energy. Yincent directed his flight towards the nearest apartment building. With a resounding crash, he shattered a window on the third floor and willingly entered a standoff. Amidst a flurry of curses, a team of 6 SHIELD agents at the stairway's entrance were taken aback, 3 of them redirecting their weapons towards the levitating Yincent. He glanced at the ominous muzzles, instinctively releasing his energy to form a protective aura around him. Ignoring the increasingly anxious agents, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Opposite the SHIELD agent stood a man clad in a black and red ninja outfit, wielding a katana. With his left hand, he held a 10-year-old Caucasian girl hostage, the blade poised threateningly against her throat. From the red-striped black ninja attire, Yincent recognized him as a member of the Hand. In truth, the true pure society had all but ceased to exist. Even if not entirely annihilated, only a few remained. Among those ambushed by SHIELD, only the Hand was still desperately struggling. The ninja tightened his grip on the katana, displaying a calm demeanor in contrast to the panicked SHIELD agents. He clearly articulated his threat. Whoever you are, let me go. I promise. Once I'm free, I won't harm this child. I believe you. Yincent replied with a nod, suddenly raising his arm, extending his palm towards the ninja, mimicking a grabbing motion. However, I do not negotiate with terrorists. In an instant, the katana slipped from the ninja's grasp, soaring into the air. As he, with a look of horror, attempted to secure the girl's throat with his bloodied hand, Yincent had already appeared before him with lightning speed. The ninja felt a sharp pain in his head, and darkness enveloped him. Yincent effortlessly lifted the unconscious ninja and tossed him towards the SHIELD agents, letting him slide across the floor. While he nonchalantly declared, he is yours. A young agent crouched down to assess the ninja's condition, then looked up and reported, Captain, he is still alive. Meanwhile, Yincent crouched down, gently stroking the girl's head. Little sister, do not be afraid. You are safe. Ginny. At that moment, a white woman in her 30s suddenly burst around the corner, rushing towards Yincent and embracing the little girl, her voice breaking with emotion. Thank God, you're safe. Ginny, seemingly in shock, took a moment to wrap her arms around her mother's neck. Mommy. Yincent smiled slightly, choosing not to interrupt the heartfelt reunion, and drifted back a bit before flying out through the window he had previously shattered. Only then did Ginny's mother come to her senses, rushing to the window and calling out to the sky, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my Ginny." Meanwhile, the young agent pointed towards the window, asking, "Captain, are we just letting him go? All units, be advised, a powerful flying superhuman has intervened. I repeat, a flying superhuman is on the scene." After leaving the apartment building, Vincent found himself amidst a chaotic gunfight, rescuing 2 civilians caught in the crossfire and incapacitating 3 hand ninjas, as before, without resorting to lethal force. Just as SHIELD began to regard Vincent as a potential ally, he suddenly descended from above, kicking a SHIELD agent who was preparing to fire. The agent's comrades swiftly redirected their guns, only to discover that the agent's intended target was not only a hand ninja, but also a young black boy hiding in the shadows, highlighting the necessity of wearing reflective jewelry at night. Half an hour later, Vincent had traversed multiple locations, saving over a dozen civilians. As he followed the traces of energy once more, he arrived in an alleyway between 2 apartment buildings, where the scene before him elicited a raised eyebrow and an expression of surprise. Vincent had initially assumed he would encounter a team of 6 SHIELD agents pursuing a hand ninja, but to his astonishment, it was a solitary female agent chasing down 6 hand ninjas, 3 of whom were already incapacitated by the time he arrived. The female agent, clad in a form-fitting black suit, boasted a cascade of curly red hair and an exquisitely alluring figure. Her perfect physique, characterized by a voluptuous bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips, could only be described as breathtaking. Coupled with her enchanting oval face and plump, fiery red lips, she resembled a walking embodiment of desire. Was she Natasha Romanoff? Saint felt a lump in his throat as he forcefully suppressed the source of his longing, gazing at her iconic waves of red hair. He mused inwardly, even Black Widow has appeared. It seems SHIELD has truly mobilized all its forces. Hey, handsome up there. Aren't you going to lend me a hand? Hearing Natasha's words, Saint glanced at the 3 hand ninjas already sprawled on the ground and shrugged. I don't think you require my assistance. However, Natasha abruptly leaped, her ample thighs tightly gripping one of the ninja's necks. Using him as a pivot, she executed a dazzling maneuver, spinning him down to the ground before completing her sentence. I wouldn't mind your help. Very well, I am at your service. Before Saint could finish his sentence, he landed on the ground, dispatching the last 2 ninjas with sheer brute force, without any finesse. After silently contrasting her arduous efforts with his apparent ease, Natasha pouted and remarked, I take back what I just said. I actually do mind. Is that so? Saint shrugged again. If there is a next time, I'll save one for you. Farewell. Wait. Natasha quickly stepped forward, extending her right hand before Saint took off into the sky. Let us get acquainted. I am Natasha Romanoff. Saint first scanned the surroundings with his breath sense, realizing that SHIELD's pursuit of the hand was nearing its conclusion. He then turned back, grasping Natasha's fingertips gently, and introduced himself candidly. I am Saint Lee. It was that Saint wished to conceal his identity. He simply understood that his transformation was sufficient to intimidate the average person, but fooling SHIELD was a fanciful notion. Therefore, rather than arouse suspicion and risk exposure later, he opted for a forthright admission. Is it really you? Natasha raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing him. You can fly? How did you transform like this? Not only have your hair and eye color changed, but your appearance has subtle differences as well. You know me? Saint deflected her question with another, though he was somewhat surprised that SHIELD held him in such high regard. It appeared even the renowned Black Widow had perused his dossier. Although he had surmised much, he did not reveal it, stating instead, I believe we haven't met before, Agent Romanoff. Please, just call me Natasha. Natasha, with her professional charm, threw him a flirtatious glance. It is true that this is our first encounter, but I have long admired your reputation, Saint Lee, the sole disciple of the Turtle Hermit, an extraordinary martial artist. Within our agency, your classification is the highest level 10. Coincidentally, aside from our director, I am the only level 10 agent. Should I say I am honored? Saint exerted great willpower to resist her alluring charm. He pondered his response to Natasha's previous inquiry. In that case, you should know that I have mastered various techniques of utilizing chi. The art of aerial flight is one among them. My current appearance is not permanent, and I can revert to my original form at any moment. Natasha nodded in understanding. So, you mean to say your ability to fly stems from a martial art? And the change in your appearance is merely a disguise? You could interpret it that way. Saint did not intend to elaborate further and decided to take his leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Natasha. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. As Natasha watched Saint soar into the dark night sky, she furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, "Strange, this young man seems to have recognized me right away. Moreover, when I mentioned I was a level 10 agent, he exhibited no surprise, suggesting he knows quite a bit about me. How did he acquire such information about the Turtle Hermit? I should notify Fury." Without speaking on public channels, Natasha retrieved her encrypted military phone and dialed a number, stating, "I have encountered the Flying Esper. You won't believe who it is." Meanwhile, Saint flew toward the direction where Colleen Wing was located, hastily departing due to sensing a troubling accumulation of energy surrounding her and the defenders, indicating something was amiss. 5 minutes earlier, Colleen and Danny Rand had sprinted through a street, ducking into a narrow alley and hiding around a corner. "Matthew," just as they halted, Danny Rand grasped the collar of the casually dressed daredevil. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you attack SHIELD agents?" Matthew Murdoch did not resist, revealing a bittersweet expression, his scarf obscuring half his face, because the person they were targeting earlier was Erica. "Your ex-girlfriend? Isn't she a pure-hearted individual? Why is she dressed in hand attire?" "I don't know, but I would never mistake her." Ironically, a blind man claimed he would never be mistaken, and Danny could only grit his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. We are in deep trouble." Jessica Jones, exasperated, echoed Danny's sentiment with a curse, turning to Luke Cage. "What did I say? Letting them hitch a ride would lead to trouble." Luke Cage, at a loss for words, replied with a face full of exasperation. "Jess, now isn't the time to say I told you so. Let us focus on what to do. Although we didn't engage, I doubt SHIELD will let us off easily." "Who is that shameless bastard's accomplice?" Jessica retorted, rolling her eyes before suddenly turning to Colleen Wing, who had remained silent. "Hey, you in the white outfit. Why are you acting as if you're uninvolved? You are the one who took down 2 SHIELD agents. You bear a significant share of the blame for this situation. I only knocked them out." Colleen frowned, clearly disapproving of Jessica's tone, her words tinged with sarcasm. "Those agents were about to shoot at you. Would you rather take 2 bullets? Come on, they were aiming at my not-so-blind lawyer. What does it have to do with me? Don't try to shift the blame for your meddling onto me." Saint was entirely correct. "You truly are a madwoman. Utterly unreasonable. What did you say?" "Enough shouting," Matthew Murdoch bellowed, forcefully pushing Danny Rand aside. "You all need to leave. I hear a large number of footsteps approaching. SHIELD has discovered us. I will go out and draw their attention. You take the opportunity to escape in the opposite direction. We leave together." Danny Rand shook his head, illuminating his right fist. "I am the Iron Fist guarding Kunlun, and you are the disciple of the old man with the stick. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are one of Kunlun's." Jessica Jones rolled her eyes and, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Blind man. I'm not doing this for you. I just feel that after today, I will truly need a defense attorney." Luke Cage silently stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Matt Murdoch, demonstrating his stance through action. From a distance, Colleen Wing displayed a look of surprise. The 4 individuals before her, who typically erupted into arguments at the slightest provocation, were inexplicably united at this critical moment, leaving her quite perplexed. Just as Colleen was contemplating whether to call Iron Fist, a battalion of SHIELD agents had already approached the alley entrance, all brandishing rifles with the safeties off, evidently having received the order to fire, their fingers poised on the triggers. It must be said that this was indeed a colossal misunderstanding. The SHIELD team that had previously been attacked by Matt Murdoch and his companions had only managed to report an enemy assault before going completely dark. In the context of an enemy attack, losing contact and being declared missing are essentially synonymous, making SHIELD's extreme response rather understandable. However, Matt and the others had not anticipated this. Faced with an ultimatum to surrender or face gunfire, they perceived SHIELD's behavior as tyrannical. They had shown restraint, yet found themselves confronting merciless weapons. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly surrender? Thus, when Iron Fist arrived at the scene, he beheld the sight of Colleen Wing and the others completely suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of SHIELD agents. Notably, it was not that there was one less person, but rather that Luke Cage, impervious to harm, remained unfazed by the suppression. He was unable to lower his head, as his priority was to protect Jessica and the others. Thus, while he had ample defensive capability, he lacked the means to mount an offense. As soon as he heard the gunfire from afar, Iron Fist ignited with radiant energy and surged toward the maximum speed of flight. He did not even attempt to decelerate before landing, crashing onto the street at the mouth of the alley with a thunderous boom, sending debris and dust soaring into the air, creating an awe-inspiring display that captured everyone's attention. The once tense gunfire gradually diminished until it ceased altogether. Before I lost my temper. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Iron Fist rose from his crouched landing position, took a significant step forward, and calmly stated a premise before suddenly unleashing a furious roar. "Get out of my way." Concurrently, he forcefully swung his arm, his open palms sweeping toward the line of SHIELD agents, causing the air before him to warp under immense force. A fierce wind whipped around, stirring up dust and debris, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. In the next moment, 30 or so SHIELD agents were simultaneously shoved by an invisible hand, their upper bodies leaning back as they were lifted off their feet, hurtling backward. Those fortunate enough landed safely, while others collided with objects, emerging with bruises, and the unfortunate ones who struck their heads suffered mild concussions. This was the result of Iron Fist's full-powered attack, enhanced by a combat strength of 374, employing a technique akin to rock, paper, scissors, rock. The vast area of effect considerably diminished the force per unit area. Otherwise, the power of this move would have been far more terrifying. To obliterate someone mid-air is no more challenging than squashing an insect for an ordinary person. Due to Iron Fist's principle of causing minimal harm, most of the SHIELD agents, aside from two particularly unfortunate ones who lost consciousness from head impacts, quickly regained their footing. Among them, 4 or 5 team leaders, having just risen, immediately shouted in unison, "Cease fire. No one is authorized to shoot. Do you hear me? Lower your weapons." However, this alone did not appease Iron Fist. He took another step forward and loudly declared, "I said for you to get out of my way. Can't you understand?" With his thunderous voice echoing once more, the radiant energy surrounding him surged, and he extended his arms wide, drawing a circular motion with his hands before converging them at his abdomen. A brilliant golden light began to emanate from his palms. High energy reaction detected. Everyone retreat. Everyone retreat. As the detection instruments flashed red, the communication officers within the SHIELD teams were left speechless with shock. The energy levels detected had exceeded 1 million joules and were still on the rise, poised to breach astronomical levels. Retreat. Retreat. At this moment, it was evident that SHIELD agents were indeed well trained. Even when faced with imminent peril, they did not forget to tend to their wounded. They worked in pairs to pull their unconscious comrades, dragging them along as they retreated, leaving no one behind. In truth, by this time, Iron Fist had already charged his energy, yet he refrained from unleashing the concentrated power within his hands. He intentionally waited until the SHIELD personnel had retreated 100 meters away before finally moving his arms, rotating his wrists and extending his arms outward while shouting, "Kamehameha." Chapter 63, The Sudden Shift of Iron Fist Kamehameha. Even before Iron Fist finished his declaration, the golden sphere in his palm blazed brilliantly, erupting into a beam of energy as thick as a thigh, shooting forth with lightning speed, yet appearing to move in slow motion, creating a paradoxical sensation. As this beam, slightly angled downward, pierced the ground, forming a perfect circular hole, the ensuing explosion reverberated with a colossal roar, obliterating everything within a few meters radius into dust. A small mushroom cloud erupted upward, the dense circular dust quickly expanding outward, obscuring the view of all present. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the explosion caught up with the retreating SHIELD agents, sending the recently risen recruits tumbling backward, either landing on their backsides or face-planting into the ground, sprawling in disarray. On the other hand, Danny Rand and the other superhuman individuals were not fazed by the residual energy, bracing themselves against the shockwave. As the dust settled, they surveyed the location where the SHIELD agents had once stood, now replaced by a perfectly formed hemispherical crater, collectively gasping in astonishment. Even Colleen Wing was no exception. Matt Murdock, the daredevil, was the first to emerge from the shock, turning to Danny Rand and asking, "Danny, did you just say Iron Fist's power is only slightly stronger than yours?" Danny Rand swallowed hard, remaining silent for quite some time before finally grinding his teeth and exclaiming, "How could I have known he concealed such formidable power? His abilities surpass anything he exhibited before by an immeasurable degree." He felt a lingering resentment and added, "That babbling fool. When we first met, he even deceived me into believing that if I summoned the Iron Fist, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. At this, Colleen Wing displayed a rather peculiar expression. Being the closest to Matt Murdock, she was acutely aware that he was indeed quite weak at that time. The reason for his rapid enhancement could only be attributed to some monumental secret he possessed. Nonetheless, while she understood this, Colleen and Matt were essentially one. His secrets were inherently hers, and thus, she could never divulge them to others. At that moment, Jessica Jones suddenly licked her lips, approached Colleen, and inquired, "Hey, girl in white, is that guy your boyfriend?" Although neither Matt nor Colleen had explicitly defined their relationship, Colleen nodded without hesitation, pridefully declaring, "Indeed, he is my man." Matt Murdock. Jessica repeated the name Matt Murdock, and the strange glimmer in her eyes made Colleen uncomfortable, prompting her to narrow her gaze. "Hey, you crazy woman. Why are you asking that? Who are you calling crazy?" Jessica retorted. Luke Cage stepped forward, intervening just before Jessica could escalate the situation with Colleen. Having witnessed Matt's destructive capabilities, he had lost any past confidence in his own physical defenses and had no desire to test whether he could withstand Matt's wrath should a confrontation arise. Meanwhile, on the street in front of the alley, after watching a large contingent of SHIELD agents vanish from his sight, Matt lightly pushed off the ground, soaring towards Colleen. Upon landing in front of everyone, he disregarded Danny and the others, focusing solely on Colleen. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Colleen smiled as she stepped forward, claiming her territory by embracing Matt and resting her head against his chest. "Don't worry, I haven't even a scratch." Matt was somewhat taken aback by her reaction. In his eyes, it was normal for Colleen to be fierce, but this display of vulnerability was unexpected. They shared a quiet embrace for several seconds before parting. He took her hand and, with a hint of anger, looked at Danny. "Speak up, Danny. What exactly did you all get up to?" If I hadn't arrived in time, Colleen could have been in serious trouble. Hey. Jessica, seemingly having lost her mind again, interrupted before Danny could respond, carelessly exclaiming, "You can't put it that way. We were attacked by SHIELD. And the girl in white is also to blame, if it weren't for her, Jones." "Shut your mouth." Matt interjected sharply, pushing Jessica aside. He sincerely apologized to Matt. "I'm sorry, please disregard her nonsense. It was I who initiated the conflict with SHIELD. Ms. Wing only intervened to help us and got caught up in this turmoil. The chaos that ensued was entirely my fault. I truly apologize and am willing to make any amends." Matt glanced at this impoverished lawyer, showing no interest in his verbal sincerity, and continued to address Danny. "Danny, if I'm not mistaken, this blind lawyer is also one of your Kunlun people, right? Are you going to take responsibility for his mistakes?" Danny stared, mouth agape, speechless for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't comprehend Matt's meaning. The bluntness of the term "take responsibility" left no room for misunderstanding. However, the overwhelming impression Matt had just made was nothing short of formidable, and now, suddenly adopting a commoner's demeanor felt like an unwarranted contrast. "You truly are the most foolish Iron Fist in history." Matt, thinking Danny hadn't grasped the situation, shot him a look of disappointment and bluntly demanded, $100,000 for my emotional distress. Hurry up, pay up. At this, 4 out of the 5 present had their worldview shattered, while Colleen felt utterly embarrassed. Instinctively reaching out to pinch Matt's waist fiercely. Chapter 64. We will reserve the right to sue. In a daze, Danny pulled out his phone and transferred $100,000 to Matt. He wasn't particularly concerned about the money. For him, the heir of Rand Enterprises, that amount was negligible. It was purely the sudden shift in Matt's demeanor that had inflicted severe psychological trauma on him. Fortunately, after extorting a windfall, Matt no longer had to worry about future poverty, and his behavior became somewhat more normalized. He turned to Matt Murdock and earnestly asked, "You mentioned you attacked SHIELD. Were there any casualties?" "No." The vigilante daredevil shook his head immediately. "Of the 6 SHIELD agents, I merely incapacitated 2. No permanent harm was inflicted." Colleen quickly followed suit. "I also only knocked out 2 agents." Danny, still somewhat dazed, belatedly echoed Colleen's words. "I also only incapacitated 2 agents. Are you all splitting experience points?" Matt mused silently, frowning as he spoke. How strange is SHIELD mad? Their reaction was so extreme. "Wait, everyone, stop talking." Matt suddenly raised an arm, extending a finger to listen intently. After a moment, a look of realization crossed his face, and he explained to Matt, "I just heard SHIELD. Personnel on the public communication channel say that the team actually suffered no casualties. They're missing only because everyone was unconscious. I believe they were mistaken." Upon hearing this, Matt scoffed. They issued combat orders without verifying the information? For a global intelligence agency like SHIELD, such an oversight is utterly unacceptable. That is not fair to say, for reasons unknown. Matt Murdock unexpectedly defended SHIELD. For them, this is a battlefield. Any change must be responded to immediately. By the time the information is verified, it could already be too late. Matt shot him a bewildered look. Do you have Stockholm Syndrome or something? I don't consider myself a victim. Matt shrugged, unfazed, and suddenly added, SHIELD is coming. I heard 2 sets of footsteps. Though Matt utilized sensory perception, which, while not as detailed as Daredevil's radar-like ability, covered a far greater range, he had already sensed this earlier. Noticing the anxious expressions on the others' faces, he reassured them. It's fine. They're all acquaintances. You stay here. I'll go talk to them. On the battered street in front of the alley, Phil Coulson had just crossed a large, half-spherical crater when he saw the drastically changed Matt soaring towards him, lightly landing in front of him. Unable to suppress a wry smile. Mr. Lee, you've been quite secretive with me. Call me Matt Coulson, as Saint had just made a rather cheeky remark. A look of emotion flickered across Coulson's face, only for him to follow up with, I keep calling you Agent Coulson. And I almost began to believe your first name was Agent and your surname was Coulson. Agent Coulson? Are you serious? Coulson inhaled deeply, restraining himself from exclaiming. My surname is indeed Coulson. It's Phil that's my first name. You rascal. After managing to suppress that thought, he turned to glance at his companion, Natasha Romanoff. And upon receiving an affirmative nod from her, he spoke up. Saint, you still have a penchant for humor. Your sense of wit has certainly improved. Saint donned a pleased expression and patted Coulson on the shoulder. I never anticipated you would actually comprehend my joke. All my efforts in nurturing your understanding weren't in vain. What exactly are you feeling so pleased about, you rascal? Coulson laboriously maintained a smile. Likewise. I too didn't expect that someone with your character would choose to become a superhero. Superhero? Saint grimaced, a look of disdain crossing his face. That joke is far from amusing. I merely possess a modicum of compassion. Just like when I encounter a starving stray dog, I might spare a morsel of food. Coulson was about to continue when Saint unexpectedly pivoted, addressing Natasha Romanoff beside him. We meet again, Agent Romanoff. I had thought you might not recognize me, Saint. The stunning Black Widow raised one corner of her mouth in a smile. Why not call me Natasha? Has my name become Agent as well? Saint clapped his hands, gesturing toward Natasha as he remarked to Coulson, Look, learn from her sense of humor. Coulson's mouth twitched, entirely disinclined to engage with that comment. Fearing that Saint might conjure up some mischief, he opted for a straightforward approach. Saint, we can overlook any attacks made by you and your companions against SHIELD, provided you agree to one condition. Attacks? Saint's expression soured, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. Believe me, Coulson, if I had truly launched an attack, none of your agents would have emerged unscathed. It is I who should be considered for any accusations of aggression. We certainly have our faults, and I appreciate your leniency. Coulson candidly admitted their shortcomings and politely expressed his gratitude before abruptly changing the subject. However, tonight, you and your companions have collectively violated 13 federal laws, including assaulting an officer, obstructing justice, vandalizing public property, and aiding criminals in evading punishment. If you refuse to compromise, we will reserve the right to pursue legal action. Saint fell silent for a moment. He was not intimidated by SHIELD's bluster. Rather, he feared their silent resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he softened his tone. What are your terms? Quite simple, Coulson shrugged. If you accompany me to our SHIELD headquarters to meet our director, we can consider today's events as if they never occurred. Nick Fury? Saint blurted out, mentioning the infamous one-eyed leader unexpectedly. Coulson and Natasha were both taken aback, Natasha instinctively adopting a combat stance, her icy gaze fixed on Saint. How do you know that name? Individuals like you. Saint pointed at Natasha, and that old relic Nick Fury. We certainly have our sources. A gunshot rang out, interrupting Saint's words as Natasha aimed her weapon at his head. A sardonic grin revealing a hint of silver teeth. Call me an old relic again, and see what happens. Saint opened his clenched fist, revealing a deformed bullet that slipped through his fingers and clattered to the ground. He shrugged nonchalantly. My apologies. I was merely referring to Fury, not intending to disclose your age. Bang. Saint swiftly caught another bullet aimed at him, discarding the heated projectile and blowing on his palm. Sister, that hurt. You're being rather blatant with your provocations. Do you take me for a fool? You've tested me twice already. Consider this a warning. Petty man, Natasha holstered her handgun, tilting her head alluringly. Catching bullets is a rare sight. I just wanted to witness it a few more times. Saint gritted his teeth, feeling overwhelmed. He turned to the still-stunned Coulson and said, "Fine, I agree to meet Fury, but not now." Coulson snapped back to reality, frowning. "When then?" "Of course. After I escort Colleen home." Saint disdainfully glanced at Coulson before soaring into the alley. "I have a girlfriend, unlike you single folks. Let us meet half an hour later at Colleen's dojo." Coulson watched as Saint vanished around the corner, pondering for a moment before asking Natasha, "What does it mean to be single? It sounds quite pleasant, but I can't shake the feeling that, coming from Saint, it can't be anything good." Natasha, having just realized, impulsively remarked, "It means a VIP. A VIP is a type of dog." Meanwhile, Saint informed the defenders that they could leave, as SHIELD would not pursue any action. He then waved at Colleen. "Let us go home, Colleen." Danny Rand and the others watched as Saint lifted Colleen and soared into the dark night sky, despite the gravity of the situation having been resolved so effortlessly. Their expressions varied, yet each felt a profound mix of emotions. After a prolonged silence, Luke Cage, who had already entered the fray, clapped Danny Rand on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, tough white boy, I think your 10 grand was worth every penny." Danny Rand shrugged irritably, brushing off Luke Cage's hand. "Can we not discuss this?" Hearing their exchange, Matt Murdock paused, then also patted Danny on the shoulder. "Danny, this was all my fault. I'll repay you." "Blind man, don't overestimate yourself. His last name is Rand. Does he really care about that little money?" Jessica Jones stretched. "Let us go. Finally over." "Wait, Jones. You're due in court tomorrow as a defendant. We still need to prepare for the trial." Half an hour later, leaning against a cherry-red convertible outside Colleen's dojo, Phil Coulson observed Saint emerging from the building, his hair and eyes restored to their natural state, appearing like an ordinary person. An odd thought crossed his mind. The way Saint had previously appeared might have been his true self, whereas his current demeanor seemed like a disguise. Approaching Coulson, Saint glanced at the vintage car behind him. Its gaudy pink paint and rich history, and couldn't he help but curl his lip. "Coulson, please don't tell me you plan to take me to meet Fury in that old jalopy." "Her name is Laura," Coulson replied, patting the antique car before turning to open the door and settle into the driver's seat. "Trust me, Saint, she will astonish you. You have named the car after a woman." Saint, rolling his eyes, circled around the front of the vehicle and opened the passenger door, delivering a sarcastic remark. "Why am I not the least bit surprised?" Coulson disregarded his jibe, confidently turning the key to start Laura, exclaiming, "We're off now. So hold on tight." Saint chuckled. "Hold on tight? Are you afraid I might jump out of my seat because this car is too slow?" Coulson returned a chuckle but chose not to engage further in verbal sparring. Once he drove onto an empty road, he grasped the steering wheel with one hand and opened a concealed compartment with the other, pressing a hidden circular button. In the next instant, the 4 steel rims of the vibrant red antique car emitted a soft blue flame, and as the wheels slowly rotated inward, they transformed into a peculiar shape facing the ground, abruptly shifting the vehicle's aesthetic from an antique style of the last century to a futuristic sci-fi design. As Laura levitated above the ground, Coulson, akin to piloting an aircraft, pulled the steering wheel back, causing the front of the car to rise, and soon enough, the vehicle, along with its passengers, soared into the sky. Interestingly, Laura's flying capabilities did not evoke the astonished expression in Saint that Coulson had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed the car's origin. "Isn't this the prototype concept car that Howard Stark showcased at the Stark Expo in 1943? It is said that the moment this car was unveiled was also when Captain America first met Howard Stark." Chapter 66. "I have never seen someone hold a grudge like you do. How could you know?" At the Captain America Museum, I must say, while many visit, few notice as many details as you do. Coulson turned his head, slightly surprised, and unabashedly expressed his affection for the car. "Don't worry. The current Laura is neither a prototype nor merely a concept. She is exceptionally safe and reliable, and her speed is unparalleled." "Worry?" Saint scoffed. "Coulson, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The only person who might fall from this car and meet a tragic end is you." Half an hour later, as Phil Coulson piloted Laura to land at the entrance of the Triskelion, the SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, had been waiting for some time. She approached Saint as he alighted from the vehicle, greeting him with a charming smile. "Welcome to the Triskelion." Afterward, she turned to Coulson and stated, "From here on, I'll take over." Coulson nodded in understanding. "Please convey my regards to the director." "Wait," Saint interrupted, pointing at Coulson. "The condition I agreed to was to meet Nick Fury with him." Coulson paused, feeling unexpectedly touched, and explained to Saint, Apologies. But your security clearance within our agency has been elevated to level 10 by the director, while I am merely a level 7 agent. Consequently, only Agent Romanoff can assist you from this point on. That's your issue. Inshank waved his hand dismissively. The conditions I agreed to cannot be altered. Upon hearing this, Coulson exchanged a helpless glance with Natasha, conveying a do-as-you-see-fit expression, and then adopted a meditative pose. Natasha frowned, taking a few steps away. After speaking into her earpiece, she returned and announced, "The director has agreed. Let us all head up together." No. Inshank shook his head vigorously, pointing again at Coulson and then at Natasha. "He takes me. You stay behind." This was an unmistakable affront, and Natasha was not oblivious to it. If she could swallow her pride, she would not be the Black Widow. With her brows raised, she confronted him. "Inshank, what do you mean by this? I simply don't want someone around me who might shoot at any moment." Having torn the mask off their cordiality, Inshank showed no signs of concealment, spreading his hands and adding, "That makes me anxious, and when I'm anxious, I might do something quite inappropriate." Anxious. You can literally catch bullets with your bare hands. Do ordinary firearms genuinely pose a threat to you? I have been an agent my entire life and have never encountered someone as grudging as you, Coulson thought to himself. Stepping forward to mediate, Inshank, you are overreacting. Agent Romanoff will not fire at you again. If you remain uneasy, she can accompany you after disarming, correct? His last remark was clearly directed at Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow let out an annoyed huff. Though her expression was not pleasant, she nodded, silently acquiescing. That's not acceptable. Inshank firmly shook his head again, speaking earnestly. The renowned Black Widow is a walking arsenal of deadly weapons. Does it make a significant difference whether she carries a gun or not? As long as she is near me, I will feel uneasy. What if my powers go out of control? For the safety of the one-eyed man, it would be best to keep her away from me. Out of control? Are you serious? Didn't you claim that after 10 years of rigorous training, every ounce of your energy is completely under your control? Previously, when you simultaneously attacked 24 of our agents, you could even precisely regulate your strength to avoid causing harm. Coulson contemplated arguing further when Natasha, her expression icy, turned on her heel, leaving them with a strikingly tense silhouette. I'll leave the rest to you. At this juncture, Coulson had little to say. Approaching the entrance of the building, he turned to Inshank, extending his arm in a gesture of invitation. Follow me. Meanwhile, Natasha, having walked away, spoke into her earpiece. Fury, regarding Inshank, the existing data in the agency is highly questionable. He is described as merely having a bad temperament, essentially kind-hearted. Who made this absurd evaluation? He is nothing more than a complete scoundrel. 5 minutes later, Coulson stood at the door of an expansive office, informing Inshank, the director is inside. I can only escort you this far. As Inshank nodded and pushed open the office door, Nick Fury had just finished listening to the Black Widow's complaints. In a hurry, he didn't even have time to adopt a mysterious pose facing away from the door. One-eyed man, Inshank entered the office alone, awkwardly performing a fist salute while speaking in Mandarin. I have long admired your reputation. It is a pleasure to meet you. Although he had learned about the title One-Eyed Man from Coulson and Natasha, Nick Fury had never anticipated that this audacious individual would dare to address him so directly. The latter part of the Mandarin phrase was entirely lost on him. So, you already knew about me and SHIELD. Nick Fury finally regained his composure, adopting the calm demeanor essential for a leader of operatives. You are aware of the Black Widow and that you are part of an intelligence agency's inner circle. Inshank shrugged nonchalantly, displaying his remarkable capacity for deceit. However, before tonight, I was merely speculating until I met Natasha, confirming that you were indeed SHIELD and allied with Coulson. I see, Nick Fury acknowledged, albeit skeptically, before abruptly posing another question. Previously, you concealed your abilities well. Why have you chosen to expose them now? Demonstration. Due to the overt display of power by Saint, utilizing a formidable Kamehameha, the intention to intimidate was undeniably clear, leaving little room for concealment. I have a request for your SHIELD, he stated. Without showing my fists, I hold no authority to speak. This request is Chapter 67, Seeking Iron Man? Wait for me for half a month. He paused momentarily before altering his tone dramatically. However, I was mistaken. It has become evident that I cannot accept this situation. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see your SHIELD agents every morning. If you have official business, you may come to my establishment. Otherwise, I expect you to keep your distance. Nick Fury, swallowing the harsh words of keep your distance without a change of expression, shifted his stance. However, our interest in you is not a form of targeting but rather adherence to our protocols. Surely, you do not believe we would make exceptions for you without cause? Then let us negotiate, Saint replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. However, let me make it clear, if your conditions are excessive, do not blame me for losing my temper. Rest assured, it will merely be a trivial task for you, Nick Fury stated, leaning forward with his hands on the desk, his one visible eye fixated on Saint. First, I must inquire, what is the range of your energy sensing ability? In normal conditions, I can sense a radius of approximately 19 kilometers from my position, under special circumstances. It doubles. Saint appeared to divulge all, even rounding off the figures, yet he concealed a far superior ultimate technique. If it were someone he was intimately familiar with, he could sense their presence globally. This was merely the initial gesture of instantaneous movement, akin to the classic pose of Sun Wukong pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. While true instantaneous movement was beyond his current capabilities, the initiation was not a problem. This meant he could potentially sense within a maximum radius of 38 kilometers. Nick Fury, suppressing his astonishment, picked up a high-definition photograph from the desk, pointing at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Saint, whose appearance had dramatically improved. If I am not mistaken, the special state you refer to is this, correct? Indeed, Saint affirmed. To be precise, it is a state of heightened energy. Without reservation, he convincingly misled Nick Fury, demonstrating by raising an arm, enveloped in a brilliant azure flame. In normal conditions, my energy appears like this, but in the heightened state, it transforms into a golden hue, altering my appearance, and more importantly, it becomes exponentially powerful. Regardless of the technique employed, both effectiveness and might are greatly amplified. I understand, Nick Fury noted. Memorizing this significant information before articulating his conditions, I would like to request that you travel to Afghanistan and utilize your energy sensing ability to help us locate someone. Saint raised an eyebrow, inquiring with certainty, the missing Tony Stark? Precisely, Nick Fury nodded, unfazed by Saint's deduction. If you agree to assist, I can fully comply with your request. He has been missing for nearly 10 days, Saint stated. Then posed a rather unproductive question. While he is indeed the most valuable hostage, without exception, there has been no communication from the kidnappers. Do you truly believe he is still alive? That is for you to ascertain, Nick Fury replied, undeterred. Regardless of whether he is alive or dead, my conditions remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, Saint smirked, playfully teasing. To see him alive or to find his remains, it seems this American, indeed, the global arms king, is quite crucial to your SHIELD. How much of your armament does Stark Industries provide? It is not as you assume. Nick Fury shook his head. His father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of SHIELD. We are merely honoring a legacy. Saint chuckled dismissively, confirming Nick Fury's proposal. So, if I agree to search for him, you will immediately withdraw your surveillance? Regardless of the outcome? Nick Fury nodded without hesitation. It will take effect immediately. By the time you leave the Trident Tower and return home, you will not encounter any of our agents. Very well, I consent. Saint nodded promptly before introducing a sudden twist. However, the timing cannot be immediate. I require at least half a month before I can depart for Afghanistan. Nick Fury slightly furrowed his brow and tersely inquired, why? With an expression of righteous reasoning, Saint replied, my restaurant just closed for 21 days and has only been open for 4. I cannot afford to close again so soon. I need at least half a month to prepare my patrons psychologically. Nick Fury was taken aback by such a peculiarly pedestrian rationale, suppressing his frustration as he stated, we can arrange for a chef to ensure you do not need to close. Absolutely not, Saint shook his head repeatedly. My clientele primarily comes from my skill in cooking. No one else can replicate it. This is not an issue. In fact, several restaurants in Manhattan have already begun imitating you, using electromagnetic stoves disguised as plates. They could easily pass for the real deal. Isn't that deceiving the customers? Absolutely not. At this point, if Nick Fury had not realized that Saint was merely making excuses, he would not deserve the title of director of SHIELD. After recognizing that Saint would not relent, he contemplated before stating, then, if in half a month, our troops in Afghanistan have located Tony Stark, dream on. Saint thought to himself, shrugging effortlessly. If that is the case, consider it a favor owed to you. With this promise secured, Nick Fury wasted no time in affirming, all right, half a month it is settled. Pleasant negotiations. Saint stepped forward, extending his right hand to Nick Fury. The reason he sought to delay for half a month was twofold. First, he had yet to fully comprehend his newfound strength after becoming a Scion and mastering a 2/10 power transformation. Secondly, he was concerned that if he arrived too early, he might rob Tony Stark of the opportunity to transform from a flamboyant playboy into the heroic Iron Man. Chapter 68, The suddenly vanishing Dragon Ball with nearly a month elapsed, it should suffice for Tony Stark to rise from his despondency. Cobbling together a miniaturized arc reactor and sketching the initial designs for his armored suit, or so Saint mused, nodding to himself. The critical moment he awaited hinged solely on the concept of the armored suit taking form in Tony Stark's mind. Whether the Marka would emerge from a dark, desolate cave mattered little to him, as he held no genuine concern about it. As Nick Fury and Saint shook hands, a question unexpectedly arose from Nick's lips. You once claimed that within the Khamsanin lineage, you were among the weakest. Is that truly the case? Do you not believe it? Having released Nick Fury from his grasp, chuckled and remarked, if you believe I am already formidable enough, I must inform you that you are entirely oblivious to the true power that exists in this world. Having lived for nearly a century and served as a spy for over 60 years, Nick Fury certainly took offense at the notion of being oblivious. However, as he stood before a living example, he found himself compelled to swallow his pride. He inquired, are you suggesting that entities like your turtle hermit school are not isolated incidents in this world? The time will come when you shall know, replied, feigning mystery as he winked. Alternatively, you might consider this. If the legends of China can manifest, what of the well-known local myths? Are the ancient tales of the Norse gods merely fabrications? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, then, with a hint of exasperation, questioned. Are you implying that the king of the Norse gods, Odin, the goddess of love, Frigga, the god of thunder, Thor, the goddess of harvest, Sif, and the trickster god Loki are all real? Guess, replied with a shrug, offering no definitive answer. He aimed to further entice the one-eyed man. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Are you certain you wish to delve deeper? Would you like to discover whether hell exists? Coulson, show him out. There's no need for that. I can transform and fly back myself. Even so, he must escort you, Where do you think you're going? That glass can't be opened. Stop. With a sharp crash, an ear-piercing alarm immediately filled the Trident building. My apologies, I may have overdone it. Ahem, I shall take my leave now. Coulson, shut off that damned alarm. Send someone to fix the glass. Over an hour later, in his transformed state, quietly descended behind the Lee's Chinese restaurant and muttered to himself. Coulson should have been the one to escort me. Under the premise of maintaining my flight capability, my speed pales in comparison to his vehicle. Sneaking in through the back door without revealing his presence to Lorna upstairs, proceeded to the restaurant's basement, where he retrieved an inconspicuous gray stone from an unremarkable box, a Dragon Ball he had intercepted right after making his last wish. As for its star rating, he had no knowledge until the Dragon Ball regained its crystalline form, brimming with energy. For days later, regrettably, discovered that luck had not favored him this time. None of the Dragon Balls had come to rest near any high-energy sources, leaving him reliant on external means to recharge it. The obvious choice for a power source was, of course, the massive cold fusion reactor owned by Stark Industries, which had previously energized the Dragon Balls. After all, they had lost nothing. And given that 4 days had passed, it was unlikely anyone would still be monitoring the reactor. Muttering to himself, quietly slipped out of the restaurant and flew towards the industrial area beside the highway, feeling less apprehensive than last time. His power had significantly increased, and he had already clashed with Tony Stark, provoking him once more bore little psychological burden. Besides, in a fortnight, would be heading to Afghanistan with SHIELD to personally rescue Tony Stark. Regardless of Stark's notoriously ungrateful nature, familiarity would surely pave the way for future interactions. 20 minutes later, found himself within 7 kilometers of Stark Industries when an unexpected event unfolded. The Dragon Ball tucked away in his pocket suddenly transformed from a physical state to an energetic one, bursting forth in a radiant streak that pierced through his clothing and shot away. Caught entirely off guard, failed to react in time. By the moment he grasped what had transpired, the swift light had already soared hundreds of meters away. Instinctively, he enveloped himself in energy while simultaneously expelling a tremendous amount of it, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left a white sonic boom cloud in his wake, indicating he had broken the sound barrier. Nevertheless, even with this newfound speed, could not catch up to the fleeing Dragon Ball as it darted toward the ground, directly above the massive cold fusion reactor. Realizing this, swiftly dissipated the energy surrounding him, extinguishing the conspicuous glow as he ascended silently into the dark night sky. The sound of his sonic boom had likely alerted residents within several kilometers, many of whom were undoubtedly looking skyward. Cursing under his breath, stealthily positioned himself above the reactor. Through the now repaired large glass skylight, he clearly observed the Dragon Ball that had escaped from his pocket landing atop the reactor, precisely where the 6-star ball had rested during his previous visit. What was the rush? I intended to place you there all along, he exclaimed, startled. Chapter 69, The Golden Boy. vented his frustrations at the Dragon Ball, coming to understand that when approaching a significant energy source, all Dragon Balls likely gravitate towards it. The sole exception was the 5-star ball in his possession, which could not depart due to its fusion with his soul. Another evident truth was that after his initial wish, one of the 6 Dragon Balls had not fortuitously landed on the reactor. Rather, it had merely passed over Stark Industries and, like this time, had been drawn to the reactor. Given this, should I wish near the reactor next time? Perhaps all 6 Dragon Balls would be attracted, and I would no longer need to seek them out. After musing this, lingered for a moment to ensure no one had noticed the Dragon Ball's arrival before turning back and flying at a regular cruising speed. Approximately 30 minutes later, returned to Hell's Kitchen, but instead of heading to his restaurant, he stealthily entered Colleen Wing's dojo. Soon, a startled gasp echoed from Colleen's bedroom. "Hey, you little rascal. How did you sneak in? Through the window? Have you mastered your flight technique? How long can you float? Why are you asking this now? Testing zero gravity for love. Of course. Are you insane? Have you learned it, or not? I won't tell you." The following day, at 11:15, in Lee's Chinese restaurant, casually sat at a table with his legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper for the first time in ages. As he perused the headline, he pondered the title, Golden Boy? Isn't that just a reference to the Golden Boy? He mused. Quite catchy. I like it. That's not fair. Lorna Lanthiel approached, snatching the newspaper from his hands, indignantly exclaiming, "We are all superpowered beings. Why do you receive so much praise while we mutants are treated like outcasts? Due to this report, which speaks of my altruism, should I not be deserving of praise?" Meanwhile, the news regarding mutants predominantly broadcast your loss of control. In response, Yin Sheng displayed an innocent expression. "Unlike me, your powers are acquired without understanding how to control them. Unfortunately, in this world, there exists no institution dedicated to receiving mutants and teaching them how to manage their abilities." A school? Lorna's eyes brightened as she set down the newspaper and looked at Yin Sheng. "Boss, the breath shielding technique you taught me. Don't even think about it." Yin Sheng raised an arm, interrupting Lorna. "For me, anyone who learns breath shielding and can evade breath sensing would become my weakness. Having just you is sufficient." "Am I your sole weakness?" Lorna raised an eyebrow, pondering deeply, realizing it was indeed the case. In this world, apart from her, no one else could approach Yin Sheng undetected. With this thought, she couldn't help but wear a somewhat peculiar expression and asked, "Haven't you taught Master? What do you think?" Yin Sheng shot Lorna an exasperated glance. "Colin is not a mutant. What use would breath shielding be to her? Why would I teach her a skill to counter me? Am I so idle? Rest assured, boss." Lorna straightened her expression. "When you taught me that technique, I vowed I would never betray that oath. What reason do I have for concern?" Yin Sheng smirked. "Without the sensation provided by my breath, no mutant could sense their own aura. You know I cannot teach them breath sensing, so would you still attempt to do so?" Lorna looked at Yin Sheng in silence, feeling that her emotions had been wasted. Just as she contemplated scolding the black-hearted boss, a jingling sound from the entrance announced someone pushing the door open. Peter Parker burst into the restaurant like a gust of wind. Compared to his usual demeanor, he arrived much earlier and appeared more hurried. He dashed up to Yin Sheng, leaning in closer, scrutinizing his face intently. Yin Sheng frowned, slapping Peter on the forehead. "What are you staring at?" If he were a burly northeastern man, he might have retorted, "What are you looking at?" leading to an inevitable brawl. However, the unfortunate Peter Parker, who had yet to be bitten, yelped in pain, stepping back while pulling out his phone, pointing at a news article on the screen, and exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, this is you, right? The Golden Boy mentioned here is you. Correct? Right? Right?" Taken aback, Yin Sheng thought to himself, how could someone like Superman, with a new hairstyle and glasses, successfully disguise himself? Yet my transformation is so pronounced that I could be recognized immediately? It's him. At that moment, Lorna, ever the troublemaker, ruthlessly revealed Yin Sheng's identity. Handing the newspaper to Peter, "Here, our Golden Boy was just enjoying reading the news." Yin Sheng was not one to hold grudges. He typically retaliated on the spot. Pointing at Lorna, he said to Peter, "She claims her hair is dyed. That's a lie. She's actually a mutant." After a long silence, Lorna's hands suddenly glowed with a myriad of colors, and with a shout of jerk, a pair of cutlery levitated from the table and shot toward him. "Are you out of your mind?" Yin Sheng exclaimed in shock, disregarding the flying cutlery as he grasped Lorna's radiant hands and swiftly hid them behind his back. He then cast his gaze toward the street outside, aware that the Lee's Chinese restaurant had transparent glass doors and unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows, making it possible for any pedestrian passing by to witness Lorna's unusual display. Chapter 70. The dream of a school bully. For Little Spider. Having witnessed the exchange between Yin Sheng and Lorna, Peter Parker was already dumbfounded. He then saw the cutlery that had levitated and struck Yin Sheng's face, creating 2 subtle indentations before being repelled back by his resilient skin. How impressive, he thought. Such resilient skin could withstand even a knife. Just as this realization struck him, he suddenly found himself standing directly opposite In Sheng's impervious visage. "Ah!" Peter shrieked, sinking down and cradling his head as the cutlery sailed over him, clattering to the ground. At this moment, Lorna, who had acted impulsively, began to regain her composure. She dissipated the glow from her fingers and nervously asked In Sheng, "Did anyone see that? Now you're afraid?" In Sheng released her hands, gently patting her arm. "No one should have noticed, thankfully. The SHIELD has already withdrawn their surveillance. Otherwise, we would be in quite the predicament. It's all your fault." Lorna punched In Sheng in the back. "Why did you tell Peter I'm a mutant?" "Because he's one of us." In Sheng swallowed the words and will be a superhuman too, adopting a nonchalant expression as he looked at Peter. "He won't discriminate against you. Nor will he rat you out, right, Peter?" No. Yes. Peter stammered, waving his hands. "Trust me, Sister Lorna, I absolutely will not tell anyone. Your secret is safe, very safe." Lorna scoffed, clearly unimpressed by this verbal assurance, and punched In Sheng again. "He is just a kid, and a chatterbox at that. How can you be so sure he can keep a secret?" "Huh." In Sheng chuckled coldly. "So, do you plan to kill him to silence him? Did you not consider this when you exposed my identity? It was clearly your own reveal. Even if I hadn't exposed it, Peter would have figured it out long ago, you know? You say he is guessing. I could easily deny it. Do you think he would believe that?" "He is right here. Peter, you believe me, don't you?" From any perspective, for Peter Parker, the scene before him truly resembled a divine clash. Whichever side he chose would lead to dire consequences, so under the dual scrutiny of In Sheng and Lorna, he dared not utter a word, remaining utterly still and silent. "Boring." In Sheng shook his head in disinterest, standing up to head toward the kitchen, bringing this farce to an end. "Peter, get ready for dinner. We have guests arriving soon." "Oh." Peter felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurried toward the storage room. After changing into his work uniform, he belatedly muttered to himself, "Wait, wasn't I planning to blackmail the boss into teaching me martial arts? How did it end up like this?" Recalling his original intention, Peter Parker finally mustered the courage to speak up during the family gathering. "Boss, I can keep your secret, but you must teach me martial arts, otherwise." "I will." "You will what?" In the face of Peter's absurd threats, Saint merely found it amusing. This young man had been pestering him for some time. Eager to learn the martial arts of Hua, Saint resorted to his usual retorts, saying, "Peter, I have long told you that your character is too erratic and your faith in modern science is excessive. You cannot possibly comprehend what chi is, let alone master my techniques. This is not an excuse on my part. It is an unassailable truth." Upon hearing this, Peter hung his head despondently, his shoulders drooping. When Saint shifted his tone, however, "If you are truly eager to learn some martial skills, I could impart to you a few combat techniques. Though they are not extraordinary powers, once you grasp even the fundamentals, you should have no trouble handling 2 or 3 classmates." "I'm not looking to fight classmates." Peter weakly interjected, then pointed at Lorna, asking, "What exactly do those techniques entail? Are they akin to the Aikido that Sister Corinne taught Lorna?" "Essentially, yes," Saint nodded, however. "The Aikido Corinne teaches is primarily defensive, emphasizing yielding to overcome strength. The techniques I can teach you focus on proactive offense, essentially embodying strength against strength." "How long will it take for me to handle 2 or 3 classmates?" Peter inadvertently revealed his true thoughts, awkwardly rephrasing, "How long will it take for me to learn?" "That depends on your aptitude, as well as the time and effort you invest," Saint replied vaguely, then glanced at Peter. "If you were diligent, you could glimpse the threshold within a month or 2. "Boss, if I can handle 2 or 3 at the beginner level, does that mean that once I fully master the skills, I could take on 10? "That depends on whom you are facing. If they are just classmates, it should be manageable. Can we refrain from discussing fighting classmates? What about taking on some gang members? That scenario is more complex. It depends on the length of the knives they carry and whether they have firearms. I suppose I'll stick to classmates then, boss. How long until I achieve mastery?" 8 to 10 years. Following this, 2 weeks passed in tranquility. During these 14 days, Saint led a life of ordinary routine, though ordinary might be an understatement, as mundane seems inadequate as well. In any case, he diligently practiced daily. At every lunch and dinner, he worked diligently, and each evening after work, he would teach Peter Parker the most fundamental combat techniques at Corinne's dojo. During these sessions, Lorna would join in, practicing various joint locks and throws under Corinne's guidance, occasionally sparring with the novice, Peter. It is worth mentioning that even without utilizing her mutant abilities, Lorna could effortlessly dominate Peter. The path of the little spider towards becoming a school bully was long and fraught with challenges. Chapter 71. The troubles of Marvel's Jessica Jones. Peter Parker became a regular at Corinne's dojo, while Saint's Chinese restaurant gained a new frequent visitor, Jessica Jones. Not only was she a regular, but she was also a troublesome one. It was not that Jessica disrupted the peace. Rather, each time she came for a meal, she would cast a gaze filled with seductive allure, provocatively teasing Saint. This left him in a moral quandary. It must be said that despite presenting herself impeccably, without a hint of despair, Jessica Jones, with her fair and delicate skin and slender, elongated figure, was undeniably a captivating woman. Her large, doll-like eyes could easily ensnare one's attention. If Saint were not already involved with Corinne, he surely would have found it difficult to resist. Regarding Jessica's sudden interest, Saint was both surprised and somewhat understanding. This tall, slender beauty, while possessing a physique that could surpass 90% of women, was also stronger than nearly all men. Even Captain America, a national icon, could not compare to her physical prowess. In an era before superheroes became commonplace, Saint took pride in realizing that he was likely the first man Jessica had encountered who was stronger than she was. In fact, even when superheroes became ubiquitous, few could rival Jessica's strength. As for her ex-boyfriend, Luke Cage, let us just say that if a typical man were pushed onto a bed by Jessica, it would not just be the bed that broke. On the third day of Jessica becoming a regular at Lee's Chinese restaurant, Saint's earlier jest, made 2 months prior, came back to haunt him. Corinne had indeed closed her dojo and was now working for him as the manager. Saint understood that Corinne's presence at the restaurant was not merely due to a lack of students or idleness, as she claimed. Having learned 4 advanced techniques of chi manipulation from Saint, she lacked the knowledge and experience of someone like him, despite any amount of time. It would not suffice for her to master them. Her presence in the restaurant was purely to dissuade Jessica. However, Corinne's presence did nothing to diminish Jessica's enthusiasm. It seemed to only embolden her. By the 7th day, Saint began to suspect that Jessica was not merely flirting with him, but rather deliberately provoking Corinne. What was their relationship supposed to be according to the original storyline of the Defenders? Although Saint could not recall the specifics, he was certain it was not this bizarre. As the male protagonist in this tale of rivalry between 2 women for 1 man, it was disingenuous to say that he felt no secret thrill. Yet, pleasurable as it was, it remained an exceedingly troublesome predicament for any man. Didn't anyone teach her that a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow? Could she not tease him from a distance? If only she had, perhaps he would have Saint found himself caught in a tumultuous mix of pain and pleasure. Enduring this predicament until the 14th day, by which time Jessica had not relented. Throughout these 2 weeks, she came to the restaurant for at least 1 meal each day, whether at lunch or dinner, or sometimes both. While Saint did not particularly mind Jessica's relentless pursuit, of course, what truly vexed him was that nearly 20 days had passed since he integrated the Saiyan genes, and although he had mastered the surge in physical prowess and energy, his training speed had not improved. Compared to his pre-Saiyan days, it had slowed to less than half. In terms of combat power, when he was still a pure Earthling, he could increase his combat power by 4 to 5 points each week. Now, during those 2 weeks, he had averaged merely 2 points of increase each week. While it could be argued that factoring in the Saiyan boost, he was indeed gaining more than 4 points weekly, that would be a misleading comparison. Ultimately, Saint realized that training should balance stillness with movement. Previously, he could thrive in stillness, but as a Saiyan, he would need to embrace action. Only through frequent combat could he hope to rapidly enhance his abilities. Damn it. In this day and age, where could he find someone to spar with? There were no worthy opponents in sight. Saint brazenly thought, standing on the cusp of 400 in combat power, who could challenge him if Iron Man did not emerge? If Thor did not appear? If the Hulk remained absent? The mightiest superpower of the American team lies in its charismatic leadership and the noble character of its champion. Even in the face of formidable challenges, they remain undeterred. As for the Saiyans' renowned ability to grow stronger in the face of death, it has been noted by Saint that without a plentiful supply of senzu beans, death is not an option he would entertain. Thus, for the time being, Saint must reconcile himself to the gradual enhancement of his abilities, as even under normal circumstances, finding a worthy opponent for sparring is a daunting task. While there exists a formidable fighter, the Polar Star, boasting a combat power exceeding 500, in reality, Lorna can only manifest a strength of 50 or 60. Should she attempt to unleash her full power, it remains uncertain whether she could achieve it, and even if she did, controlling that immense force would be beyond her capabilities. Engaging in a spar with Saint would be impossible, but causing widespread destruction is certainly within her reach. As for the other 2 companions of Saint, Colleen Wing possesses a combat power of less than 40, while Peter Parker barely surpasses 4, rendering him weaker than even the least skilled fighter. Now, regarding the Defenders, Danny Rand, the strongest force from Kunlun, has a combat power slightly over 100, with over 80 derived from his Iron Fist enhancement. While his attack capabilities are commendable, his defenses are woefully inadequate, and presently, a single strike from Saint would suffice to vanquish him. Conversely, Luke Cage, with a similar combat power, has allocated over 80 points to his defensive prowess, enabling him to withstand a couple of blows from Saint. However, his meager 20 points in offensive talent would only suffice against ordinary individuals, rendering them ineffective against Saint. In this context, Matthew Murdock, the professional daredevil, stands apart from the other three fledgling street heroes. His extensive combat experience and martial arts discipline rival that of Iron Fist, and his unique radar-like abilities elevate him to the status of a tactical master. However, excluding the combat power afforded by his extraordinary senses, his offensive and defensive capabilities are merely in the teens. If one were to consider the most well-rounded among them, it would undoubtedly be Jessica Jones, whose combat power exceeds 100, allowing her to withstand, strike, run, and leap. Nevertheless, this civilian has never undergone systematic training, relying solely on her brute strength for combat, making her, in Saint's eyes, the easiest to defeat among the four. Who else? Invincible. To be invincible is a profoundly lonely existence. Caught in a spiral of self-adoration from which he cannot extricate himself, Saint selectively forgets that not far from his location lies the New York Temple of Kunlun, where a worthy adversary awaits, should he possess the audacity to seek them out. In the past fortnight, aside from the aforementioned trivial matters, two significant events warrant mention. Firstly, 2 weeks ago, on a night long anticipated, SHIELD dealt a decisive blow to the Hand. Although they did not manage to eliminate the Five Fingers entirely, the Hand had planned to confront the true Pure Society, and that night saw their elite forces decimated, resulting in substantial losses. Compared to the now nearly defunct true Pure Society, the Hand fared slightly better, but they too suffered considerable setbacks, requiring at least a decade to regain their former strength. Furthermore, SHIELD did not cease their operations after this initial success. 2 weeks later, nearly all of the Hand's various strongholds in New York had been eradicated, including a charity organization that Colleen Wing had long coveted. Following the obliteration of this training base, most of the Hand's junior members were incarcerated for rehabilitation, while a few minors were sent to juvenile facilities for reform. Consequently, Colleen found herself relieved of much of her burden, eagerly anticipating the day when she could eliminate the mastermind behind it all, the gambler, to truly find peace. The second noteworthy event from that fateful night also deserves mention. Amidst the gunfire of SHIELD and the blades of the Hand, Saint emerged as a savior for numerous civilians, and as a result, he gained considerable notoriety. More accurately, it was the superhero Golden Boy who captured the public's imagination. After 14 days of fervent discussion, it is clear that while other areas remain uncertain, throughout New York State, Saint's golden-haired, blue-eyed alter ego, adorned with a radiant golden aura, has firmly established itself in the hearts of the people, his name becoming synonymous with admiration. As a quintessentially immigrant nation, America boasts a rich tapestry of races and ethnicities. While the pursuit of equality is a constant endeavor, racial prejudice remains pervasive, affecting individuals of Asian, African, Latin, and Native American descent in varying degrees. The notable exception to this trend is the white population, which has historically occupied the elite strata since the nation's inception and comprises over half of the global population. It is no coincidence that the golden-haired, blue-eyed visage is emblematic of the archetypal white features, and as the national idol, Captain America embodies these traits. Thus, it is unsurprising that Saint's transformation into this persona garnered immediate acclaim, skyrocketing him to fame. The very term Golden Boy reflects the intrinsic value associated with his character, and his initial reception under this title speaks volumes. On the 15th day, in accordance with his agreement with Nick Fury, Saint arrived at the Triskelion, one of SHIELD's headquarters, once again adopting the guise of the Golden Boy. Awaiting him was Coulson, who promptly escorted him to a helipad where an unusually designed aircraft awaited. Dissimilar to conventional fighter jets, this small plane featured wings that curved downward, resembling the wings of a bird poised to swoop down on its prey. Saint immediately recognized the Quinjet, developed by SHIELD itself. Excluding Wakanda's vibranium technology, the Quinjet stands as one of the premier combat aircraft in the Marvel Universe, destined to become the Avengers' dedicated transport, modified by Tony Stark in the future. Having already witnessed the opulent version crafted by the affluent Iron Man, Saint found little admiration for this civilian model. Noticing his apparent disdain, the subtly reserved Coulson could not help but interject, stating, "This is our unique Quinjet, the world's first jet capable of vertical takeoff and landing." "First? Huh," Saint retorted, pointing out the engine's shared lineage with Coulson's vehicle, exposing SHIELD's shortcomings. This aircraft utilizes the same turbojet engine concept proposed by Howard Stark back in 1943, yet here we are on the brink of 2009. And you have only just developed a prototype. What is there to be proud of? Left without a retort, Coulson turned away, silently vowing never to engage with Saint unless absolutely necessary. As they approached the rear cargo door of the Quinjet, the pilot awaited them at the entrance, none other than Melinda May, the formidable Iron Fist. To see her was more astonishing to Saint than the sight of the Quinjet itself. Without preamble, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! You've actually learned to harness your powers." Melinda May, with a stern expression, uttered a phrase in Mandarin, her tone imbued with animosity as she dryly expressed her gratitude, saying, "If not for the sensation you provided, I would not have mastered the chi cultivation techniques of Kunlun." Thank you. Chapter 73. The Great Tony Stark. Upon witnessing the shock on Saint's face, Coulson immediately broke his earlier vow, proudly proclaiming, "May possesses exceptional talent." Once the director granted her access and provided all the materials from Kunlun, she developed her own chi in just one day. What do you know? Saint cast a disdainful glance at Coulson. "I detest you amateurs who speak without understanding. What does talent have to do with it?" Her mastery stems from decades of training in Bejiquan and Wing Chun, which has elevated her martial arts cultivation to a level that allows her to grasp the profundities of chi. If I am not mistaken, she is your only success story. Correct? Is there truly no one else in S.H.I.E.L.D. with comparable talent? Coulson found himself at a loss for words, interpreting Saint's silence as acquiescence. He pointed at Melinda May and abruptly stated, "Coulson, you once inquired if I could mentor your agents. I now unequivocally inform you that I can mentor her." At this, Melinda May's eyes sparkled with interest, but just as her anticipation peaked, Saint abruptly shifted his tone. "Of course, this cannot be without compensation." Coulson frowned slightly, exchanged a glance with Melinda May, and, speaking on her behalf, asked, "Saint, could you specify your desired remuneration?" "I have quite a list," Saint shrugged. "But can you make the decision? Rather than asking me, you might as well consult Nick Fury to ascertain what S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to offer for my services as an instructor." "I understand," Coulson nodded, temporarily setting the matter aside. He turned to Melinda May and said, "May, we should depart." Though reluctant, Melinda May, a seasoned and professional agent, understood the importance of duty. She turned and strode toward the cockpit, leaving behind the directive, "The cabin door will close in 1 minute. We take off in 3." 3 minutes later, the engines of the Quinjet erupted with blue flames, stirring a tempest around the aircraft. The sleek, eagle-like craft ascended vertically like a helicopter and, upon reaching a sufficient altitude, its rear engines ignited, propelling the jet forward, diving into the clouds above. Meanwhile, in a cave within the arid Gobi Desert of southwestern Afghanistan, a persistent clanging echoed from the depths. A handsome middle-aged man with a small mustache, dripping with sweat, tirelessly wielded a hammer, striking a metallic sheet resting upon an anvil. This strikingly attractive figure, capable of captivating countless hearts, was none other than the unfortunate playboy, the chairman and heir of Stark Industries, a brilliant scientist and engineer. A great inventor and philanthropist, the current arms king of the Marvel Universe, and the future energy tycoon, Iron Man, Tony Stark. In stark contrast to his usual polished appearance, Tony Stark now appeared quite disheveled. However, when compared to a bespectacled, balding mixed-race middle-aged man beside him, he seemed remarkably clean. "Silverson," Tony Stark called out to the bespectacled man. "Needle-nose pliers." Silverson, the mixed-race man, handed over the requested tool and pointed toward a pile of blueprints in the corner of the cave, expressing his concerns. "Stark, at our current pace, it will take at least another month and a half to produce all the components outlined in those blueprints. I doubt they will grant you that much time." "Then we shall strive to save time," Tony Stark replied, meticulously adjusting the edge of the metal sheet with the pliers, his gaze fixed ahead. "Silverson, we will survive this. I assure you." "You assure me?" Silverson gave a bitter smile. "On what grounds do you make such a promise?" "Because I am Tony Stark," he proclaimed, tapping his chest. Hearing the sound, he glanced down at the white glow emanating from beneath his shirt, which prompted a wave of memories to wash over him. A month prior, after showcasing Stark Industries' Jericho missile in a remote area of Afghanistan, he was ambushed on his return journey to the military base. Ironically, the terrorists from the Ten Rings used Stark Industries' own weaponry, even emblazoning their missile with the Stark Industries logo. Protected by advanced body armor, Tony Stark miraculously survived. But numerous sharp shrapnel pieces penetrated the armor and lodged in his chest. Had it not been for the skilled Dr. Silverson, he might not have lived through the day. Through a surgical procedure, Silverson removed most of the shrapnel, but some tiny fragments had already entered his bloodstream. In a desperate move, Silverson, both a doctor and a scientist, fashioned an electromagnet in Stark's chest to attract the minute metal fragments, preventing them from reaching his heart. Thus, the first thing Tony Stark discovered upon awakening was the wire protruding from his chest, connected to a car battery. Given his arrogant nature, he could not accept such a fate, and for a long time, he did not yield to the 10 rings, wanting only to embrace death, until Silverson challenged him. Is this the great Tony Stark? In your final moments, do you lack the courage to resist? Those words reignited the flickering flame of belief within the despondent Tony Stark. His first act was to feign compliance with the 10 rings' demands. Using the pretext of manufacturing Jericho missiles to cobble together a miniature arc reactor, replacing the car battery to sustain his life. Chapter 74, The Not-So-Great Saint Simultaneously. With the miniaturized arc reactor at its core, the embryonic design of the Iron Man suit began to take shape in Tony Stark's mind, subsequently translated onto blueprints. He named it Mark I, not only to denote its model number but also in homage to the world's first tank, which bore the same name, as he intended to charge through his prison with the same unstoppable force. This, indeed, was the great Tony Stark. As he fervently shouted this affirmation within himself, he raised the hammer once more, striking the anvil with a resounding clang. Regrettably, due to Saint's impending arrival, Stark's lofty aspirations were destined for disruption. 8 hours later, a Quinjet exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D. touched down at a military base in Afghanistan. Saint and his 2 companions disembarked from the rear cabin. Awaiting them was a female CIA agent, whose recognition of Saint's transformed appearance was entirely unexpected. You're the golden boy. This is classified. We're a poker face. If I tell you, then I must kill you. Do not steal others' jokes to my face, you bastard. Coulson shot a silent glance at Insente, stepped forward, and extended his arm to the female agent. Disregard him. I am Phil Coulson, the supervising agent. The female agent promptly extended her hand and shook Coulson's. Tina Johnson, senior agent. Pleased to meet you, sir. They exchanged pleasantries and proceeded to the conference room. Yes, sir. The quartet made their way from the helipad to the conference room, where Tina Johnson immediately powered on the projector, illuminating a topographical map of Afghanistan on the screen. She began to explain. Green indicates thoroughly searched areas. Yellow denotes areas surveyed from the air, while red represents regions that remain unexplored. I have no need for such details, and Insente waved dismissively. Eliminate the colorful markings, and tell me where the mountainous regions and the desert areas are. Tina glanced at Coulson, who nodded in agreement, before adjusting the computer and providing the requested information. Once Insente understood, he traced a crooked line along the juncture of the Gobi and Dune deserts. First, take me on a flight along this path. If nothing is found, we will extend towards the mountains based on this line. You're in charge. Coulson assumed that Insente believed the likelihood of the 10 rings hiding Tony Stark in the mountains was considerable, a notion he fully endorsed, thus refraining from voicing any dissent. He turned to Melinda May. Is there an issue? I need a moment to familiarize myself with the terrain. Do so promptly. Coulson instructed before turning to Tina Johnson. Notify the military. We may require their cooperation at any moment. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, SHIELD's Quinjet ascended into the sky once more. Apart from Melinda May, the pilot, and Phil Coulson, the nominal co-pilot, Insente remained the sole passenger, while the true operative, Tina Johnson, was instructed to remain at the military base. 2 hours later, as they had traversed over 70% of the route Insente had drawn, he suddenly poked his head out of the cockpit door, slowed down, and opened the rear hatch. Have you spotted something? Coulson sprang from his seat, wholly oblivious to the role of a co-pilot, although he indeed was merely a decoration. Insente nodded, pointing southeast, 30 kilometers in this direction. There is a significant concentration of suspicious activity. I need to fly over to confirm. Must you go alone? It's nighttime in the U.S., but here it is still daylight. My smaller target is less likely to be detected, Insente replied. The aircraft was indeed capable of becoming invisible, not just in the conventional radar sense, but could achieve optical invisibility when necessary. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Insente rolled his eyes, having presumed SHIELD lacked the technology for cloaking, given that their orbital carrier headquarters had yet to be completed. May, let us become invisible. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Insente displayed a peculiar expression. If memory served him correctly, that was precisely what the one-eyed man had said when the SHIELD carrier launched. The two clearly shared a strong camaraderie, though it remained uncertain who influenced whom. Minutes later, the Quinjet, now cloaked, appeared as a distorted mass of air and motions. And if it came to a halt, it would be entirely imperceptible. Melinda May piloted the invisible aircraft to the coordinates provided by Insente. Descending over 1,000 meters with a slight, muffled roar of the engines, hovering several hundred meters above the ground. Through the cockpit glass, Coulson observed a vast expanse of what appeared to be camouflage netting at the edge of the desert. Evidently, as Insente had indicated, this desolate area was densely populated. His spirits lifted. He turned to Melinda May. Can we descend lower? Any further descent might raise suspicions due to the dust kicked up by the turbine engines. That won't be necessary, Insente interjected. I have confirmed Tony Stark is in the cave below. Are you certain? Coulson raised an eyebrow, skeptical. What evidence do you have? Based on the scene set up in the film, Insente mused internally while dismissively waving his hand. You needn't concern yourself. My sensory perception is infallible. Inform the military to head this way. Once darkness falls, I will infiltrate to protect Tony Stark. You can initiate your assault upon receiving my signal. You intend to assist us in extracting him? Coulson's excitement surged, his confidence bolstered, but recalling Incente's tendencies, he inquired warily. A pro bono effort? How can that be? How could it possibly be pro bono? Insente shot Coulson a look that suggested he thought him foolish. I have invested time and effort, thus, I deserve compensation. However, you need not worry about that. I am rescuing Tony Stark. He possesses far more wealth than you do. Coulson wore a knowing expression, turning to Melinda May. May, find a concealed location to land. I will contact the military. 10 minutes later, the Quinjet remained cloaked as it landed in a secluded ravine dozens of kilometers away. Coulson then entered the cargo hold, setting up a hammock between the large cargo box and the cabin wall. Before settling in for a rest, he empathetically inquired of Insente. We must wait at least 6 hours. Do you need to rest? That would be acceptable. As Insente said this, Coulson was about to offer his hammock to him when Insente propelled himself within the cabin, floating as if in a weightless environment, assuming a supine position. Coulson approached. Curiosity piqued. If you fall asleep, won't you tumble down? Do you stop breathing when you sleep? Insente retorted before warning. By the way, once I fall asleep, do not come within 2 meters of me. My reflexes are not something you want to test. 6 hours later, Coulson crouched behind a large cargo box, carefully calling out, Insente? Insente? Insente flipped over in mid-air, landing on the ground before addressing Coulson. There is no need for such anxiety. I am not waking up grumpy. The military has reached within 10 kilometers of the target site. We should rendezvous with them to discuss our strategy. What does that have to do with me? Insente clapped his face, shaking off sleep. I am going to protect Tony Stark. You can execute your plan however you see fit. It is not as simple as you propose. Coulson emerged from behind the cargo box. We are discussing Tony Stark. If anything were to happen to him during the operation, no one could bear the responsibility. Every step of the operational plan must be meticulously scrutinized to avoid any errors. That is your concern. Insente, ever obstinate, turned decisively towards the cabin exit. I will infiltrate the cave first. Once I locate Tony Stark, I will call you. Wait. Coulson hastily pursued, retrieving a dark, rectangular device from his pocket, a high-frequency communication device, and extending it toward Insente. How could you possibly make a call? Even if those terrorists did not employ signal jammers, there would still be no mobile signal within the cave. With his intelligence called into question, Instinct turned back expressionlessly and took the communication device. How does this contraption work? Just as Coulson intended to explain, Instinct waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Tony Stark is a top-tier engineer. He'll figure it out. I'm off. With that, Instinct propelled himself into the open cargo bay and swiftly vanished into the inky night sky. This was not the brightly lit New York. At night, visibility was limited to mere 10 meters. Following his keen sense of breath, Instinct soon reached the cave's entrance. Observing a security camera positioned above the cave's mouth, he mused aloud. Once inside the cave, aside from the chamber where Tony Stark is imprisoned, there shouldn't be any other cameras, right? After all, there's only one entrance. There's no need for more. To Instinct, any defensive behavior exhibited by living beings would be transparent under his breath-sensing scan, easily evaded. However, if it were a camera or similar inanimate object, he wouldn't be able to ascertain its presence in advance. Never mind. Let us get to work. Instinct extended his arm, fingers splayed, and made a grasping motion in the air, forcefully crushing the camera with a flick of his hand before darting into the cave. His body parallel to the cave's ceiling, gliding silently forward. Long before, Instinct had sensed 2 human life forces that had been accompanying each other in the cave's deepest recesses since his initial detection. If he was not mistaken, these 2 must be Tony Stark and Dr. Wilson. Upon encountering a rusty iron door and a camera perched atop the cave ceiling, he was immediately certain that Tony Stark was just behind that door. Employing the same method, he smashed the camera and yanked off the locking mechanism. Inside the cave, the sound of metal clanging echoed as Tony Stark, still engaged in his smithing, witnessed the iron door of his confinement swing open. A golden-haired boy, seemingly weightless, floated in. Dr. Wilson's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. Indeed, this was a perfectly ordinary reaction for a common person. As for Tony Stark, he could not be considered an ordinary man by any means. His first words were, "Wow, how much hair gel did you use? That's criminal, you know. It defies the law of gravity." Instinct was momentarily at a loss for words before finally asking with utmost certainty, "Tony Stark?" It was only natural for him to be certain, aside from Stark, whose chest would glow like a light bulb. Who else could it be? Tony Stark dropped the hammer in his hand, tilting his head and revealing his signature charming smile. "Hair gel boy, who are you?" Seeing this, Instinct had to concede that although this man was over 40, he was indeed still quite handsome and charismatic, making one want to strike him. Don't casually give people nicknames. Lightbulb guy? Instinct, true to his impulsive nature, waved his hand in the air and slapped Tony Stark on the forehead. While compared to Thor's explosive protagonist, Captain America's century-old popsicle, the Hulk's severe anger management issues, and Spider-Man's pajama-clad antics, Hair Gel Boy was indeed quite tolerable. He had no real objections after all. Chapter 76, Hair Gel Boy and Lightbulb Guy. Meanwhile, Coulson and Melinda May entered a tent recently erected in the desert. This olive-green canvas structure was encircled by a heavy tank, 2 armored vehicles, 3 large troop carriers, 5 military jeeps, and a radar communication vehicle. In the distance, 3 armed helicopters could also be seen. Within this makeshift command center, the highest-ranking officer was a white brigadier general, yet oddly, even among the numerous junior officers and the brigadier himself, a black colonel seemed to hold sway. The first to greet Coulson and May was this very colonel, who extended his right hand and introduced himself. James Rhodes, Colonel, Air Force. If Instinct had been present, he would have recognized this as Tony Stark's good friend, the future war machine, Colonel Rhodes. Coulson extended his arm and shook Colonel Rhodes' hand. Phil Coulson. Following that, Rhodes exchanged handshakes with Melinda May, and soon a group formed a circle to devise a battle plan. Their discussion had scarcely begun when an incongruous voice emerged. "Wait a minute." The previously silent brigadier general suddenly asserted his presence, pointing at Coulson. "All our tactics revolve around your so-called external aid. Simply because he is some sort of superboy? Isn't that a bit childish? The only reason he found Tony Stark was that he possesses some special abilities, akin to those damned mutants. That hardly proves he can accomplish everything you claim." After his lengthy discourse, the gray-haired brigadier surveyed the room, firmly questioning, "Why should we place all our hopes on a 19-year-old kid?" Hearing this, several junior officers and cadets nodded slightly, clearly in agreement, trusting their comrades in arms over some mysterious newcomer. "General, I understand your concerns," Coulson replied calmly, unflinchingly endorsing Instinct. "But you do not possess the same understanding of the Golden Boy's capabilities as we do. I can assure you with my life that he will locate and safeguard Tony Stark without alerting the enemy. We merely need to await his report." "Nonsense," the brigadier retorted disdainfully. "Your verbal guarantee means nothing to me. Putting your life on the line? Does your life hold more value than Tony Stark's?" Coulson frowned slightly, his tone growing colder. "In fact, debating this is pointless. The Golden Boy is not our subordinate and is beholden to no one. He's already in the cave where Tony Stark is located." "What?" At this revelation, Colonel Rhodes, who had been neutral, swiftly sided with the gray-haired brigadier. "Agent Coulson, do you even realize what you're doing? If something happens to Tony because of this, I will ensure you face a military tribunal." With the 2 highest-ranking officers voicing their stances, the junior officers and cadets could no longer contain themselves, immediately launching a verbal assault against Coulson. Amidst the cacophony, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from Coulson's pocket, followed by a rather irreverent "Hello? Is anyone there?" That unexpectedly pierced everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, all the officers who had been targeting Coulson promptly fell silent. "Tony?" Colonel Rhodes instantly recognized the voice, pushing aside the brigadier and rushing to Coulson's side, shouting, "Tony, is that you? No matter how loudly you shout, it won't help." Coulson retrieved the high-frequency communication device from his pocket, waving it in the air, a gesture to vent his frustration. "If I don't press the call button, he can't hear us." At that moment, a voice from the device in his hand echoed with a tone of impatience. "Why is no one responding? Hey, Lightbulb man, are you even capable?" Shortly thereafter, the obnoxious voice of Tony Stark resounded. "Hair Gel Kid, shut your mouth. I hold 7 PhDs. How many do you possess?" "Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't hold you in such high regard. Have you even graduated middle school?" In the midst of an almost palpable silence, Coulson stood dazed for a considerable time before finally spinning the communication device in his hand, revealing a row of buttons. He pressed one and spoke. "Mr. Stark?" Instantly, Tony Stark's distinctive, irritating voice filled the air. "Who are you?" "Tony." Colonel Rhodes, having deciphered how to operate the device, seized it from Coulson's grasp, exclaiming, "It's so good to hear your voice, Rhodey." Tony Stark's voice suddenly deepened, taking on a serious tone. "Have you been searching for me all this time? With military orders on my back, what choice do I have?" Colonel Rhodes replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his words betraying his true feelings. "Otherwise, do you think I would remain in this hellish place?" Tony Stark clearly did not buy his excuse and scoffed dismissively, saying in a chilling tone, "Rhodey, eliminate those pests outside, and we'll head home." "Understood. I'll come get you now. We'll be in touch." After temporarily ending the call, Colonel Rhodes slapped the table forcefully, issuing a rapid succession of tactical commands. By now, it was clear to everyone in the tent that time was of the essence. However, this was merely their personal opinion and did not reflect the reality. On the other end of the communication device, after concluding the call, Tony Stark unearthed a long-hidden soil bomb from a concealed corner of the cave, intending to affix it to the iron door. Suddenly, it was snatched away by Instant. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stalling for time." Having suffered several setbacks previously, Tony Stark was acutely aware of the fact that his combat prowess was significantly inferior to Instant's. Thus, he refrained from attempting to reclaim the bomb and instead reasoned, "Once Rhodey launches an attack from outside, those terrorists from the Ten Rings will come looking for me." Chapter 77. The battle maniac Instant scoffed at Stark's reasoning, pointing to the damaged cameras. "What genius are you?" The moment I stepped in, the Ten Rings already sensed something was amiss. In less than half a minute, someone will appear at the cave entrance. Disagreeing with Instant's assertion, Tony Stark shrugged. "That's merely a possibility, and if that is indeed the case, we have even more reason to stall for time, don't we?" "Wrong, wrong, wrong. All wrong. It's not a possibility. There are no ifs, and we certainly don't need to stall for time." Instant shook his head repeatedly, pushing open the rusty iron door and casually tossing the soil bomb outside, then clenched his fists. "Since the Ten Rings intend to come to their demise, let them come. This guy is even more arrogant than I am." Tony Stark narrowed his eyes, momentarily unsure whether Instant was an overconfident lunatic or indeed possessed the audacity to back it up. Bomb! Just then, a startled shout erupted from outside the opened iron door, and as predicted by Instant, the terrorists from the Ten Rings not only arrived on schedule, but the bomb he had tossed landed right in front of them. Coincidence? Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his engineer's instincts prompting him to note that there was no more than 30 seconds from Instant's proclamation to the appearance of the Ten Rings members. "What kind of lousy bomb is that?" Instant turned to Tony Stark, questioning. "It clearly hit the ground, so why hasn't it exploded?" In response, Tony Stark covered his face with one hand, entirely losing faith in Instant. "Did you really not graduate middle school? Who told you that solid bombs can be detonated by impact? Bullets can hit them without triggering an explosion." It doesn't matter." Instant nonchalantly shrugged, heading toward the doorway. "I just found that bomb annoying. Whether it explodes or not is irrelevant. This guy is definitely insane." Tony Stark watched in astonishment as Instant swaggered outside, as if the terrorists beyond the cave were wielding nothing more lethal than mere sticks. The next moment, as Tony Stark peeked out of the cave entrance, his eyes caught a breathtaking scene. The foremost of the attackers, a burly man with a thick beard, raised his submachine gun, but Instant, as if swatting a fly, waved his hand in midair. Before the bearded man could pull the trigger, it was as though an invisible force struck him, sending him flying backward, colliding with 3 or 4 other terrorists, creating a chaotic pileup. Instinctively, Tony Stark touched his forehead, calculating the power of Instant's earlier blow, which was now manifesting itself at a fraction of its former strength. His expression of shock had yet to fade when he saw Instant raise his right arm, his fingers splayed in a claw-like gesture as he mimicked an upward lifting motion. Gradually, his fingers curled inward, forming a fist. In sync with Instant's movements, the entangled terrorists, including the bearded man, bizarrely clustered together, slowly rising into the air. Amid their frantic screams, the 5 or 6 living beings were crushed into a shapeless mass of flesh and bone by an overwhelming force converging from all directions. "I've killed." It was only at this moment that the thought struck Instant's mind, and he felt a twinge of fear, for the first time in 2 lifetimes. He had taken a life. Yet, rather than feeling any discomfort, he was exhilarated, wanting to shout with glee. "Damn Saiyan genes." Instant gritted his teeth, attempting to suppress the boiling fervor within him, when a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted in his ears. A swift glance revealed the remaining 2 terrorists frantically shooting at him. As he frowned, a vibrant golden aura erupted around him. The steel bullets struck the golden light, creating ripples, while a shower of metallic fragments fell gracefully around Instant. The protective aura enveloping Instant possessed properties akin to that of stone. Upon being attacked, it would convert into a burst of kinetic energy. The bullets, already carrying tremendous kinetic force, shattered into powder upon colliding with the aura. Seeing this, the two terrorists, now paralyzed with fear, continued to frantically pull the triggers. The incessant volley of bullets ignited Instant's fury as he advanced steadily toward them, sending forth bursts of golden powder with each step. With an unstoppable momentum, he approached the two terrorists, effortlessly lifting them by their necks as if they were mere chicks. The incessant gunfire abruptly ceased, and the two terrorists, acutely aware of the looming threat of death, instinctively discarded their weapons, attempting to pry open the iron grip of Instant. However, shielded by a protective aura, they could not even touch the skin of Instant. Following this, Instant gently twisted his wrists outward, accompanied by the sound of cracking, extinguishing two vibrant lives with effortless ease. In this chilling scene, not only the enemy forces were petrified, even Tony Stark and Dr. Silverstein, allies in this dire moment, took an involuntary step back as they witnessed Instant casually discard the corpses as if they were refuse, turning to stride back with purpose. Their reaction had nothing to do with trust. Rather, it was an inherent instinct of higher sentient beings to avoid danger and seek safety. Instant, unfazed, swept his breath around and cautioned, "You two should step back a bit. More people are coming. I cannot afford to be distracted by taking care of you." Chapter 78. The humble Tony Stark. This fellow is undeniably insane. He has snuffed out lives as one would crush mere insects, displaying not even a ripple of emotional disturbance. Upon hearing Instant's words, Tony Stark internally labeled him as extremely dangerous, only to recall his own previous provocations against Instant. His reactions, while not entirely normal, had merely portrayed him as an annoying little brat. So, was it only in battle that he turned mad? This realization allowed Stark to adjust Instant's classification from extremely dangerous to relatively hazardous, offering him a sense of relief. No one wishes to be in proximity to a crazed individual capable of immense destruction, but if he were merely a battle fanatic, it became somewhat more palatable. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes' anxious voice echoed through the cave, snapping Stark from his reverie. "Tony, how are things on your end? We're about to engage. You must hold on." Stark retrieved his communication device, casting a peculiar glance at Instant, his tone tinged with oddity. Rhodey, I'm quite safe right now. In fact, there's no need for you to rush. Just take your time coming in. Tony, put away your arrogant demeanor. This is not the time." Stark glanced at Instant again, adopting an unusually serious tone as he addressed the communication device. "Rhodey, believe me, in my 40 years of existence, I have never felt as humble as I do at this moment. Your acting skills have indeed improved." Stark, humble? Such a grandiose lie. And you managed to deliver it with such sincerity, I nearly believed you. A quarter of an hour later, when Colonel Rhodes, accompanied by Phil Coulson, Melinda May, and a battalion of armed soldiers, arrived at the depths of the cave, they were met with a harrowing sight. A veritable mountain of corpses lay at the cave's entrance. A river of blood flowing amidst grotesquely disfigured remains, the quantity unfathomable. Dr. Silverstein, having retched several times and now pale as a ghost, struggled to remain upright, while Tony Stark, his demeanor devoid of the usual irreverence, appeared profoundly somber. In stark contrast, Instant stood, unblemished and tranquil, as though he were a neighborly youth. Yet, despite the deceptive calm of Instant, no one dared to question the origin of the gruesome tableau before them. In the oppressive silence, none could muster a word. Even Coulson, who understood Instant best, found his emotions tumultuous. In previous encounters with SHIELD, Instant had never resorted to extreme measures, always showing restraint even when faced with numerous firearms. Thus, Coulson had never anticipated that this boy he had deemed benevolent harbored such profound brutality within. It was noteworthy that among the countless bodies, more than half had been reduced to unrecognizable remnants. Coulson hardly wished to contemplate the grotesque amalgamation of red, white, and black flesh that had formed a massive, irregular mass. Ugh. Stark, having relaxed after reuniting with Rhodes, could no longer suppress his nerves. Instant observed Stark's bent form with skepticism, wondering if upon returning to American soil, Stark would retain any appetite for hamburgers. As Rhodes supported Stark, he began to comprehend why Stark had been vague during their last communication, stating that words could not encapsulate the situation. Such scenes of brutal carnage, reminiscent of ancient battlefields, could only be fully grasped when witnessed firsthand. "Let us step outside, Tony." Rhodes helped Stark to his feet and guided him out, simultaneously inquiring through his earpiece, "Has the armored vehicle not yet reached the cave's entrance?" In quick succession, a throng of individuals surrounded Stark, hastening away from the grim spectacle of the cavern's mouth. None wishing to gaze upon the field of corpses, nor recalling that in the eerie depths of the cave, Stark's meticulously crafted, invaluable blueprints lay quietly tucked in a corner. 8 hours later, at the U.S. Air Force Base in Afghanistan. A sleek white jet awaited. Dressed in a sharply tailored gray pinstripe suit, Stark, now restored to his former dazzling self, expressed his displeasure. What? You don't intend to board my private jet? What are you planning? Fly back on your own. That's not impossible. Ensign shrugged, swallowing the remark about the lengthy journey and potential for getting lost, and gestured toward another direction on the tarmac. However, I actually have my own private aircraft. The two agents? In Stark's life, instances of rejection were exceedingly rare. And he was not one to concede easily. Military aircraft cannot compare to my jet. You unappreciative punk. Mark my words, you will regret this. If we're talking about comfort and luxury, no one can surpass you, you bulbous hero. Ensign affirmed this, then shrugged again. But when it comes to technological advancement, their aircraft indeed surpasses yours. It can take off and land vertically, hover in midair, and boast greater speed. Impossible. Stark unabashedly revealed his narcissism. Punk, you're lying. If such an advanced aircraft exists, I must have built it myself. Who else could? Your father. Ensign shrugged once more, explaining to a now wide-eyed Stark, I'm not insulting you. The core technology of their Quinjet was provided by Howard Stark. Chapter 79. You are unwell and need treatment. Stark was not oblivious to his father's research. Rather, his arrogant nature forbade him from adopting others' ideas, especially from a father he both admired and resented. Otherwise, he would not have only recently upgraded the arc reactor, which was also a product of Howard Stark's research. Upon recalling the phrases vertical takeoff and hovering, he immediately connected the dots. The Stark Expo of 1943? The vintage car's turbojet engine? I must take a look. Tony Stark disregarded his own aircraft and headed directly towards the direction indicated by Ensign. I do not recall my father ever authorizing the use of his scientific achievements. At this moment, Ensign suddenly realized he had perhaps revealed too much. Spoiling the plot is momentarily exhilarating, however, given the circumstances. Ensign had no choice but to follow in Tony Stark's footsteps towards the location of the Quinjet. Shortly thereafter, Colonel Rhodes, clad in a solemn military uniform adorned with numerous honors, emerged from the door of the private plane. Tony? Tony, where are you? At that moment, on the expansive tarmac, Ensign and Tony Stark had vanished without a trace, leaving only Colonel Rhodes standing alone on the boarding platform, disheveled by the wind. You made me wait 5 hours when I arrived, and now you can't be still on your return. Meanwhile, under the disapproving gazes of Coulson and Melinda May, Ensign led Tony Stark into the open rear cabin of the Quinjet. Ahem, Ensign cleared his throat, spreading his hands. I inadvertently mentioned that the core technology of this aircraft was actually provided by his father. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Coulson and his companion shifted from disapproval to a murderous intent. Had they not felt utterly outmatched by Ensign, they likely would have already acted. Simultaneously, Tony Stark, holding a high-tech personal communication device, had successfully hacked into the Quinjet's main system. To put it simply, he had effectively compromised the aircraft using an advanced smartphone. Indeed, it is my father's turbojet engine. Tony Stark raised his arm, waving the personal device. I demand an explanation. Immediately, or anticipate receiving a subpoena from Stark Industries. In response, Ensign nearly blurted out, you should direct your grievances towards the right party, as they are not the culprit. However, recalling the consequences of his earlier indiscretions, he managed to halt himself just in time. I lack the authority to explain to you. Coulson shook his head before reassuring Tony Stark, Mr. Stark, please hold on. I need to consult with my superior. After a brief moment, having distanced himself to make a call to Nick Fury, Coulson returned. Mr. Stark, in fact, we are not, actually. They're not. We are the global intelligence agency known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, or SHIELD, for short. Your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founding members, hence his contributions. Ensign interrupted Coulson, rapidly firing off several English words before exhaling with relief and exclaiming, wow, finally said it. Almost suffocated myself. Tony Stark, rendered speechless for a moment, stepped forward and patted Ensign on the shoulder, solemnly stating, Gel boy, you need a remedy. First, address your excessive narcissism, Lightbulb Hero. I warn you, call me Lightbulb Hero one more time, and I will explode. Lightbulb Hero? Why aren't you exploding? Just wait for me. 3 days later, at the peak of the Forbidden City? Is this Mandarin? Jarvis, translate the highest point of the Forbidden Imperial City. Gel boy, what does this mean? This refers to an ancient legend where two unrivaled masters of martial arts from the Huan nation scheduled a duel 3 days in advance at the summit of an imperial city. Unrivaled masters? I like that term. Gel boy, you have an eye for talent. I forgive you. I meant the unrivaled masters refer to me. And the one I shall duel is you. All right, this was an unintentional slip. Why do you speak Mandarin? Because I am Chinese. As he spoke, Insant reverted from his full Saiyan transformation, returning to his original form with black hair and eyes, extending his right hand to Tony Stark. "Let me reintroduce myself," Insantly. Tony Stark paused for a moment, then realized he was not surprised. After the series of events in the cave, he felt that even if Insant transformed into a dragon before him, he could accept it. "Tony Stark." He stated his full name with gravity, shaking Insant's hand. "Your identity must be classified. Why are you willing to disclose it to me?" "Because it will soon be impossible to conceal." Insant shrugged, then pointed at Coulson. "You hacked their Quinjet in about 3 seconds, right? With this as a springboard, in a short while, SHIELD's data center should be unable to hold onto its intelligence." "In a short while?" Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "I resolved that 3 minutes ago. In fact, I found no information regarding the Golden Boy." Insant displayed an expression of deep dismay and turned to Coulson. "You did not store my information on a network server?" Having long lost the pace of their conversation, Coulson instinctively replied, "Classified above level 8 has a specialized storage method. You were level 10. Suddenly realizing the implications, Coulson stepped forward. "Mr. Stark, please cease your illegal network intrusion immediately." Chapter 8, Artificial Intelligence. Jarvis hearing this, Tony Stark cast a glance at Coulson. Blatantly addressing his personal device, "Jarvis, replicate all the data and store it in my private data center." Coulson, momentarily taken aback, quickly shouted at Tony Stark's device, "Mr. Jarvis, you are illegally obtaining national secrets. Cease all actions immediately, or a prison term of over 10 years awaits you." Insant, unable to bear the sight, covered his face. Thinking to himself, "Coulson, if you can imprison an artificial intelligence, I will not only reverse my name for you, but also bestow upon you a grandiose respect." Tony Stark's expression became increasingly entertaining as he regarded Coulson with a sympathetic gaze. "Jarvis is my intelligent butler. Can you comprehend that? He is merely a line of data capable of independent thought." Coulson found himself in a humorous predicament, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet resolutely fulfilling his duty. "Mr. Stark, my previous statement applies equally to you. My legal team awaits you." With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Tony Stark replied, "Since your father is one of your founders, if I wish to examine his legacy, no one shall stop me." Coulson pondered briefly before turning to Melinda May, indicating Tony Stark. "May, prepare for takeoff. We will bring him along to the Trident." Melinda May nodded, then suddenly darted in front of Tony Stark, effortlessly subduing him in the blink of an eye, commanding, "Surrender control of the Quinjet." Tony Stark did not engage in futile struggles. Instead, he instinctively turned his head towards the most formidable individual present. However, he found that Ian Saint had turned away, adopting a pose of gazing skyward. 10 minutes later, the Quinjet had ascended, cruising within the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As a captive of SHIELD, Tony Stark found himself with no alternative but to sit uncomfortably in a foldable seat affixed against the cabin wall, restrained by a safety belt that was, indeed, a binding tether he could not undo. Annoyed, Stark shifted in his seat, casting a glance at Ian Saint, who was reclined carelessly atop a large cargo container. He voiced his grievance. "You, Hairgel Kid, how could you not assist me? You have truly wounded my heart. Come on, you are Tony Stark. Do you really think they would dare to harm you?" Ian Saint replied with a tone suggesting he bore no guilt for the situation. "Besides, you brought this upon yourself. Why should I concern myself with it? Handle it yourself, kid." Stark found a peculiar logic in his words, rendering him speechless, even developing a faint sense of affinity towards this audacious youth. At that moment, Phil Coulson, the co-pilot, irresponsibly vacated the cockpit and entered the cargo hold where Ian and Stark were situated. As a mere decorative mascot, his lack of responsibility was glaringly apparent. "Why are you lying on the cargo container?" Coulson queried. Stark, already uncomfortable and feeling quite off balance, was about to voice his agreement when Coulson continued. "Can't you just float instead?" Stark, momentarily forgetting his original intent, seized the opportunity to educate Coulson before Ian could speak. "Goodness, how could you ask such a foolish question? We are currently hurtling forward at nearly 2 Mach. If he were to float now, he would instantly lose his inertia and relative speed, no longer synchronizing with the aircraft beneath us. Once he disrupts the existing balance of relative stillness, the rear wall of the plane would collide with him at a speed measured in Mach, turning him into a pancake." All of that may be true. Ian Saint affirmed Stark's preamble while dismissing his conclusion. "However, should I float, I would indeed collide with the tail of the aircraft. Yet, according to my estimation, it is more likely that this plane would acquire a rather significant hole. Do you want me to test that theory?" Nearly 9 hours later, having departed the Quinjet after 2 days, they returned to American soil, landing on the helipad of SHIELD, DS Triskelion headquarters, resuming their original position. The moment the aircraft's landing gear made contact with the ground, Ian Saint, who had been dozing atop the cargo container, suddenly awoke with a start, instinctively springing into a combat stance. Sitting not far from the cargo container, Stark let out a nervous exclamation. "Hairgel kid, don't go crazy. We've merely landed." Ian blinked rapidly, activating a fraction of his psion power, the intense pain from the transformation jolting him fully awake. After a couple of sharp breaths, he turned to Coulson, who had emerged from the cockpit. "Why did you bring me along? Take me back at once. Who told you to fall asleep? It's dangerous to wake you up." Coulson thought to himself but said instead, "This is a combat aircraft. Unless there is an urgent military situation, we cannot fly into the city." Ian rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of this excuse, but chose not to press the matter. "Fine, I'll fly back on my own. See you later, Coulson. Goodbye, lightbulb hero." Just as Stark began to utter a response, Ian propelled himself upward, akin to a nimble swallow, gracefully tracing an arc through the open rear hatch of the Quinjet, disappearing into the obscured sky above. Stark would never admit it, but while Ian was present, he had not worried for his safety. It was only after Ian's departure that he felt the weight of uncertainty. "Mr. Stark," Coulson unfastened Stark's safety belt and gestured for him to follow. "Our director wishes to see you. Do not worry. He is, in fact, an old acquaintance of your father." An hour later, with an SHIELD DS Triskelion headquarters, Tony Stark emerged from Nick Fury's office, his brow furrowed, clearly burdened by the weight of newfound revelations. Coulson, waiting just outside the office door, immediately approached him, gesturing towards Melinda May, who stood behind him. "Mr. Stark, Agent May will escort you to Kennedy Airport. Your private plane will soon be landing there. In fact, you are essentially traveling back on your own aircraft." Stark pursed his lips, his tone tinged with indignation. "It's all theatrics and subterfuge with you people. With such behavior, you dare to call yourselves SHIELD? You ought to change your name." Coulson ignored his remarks, simply stating, "May will take over from here," before entering Nick Fury's office. "Director," Coulson greeted, stepping forward across the desk, acknowledging his previous shortcomings. "I sincerely apologize for the significant error in my duties." "The issue is indeed considerable," Nick Fury replied, his stern expression concealing his true emotions. After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively. "However, I understand that this was primarily Ian Saint's doing. Your handling of the situation was not exemplary. But to label it solely as your error would be unjust." With that, Fury rapped his fingers on the desk, concluding, "I have reached an understanding with Tony Stark. Let us consider this matter settled." Coulson exhaled in relief, forgoing any expressions of gratitude and promptly shifting to discuss work. "Director, have you reviewed the action report I submitted?" "Yes," Fury nodded, his brows slightly furrowed as he queried. "In your report, you stated that Ian Saint killed over 30 terrorists in the cave where Stark was held, employing exceedingly brutal methods. His demeanor post-violence was remarkably calm, even icy, suggesting he may have a history of killing. Please elaborate on this." "Certainly." Coulson recounted his observations in detail, concluding, "Regarding Ian Saint, I maintain my previous assessment, though I must add that he has drawn a line for himself. He is willing to adhere to laws and morals only as long as his boundary is not crossed. Should anyone violate it, he will resort to any means necessary." After swallowing hard, shaking off the haunting memories, Coulson continued, "In truth, given Ian's prowess, there was no need for such bloodshed, yet he chose to proceed regardless. I believe, much like the previous energy beam incident, this was a deliberate act of intimidation, a warning to us not to test his limits." "I concur," Fury affirmed. Then introduced a seemingly unrelated subject. "You may not be aware, but during Ian's absence the past 2 days, his restaurant remained open." "Director, I do not comprehend your point." Nick Fury, noticing the perplexed expression on Coulson's face, directly handed him a tablet from the table, saying, "Have you forgotten the signature dish of his restaurant?" "Director, haven't we already removed the surveillance?" Coulson glanced at the video on the screen and immediately furrowed his brow. "And this was filmed inside his establishment? This isn't the work of our agents." Nick Fury's expression turned peculiar. "It was found on a video platform." "Oh," Coulson instantly understood. "Over 2 months ago, when Saint had just launched his Kung Fu barbecue, numerous videos had surfaced online, and virtually no one who had viewed them believed he possessed genuine skill. They all accused him of being a fraud. Colleen Wing can indeed be quite expressive. If I'm not mistaken, it seems she burnt the meat. Can that really be sold?" "That's not the crux of the matter." Nick Fury shot Coulson an irritated glance. "Saint has deliberately displayed his fangs on 2 occasions. And this matter is likely connected. He has imparted the unique techniques of the Turtle School to Colleen Wing. This kid is indeed a romantic. Perhaps he understands that this secret will not remain hidden from us for long, which is why he is willing to expose his own capabilities, even at the cost of lives, to set an example. I'm still not quite clear. Coulson, setting aside his jesting demeanor, voiced his concern. Is this matter truly of such significance to Saint and to us? Nick Fury pursed his lips and enlightened Coulson. Saint and Colleen becoming a couple is a recent development. Colleen, having previously trained in techniques taught by the hand, rooted in Kunlun's energy manipulation, signifies something profound. Need I remind you what that entails? Upon hearing this, Coulson's eyes widened in realization. I understand now. This means that for someone who has already developed their own energy, learning the Turtle School's martial arts is relatively facile. Unlike ordinary individuals without a foundation who require a decade just to grasp the basics. Precisely, Nick Fury nodded. If we can obtain a portion of the Turtle School's legacy from Colleen and gather a group of suitable candidates akin to Melinda May, we could cultivate a disciplined and organized supernatural force under our complete control in merely a few months. The temptation of such an opportunity is immense. Director, Coulson asked. Somewhat apprehensively, we're not actually going to proceed with this, are we? We will refrain from pursuing the Turtle School's legacy for now, however. We should begin preparing for suitable candidates immediately. Nick Fury raised his gaze to Coulson. Did Saint not mention before going to Afghanistan that he could serve as our instructor for a fee? With a hint of nostalgia, Nick Fury remarked. This kid is truly remarkable. Not only does he master the art of intimidation, but he also knows when to compromise and adheres to the principle of equitable exchange. It is utterly inconceivable to harbor thoughts of enmity towards him. His maturity in handling affairs is astonishing. Many times, I forget he is merely a 19-year-old. Is that so? Coulson replied with an expression of skepticism. What about when he acts impulsively? Upon hearing Coulson's query, Nick Fury instinctively glanced at the newly replaced glass in his office. Feeling a twinge of irritation, and chose to bypass the topic. He instructed, Coulson, your next mission is to ensure, at all costs, that we secure Saint as our instructor. Whatever he desires, as long as we can meet it, we shall provide. At all costs? Coulson raised an eyebrow in surprise. Director. The guidance Saint mentioned cannot possibly include the unique techniques of the Turtle School. Is it truly worth our effort? Just because something is impossible now does not mean there won't be opportunities in the future. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and slammed his fist on the table. Once he enters SHIELD, we'll find a way to keep him firmly tethered to our cause. I understand. Deep down, Coulson was not entirely convinced but complied with Nick Fury's orders. I will expedite this matter. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, Director, may I inquire what you mean by suitable candidates? As far as I know, there are very few Chinese agents in our agency, and Melinda is the only one who is trained consistently. That is not for you to worry about. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively. I will personally oversee the selection of candidates. You only need to know that they will ultimately report to Melinda May. Coulson felt slightly reassured by this information, and his tone turned a bit sardonic. Does this imply Melinda is getting a promotion? Indeed, to level 9. Level 9. What about me? Saint's clearance level has now risen to 10. Shouldn't I? You remain at level 7. However, should you continue to speak out of turn, you may find yourself demoted to level 6. Meanwhile, Saint, soaring through the sky in his transformed state, had arrived at Hell's Kitchen on Manhattan Island. After sensing the atmosphere, he descended straight into an empty alley, reverting to his original form as he made his way to his restaurant. It was midday. Yet upon reaching the entrance of Lee's Chinese restaurant, he found the locked front door adorned with a sign indicating it was closed. I suppose things have gone awry. Saint mused, not particularly surprised. Although Colleen had assured him before his departure that her control over her energy was proficient and that the barbecue would be flawless, Saint believed that while she could apply her energy effectively in combat, its application in cooking was another matter entirely. He had refrained from disheartening her when he left. Having left the keys behind, Saint was unable to enter the locked door of his home. In broad daylight, he could not resort to climbing through a window, and thus activated his energy sensing once more, intending to locate where his boss might be. Saint raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of surprise as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, murmuring to himself, not within 19 kilometers? Where could she be? The phone isn't connecting? Furrowing his brow, he began to feel that something was amiss. After hanging up on a busy signal, he dialed another number, the name on the screen reading Lorna Dane, a young lady adept at energy shielding. Without her, he would have no means of locating her. Boss. Fortunately, the call connected after only 2 rings. Saint replied, Lorna, I'm back. Are you home? Come down and let me in. I'm out right now. Why not go find the master at the dojo? Instinctively shaking his head, Saint responded through the phone, she's not at the dojo, and I can't reach her by phone. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? The master didn't mention any plans to leave. Just last night, She texted to say she was taking the day off. Texted? Saint displayed a look of skepticism, a wave of unease rising within him, though he maintained a calm "Faade. I see. You carry on with your business. I'll figure it out myself." With that, Saint hung up, decisively turned around, and retraced his steps back to the alley, confirming that no one was around. He transformed into his golden boy form once more and swept the area with his energy sensing, discovering that Colleen was still beyond the scope of his detection, her straight-line distance exceeding 38 kilometers. There was no other choice. He had to resort to that technique. With a reluctant expression, Yinsent lifted his right arm, bringing his index and middle fingers to his forehead, initiating the stance for teleportation. Unlike breath sensing, this method had virtually limitless detection range, capable of covering the entire globe effortlessly. However, in terms of detail, it could not accommodate such vastness, amidst the countless auras that could be counted in the billions. Unless Yinsent was exceedingly familiar with or the aura itself was particularly unique, it would be akin to a single drop in an ocean, utterly indistinguishable from the myriad of others. Ouch! Yinsent grimaced in pain, feeling as though his head might explode. He bore the intense agony as he searched through the vast sea of auras for a single grain of sand. Within that ocean of energy, Cornwin's aura appeared as a striking black stone on a white beach, catching Yinsent's attention immediately. Once he focused on her aura, pinpointing her location became a trivial matter. At that moment, Yinsent felt an immense relief that he had taught Cornwin the art of aura cultivation. Among billions of people worldwide, she alone possessed an aura with characteristics akin to that of the Dragon Ball world, closely resembling his own. Otherwise, even with a deep familiarity with Cornwin's aura, it would have been nearly impossible for Yinsent to locate her with ease. Something has gone awry several hundred kilometers to the southwest. Yinsent's eyes flew open, his gaze fixed on the direction he sensed. He understood clearly that if Cornwin were to travel far, she would not do so without first notifying him or Lorna. This was undeniably abnormal. After firmly committing the direction of Cornwin's location to memory, he removed his fingers from his forehead, ceasing the teleportation stance. Although he yearned to teleport immediately, he was unable to do so. The strength of his aura was insufficient to fold and tear space, and his physical endurance was inadequate to withstand the process of traversing dimensions. Chapter 83, Little Pepper. Pepper Potts in an abandoned alley. Yinsent vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to overcome the lingering dizziness from initiating the teleportation stance. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself skyward, soaring into the heavens. As he ascended to a height of 1,000 meters, flames erupted from his body, followed by a resounding boom as a white sonic boom cloud materialized above Manhattan. Simultaneously, not far from him, a small white jet plunged down towards Kennedy Airport, landing on the runway and taxiing towards Stark Industries' private helipad. Moments later, a scowling Colonel Rhodes emerged from the cabin of the stationary private jet, descending the boarding stairs and glaring at Tony Stark, who stood on the helipad. "I swear, one day your reckless behavior will land me in prison for murder." "Whatever," Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly, stepping forward. "Just remember, I did return on my own private jet alongside you." At this, Colonel Rhodes furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. "Actually, some people have already contacted me." "What on earth happened? Why did you return on their military aircraft? Was it because of that Superboy?" "Don't ask. Trust me, you don't want to know." Tony Stark turned away and said, "Let's go. Pepper has been waiting outside for ages." "I've been waiting for you." "You mean you've been waiting for your plane, right? Don't sweat the details." A moment later, outside Stark Industries' private helipad, Tony Stark patted Colonel Rhodes on the shoulder, signaling their parting as he walked towards a tall, slender blonde beauty. With a playful expression, he teasingly remarked, "Why are your eyes swollen? Did you shed a few tears for your long-lost boss?" "These are tears of joy." The blonde beauty, Pepper Potts, replied with a smile, her eyes glistening. Just as Tony felt a surge of emotion, she tilted her head and added, "I hate job hunting." Tony smirked, calling her by her full name. "Pepper Potts, your vacation is over." At that moment, a vintage luxury armored car came to a slow stop beside them. After both opened the car doors and settled into the back seat, a sunglasses-wearing, portly driver half-turned to ask, "Mr. Stark, welcome back." "Miss Potts, where to?" Pepper Potts closed the car door and leaned forward slightly, instructing, "Happy, please take us to the hospital." She then turned to Tony with a reproachful look, saying, "Tony, you must get a medical checkup." "Must I? Do I look like there's anything wrong with me?" Tony shook his head. "I was imprisoned for an entire month. There are only two things I want to do immediately. First, I want an American cheeseburger. Second, I want you to help me summon." "That's impossible," Pepper interrupted, rolling her eyes. "I am not helping you summon. It's not what you think," Tony calmly interjected. "While your idea is amusing and quite tempting, in fact, I need you to help me organize a press conference right away." "A press conference? Why, Hogan?" Tony shouted, Providing no further explanation, he turned to the driver and commanded, "Drive, first get me a cheeseburger." Happy Hogan, clearly aware of who was in charge, wasted no time in starting the car, driving slowly towards the airport exit. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a loud curse from Tony Stark, a half-eaten cheeseburger flew out of the rolled-down window, followed by a furious exclamation, "Damn that hairspray kid." If Captain America, who had yet to thaw, were to hear this, he would surely admonish, "Watch your language." Half an hour later, the unified voice of Tony Stark resonated across live channels of major television networks throughout America. "I did not get to see my father one last time. Recently, I've learned much about his past, and I can't help but wonder whether he, too, had doubts and conflicts regarding Stark Industries, much like I do now. I witnessed countless young Americans perish, their lives extinguished by weapons I created, intended to protect them. I have opened my eyes. I have awakened. I realize that what I can contribute to this world is far more than mere explosive devices. Therefore, I announce that I will shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Multinational Industries, effective immediately." As Tony Stark's declaration echoed, the media both in America and worldwide erupted in a frenzy. The news of an arms dealer renouncing the arms trade was not only dramatic but also explosive. A rarity that could be deemed a once-in-a-century event. Who wouldn't welcome such news? Oh, but those holding Stark Industries stocks would certainly disagree. Meanwhile, in a nondescript low-rise building in the remote suburbs south of Washington, D.C., events about to unfold would not be as welcomed. The seemingly ordinary low-rise building from the outside conceals a world of marvels within, equipped with an array of advanced facilities. Overall, it exudes a distinct aura reminiscent of a clandestine military base. In a room located at the heart of the facility, a comatose Chinese woman lies on the floor. She is none other than the missing Corinne. As the handcuffs are removed from her, a middle-aged Caucasian man, his chin adorned with stubble, gestures towards the unconscious Corinne and then towards a steel interrogation chair in the center of the room. He commands a young soldier clad in black tactical body armor, "Ensure she is seated in that chair. I will prepare the truth serum." "Yes, sir," the young soldier replies. Before the middle-aged man exits, he inquires, "Colonel Romlo, is it time for another sedative?" "Unnecessary," replies Brock Romlo, who, despite being over 50, remains robust and youthful. He waves his hand dismissively. "If she is given another sedative, we will have to wait several hours before administering the truth serum. With Saint Lei having returned home, we must expedite this task and eliminate her to prevent any complications." "Understood, sir." The young soldier respectfully watches Romlo leave the room before crouching down to unlock Corinne's handcuffs. As he prepares to drag her to the interrogation chair, he suddenly sees a delicate white hand rapidly enlarging in his vision. Instantly, an overwhelming and excruciating pain surges through his throat. The young soldier clutches his bleeding neck, unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide with horror. In the split second prior, the seemingly motionless Corinne suddenly opens her eyes and strikes him with a swift hand chop. A vivid splash of blood erupts before his eyes. Corinne, her face splattered with blood and bearing a fierce expression, seizes the young soldier's chin, stifling his silent cry for help. With her other hand gripping the back of his head, she twists her arms violently, snapping his neck and ending his suffering. "Where am I?" Corinne places the lifeless body on the floor, her gaze somewhat bewildered. Although she had awakened before Romlo and the soldier began their conversation, the scant content of their dialogue was insufficient to piece together the entirety of the situation. One thing was certain: these people deserved their fate, especially that bastard named Romlo. Corinne gritted her teeth silently, muttering to herself, "Dispose of me? I will ensure I never cross paths with you again. I need a weapon." With this thought, Corinne scavenges a half-foot-long military knife from the corpse beneath her, ignoring the soldier's rifle and pistol, of which she had no knowledge of firearm usage. She felt a strange sense of security with the knife in her hand, while her bare hands were already lethal in their own right. Her almost decade-long familiarity with a blade made her instinctively crave the feel of a weapon. At that moment, a brilliant red light flickers in the corridor outside the interrogation room, accompanied by the blaring sound of alarms. Corinne furrows her brow and scans the room, spotting a camera in one corner. "I cannot remain here and wait for my demise." With that thought, she dashes out the door. After just a few steps in the corridor, she encounters a soldier with chestnut hair, gripping a rifle. Upon noticing her, he immediately aims his weapon at her, his finger poised on the trigger. No time. Estimating the distance between herself and the soldier, Corinne suddenly halts, freezing in place. If one were to observe closely, they would see her expression frozen in this moment, appearing quite stiff. The next instant, a series of rapid gunfire echoes through the corridor. Judging from the soldier's shots, he is aiming for Corinne's legs, evidently under orders to shoot but not to kill. However, where he aimed was inconsequential. The bullet shot forth from his gun, unimpeded. piercing through Corinne and striking the wall behind her. As a look of confusion crossed his face, he suddenly perceived another figure beside him. Before he could turn to identify who it was, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, a knife, one that appeared quite familiar, pierced through his bulletproof vest and into his heart. Corinne forcefully pushed the deceased soldier aside, withdrawing the bloodied knife. Her expression soured, given her physical condition. She could only employ her signature move, the Phantom Fist, once in combat. If she forced herself to use it again without adequate rest, the consequences would be dire. Naturally, she was far from pleased to have exhausted her trump card so early. To make matters worse, as Corinne continued her advance, she found no windows along her path. Unfamiliar with the layout, she was soon cornered by a multitude of armed soldiers, trapped with no escape route, and pursuers closing in behind her. Corinne had never been one to concede easily. Even when aware of her dire predicament, her fighting spirit remained unbroken. She charged toward a room with an open door. But just before entering, she let out a pained gasp, stumbling slightly as she nearly fell. With a forceful slam, she shut the metallic door behind her and locked it. Glancing around, she realized she was in an office. She hobbled a couple of steps before knocking over a metal filing cabinet to block the entrance, then slid down against the wall to inspect her painfully injured leg. A bullet had lodged itself in her thigh, thankfully caught within the muscle and sparing her bones. With a swift motion, Corinne tore a strip from her shirt to hastily bandage the wound, then began to scrutinize the office for a means of escape. The only viable option appeared to be the ventilation duct in the ceiling. However, the louvered vent blocking the duct was clearly made of sturdy alloy and would not yield easily. Moreover, the soldiers pounding on the door would not afford her much time. Just as despair began to envelop Corinne, a deafening explosion resonated from outside, causing the wall against which she leaned to shudder violently. A bomb? The thought flashed through her mind, but as she observed the partially warped yet still intact metal door, she quickly dismissed the idea. Soon after, she heard the rapid gunfire outside, followed by a cacophony of chaotic sounds, screams, and cries of distress. What is happening out there? As confusion washed over her, Corinne stood against the wall, only to find that the tumult outside gradually subsided into an eerie silence. Knock, knock, knock. As Corinne began to feel a twinge of apprehension, a knock resounded from outside, followed by a voice that brought her immense reassurance. Corinne, it's me. It's safe outside now. Open the door. Before the words could fully register, a sharp, jarring sound echoed, and Corinne forcefully pushed aside the metal cabinet blocking the door, yanking open the deformed metal entrance to plunge into the arms of Isekai'd, who stood waiting just outside. It's okay. You're safe now, he reassured her, one arm wrapping around her waist while the other gently patted her back. After a brief moment of vulnerability, Corinne gently pushed him away, stepping back from his embrace. How did you know to come find me? I just returned to the country and had barely made it home. Before Isekai'd could finish his explanation, his pupils dilated in alarm as he caught sight of Corinne's blood-soaked thigh. He immediately crouched down to inspect the wound. You've been shot? It's nothing serious, Corinne replied, shaking her head as she placed her hands on his shoulders, offering him a comforting pat. It's not a vital area, and it hasn't hit the bone. It's not a penetrating wound. Isekai'd's brow furrowed. The bullet is still inside, isn't it? Without waiting for her response, he undid the makeshift bandage on her leg, revealing the wound's gaping opening. Without hesitation, Isekai'd raised his arm and slapped the back of the injury. Ah! Corinne cried out in pain as the metal bullet, along with a spray of blood, was expelled from her thigh, clattering to the ground. She inhaled sharply, then playfully swatted Isekai'd on the head. You jerk. You could have at least given me a heads up. Why make me anxious for no reason? Isekai'd, unfazed, replied matter-of-factly, then proceeded to rebandage Corinne's wound. He then hoisted her into his arms and placed her gently onto a chair in the office. In a chilling tone, he instructed, Stay here and wait for me. I will return after I've eliminated everyone in this building. Wait. You can't go. Corinne grabbed his arm, emphasizing her seriousness by using his full name. Isekai'd. I won't allow you to kill for me. Corinne, Isekai'd said, reaching out with his other hand to grasp her wrist, slowly but firmly moving her hand away. Trust me. This is not for you. It is something I must do. Whoever has harmed my family will face my wrath. With that, Isekai'd released Corinne's arm and, under her stunned gaze, turned and strode out of the office. Outside the door, a chaotic scene unfolded. With several bloodied corpses strewn about, those armed soldiers who had just cornered Corinne, all of whom shared a common fate, they had all felt the force of Isekai'd's fist. Some had even met their end from a kick. Through a gaping hole over 3 meters wide, brilliant sunlight flooded the corridor where Isekai'd stood. A result of his hasty and reckless escape, he had burst through, shielded by his fiery aura. Having traveled at supersonic speeds from New York, Isekai'd had exhausted more than half of his energy reserves. Upon reaching Washington, hundreds of kilometers away, He still retained about half of his energy after creating the breach and dispatching the soldiers, leaving him with roughly 40% of his strength. There were still about 20 remaining. Isekai'd scanned the area with his energy senses, noting that the remaining soldiers had congregated in another corner of the building. A cold smile crept across his face. Perfect. I'll take you all out at once. Once again engulfed in flames, Isekai'd propelled himself off the ground, initiating his aerial technique. Defying gravity, the recoil from his foot provided him with acceleration, launching him forward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, in the armory of this clandestine base, over 20 fully armed soldiers nervously aimed their weapons at the soul exit. Notably, 3 among them wielded rifles that appeared significantly bulkier and bore a distinctly high-tech design, indicating their elevated status among the group. One of them, a scruffy white man, was none other than Brock Rumlow, a die-hard Hydra agent loyal to the Red Skull, infamous for his moniker, Crossbones. It must be noted that the limitations of their own abilities severely hampered the imaginations of Crossbones and his compatriots, who said the only way to enter a large armory was through the existing exits. In mere seconds, Isekai'd had brutally carved out a new entrance for himself. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust billowed from the armory as steel rebar, shattered concrete, and heavy metal plates erupted from the hole Isekai'd had just created, enveloping much of the armory. In an instant, over a third of the soldiers were incapacitated, with several unfortunate souls either pierced through by sharp rebar or crushed beneath heavy slabs of concrete. The most tragic among them was a man who was nearly severed in half by a thick metal plate, yet still clung desperately to life. His blood-soaked arms gripping the embedded metal as he wailed in despair, his cries mingling with the others' agonized screams, creating a haunting symphony of suffering that sent chills down the spine. Isekai'd, the battle-hungry warrior, remained undeterred. The lamentations of the fallen only fueled the Saiyan genes within him to burn ever brighter. Chapter 8. The unstoppable Isekai'd opened fire. Open fire. Brock Rumlow, who had quickly taken cover, scrambled to his feet as he shouted orders while raising his high-tech rifle. In the next moment, a deep blue energy beam materialized amidst the chaotic barrage of bullets. If one overlooked its short and slender appearance, it bore a resemblance to Isekai'd's Kamehameha technique in his non-transformed state. However, in his transformed state, the energy emitted a golden hue. Energy weapon? Where did that come from? Isn't the Tesseract still in Antarctica? Isekai'd's expression shifted to one of mild surprise before realization dawned upon him. The soldiers before him were ostensibly agents of SHIELD, yet they were, in fact, infiltrating Hydra operatives. It was only natural that they possessed remnants of the Red Skull's technology, as he had produced a substantial number of energy cubes during World War II. Clearly, not all of those energy cubes had been destroyed. Attacking me with energy? Such Na'vi mortals. Isekai'd scoffed, his expression one of arrogance, with his fiery aura shielding him. He not only ignored the metal projectiles hurtling toward him, but also made no attempt to evade the oncoming energy beam. With a swift movement, he reached out to grasp it. In the next instant, to Rumlow's horror, the energy beam he had hoped would turn the tide vanished into Isekai'd's palm, not even causing a ripple, as if it had been absorbed entirely. His perception was not entirely incorrect. However, to be more precise, the energy beam was absorbed by the 5-star orb in Isekai'd's right hand. The Dragon Ball, in its stone form, has the ability to absorb any energy entity devoid of life characteristics, utilizing it to restore its wish-granting capabilities. Therefore, for Isekai'd, who is essentially a Dragon Ball, any purely energy-based attack is merely a gift. Before Langmulo could recover from his astonishment, Isekai'd had already transformed into a blur, darting through the expansive armory. Depending on his attack angles, bodies either soared into the air or skidded across the ground, creating a scene of breathtaking spectacle. To Langmulo, Isekai'd at this moment could only be described as invincible. The dense and lethal barrage of bullets was inconsequential to him, merely a backdrop. As each metallic projectile collided with him, they dissipated into shimmering golden dust, offering nothing more than a decorative flourish. Every punch, elbow strike, or kick he executed exacted a toll. Someone had to pay with their life. Even a simple charge from him was insurmountable, and within a mere minute, the once crowded armory was left with only 3 survivors, Langmulo and his 2 aides. Their survival hinged on their unique weaponry, not because Isekai'd was wary of their energy rifles, but because he surmised that their superior equipment indicated they were officials with some residual value to exploit. Realizing that their energy weapons were ineffective, and that only 2 of his men remained, Langmulo, recognizing the futility of resistance, sensibly discarded his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. One of his aides, however, less astute, panicked and fired a shot at Isekai'd as he halted his rapid movement. Advancing slowly toward them, Isekai'd let out a cold chuckle, casually raising his right arm to shield himself from the deep blue beam. After absorbing its energy, he nonchalantly delivered a downward slap to the shooter. A resounding thud echoed as a vivid crimson bloom erupted on the armory floor. The grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood marking the demise of the overconfident aide. Witnessing this, Langmulo's remaining aide was paralyzed with terror. Discarding his energy rifle and raising both arms in surrender, Yinsen approached and inquired, "Which of you is in charge?" At this, Langmulo's aide instinctively glanced at his superior. A barely noticeable motion that cost him his life. Yinsen kicked the aide aside, watching him crash into the metal wall, his body creating an abstract mural of blood and flesh. After admiring his handiwork for a moment, Yinsen turned his gaze to Langmulo. "It seems you are the leader. What is your name?" "Langmulo, Brock Langmulo," he replied, having prided himself on being ruthless for decades. Yet at this moment, he showed no defiance. After voluntarily disclosing his name, he added with a bitter smile, "Are you truly human? We endeavored to overestimate your strength, yet we still fell woefully short." Brock Langmulo. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Yinsen mused, tilting his head in thought, struggling to recall Langmulo's significance within Hydra, feeling increasingly vexed. Just as he contemplated dispatching the infamous Crossbones as an insignificant lackey, a piercing alarm blared in his ears. Yinsen grimaced, aware that his actions had triggered an alarm due to the gaping hole he had created in the building's exterior. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and pointed at Langmulo. "You are to remain still and silent." Langmulo nodded silently, easily imagining the consequences of disobedience given the surrounding corpses. "Hello? Coulson, triangulate my current location, and then..." Yinsen dialed Phil Coulson, communicating the situation in a calm tone before suddenly erupting with a roar. "Get over here immediately." On the other end, Coulson recoiled from the phone, nearly deafened, and stepped away to approach a desk where a young, handsome white man was seated. "Fitz, pinpoint the location of the number I'm calling from." Chapter 87, SHIELD. Hydra? Is it? Is it not? Within the Triskelion, one of SHIELD's headquarters, Coulson, wearing a cautious expression, confirmed that the line was no longer filled with high decibels before returning the phone to his ear. "Yinsen, what is happening? Determine my location before we continue this conversation." Yinsen retorted, disregarding Coulson's concerns as his gaze swept over Langmulo, opting to spare him for the time being to deliver him to SHIELD for interrogation. Previously, when Hydra had not provoked him, he was willing to turn a blind eye, allowing them to engage in their own conflicts with SHIELD. However, he now felt that if he did not thoroughly dismantle them, his own aspirations would remain unfulfilled. In a swift motion, Yinsen advanced and delivered a punch to Langmulo's head, rendering him unconscious before dragging him by the collar of his bulletproof vest toward the office of Corin 1. Seconds later, in a lobby within the Triskelion, Fitz abruptly stood from his desk. "Coulson, the phone number you asked me to trace has pinpointed a location at our secret branch in the southern suburbs. Moreover, just 10 minutes ago, numerous calls were made to 911 reporting an explosion. Strangely, however, our internal alarms have shown no signs of activity." Coulson's expression faltered, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and headed toward Nick Fury's office, sensing that this incident had escalated beyond his control. "I'm just a level 7 agent. Ever since encountering that bastard Yinsen, I've been embroiled in commander-level affairs," he lamented to the phone. "Yinsen, what on earth have you done? Why has there been an explosion at our branch? Was it truly an explosion? What have I done? Come see for yourself." Yinsen retorted with a mocking laugh, his voice taking on a warning tone. "Coulson, my patience is wearing thin. Do not test it. Also, ensure that all nearby police personnel are removed. If they provoke me, I cannot predict what I might do." With that, Yinsen abruptly hung up the phone, tightening his grip on Langmulo's hand and forcefully throwing him into Corin 1's office, following closely behind with purposeful strides. "Who is this?" Corin 1, just awakening, feigned unconsciousness and did not open her eyes. She heard Langmulo's voice but could not discern his appearance. Otherwise, she might have directly attacked him, still harboring resentment over his previous remarks about eliminating her. The leader of this group. As Saint did not deem it necessary to mention the name of Langlo, he casually explained briefly before striding towards Corin 1, extending an arm towards her. "Give me your hand." Without questioning the reason, Corin 1 grasped Saint's hand firmly, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions as she asked, "What about the others?" "They are all dead," Saint stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Activating his breath, he continued, "I will transfer some of my energy to you. This will significantly enhance your physical condition and expedite the healing of your wounds." Before his words could fully settle, Corin 1 felt an unusual sensation coursing through her arm and spreading to her chest. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her reaction for a moment, but eventually succumbed to a gentle acknowledgement, her expression betraying a hint of allure. Naturally, Saint felt a bit parched. And as he swallowed hard, he forcefully suppressed the unruly thoughts arising within him, dismissing any malicious intent towards the injured. After transferring a fraction of his energy, he ceased the transfer, as it already equated to the total amount of energy Corinne possessed. Any more might overwhelm her. This feeling. Corinne lifted her free arm, forming a small fist. I feel significantly stronger. That is merely your illusion, Saint retorted with a smirk. The energy within you is mine, beyond your control. It can only passively enhance your physique and will continually dissipate. At most, it can only last a few hours. Unwilling to accept this, Corinne tested it out, only to find it true, pouting in response, "You liar." Saint, perplexed, questioned how her improved sensations could translate into him deceiving her. "I was merely concerned for you." It was crucial to note that after transferring energy to Corinne, Saint was left with less than 10% of his own energy. If an enemy were to descend upon him at that moment, he might well find himself defeated. However, in his transformed state, Saint's sensory range extended to 38 kilometers, making any ambush nearly impossible, except for Lana Lancher, who could obscure her presence. After a moment of contemplation, Saint decided against engaging in a debate with Corinne, redirecting the conversations. "Were you ambushed by the Hydra? Otherwise, with your strength, you could have at least escaped." "Hydra?" Corinne raised an eyebrow, countering his question. "Aren't they affiliated with SHIELD? Their equipment is remarkably similar, and I just spotted the SHIELD emblem in the corridor. Whether it is or ISNT, it doesn't matter," Saint responded with a playful rhyme, waving his hand dismissively. "We can discuss that later. Let us focus on your situation. You're utterly ridiculous." Corinne playfully rolled her eyes, her mood significantly lightened. Describing her experience, she recounted, "There isn't much to say. Last night, while training at the dojo, several metallic discs suddenly slipped through the door. I didn't react in time. I only remember white mist erupting from those discs. And then everything went dark. When I awoke, I found myself here. By the way, I still don't know where this place is. Washington? ISNT, that's several hundred kilometers from New York? How did you find me?" "I utilized a teleportation technique. You may understand it as an advanced skill of breath sensing." "You can teleport?" "Not really. I struggle even with the initiation of the technique, and my head still aches." "Then why do you insist on pretending otherwise?" Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of New York, at the Stark Industries factory area adjacent to the highway, an elderly white man with a bald head and a ring of white beard, holding a cigar, inquired of the security personnel at the entrance, "Where is he?" "Inside." Upon hearing this, the elderly man produced a white access card from his impeccably tailored suit and swiped it at the entrance, which then opened automatically to reveal bulletproof glass doors. Inside, beneath the colossal arc reactor, stood a handsome middle-aged man with a small mustache, none other than Tony Stark, who had just publicly severed ties with the world. The elderly man strode towards him. "Tony, what do you want me to say?" "Obadiah." Tony Stark, gazing at the arc reactor, turned to face him. "If you're here to tell me I just installed a target on my head, spare me the lecture." "Your head?" Obadiah Stane, the second largest shareholder and CEO of Stark Industries, placed his hands on his hips. "What about mine? How much do you think our stock will drop?" "Optimistically, 40%. "You are indeed optimistic. It will be at least 50. "Tony, we are arms manufacturers. A military-industrial conglomerate that doesn't manufacture weapons? You're turning Stark Industries into a laughingstock." "Obadiah, I refuse to witness more corpses piling up due to the weapons we produce." "Tony, manufacturing weapons is our business. That is what we do. My name is on the building. What we do is determined by me." After a heated exchange, Tony Stark took a breath and softened his tone. "Obadiah, we have not done enough. We can do better." "We can." "Do what?" Obadiah interrupted, mocking him. "Not make weapons. Are you suggesting we start producing baby bottles?" Tony pondered for a moment before expressing his true thoughts. "I believe we should consider restarting the arc reactor project." "Come on, the arc reactor? That's just a publicity stunt." Obadiah gestured towards the arc reactor before them. "Tony, what a joke. We created this merely to silence a few critics. It is quite useful, but it has no economic viability. We knew this would lead to a dead end before we even started, didn't we? We haven't made any groundbreaking research advancements in 30 years. That is because..." Tony Stark raised his chin and emphasized, "I have not participated in this research." Obadiah fell silent, realizing Tony's reaction diverged from his expectations. He had anticipated that a few words would provoke Tony's pride to reveal a new breakthrough. "Obadiah, your poker face is dreadful." Tony shrugged, unveiling Obadiah's subtle probing. "Just say it. Who informed you? Who told me is irrelevant. Show me. Rhodey or Pepper? I want to see the actual item." "All right, it seems it was Rhodey." Tony concluded with certainty, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a miniature arc reactor, not a light bulb, but a reactor the size of a fist. Obadiah smirked silently, glancing around before personally buttoning Tony's shirt back up to conceal the small arc reactor. What was I saying? The arc reactor is quite. Before Tony could fully articulate the usefulness of the arc reactor, he suddenly froze. Before him, the towering arc reactor began to exhibit strange behavior. The electric arcs within the transparent casing flickered as if losing power, and then extinguished entirely. Obadiah blinked. Did you just say that thing was very useful? Tony Stark gazed incredulously at the colossal arc reactor, muttering a disbelieving this is impossible. Suddenly, a streak of light materialized above the reactor and hurtled directly towards him. Oh no. At that moment, Tony was not yet Iron Man. Upon confirming it was a beam of energy, he let out a shriek and ducked to the ground in a desperate roll. He then witnessed the beam veer and continue its relentless trajectory toward his chest. Closing his eyes tightly, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, resembling a frightened girl. When the white streak of light collided with the small arc reactor embedded in his chest, it inexplicably transformed from an intangible energy form into a tangible object. After a prolonged moment of waiting for the anticipated pain that never came, Tony cautiously opened one eye, only to discover a dull, gray spherical stone firmly affixed to his arc reactor. He tried to tug at it, realizing it was surprisingly steadfast. Despite exerting all his strength, the stone remained immovable. This defies logic. Just as he was about to enumerate the numerous physical laws this stone violated, the voice of his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, emanated from his pocket. Mr. Stark, please be advised that the energy within your arc reactor is depleting at an alarming rate. If this continues, it will be entirely exhausted within 3 hours. Please replace it promptly. Tony erupted with an expletive. The small arc reactor was undeniably his lifeline. Once its energy was depleted, the electromagnet within his chest would fail as well, leaving him mere moments from death. Faced with this imminent threat to his life, he disregarded the stunned Obadiah and, using his removed suit to shield his chest, bolted out of the factory like a whirlwind, racing towards his coastal mansion in New Jersey. Note, I am aware that according to the film's premise, his villa is located in Malibu, California, on the West Coast, while New York is on the East Coast, separated by thousands of kilometers. It is impossible for Iron Man to fly there in approximately 10 minutes. The filmmakers, perhaps out of respect for the villa's actual owner, chose not to adhere to this geographic inconsistency. Chapter 89, The Tesseract Energy Cube. While Tony Stark sped towards survival, Phil Coulson was also racing to Washington, urgently driving to a nearby location. In contrast to Tony, his speed could be described as reckless. With the secret division in the southern suburbs completely out of touch, and with SHIELD unable to effectively communicate with Agent Coulson, he was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. The phrase anxious beyond description scarcely encapsulated his current state. He drove his car, Lola, at breakneck speed from Triskelion. In the passenger seat of Lola sat Coulson's trusted partner, Melinda May. It is worth noting that while they soared through the sky in their convertible, her composure rivaled that of Agent Coulson. Although unlike him, she was not afraid of heights. Once they neared the city's outskirts, Coulson descended from the sky to the ground. Upon arriving at the secret division, a multitude of SHIELD agents had already established a perimeter around the building. Given that Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States, SHIELD certainly had more than one division. Shortly after Coulson received a call from Nick Fury, assistance had arrived to control the situation. Though these agents lacked the clearance to engage with Fury, a level 10 operative, although, theoretically, Coulson and Melinda May also fell short of the required clearance, they were among the first to engage with Fury. Additionally, they were the only 2 level 10 agents in SHIELD, one being the director, who couldn't be everywhere at once, and the other being exceedingly busy, particularly given the tense relationship with Fury. Upon entering the secret base, Coulson quickly discovered a corpse around a corner. After inspecting the body, he remarked to Melinda, a knife plunged into the heart. This does not resemble Fury's handiwork. His methods are not so refined. Upon hearing this, Melinda, still lacking information about the events that transpired in the cave in Afghanistan, expressed a hint of confusion. Has Fury ever killed anyone? I wasn't aware of that. Coulson stood up, gesturing for her to follow, proceeding forward without elaborating. When they arrived at the large hole in the outer wall caused by Fury, Melinda squinted her eyes, her right hand instinctively moving to her holstered weapon on her thigh. May, let us not forget our mission. Coulson raised his arm, forming a fist in a gesture of restraint, halting Melinda's impulse to draw her firearm. Observing the blood-stained corridor littered with bodies, he murmured, "This is undoubtedly the work of Fury." Just then, Fury's voice resonated from the office ahead. "Come in." Coulson took a deep breath, attempting to quell his rising anxiety. However, The overwhelming sin of blood did little to aid his composure. As he stepped into the office, upon seeing the injured Agent Coulson, the first thought that crossed his mind was that the director had deceived him. He had indeed taken action against Coulson. However, he quickly dismissed this flawed theory, and in the blink of an eye, his thoughts spiraled, leading him to utter, "Trust me, Fury. This incident is absolutely not by our directive." "I know." Fury nodded, his once boiling blood from the battle now beginning to cool, his temper subsiding. His tone was so calm that it left Coulson astonished. "The agents who attacked Coulson have no connection to you or Hawkeye." At these words, Coulson, who had just begun to relax, was soon startled by Fury's shocking revelation, because they are not SHIELD agents at all. They are Hydra operatives infiltrating your organization. Melinda stepped forward, interjecting, "That cannot be. Hydra was eradicated decades ago." Fury shot her a glance, his expression one of disdain for her ignorance, before turning away and mimicking a grabbing motion. An energy rifle he had previously confiscated levitated from the desk, soaring toward Fury, who caught it effortlessly. He tossed the energy rifle to Coulson. "Do you recognize what this is?" Coulson had a vague idea, though he struggled to believe it. Fury, annoyed by his disbelief, snatched the energy rifle back, crushing the magazine casing to reveal a deep blue energy cube within. "You should recognize this, right? The Tesseract energy cube." As a fervent admirer of Captain America, Coulson certainly recognized the Tesseract. He pressed his earpiece, addressing Nick Fury, who was far away in Triskelion. "Director, do you see this?" "I see it." Nick Fury sat in his office, gazing at the computer screen displaying images transmitted from the camera device carried by Coulson. With a grim expression, he spoke. "It seems that Instinct has left behind a captive. Let me see who it is." Coulson instinctively nodded, looking at Instinct and inquiring if it was permissible. After receiving a gesture of acquiescence, he crouched down, turning the unconscious Brock Rumlow onto his back. Brock Rumlow. Nick Fury clenched his jaw, recognizing the captain of the SHIELD Rapid Response Special Forces, and commanded, "Coulson, bring me over. I wish to converse with Instinct." "Just a moment." Coulson pulled out his phone, tapped the screen twice, and positioned his arm as a support in front of Instinct before stating, "All set." Nick Fury's stern visage appeared on the phone screen, and his voice followed, resonating through the device. "Instinct, the mere possession of a cubic energy block is insufficient to substantiate their identity. If you have acquired any further intelligence, divulge it to me immediately. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to interpret your actions as an attack on SHIELD division, resulting in the demise of our agents." Chapter 90. Reach into my body. The One-Eyed Man. In response to Nick Fury's questioning and veiled threats, Instinct displayed a cold smirk. Baring his teeth, take a moment to carefully consider your choice of words in the next minute. "Indeed, I have no desire to wage war against SHIELD. But as adults, we must acknowledge a certain truth. Often, what one must do bears no relation to what one wishes." Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, embodying the spirit of a man capable of both yielding and enduring. In truth, it was not solely Instinct who wished to avoid conflict. Recognizing that Instinct's resolve was more steadfast than his own, he softened his approach. "Instinct, this situation has escalated too far. The unprovoked deaths of over a dozen agents cannot be overlooked, even for a director such as myself. You must provide me with something tangible. After all this commotion, do you not simply wish to take him away?" Instinct gestured at the unconscious Brock Rumlow, disdainfully remarking, "One-Eyed Man, your paranoia is excessive. My intention in leaving him here is not to negotiate with you. You are welcome to take him for interrogation and in the future. When you intend to deal with Hydra, I would willingly assist you." With that, Instinct paused, correcting Nick Fury's misapprehension. "Moreover, you have erred in your count. Aside from this live captive I have left, there are a total of 38 deceased, not merely a dozen." Nick Fury fell silent once more. The chilling nonchalance with which Instinct spoke of the dead sent shivers down his spine. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Have you not considered that, aside from the mastermind, those soldiers may be innocent?" "Huh." Instinct retorted mockingly. "Since when did kidnapping women become synonymous with innocence? They were merely following orders. They had no choice." "Ha." Instinct scoffed again. "One-Eyed Man, are you evading reality? Do you truly believe that within SHIELD, there are only a few Hydra agents? Let me ask you, if you were planning to covertly target my family, would you dare employ anyone who isn't one of your trusted confidants?" Nick Fury pondered for a moment, his gaze piercing as it crossed the screen. "Are you suggesting that Hydra has infiltrated SHIELD from the ground up?" "That is for you to ascertain." Instinct returned, equally sharp in his gaze. "You had best investigate swiftly. If Hydra continues its insubordination and I cannot distinguish them from SHIELD, believe me, my loyalty to your agency is not as profound as you might think. Such an occurrence will not transpire, Nick Fury assured without hesitation, at the very least. It cannot happen under my watch. It is best this way. If not for necessity, I too would prefer to avoid collateral damage. I am curious. Why do you not suspect that I am Hydra? Are you? Not at all. See, I trust you already, one-eyed man. One should not harbor excessive suspicion. The most fundamental trust between individuals can be remarkably simple. 2 hours later, across the Hudson River in New Jersey, at Tony Stark's coastal villa. In the living room on the ground floor, Pepper Potts sat before a coffee table, engrossed in a series of news articles on her laptop. While Tony Stark, the chairman and CEO, could whimsically ignore such matters, she, as his assistant, could not afford to remain uninformed. Pepper. Tony Stark's voice suddenly resonated from the flat personal communication terminal on the redwood coffee table. How big are your hands? What? How big are your hands? Pepper. Initially taken aback, confirmed she had not misheard, yet felt bewildered. I don't understand why you're asking me this. Come down. I need you. Suppressing her internal criticism of her rather unreliable boss, Pepper set aside her laptop, descended the stairs, and approached the studio on the lower level of the villa. After entering the security code at the door, she pushed it open to find Tony Stark reclined on a leather chaise lounge, bare-chested, with a circle of bright white light emanating from the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. Above the reactor lay a fist-sized gray stone. Tony Stark casually greeted her, raising one arm and gesturing with his fingers. Show me your hands. Let me see. Pepper mimicked the action, raising her arms and lifting her hands above her shoulders. Observing her, Tony Stark responded with satisfaction. What delicate little hands you have, quite fitting. With that, Tony Stark picked up another brand new, seemingly exquisite miniature arc reactor, declaring, I need you to assist me with the task. Pepper stepped closer, glancing at the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Is this what sustains your life? Why is there a stone resting on it? Tony Stark, unwilling to admit his own confusion, brushed aside the question and raised the new reactor in hand. Getting to the point, this modified version is what will preserve my life in the days to come. However, I encountered a slight issue during the replacement. A slight issue? What do you mean? Nothing serious, but there's an exposed wire beneath this device, and it's causing a bit of a short circuit. As he spoke, Tony Stark grasped the gray stone in his chest, delicately twisting it along with the reactor, gently extracting the entire assembly. With a firm pull, he disconnected the power line from the electromagnetic base and handed it to Pepper Potts. Place this on the table over there. It is no longer of concern. Pepper took the reactor, still attached to the gray stone, and placed it on the adjacent table. She then looked at the circular hole revealed in Tony's chest after removing the reactor, feeling utterly at a loss. What do you want me to do? I need you to reach into my body and gently extract that exposed wire. Pepper Potts displayed an expression of profound trepidation. Is this safe? Yes, it should be fine. As long as you avoid letting the wire touch the base. The base? The alloy cylinder embedded in my chest. Chapter 91. Let us do this again. Pepper Potts glanced once more into the gaping hole in Tony Stark's chest. An unsettling chill creeping into her heart as her expression grew increasingly conflicted. I still don't quite understand. Don't overthink it. Just gently extract the wires, Tony urged. Gritting her teeth, Pepper tentatively extended her hand toward the cavity in Tony's chest. As her fingertips grazed the opening, she recoiled as if struck by a jolt of electricity, gasping sharply and shivering with goosebumps. I don't think I can do this. I lack the capability. No. You are the most capable, responsible, and trustworthy person I know. You can do this, Tony insisted. Pepper stared at him in disbelief, thinking that under different circumstances, she would have relished such praise. Am I asking too much? I truly need your help right now. Realizing she had no alternative, she reluctantly agreed, gritting her teeth while inhaling sharply, and extending her trembling arm into the circular cavity at the center of Tony's chest. As she delved deeper, a slimy texture met her fingertips, prompting a nearly tearful expression to cross her face. Her voice became sharp with distress. It's oozing. That's not pus, Tony quickly clarified. It's cytoplasm, released from the device. Not from my body. The smell is overwhelming. That's beside the point. The wires. Do you feel the wire yet? Oh, I found it. Good. Be careful not to let it touch. With a crackle of electricity, Tony screamed in agony, hurriedly adding, don't touch the edges of the base. Now, gently pull the wire out, but be cautious not to yank the magnet as well. Wonderful, you've pulled out the magnet too. It was rare for Tony to find humor in such dire circumstances, but the absence of the magnet caused tiny metallic fragments in his bloodstream to rush toward his heart, triggering the life sign monitoring device to blare alarming warnings. Hearing the sirens, Pepper realized she had made a grave mistake, feeling utterly lost. Oh my God, what should I do? Do not put the magnet back. Okay. Pepper obediently turned and placed the magnet, still attached to the wire, on a nearby table. Returning her gaze to Tony's visibly distressed face, she asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing serious. Just that my heart is on the verge of stopping because you pulled out." "What? You said this was safe. We need to hurry." Tony, ignoring the urgency in his voice, thrust a brand new miniature arc reactor into Pepper's hands. "Take this and replace it quickly. Move." Pepper took the arc reactor, her expression earnest as she attempted to reassure Tony. "Tony, you'll be fine. I will manage this. It will be all right." Tony, filled with anxiety, tried to interject several times but was unable to do so, finally gesturing with exasperation as Pepper continued. "You need to connect this to the base. Be careful not to, After another prolonged scream, Tony, now equipped with a new reactor and electromagnet, regained his color. The moment his life was secured, he immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor. That wasn't difficult at all, was it? Quite entertaining, don't you think? Pepper, drenched in cold sweat and panting heavily, hoarsely asked, "Are you all right now?" "Of course. I feel fantastic. And you?" Observing Pepper's disheveled state, Tony couldn't suppress a chuckle, erupting into laughter. Pepper, catching his mirth, managed a strained smile. Please don't ever ask me to do that again." "Never." Tony, reclining with a shrug, replied, "But you're my only option." Pepper stared at him in silence for a moment before abruptly turning away, picking up the old arc reactor from the table. "Tony, how do I wait? Why can't I remove this stone?" Tony leaped from his recliner, taking the old arc reactor, which was still adorned with the gray stone. "This is what I need to figure out next." "So, I'm not needed here, Mr. Stark?" "No, nothing else, Miss Potts." After watching Pepper ascend the stairs, Tony examined the gray stone in his hand. "Let us see what you truly are." 10 minutes later, the arc reactor Tony had replaced had depleted all its energy. And the gray spherical stone he had studied for hours had indeed detached, but it now clung to his newly installed arc reactor. Shortly thereafter, Tony's voice echoed from the personal communication terminal on the coffee table in the living room. Pepper, we need to do this again." "What do you mean? Do it again?" "You know, just like before. Come down. I need you. This time, there's no need to search for wires. It's really quite simple. Pepper, you're my only option." Meanwhile, Laura, who had just been with Coulson, returned to Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, emerging from Colleen Wing's bedroom, muttering to herself. "Which fool decided to attack a stone? Is he out of his mind?" Just moments earlier, while tending to Colleen's wounds with pristine white bandages, he had suddenly felt a profound stirring on a soul level. Though unfamiliar, it quickly became clear to him that someone was attacking the Dragon Ball. Chapter 92. Have you ever seen a stone? Was it merely an accident? Glancing at the tattoo on the back of his right hand, he noted that the once nearly 60% filled golden design had now dwindled to below half. He dismissed this theory. No, the energy has significantly decreased. Although it is stabilized now, it was undoubtedly subjected to relentless physical attacks. In its stone form, the Dragon Ball could absorb any energy devoid of life signatures, meaning it would primarily sustain damage from physical impacts. "I must investigate this." He furrowed his brow, not overly worried, knowing the Dragon Ball would expend energy to heal itself even if damaged. Even if it were to be shattered from energy depletion, it could still restore itself once energy from other Dragon Balls was absorbed. The dilemma lay in the fact that if the energy was exhausted, how could he make a wish? After calling Lorna Lane, he returned to Colleen's room, addressing her as she rested. "Colleen, I need to step out for a moment. Lorna will be here shortly. If you need anything, let her assist you, and try to limit your movements." "What do you need to tell Lorna?" "I can manage on my own. Don't be stubborn. The less you move, the quicker your wound will heal." "Seriously, have you considered how I'll explain this to her?" "Just tell her the truth. Get lost." "All right." After leaving the martial arts dojo in Corinne, Vincent sought refuge in a deserted alleyway. Unleashing his full Saiyan power and transforming into his golden form, soaring towards the Stark Industries facility adjacent to the highway. Until the Dragon Balls were fully charged with energy, he could not sense the locations of the other Dragon Balls. His intent to take a look was merely to check on the one he had previously sent. If he discovered that the issue did not lie with the Dragon Ball on the giant arc reactor, he would have to resign himself to fate. 20 minutes later, Vincent arrived above the massive arc reactor, his expression one of astonishment as he focused on the now-dimmed colossal bulb. Had it truly been drained by the Dragon Ball? The reactor below was so enormous that he had not previously considered that this object, unlike the Infinity Stones, had a finite amount of energy. It seemed highly likely that this was the source of the problem. Vincent continued to fly forward, hovering directly above the vast skylight. Peering through the glass, he confirmed that the gray stone, which had been situated atop the arc reactor, was indeed missing. Thus, the great bulb had suddenly extinguished, prompting someone to come and inspect, only to discover the state of the Dragon Ball. Wait a moment. As Vincent pieced together the situation, he abruptly realized that the individual conducting the inspection was likely Tony Stark, whose chest bore a smaller bulb. The Dragon Ball in its stone state would naturally gravitate towards a high-energy source. Combining this characteristic with his deductions, Vincent surmised most of the events accurately. The only oversight being that he could not have anticipated that when the giant arc reactor was drained by the Dragon Ball, Tony Stark happened to be standing directly beneath it. So, the Dragon Ball is in Tony Stark's possession? The thought of the energy wasted from the Dragon Balls made Vincent grimace. Why was Stark meddling with his Dragon Balls instead of focusing on building his Iron Man suit? This was unacceptable. For the successful emergence of Iron Man, he must reclaim the Dragon Ball. With a resolute expression, Vincent flew straight towards the coastline of New Jersey, not truly concerned that Stark, given his nature, would stubbornly continue to pursue the Dragon Balls, regardless of whether Tony Stark had become Iron Man or not. His aura was that of an ordinary human, making it exceedingly difficult for Vincent to locate him amidst the crowd. Fortunately, Stark's coastal villa was not only sparsely populated, but also highly recognizable. After more than half an hour, Vincent located Tony Stark's luxurious mansion. Descending from the sky and landing on the villa's balcony, he rapped on the glass door before him. Inside the living room, Pepper Potts, who was conversing with Tony Stark, suddenly widened her eyes, pointing behind Stark with a gasp. Tony Stark turned to glance at Vincent, then asked Pepper Potts, "Do you know this kid? He was quite the sensation a while ago. His face was all over the news." "You must have missed it while abroad," Pepper explained before looking at Stark. "Aren't you going to let him in?" "I'd prefer not to," Stark replied with a smirk, "but I also don't want to see shattered glass everywhere." "Jarvis, grant him temporary access." "Understood, Mr. Stark." With Jarvis's distinct electronic voice echoing in the living room, the two glass doors before Vincent automatically slid open, welcoming him inside. "Ah, Bulb Man, your bulb shines even brighter," Vincent greeted, clearly irking Stark, who retorted with a scowl. "What do you want, hair gel kid? Is this really how you welcome your savior?" Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts displayed a look of surprise. "Tony, did Golden Boy save you?" "He found me," Stark replied, unwilling to concede the point. He turned to Vincent, saying, clearly, for a freak like him, finding me is hardly a challenge. Believe me, with that weak energy of yours, it would indeed be quite a task to locate you. Vincent thought, but merely said, "Bulb Man, you have broken my heart. To protect you, I killed 3 or 4 dozen people and almost acquired PTSD. Are you serious? When you were killing, you seemed to enjoy it, you sick psychopath." Stark shot back impatiently. "Hair gel kid, spare me the theatrics," Stark said, interrupting Vincent's banter. "What exactly do you want?" Scanning the living room and failing to find his Dragon Ball, Vincent shrugged and replied, "Bulb Man, I've misplaced a spherical gray stone. You wouldn't happen to have seen it, would you?" Chapter 93, Magic is Unknown Science, is it you? Upon hearing Vincent's inquiry, Stark's eyes widened. "The person who illegally infiltrated our factory over a month ago was you." "It was me," Vincent admitted straightforwardly. Denying such an obvious deduction would be an insult to Stark's intelligence. After a nod, he confidently explained, "I merely left the stone there to recharge. I never anticipated your device would be so ineffective." Stark scoffed coldly, "Do you have any idea how much that device of yours costs? Let me give you a hint. It's measured in hundreds of millions." "I have no idea," Vincent shrugged again, "but it probably isn't worth more than your life, Bulb Man." Stark raised an eyebrow. "Are you threatening me, hair gel kid?" Vincent shot Stark an incredulous look. The lengths he would go to deny someone saved his life were outrageous. After a moment's thought, Vincent rephrased, "Let us consider this even, shall we?" "Deal." Stark's quick agreement made Vincent reconsider whether he had set his price too low. At that moment, Pepper Potts, who had been waiting for her chance to speak, extended her right hand towards Vincent. "Hello, I'm Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts." Coughing slightly, Vincent almost instinctively introduced himself, but instead awkwardly shook her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Potts." "An inch?" Pepper blinked in confusion, unable to decipher his truncated name. Yet she guessed that this young superhero had almost revealed his name. This guy is amusing, Pepper thought, suppressing a laugh and replying earnestly. "It's an honor to meet you as well. Enough already, hair gel kid. Are you finished?" Stark interrupted, his tone reflecting a peculiar mix of annoyance and curiosity. He then looked at Pepper Potts. "Miss Potts, might I remind you that it is working hours?" Pepper shot her boss an exasperated glance but responded politely, "I'll get back to work now, Mr. Stark." After acknowledging her with a few casual words, Stark turned his attention back to Vincent, abruptly asking, "So, what exactly was that stone?" When the topic of Dragon Ball arose, Tony Stark instantly adopted a scholarly demeanor. Without waiting for Saint to respond, he continued. It not only does not belong to any known element, but it can also freely transform between energy and matter. The methods by which it stores energy are truly astonishing. I cannot detect the immense energy contained within it using any existing technology. Moreover, it possesses remarkable memory characteristics. No matter how I shatter or slice it, it will automatically restore itself within mere seconds. Stop. Upon hearing the term element, Saint felt acutely aware of his own scientific knowledge and inadequacies. By the time he grasped half of what was being said, he was utterly bewildered. After calling for a halt, he raised an arm, summoning a golden flame in his palm. Lightbulb hero, do you understand what this is? Not at all. Tony Stark pragmatically shook his head and added, however, if you are willing to cooperate with my research for a while, I assure you, don't dream. Saint dismissed him with a scoff. Lightbulb hero, you're mistaken. Neither my energy nor that stone can be comprehended through scientific means, as they are inherently unscientific. My advice is to focus on your own areas of expertise. You are mistaken. Tony Stark remained unfazed. Magic is merely science that is yet to be understood, and your so-called energy is no different. Saint rolled his eyes, knowing he could not persuade this obstinate individual. Growing weary of the conversation, he extended a hand. Where's my stone? Hand it over. Tony Stark displayed a reluctant expression and tentatively requested, could you lend it to me for 10 days or so? Absolutely not. Saint flatly rejected him, incredulous at the suggestion. In just 3 days, you could ruin my Dragon Ball. I'll pay rent. No rental. 10 million a day. Saint, with a pained expression, struggled to utter 2 words. No rental. TSK. Tony Stark grimaced and turned toward the stairs. Follow me. That stone is in my workshop. Saint descended the stairs behind him and soon beheld his Dragon Ball affixed to a brand new arc reactor, identical to the one embedded in Tony Stark's chest. After Tony handed over the stone along with the reactor, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. You can take the stone, but you must leave the device. As it belongs to me. Saint, unfazed, agreed without hesitation and promptly crushed the arc reactor attached to the stone. Tony Stark screamed, reaching out in an attempt to stop him. His concern was not for the pristine arc reactor, but rather the impending reality that the gray stone would once again adhere to his chest, with no spare to replace it. While creating a new one was not particularly challenging for him, the process of replacement was cumbersome. He felt that if he had to endure this once more, even his declaration to Pepper that she was his only love would likely lose its significance. However, Saint's speed was far beyond what Tony Stark, an inexperienced fighter, could match. As the arc reactor was destroyed, the Dragon Ball transformed into a streak of light. Tony Stark was now in a state of utter dismay. Witnessing the streak of light enveloped by the rising golden flames, swirling into a luminous sphere that obediently settled in the palm of Saint's hand. Chapter 94. Hawkeye. Clint Barton, what are you shouting about? Saint cast a disdainful glance at Tony Stark. You don't think I could control my own possession like you, do you? Tony Stark defiantly shot back. Who says I can't control it? Saint cut him off with a cold laugh, turning to head for the stairs, leaving Tony with a parting remark. I'm leaving. See you another day, Lightbulb hero. Wait. Tony hastily followed, his gaze fixed on the glowing sphere in Saint's hand. Let me analyze this energy sphere. It won't take long. I just need to record the data. Not happening. Consider it a debt owed to you. At this, Saint paused, contemplating briefly before pointing at the flame in his hand. Even if I agree, I doubt you could manage it. Don't be misled by the sphere's present docility. Once I release the energy binding it, it will instinctively fly toward the nearest high-energy source, which is that light in your chest. Let me be frank. Unless you shatter that light, I cannot retrieve it. That isn't an issue. I can measure it alongside your energy. Lightbulb hero, from where does your confidence stem? To presume I would allow you to analyze my energy? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Saint silently scoffed, inwardly musing. If you were to comprehend the precise characteristics of my energy, your mark, I would undoubtedly become the anti-gold armor. This is non-negotiable. If you can control that sphere and promise to owe me one, I might allow you a few minutes' use. Otherwise, forget it. Tony Stark could never concede defeat. Stroking his chin in a contemplative pose, let me think. Goodbye. Meanwhile, at SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury, with his back to the office door, turned from the glass window to face Phil Coulson, who had just returned to headquarters. How did things go over there? Externally, there was an incident in the laboratory. Coulson provided a brief report. Internally, our covert division was attacked by unidentified assailants, resulting in the complete loss of personnel. For this reason, we have recalled Black Widow and Hawkeye. What about the fallen agents? Specialists are already handling that. Rainlow? That has been entrusted to Melinda May. Before you personally contact her, even I do not know her whereabouts. Good. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction, gesturing toward the office sofa. Take a seat. Romanoff and Barton have also arrived. As Coulson settled down, the door swung open, and Natasha Romanoff's voice resonated in the office. Fury, who is it? That's a question worth $1 million. Nick Fury stepped forward, taking a seat on the sofa opposite Coulson. Hold on. Let Coulson brief you. In English. You and you all are the same word. Coulson mistakenly believed Fury was referring only to Black Widow and politely stood to greet her, Agent Romanoff. Black Widow approached, nodding in acknowledgement, keeping it brief, Agent Coulson. After a moment, having absorbed Coulson's intelligence, Black Widow voiced her opinion, since Raimlo has not yet been interrogated. Why are we gathered here? Nate. Just then, a fourth voice unexpectedly chimed in. You were getting impatient. Clinton Francis Barton. Hawkeye. Coulson exclaimed, startled. Turning to the corner of the office where Hawkeye leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his entrance a mystery that puzzled Coulson. When did he come in? As one of the least conspicuous superheroes in the future Avengers, Hawkeye possesses the superpower of being easily overlooked. Although it may sound like a joke, indeed, it does seem like one. Hawkeye, as a marksman who never misses his target, embodies a rather formidable talent in his inherently low profile. Clint, known as the Black Widow, called out to Hawkeye, shrugging her shoulders. I'm not like you. You wouldn't block. Patience has never been my strong suit. With that, they ceased their casual banter. At that moment, Nick Fury rose from the sofa and began assigning tasks to his most trusted agents. It's time to get to work, Romanoff. You and I will interrogate Rumlow. Barton, I have a list on my desk. Keep your eyes peeled and stay focused on them. Coulson, there's an address on my desk. Hill is waiting for you there. Agents of SHIELD, move out. An hour later, as the most elite operatives of SHIELD quietly commenced their covert operations, Strange returned to Hell's Kitchen in New York. On the way, the Dragon Balls, which had already regained their physical form, transformed back into energy form as Strange approached within 7 kilometers of his restaurant. This time, however, he was prepared. The flowing energy of the Dragon Balls could not break free from the aura he had wrapped around his palm, thus obediently remaining as a glowing orb in his hand. Upon landing in an unoccupied alley, Strange reverted to his original form, covering the conspicuous Dragon Balls and the glowing energy in his palm with his discarded coat. Entering his restaurant through the back door in a rather discreet manner and making his way directly to the basement. After closing the basement door, Strange released his hold on the Dragon Balls, and the white light instantly transformed into a stream of luminescence, slipping into a wooden box nestled in the corner of the basement, which rendered all material as insubstantial. Strange's method of concealment has always been straightforward and unrefined. The 3 cubic energy blocks he had previously seized from Hydra in Washington were stored in this nondescript box. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if these 3 energy blocks would suffice. He swept his arm across the top layer of old items in the box, revealing the Dragon Balls stuck to the 3 energy cubes below. He muttered to himself, calculating that massive arc reactor charged the Dragon Balls completely once, plus more than half. This means I still need 1/3 of the arc reactor's total energy to restore the Dragon Ball's wishing capabilities. Chapter 95, Energy Crisis? This global issue demands our attention. Glancing at the 3 translucent azure energy cubes, Strange felt a twinge of uncertainty. While these were crafted from the infinite stone's boundless energy, it was hard for him to believe that merely these 3 small items could restore the Dragon Balls, which were already half-charged. Wasn't Tony Stark's ascension to energy magnate a consequence of his invention of a new element? Strange found himself reluctantly considering Stark Industries. After all, he certainly wouldn't be constructing another massive arc reactor anytime soon. Palladium is exceedingly costly, and while Stark may be reckless, he would never engage in a losing venture. Nuclear power plants? A perilous thought crept into Strange's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Unlike the cold fusion of the arc reactor, conventional nuclear reactors rely on hot fusion, where even the slightest miscalculation could yield a catastrophic nuclear explosion. While Strange could be ruthless in battle, he could never condone such reckless disregard for human life. What to do then? Frustration prompted him to scratch the back of his head. He had considered the cosmic cube located in the Arctic, but the Dragon Balls could only autonomously fly towards an energy source within a mere 7 kilometers. If luck was not on his side, he might have to search for an eternity in the frigid wilderness. Moreover, even if he located the cosmic cube, there was the risk of awakening Captain America, who had been trapped in ice for a century. If something went awry during the thaw, he could be the one to inadvertently cause the captain's demise. He absolutely refused to bear that burden. As for the time stone, the Eye of Agamotto, the mere thought of the Sorcerer Supreme, who bore a striking resemblance to his own name, made Strange retreat inwardly, resolutely conceding. Let us leave it at that for now. Disorganized, he rummaged through the old items in the box, covering the Dragon Balls and energy cubes beneath them. Clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps these 3 energy cubes would be sufficient. Leaving the basement, Strange exited his restaurant and headed straight to Colleen Wing's dojo. Since the day he departed for Afghanistan, he had not had a moment of proper rest. At that moment, all he desired was to embrace warmth and sleep soundly. Moments later, as Strange entered Colleen's bedroom, he was taken aback to find that someone had beaten him to it. On the expansive bed lay Lorna Dane, whom he had personally called, entangled with Colleen Wing, both soundly asleep. This was hardly normal. Strange's expression reflected a tumult of emotions. Contemplating the 2 lovely figures on the bed, he felt an urge to join them, but it remained merely an urge. Forget it. I'll head home to wash up and sleep. The following day, Strange cast aside the events of the past 72 hours and opened the restaurant door. Resuming his small business, he was a man of practicality, well aware that life is simply life. And even if one day he reached a level of power capable of exploding stars, he would never forget his roots. Before lunchtime, Colleen, the restaurant's proprietor, arrived punctually. Despite Strange having advised her to rest another day earlier that morning while he infused her with energy. Accompanying her was Lorna, who ignited a surge of frustration within Strange. He had intended to practice in the morning with Colleen, only to find that Lorna had decided to linger in bed. Surely, this was a deliberate act, with unfulfilled desires. Strange shot a piercing glare at Lorna, whose averted gaze confirmed his suspicion of her guilt. Yet, he remained uncertain about the root of her discomfort. Was it due to the male or the female? Peter Parker arrived earlier than usual that day and, upon spotting Strange, immediately inquired, "Boss, did you save Mr. Stark?" Strange silently nodded. He had barely returned from overseas when Tony Stark had also returned at the same time. While most might chalk it up to coincidence, Peter, aware of Strange's true identity, certainly did not view it as such, although Strange considered lying to be insignificant. He found it mentally taxing. In circumstances where there was no need for deceit, why would one resort to it? Unbeknownst to himself, after an explosive surge in power, the character of Yinsent had gradually developed a rather unfortunate habit, relying excessively on brute strength while neglecting intellectual effort. In truth, Yinsent was not an isolated case. Take, for instance, the embodiment of physical prowess, Thor. This paragon of strength, who has long resided atop the pyramid of power, can be described as straightforward in character, albeit with a hint of folly. Yet, it is not that he lacks intellect. Rather, he has spent over a millennium cultivating a habit of eschewing cerebral engagement. Upon acknowledging Peter Parker's conjecture, Yinsent politely declined Corinne's offer to assist, citing his status as an injured party, and took it upon himself to prepare meals for everyone. Unbeknownst to Corinne, as Yinsent stepped into the kitchen in her stead, Lorna and Peter simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. After a lively family dinner, the first outsider to enter Lee's Chinese restaurant was none other than Jessica Jones, a newly minted regular at the establishment. "Don't you ever tire of eating barbecued meat daily?" Yinsent inquired, approaching her with that very thought in mind. "Jones, are you having barbecued meat again today?" "Yes," Jessica nodded. Just as Yinsent was about to head into the kitchen, Corinne preempted him, declaring, "I'll handle the barbecued meat." Yinsent internally mourned for Jessica for 3 seconds. Although the raw meat in the kitchen had been meticulously prepared by him, the art of cooking is largely dictated by timing. What ensued was unexpected. An influx of patrons arrived, specifically requesting Corinne to grill their meat. Indeed, this world is one that often values appearances. Yinsent understood that while his barbecued meat tasted decent, it was Corinne's flamboyant cooking style that truly captivated the customers. Even he had to concede that if Corinne were the main performer, the overall aesthetic appeal would be significantly heightened. Especially if she were to inadvertently char the meat, those who paid for one show would be treated to 2. Chapter 96. The arrival of Iron Man. Before long, the tables at Lee's Chinese restaurant were nearly filled when a commotion erupted at the entrance. Following the sound, Yinsent beheld Tony Stark, donned in sunglasses and flanked by a retinue of bodyguards. Observing Stark leave his guards outside and stride in unaccompanied, Yinsent couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. This man seemed oblivious to the concept of defeat. After his uninvited visit to Stark's home the previous day, Stark felt compelled to make a statement by visiting Yinsent's establishment. After silently preparing himself for the encounter, Yinsent approached, reluctantly greeting, "Mr. Stark, welcome to our humble establishment." "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Stark responded, seemingly unfazed. Yinsent's lips twitched as he politely attempted to usher him away. "I regret to inform you that we currently have no available seating. Isn't that a seat right there?" Stark pointed to an empty table, boldly sitting down across from Jessica, and even dared to flirt. "This lovely lady wouldn't mind my presence here, would she?" As a detective who was also privy to Yinsent's true identity, Jessica, well aware of the situation, glanced at Stark before surprisingly turning to Yinsent. Lee, what do you think? Should I mind? Yinsent grimaced but ultimately chose not to escalate matters. Please make do with the arrangement, Jones. He then turned to Stark. Well, would you like to eat barbecued meat? Still reveling in his own charm, Stark instinctively nodded. As Yinsent turned to fetch the meal, Stark attempted to engage Jessica again, only to be met with her eye roll. Save your breath. I have no interest in an aging playboy. Stark appeared to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Taking a moment to regain composure, he watched as Yinsent returned with a platter of raw meat, silently cursing under his breath. I should have known. Being friends with this kid means he is just as insufferable. A fool can't produce anything valuable. Oblivious to Stark's internal monologue, Yinsent expertly managed the grill and presented the cooked meat with a polite, enjoy your meal. Wait a moment. Stark, recovering from his initial shock, recalled his original purpose and gestured toward the vacant seat. Little Lee, if you're not busy, would you sit with me for a while? Had it not been in a public setting, Yinsent would have certainly objected to the diminutive nickname, but since he wished to maintain his current lifestyle, he had to embody the role of a Chinese restaurant owner with some martial arts flair, a character that clearly should not dismiss Stark outright. Once seated, Yinsent discreetly inquired, Iron Man, what is it you need? Noting Yinsent's lack of discretion regarding their shared table with Jessica, Stark raised an eyebrow in surprise, gesturing towards her. She knows? Yinsent glanced at Jessica and nodded. She is aware. She is right here and can hear everything you're saying. Jessica interjected, visibly annoyed. She lifted a knife from the table and effortlessly twisted it into a steel spiral, then unceremoniously tossed it in front of Stark, a blunt expression of her displeasure. Yinsent once again pressed his forehead in disbelief. Unlike many superpowered individuals, Jessica had never attempted to conceal her extraordinary strength. In Hell's Kitchen, her abilities were hardly a secret. As for her motivations, Yinsent surmised it was likely a reflection of her self-destructive tendencies. Stark, momentarily stunned, turned to Yinsent with exaggerated expressions, silently conveying his understanding. So, what exactly do you comprehend? Yinsent withheld his inquiry, instead returning Stark's earlier words. I'm quite busy. What do you want? I figured out how to control the energy of that stone. Let me test it out. Consider it a favor owed to you. Sure, but not right now. It's still charging. Who else have you been bothering? Can you communicate? Don't strain yourself. My charger is from my own stock. How long will it take? A minimum of 3 to 5 days, or up to half a month. How did you arrive at such an imprecise conclusion? Pure conjecture. After finishing his barbecued meat, Stark deemed it satisfactory and summoned his driver, Happy Hogan, indicating Yinsent. Give him my business card. Call me when you're ready. With that, Stark tossed the card to Yinsent and, amidst a throng of bodyguards, exited the restaurant. During Stark's brief visit, a crowd had gathered outside, including irate shareholders who had lost substantial sums investing in Stark Industries. Can't you just focus on refining your Iron Man suit? As Shint entered the luxury vehicle, watching Tony Stark bend down and disappear behind the closing door, he found himself utterly bewildered. How could a stone capable of transforming freely between matter and energy captivate him so? Surely, it wasn't the case that Stark was already contemplating a one-click transformation before even constructing the armor. Nonetheless, as long as Tony Stark refrained from using physical means to attack the Dragon Balls, Shint was quite amenable to allowing him to conduct research on them. After all, Iron Man owed him a favor, which could equate to a colossal arc reactor in the future. As for the secrets of the Dragon Balls, Shint was incredulous that Stark could derive the conclusion that they were merely wish-granting devices from a heap of cold data. What a jest. Chapter 97. 9 days later, what followed was a tranquil span of 9 days. After a little over a week, Shint was astonished to discover that the 3 cube energy blocks remained surprisingly intact, having not yet been depleted by the Dragon Balls. However, this outcome was not particularly gratifying. Shint had originally assumed that affixing the 3 cube energy blocks to the Dragon Balls would significantly accelerate the energy absorption process. It turned out he had been overly optimistic. The Dragon Balls exhibited a threshold for energy absorption speed per unit time for each distinct energy source. The scale and quantity of the energy source had no bearing on this threshold whatsoever. The energy derived from the cosmic cube was evidently less easily absorbed than that from the arc reactor. After 9 days, the Dragon Balls had recovered less than a quarter of their energy had they been connected to the arc reactor. They would have regained approximately a third in the same time frame. Upon testing the 5-star Dragon Ball with his right hand, Shen arrived at another conclusion. 2 different Dragon Balls could not simultaneously absorb energy from the same source. The reasoning behind this baffled him. Could it be that these inanimate objects possessed a sense of humility? In any case, after nearly charging the Dragon Balls to a quarter of their capacity, the luster of the 3 cube energy blocks had dimmed significantly, nearing extinction. Shint knew all too well that the remaining fraction would surely be insufficient. Additionally, During these 9 days, two noteworthy events transpired. The first occurred on the 5th day when a severe high-rise fire broke out in a Manhattan skyscraper. Upon seeing it on the news, Shin swiftly transformed and rushed to the scene, braving the raging flames and thick smoke to rescue numerous trapped civilians, ensuring their safe return to the ground. Consequently, he re-emerged in the public eye, dominating the headlines of major news outlets once more. Although his alter ego had become the darling of the media, Shin did not perceive himself as the superhero they heralded. While he indeed possessed empathy and was willing to perform good deeds within reasonable limits, he lacked any grand sense of self-sacrifice. Unless it involved his family, he would undoubtedly choose to let his comrades perish rather than himself. Moreover, since Shin debuted as the Golden Boy, he had only made 2 appearances, separated by almost a month. He couldn't fathom how others perceived him. After all, what kind of superhero was so lazy? The second notable event occurred on the 8th day when Phil Coulson of SHIELD visited Shin incognito, confidently stating that they had everything under control regarding Hydra and would soon launch a comprehensive eradication operation. Shin chose not to comment further or provide Coulson with additional intelligence. As a time traveler, he was well aware that Hydra's influence extended beyond SHIELD. However, Hydra was not a monolith. Its various factions each harbored their own agendas. Given that former SHIELD Director Alexander Pierce had been unearthed through Crossbone's connection to Nick Fury, Shin felt that this was sufficient for the time being. It was not a feudal society, and the practice of collective punishment was outdated. Coulson, being a seasoned level 7 agent and one of Fury's most trusted individuals, did not make this visit merely to deliver a message. After explaining the situation, he directly asked Shin if he would be willing to cooperate with SHIELD's operation, reluctantly serving as bait. Since SHIELD's covert actions were ostensibly aimed at the unknown forces that attacked their secret division, Shin's cooperation as the alleged mastermind could significantly lower Hydra's guard. After a moment of reflection, Shin deemed it a trivial matter. Isolated, the interests of this endeavor aligned perfectly with those of SHIELD. He saw no harm in extending a bit of assistance, thus readily agreed, with the stipulation that he would not take orders from anyone. Coulson was thoroughly satisfied. Given Shin's nature, his willingness to help without compensation was already more than he could have hoped for, in stark contrast to Shin's leisurely pursuits. The 9 days for Tony Stark were filled with technical endeavors. On the first day, with JARVISS assistance, Stark restructured the overall design of the Iron Suit. Compared to the rough sketches of Mark I he had drawn in the cave, the new design for Mark II was more advanced, refined, efficient, and aesthetically superior in every conceivable way. Having experienced an attack from his own weapons while in Afghanistan, Stark was now cautious. This time, he opted to keep his research confidential rather than notify Stark Industries as per usual. On the second day, he focused on creating the suit's critical flight system, the energy jet propulsion system integrated into the boots. By the third day, Stark successfully crafted a pair of energy jet boots, which he donned to conduct tests. Amidst a cautious reminder to take it slow and commence with a mere 10% thrust, he initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. He soared into the air, only to crash headfirst into the ceiling, his face meeting the solid concrete first. On the 4th day, Stark learned from his painful experience that 10% thrust was a ludicrous notion and that he required a mechanism to stabilize his balance. Thus, he began to modify his design to incorporate a pair of auxiliary energy jet systems in the hands. By the 5th day, he completed the design alterations and started crafting an iron arm that would cover his entire arm, capable of emitting energy from the palm. On the 6th day, Stark produced a prototype energy jet arm. Just as he was about to test it after donning it on his right arm, Pepper Potts descended from upstairs, informing him that Obadiah Stane was visiting. Chapter 98. The 10th day upon seeing Stark's iron arm, Pepper Potts couldn't help but furrow her brow and ask, "Tony, I remember you saying you would no longer manufacture weapons. This is not a weapon. Rather, it is a flight stabilization device, entirely non-lethal." Before Stark could finish his explanation, a resounding bang echoed through the room. With a resounding crash, a column of energy, shimmering with sparks, erupted from the palm of his metallic arm, targeting the wall. It swiftly created a large hole and propelled him backward with a powerful recoil, sending him crashing into countless pieces of equipment before he landed on the ground, muttering, "This is not what I anticipated." Obadiah Stane, having rushed from New York, delivered 2 pieces of grim news to Tony Stark. First, Stark Industries stock had plummeted by 56 points, painting a bleak picture of the situation. Second, The board of Stark Group, citing mental distress, had stripped Stark of his absolute authority, effectively sidelining him from the management team. Naturally, Stark was indignant. Obadiah promptly proposed that if Stark could provide the technology to miniaturize the arc reactor, he might have a solution to the predicament. Stark, however, flatly refused, and their meeting ended on a sour note. On the seventh day, Stark crafted another energy-emitting metallic arm, centering it around the arc reactor in his chest. With a pair of iron arms and boots as the foundation, he constructed a complete flight system and commenced extensive simulation tests, utilizing a plethora of data collected in previous days. By the eighth day, impatient with the multitude of simulations, Stark donned the iron boots and arms after completing the most fundamental safety checks, opting for a real-life experiment. Be careful, take it slow, no jokes, starting with 1% thrust. Ready? 3, 2, 1. In the underground garage, Stark assumed a position with slightly bent knees and palms facing downward. As he completed the countdown, flames erupted from his hands and feet, propelling him approximately a foot off the ground. The thrust from his hands stabilized his balance and allowed him to make minute adjustments to his flight direction, preventing a repeat of his earlier tumble. After a brief acclimatization, Stark returned to the ground to increase the thrust for another attempt. Let's try again, boosting thrust to 2.5%. 3, 2, 1. This time, Stark soared over a meter high and began to fly erratically around the garage. After scraping the paint off several cars, he landed with a thud in an open space, exuberantly proclaiming to himself, "Indeed, I can fly. Why did I say also?" On the ninth day, Stark began constructing the torso of the Iron Man suit and the headgear to enhance his visual capabilities. With the core and foundation already in place, the remaining components posed no challenge for him. By the 10th evening, a gleaming Iron Man stood in the center of the garage, the fully completed Mark II armor. Stark's voice resonated through external speakers from within the suit. J-A-R-V-I-S. Are you there? A familiar electronic voice replied, "At your service, sir." Uploading all optimization protocols. Ready, sir. What do you think? Upload complete, sir. We are prepared. Display simulation path. Calibrate the simulated environment. Complete. Check the surface control devices. Understood. As the shiny silver exterior of the armor underwent automated checks, J-A-R-V-I-S announced, "Check complete. Please prepare to cut power for further diagnostics." Actually, I've changed my mind. Check the weather forecast and air traffic control and begin monitoring ground commands. Mr. Stark, we have a vast amount of calculations to complete before actual flight. Sometimes you have to start running to learn how to walk. With a paradox silencing J-A-R-V-I-S, Stark straightened up in the armor, arms slightly extended and palms facing the ground, and asked, "Are you ready?" 3, 2, 1. The soles of the armor's feet and palms simultaneously unleashed fiery white flames, gently lifting Stark off the ground. As he leaned forward, he began to soar toward the upward slant of the garage ramp. Though this was his inaugural flight, it was unlike any other, even before truly ascending. Stark was already accelerating. As his armor brushed against the walls of the garage, trailing sparks, he burst forth from the villa at speeds rivaling top-tier sports cars. With a series of exhilarating howls, he launched into the night sky, resembling a swiftly flying missile. Incredibly, the moment Stark ceased his vocalizations, he instinctively learned to adjust his flight direction with subtle movements of his arms. Following the New Jersey coastline, he reached the brightly lit expanse of New York, performing aerial roles and maneuvers akin to a seasoned fighter pilot. It was evident that the extraordinary synergy of J-A-R-V-I-S and Stark's innate genius produced a remarkable phenomenon, feeling as though he were in a dream. Stark marveled at the sight of a radiant streak shooting through the bustling metropolis beneath him. Obadiah, witnessing this spectacle, cursed under his breath, knowing that the 3 energy cubes in the basement had surely been depleted. A quick scan confirmed the presence of a regular human's energy signature racing through the night sky, unmistakably identifying it as Iron Man. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?"